bromine must be absorbed from these sticks, which are usually 8–10 mm thick. Indeed, the bursting of a bottle containing 1 kg of bromine could lead to the asphyxiation death of the crew. Gases and vapors are also quickly absorbed by diatomaceous earth, e.g., chlorine gases, frank. For this reason, diatomaceous earth is used in medicine as a drying agent, and thus an astringent in dermatology, as well as for the preparation of dusting powders, disinfecting powders, dental powders, and as a dressing material. These bromine-impregnated dynamite sticks have also proven effective for the disinfection of abortions. Dynamite is nitroglycerin absorbed into dynamite, and the dynamite plates serve similarly to unglazed clay plates for drying precipitation. Dynamite is also exceptionally suitable for clarifying cloudy liquids such as Schweisinger. It is strewn onto filters or mixed with the liquid. The property of dynamite to conduct heat poorly is also utilized insulating masses for steam pipes, ice chests, and dry boxes fittings for retorts, as well as its characteristic of being very fine, yet very hard, making it ideal as a polishing agent. For goldware, it has no nutritional value and acts only similarly to the husk, irritating the intestines, thus promoting the utilization of the actual nutrients. Finally, it serves as a substitute for quartz in glass manufacturing. Further applications at Andes. During the 30 Years' War, as well as in 1719 and 1733 in Wittenberg, mountain flour was added to flour, and it is also used in Sweden and Finland according to Berzelius. The bacillariation, discovered by Leeuwenhoek 1702. He saw Synedra ulna, classified as animals by Ehrenberg and as plants by Kutzing, are now popular test objects for microscopical objectives due to the delicate patterning of their shells, especially the Pleurosigma, Leptoneurobarrow, Schutt, Bacillariales in Engler-Prantl, plant families with many illustrations. Pfitzer, the bacillariation in Schenk's Handbook of Botany. Brun, the diadems of the Alps and Jura, 1879. Ondes, Crolius in the Real Encyclopedia of Pharmacy. Chemical analyses also in the article Kieselguhr in Feeling's Dictionary, 1878. Illustration works. A. Schmidt, Atlas of Diatomology, Leipzig, 1874 to 1877. Van Herk, Synopsis of Diadems, from Belgium, 188,081, and Treatise on the Diatomaceae, 1081, and Treatise on the Didymis, Carbono-membranindrogen. When plant membranes become subject to decomposition under air exclusion, a slow carbonization process occurs. Hydrogen and oxygen, as well as a part of the carbon, are lost as water and carbon dioxide, and the membrane accumulates more and more carbon. It begins to brown and eventually turns black. This carbonization process, which is thus a slow internal combustion process akin to dry distillation, can be followed in its various stages through coal formation. While cellulose contains 44.4 carbon, peat has 56–60, lignite 60–70, bituminous coal 75–90, and anthracite approximately 94. The cellular components are also partially burned, but not completely. As we can see from the production of incandescent gas, ammonia and sulfur compounds also appear among the products of the dry distillation of coal, which are to be considered as arising from the plasma remains of long-extinct plant cells dating back thousands of years. Illustration. Table G, sweating coal pit in Thuringia, from Rachel Thuringia. Illustration, Fig. 162. Slavic coal pit. From Husler, Technology. The process of carbonization, which takes place very slowly over very long periods under the pressure of the earth, layers above, is accelerated to an extraordinary degree when plant material is subjected to dry distillation. This occurs during the production of charcoal in charcoal kilns. There are standing figs, 162 in lying masonry fig, 163 kilns, or in retorts. The kilns are covered with a layer of clay and then ignited at B fig, 162. Firstly, water evaporates sweating period, table C, then bright vapors issue from below period of boiling. The burning is complete when the escaping smoke is blue. In the representation of lignite, the tar products and wood spirit that occur alongside are lost. Only in a brick kiln are they discharged below K fig. 163. In the case of retort wood coal, tar wood spirit and raw wood spirit methyl alcohol and acetone are obtained. The product is almost pure carbon, apart from ash components. What we see here occurring in one phase. The conversion of cellulose into carbon takes place in two phases in hard coal plants. In the first, plant parts over centuries become hard coal. In the second, they are converted to copes during dry distillation, which, like ash components, is also almost pure carbon. Illustration, Fig. I. Only such treated charcoal meets the requirement that it does not give off anything to wine spirit or color boiling water bitumen products, and burns completely, without flame down to 2 Pharm. or 5-DAA ash. 163. Brick kiln from Husler, technology. Nevertheless, the purchasable charcoal, carboligny vegetal charcoal, vegetable carbon, often contains not only carbon, but also carbon-hydrogen-oxygen compounds, so DAV and Pharm. IV prescribed that it should be baked in a covered crucible for as long as vapors still escape. If thin sheets are made from charcoal after suitable preparation, one finds the membranes blackened, and it becomes evident that good charcoal comes from broadleaf trees. Pharm. Explicitly demands broadleaf charcoal, especially carbotilia. Carbobolochi is carbopopuli. Bread charcoal C. panis is also used. The charcoal used is mostly spruce wood. Charcoal C. also Nitolitsky, Microscopic Examination of Coal Dust in Pharmaceutical Post, 1903. The use of charcoal is based on its property to absorb unpleasant gases, and generally gases and many other substances. It is therefore used as a disinfectant for applying to putrid wounds, in toothpastes, and internally when gas forms in the stomach, and must be stored in well-sealed containers. The carbo animalis, animal charcoal, meat charcoal usually composed of 3 parts beef, with 1 part calf bones, and the carbo osseum, bone charcoal. Sodium prepared from bones exhibit these properties to an even greater degree, especially in terms of theater. Significant amounts of inorganic components, which amount to or 67 respectively, compared to wood charcoal. 810 activated carbon can be used to decolor solutions, but it also absorbs alkaloids and bitter substances, as well as a large amount of gases. Rosenthaler and Turk on the absorbent properties of various types of coal. Arch. Pharm. 1906, 517. Carbo animalis is recently 1909, recommended for treatments against mushroom poisonings, as well as other plant poisons, muck, and also in cases of pus formations and granulating bone cysts associated with tuberculosis. Merck's Annual Report 1911. Traditional medicine distinguished between many types of coal. Hirundinis, uste swallow coal, talpai uste moly coal, cuculai usti cuckoo coal, carbopique elster coal, sinis bufonum, soleae uste, and others. At this point, one could also include peat watton C, also peat 276, and peat moss, whose raw material is particularly abundant along the North Sea coast in Friesland and Holland. Differentiation is made according to origin and the plant parts present. Peat, especially sphagnum species, hydapeat, especially Erica tetralix, meadow peat grasses, e.g. Eriophorum, then carex, scirpus, wood peat, especially alder and willow. In moors, peat litter coarse, the coarse material from burning peat and peat mull. Peat watton is obtained through processing particularly loose, long fiber upper peat. It serves as packing material, a heat insulator, conserver, and disinfectant, especially in bandage manufacturing. Peat litter absorbs 8 times its weight in water, peat watton 20 times. For anatomy, see Royer, L'ouate de toutes ses applications, Travail, Lab, Mat, Med, Paris, 1910. The peat moss used for moss bindings is, however, not to be included in this group. It is the unchanged, uncarbonized one, usually from sphagnum species SF, existing washed and dried moss of peat surfaces, which is also able to absorb 13 times its weight in water. I. Albuminoid hydrogens. To the membrane hydrogens that cannot be safely counted among the polysaccharides, a group of drugs can be attached, some of which have an external similarity with the fiber-forming drugs, such as silk and wool, but all contain or consist of a colloidal albuminoids. The breakdown products of albuminoids, which are both acids and bases, belong mainly to the aliphatic series, for example, glycol, leucine, serine, asparagine acid, glutamic acid, lysine, diaminocapric acid, and arginine, or contain N-anocapric acid and arginine, or contain aliphatic core like phenylaminopropionic acid and tyrosine. Tyrosine chochen.ku, oxyphenyl, aminopropionic acid, leucine chin.toch, asparagine ku.chi, glutamic acid ku, HC, choked, C. However, cyclic compounds such as proline are also found. Further, hexane bases that transfer to carbohydrates beyond glucosamine were found in it. Glycol shin.2, alanine chain.2, phenyl, aminopropionic acid, phenylalanine, CCHN.tol, NH, CHNH, NNHTH, CH.NN2AH. 2-arginine histidine to the albuminoids belong keratin, elastin in elastic tissue, collagen binding substance, and gluten, the most important albuminoids in the bodies of vertebrates. Related to these are spongin sponges, cornine in the axial skeleton of corals, and components of silk glue, and fibroin and wool. The sterilized soluta in the Pharmacopoeia is a glue usually obtained from calf feet, prepared with special care bone glue. 1. Gelatin. The colorless, transparent, flavorless, and odorless sheets forming gelatina in folius. In tabuli is obtained from bones, but it can also be derived from tendons or cartilage. The technique differs from glue, leather glue from skin and bone. Glue. Medicinal gelatin, known as gelatina animalis, and G. The glue is produced by cooking with water of albuminoid collagens, gluing substances that are found as ground substance in the fibrils of ordinary connective tissue ligaments, tendon fascicles, and as organic ground substance of bones and cartilage, often combined with mucoid and albumoid substances. Collagen from different tissues seems to have a different composition. Commercial gelatin contains 5145C, 7.08H, 17.7, 18.18. In a chemical and technical sense, there are two types of glue, bone glue glutenin and cartilage glue chondrin. However, chondrin is a mixture murder. The representation of bone marrow involves cleaning the bones and removing the fat, then cooking them with water or treating them with superheated steam to extract the glue gluten. 14 glutamic acid, 930 arginine, 5 proline, 5,6 lysine, 3 oxyproline, 2.1 leucine, less than 1 NH, alanine, aspartic acid, serine, phenylalanine, and histidine, as well as a carbohydrate complex. Notably, it has a high content of glycol, low levels of NH and histidine, and lacks tyrosine and tryptophan. The basic nitrogen in the glue accounts for 35.38 of the total nitrogen. Gluten from different sources exhibits slightly varying compositions. Gluten from tendons contains 50.950.11C, 6.56 to 6.88 H, 17.8, 118.59 N, 0.26.53 Ed. Gluten lineage contains 50.2 to 50.46. For other glutens, see the table in Oppenheimer, Handbook of Biochemistry 1, 337. Even the purest commercially available gelatin always contains traces of protein. It is very difficult to produce truly pure gluten from it. Sadikov. Glue swells in water but is insoluble in it. With hot water, it forms a colloidal solution that sticks strongly. Gelatin nasse, which has a lower specific rotation than left-rotating gelatin, is formed nasse, Fram, Kruger, acetic acid, ferrocyanide of potassium, and sulfuric acid. Do not dissolve gluten unlike true protein bodies. For information on gelatinization conditions, solidification, swelling, and melting point, compare the work of Pauli and Rona, Ostwald, and the Journal of Colloid Chemistry. After prolonged boiling of its aqueous solution, or leaving it for 2 days at 37°C, the glue loses its ability to gelatinize. A white, flocculent precipitate is produced even in very dilute solutions of tannic acid. The binding of tannic acids by glue forms the basis of the use of skin powder to detect tanning agents. Dieterich found 1.830 2.14T, Ash and 1728 17.46 water in gelatina alba. IV, 1,4,17A7, Ashen 11.72 20.59 water in glue from gelatine, and 1.57 ash and 17.66 water in bone glue. Ash content must not exceed 2 DAV and should not contain copper. Medicinal gelatine must not be bleached. DAA. V requires testing for sulfuric acid. Gelatin soaked in water is heated with phosphoric acid, and a moistened potassium iodide paper strip is hung into the mouthpiece of the flask. The sterilized gelatin is used as a hemostatic agent subcutaneously, intravenously, and in the form of enemas, which has been practiced since the 3rd century AD in China and Japan, and in Europe since 1896. Pure gluten causes blood clotting through agglutination of blood cells Kaposi, while its derivatives, as well as hirudin, have anticoagulant effects. Therefore, peptization must be avoided when handling sterilized gelatine. Sterilization is carried out in an autoclave at 100 for 15 minutes on each of 3 consecutive days. Between sterilizations, the vials are stored in a water bath at 35 Fahm. Helvet IV, regular pure gelatine, is used for making gelatin candles, medical jellies almane, and fruit jellies. Rote usually extra colored with fuchsine or Bordeaux red, as well as brown gelatin wine clarifiers are to be excluded from medical use. The former is used in jelly making like white gelatin, the latter for clarifying cloudy wines. In terms of adhesiveness, gelatin from the sea anemone surpasses all others. Photographic dry plates are now typically made with iodized, bromide, or chlorsilver gelatins, as silver gelatins are very light sensitive. Similarly, chromogelatin plays a significant role in photographic reproduction methods, as chrome leather becomes insoluble even in hot water by light aether. Dioscorides mentions wood glue, cowhide glue, and its medical use for external applications. The best glue was considered to be the white glue from Rhodes, where it is made from ox hides, lit. For information on glue preparation, see Dawidotsky glue and gelatin manufacturing. In Vienna, in 1893, Valenta, Adhesive and Thickening Agents, and T.F. Hnausek, article on glue in Legger's Lexicon also includes commercial varieties. Article on gelatin in Real Encyclopedia of General Pharmacy. Oppenheimer, Handbook of Biochemistry. Roman Biochemistry, Levine, on the splitting of gelatin. For gelatin preparations, see the Imperial Codex. Second sepia bone, the head of the squid, Sepia officinalis L, found in all European seas, which belongs to the cephalopods, after the animal's decomposition, is cast ashore by the sea. It is the white fish bone, Os Sepia. Journal of Physical Chemistry, 37, 1902. 81. Sadikov, Collagen, Cartilage Glue, Journal of Physical Chemistry, 39, 1903. Ostwald Pflugers, Archiv, 108, 1906. Kissling, Advances in the Field of Chemistry, etc., of Glue. Chemical Journal, 35, 423. The graded antler of the elk, Cervus elephas, contains, in addition to 57.5 calcium phosphate and 1 calcium carbonate, 27 cartilage substance. 4. Ichthyocolla. She forms a flat, bilaterally curved, up to 2 cm thick, 2.5 cm long, and 7 cm wide scale, with sharpened ends, composed primarily of glue and cartilage substance containing 80-85 calcium carbonate description of the animal and scales by Vosges and carbonate description of the animal and scales. Berg, 3. Cornu, Servieraspatum tomtuo. Fish glue, Colla piscium, Ichthyocolla, Hausenblase, Colle de Poisson, Ichthyocolle, Isinglass. Fish glue is the dried, prepared, inner pulpy and vascular skin of the swim bladder of various species of sturgeons found in European and Asian waters, belonging to the cartilage ganoids, including Hausene Huso Elthart. Beluga, occurring in the Black Sea and rivers flowing into it, as well as Shurg or Sewerjuga A. stellatus Paul in the Caspian and Black Sea, the Sterlet A. ruthinus L. in the Black and Azov Seas, Lake Baikal and the Northern Sea, and the Osister A. Guldenstedt Br. in the Black and Caspian Seas and Lake Baikal. During spawning season, fish gather at river mouths and also ascend large rivers Volga, Ural, NBA, Dniester, Dnieper, in vast numbers and are caught in great quantities there. The roe forms caviar and the swim bladder. One fish yields 150 g of swim bladders. The bladders are sliced, washed, sometimes soaked in lime water, and dried on boards. The semi-dried slices are freed from the outer non-adhesive silver skin by rubbing, then turned inside out and stretched, fully drying leaf bladders, in folies, or prepared into one of the other commercial forms branded. The tongs and bags are unprocessed swim bladders. Russia exports approximately 100,000 kadoi per year. Trade centers for house bladders include especially Nizhny Novgorod and St. Petersburg. Sometimes the house bladders are only baked here. In the doghouses of London, I saw large quantities. Several folded and stacked leaves form the bookhouse bubble. Rolled up, flattened, and cut into threads is the thread house bubble. Ein Phyllis, between two nails shaped like a horseshoe, heart or lyre, the harp, bracket, crown, or bar house bubble. Poor quality varieties are the lump, tongue, band, or crumb house bubbles. The best variety is the Astrakhaner, particularly the so-called Patriarchenhaus bubble leaves and brackets, which mostly originates from A. goldenstedti and has a very characteristic blue iridescence on its surface. Then, the small leaves of A. stellatus leaves and books, and the thick and pure leaves of A. Huso. Hamburg imported in 1908 Hausenblase, both genuine and imitations, 22,081 kado, of which from Japan, 182,580 agar, Russian Baltic ports, 7,670, Brazil. In London, particularly traded in 1907, Brazilian tongues, Maracaibo heart shape, Venezuela tongues and pockets. German wholesale in 1910 distinguishes Beluga extra leaves, Saliansky leaves, natural and bleached, in many varieties, then less important, Premyslovoy, Astrakhan, Uralic Hausenblase, etc., as well as a secondary product, Samovi Seaback under parallel drugs and Siberian Hausenblase. The house bladdern forms white or yellowish, transparent horn-like pieces that are sometimes tasteless, but always have a distinct odor, occasionally bleached with sulfuric acid or salt and snow shapes illustrated by Dieterich. It swells in cold water and dissolves in boiling water into a colloidal, highly adhesive, neutral, or slightly alkaline liquid that, when concentrated, gelatins. The short-lived solution is made durable by adding 115 glycerin Meyer. The connective tissue of the house bladdern consists of very characteristic brush-like arranged fibrils image and proleus. John gives 70.5 animal glue, 16 osmosome, 4 lactic acid, K, Na, A, and sea salts, 2.5 insoluble skin, and 7 water. The ash content is usually between 0.5 Henkel, redwood, and 1.5 up to 5 of the insoluble residue at 228 Dieterich, rarely just 1.5 Kop, with the soluble portion at 7098. Russian, particularly Astrakhaner, bubble alga gave proleus. 0.2, 1.2, ash up to 0.9 lethaby, 1619 water, and 0.73 insoluble residue in water. Meyer found 12 insoluble in Russian bubble alga. KK. Gluten's optical rotation was always left. Sulfur was always present. Windisch found 15 N. Schleiper up to 0.54, the high content, likely due to bleaching with sulfur. The main component of bubble alga is thus collagen or gluten. Dieterich 1909 found the following limits for Russian bubble: Alga Saliansky, Beluga, Samovi, water 1320, ash 0.51.7, including 833 KCO, soluble components 6581, insoluble 119, fat 0.1, colite. The iodine number was 1945, and the acid number 06. Hausenblase is particularly used in pharmacy for preparing English plasters and clarifying cloudy liquids essential. Less so for manufacturing gelatins, only unbleached varieties, and extensively in technology, e.g. for sealing. As alternative drugs, the Hamburger Hausenblase from Accipenser Sturio L can be considered a good replacement. Hudson Bay Houseblaze from Abervirostris and Rubicundus, usually in bags. The increasingly common Newfoundland and Canadian Hausenblase now often originate from Gottus merluccius and Physis species. Samojed Hausenblase from Silurus glanes Russian sum, The Wells catfish provides beautiful thin white leaves in Russia. Indian Hausenblase, from S. rata and Polynemus species in pouches and pipes, often containing lime. Chinese Hausenblase from Cyaena lucida and Anguilla pekinensis in long strips, from Silurus and Pimmelaris species in tubes, lumps, and sheets. Band Hausenblase from New York of Merluccius vulgaris, 36 insoluble in water, and Gadius morhua. West Indian H. of Silurus parkeri and Maracaibo H. heart-shaped, both traded in 1910. Icelandic H. of Gadus morhua. See also Pereira. All these provide solutions with lower viscosity and lower adhesive force than the true house blatternest Proleus. In American house blatternest strips, Meyer 1873 found 30, in sheets 18, insoluble. Many have a strong fishy odor and an unpleasant taste. In German trade in 1910 were South American varieties, Brazilian H. tongues, Maracaibo, and Venezuela pouches. In Hamburg H. Proleus 1883 found 130 ash, 19 water, and 230 insoluble. Agar and others. Not uncommonly, a falsified H can be found for sale, which has been represented by soaking the leaves in glue solution or inserting glue leaves between bookhouse bladders redwood and lethaby. False house bladders, having nothing to do with fish bladders, are the false parahouse bladder ovary of Silurus parkeri. Mainz fish glue, a glue made from lamb and goat intestines. The glue presented in Donau Prince's vessels made from intestines and stomachs of cartilage fish. The Ichthyocole française, made from blood fibrin and tannin, Japanese H. 0.1, 12081, 8869 739 46. American H. Dieterich found 1904 the following limit values in Chinese clay 1117, 0.92, 0.332 5368, 86215, American clay Brazil, Venezuela, Maracaibo waste 1318, 1376, 3759 7592, falsified Saliansky with I. Glue soaked 16 0.67282, Eidguan, 0.5, Chinese H. tone, Brazil, Venezuela, Maracaibo waste 0.1, 88087, 66 to 75 0, 2.76 3047, contaminated. Saliansky with 0.383 82, 3.837. All turn left, all contain sulfur. Plinius knows Ichthyocola, which was apparently obtained in antiquity from A. Huso. He also heard that it comes from the abdomen, and that Pontic H, being the most soluble, is most prized. In Dioscorides are found details about the medical use of fish, glue, lit, Brent Ratzenberg, medical zoology, Pereira, healing agents, Jackson, essay on British isinglass, Valenta, adhesives and thickening agents, Royal, on the production of isinglass along the coasts of India in 1842, which includes illustrations of Jackson's preparation, Wagner, chemical technology, Fisher-Hartwich, pharmaceutical practice, Muller-Husemann in Real Encyclopedia, Vogel drug substances, Berg, Pharmacognosy, including a description of fish species, Seemeyer, solubilization of isinglass in water, American Journal of Pharmacy, 1873, 258. Crolius, on Colipicium, Farm, Central, 1883, 335, K. The raw material for catgut is provided by the intestines of sheep, which must be extracted from healthy animals, fresh processed and freed from all fat, meat, slime, and fuzz parts. The intestine is split into 2 narrow bands, and each band is spun after stretching through a drilling wheel, thereby reducing them from Dieterich. On pharmacodynamics and chemical analysis of fish and blubber, Dresden, 1909. Weigel, Farm, Central, 1904. Elfenberger, Annalene, 1897, 1997, 1904. Older analyses by John and G. Malins, Handbook of Chemistry, 2, 1468, and Sally with Royal. See also the works mentioned on P390, Part 1, 5, Catgut, 5, Catgut, 3.1m to 3m, and transforming the bands into threads. Stronger threads are obtained by drilling multiple intestine bands together. The finished drilled catgut threads are when stretched on frames, dried at a moderately warm location, and then polished and sterilized with carbolic acid, iodine, sublimat, glycerin, or juniper oil. Recently, catgut sterilization instead of using alcohol fumes with chloroform is recommended. Strong alcohol makes catgut brittle. It lasts long in 90, and also in 3-phenol water. 1909, 566, Larat-Jurin. Farm, Liège, 1909. Also see Yaresber, Farm, 1909, 361. 6. The use of catgut, which consists of a collagen and has high tensile strength, is based on the fact that its material is completely absorbed in the wound within 8-20 days. Recently, 1904, Kiefer recommended the tendons of cranes and herons as a substitute for catgut. On sterile catgut, see Lentz and Lockeman, Glynn, J. These Syrian Soria sponges, which are mostly traded in Smyrna, originate from Euspongia officinalis var, Mollissima Schulze, USP, officinalis var, Adriatica Schulze, Euspongia officin, var, Lamella Schulze, and Eus. The coarser ones horse sponges from Hippospongia equina elastica, Lendenfeld, come from the north coast of Africa. The bath or sea sponge consists of various sponges belonging to the genus Euspongia, horn fiber sponges, particularly those of the Mediterranean sea coelenterates, which are firmly attached to rocks, level up to considerable depths, 200-300 m, and are harvested by sponge fishers. The most valuable sponges are harvested by divers and diving bells along the coasts of Syria, from Cape Carmel to Skenderun, and Western Asia, the southwestern tip, as well as the islands of Rhodes, Simi, and Kalymnos. The less valued, easily torn sponges, caught with 4-tined forks along the coasts of Istria and Dalmatia, are mainly Euspongia adriatica, followed by USP. The large pored Bahamas sponges are said to come from varieties of Mediterranean species Hyatt. Main production areas include the Greek archipelago, the coastal lands of Syria, Egypt, Tripoli, and Tunis, the coasts of Istria and Dalmatia, the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf, then the Caribbean Sea, Antilles and Bahama Islands. A very experienced one can catch 100-150 pounds of raw sponge per day. In the Mediterranean Sea, no fewer than 4 different methods are used in sponge fishing. The wealthier traders equip a 5-6-ton boat with a crew of more than 12 men. Every boat is equipped with modern diving gear scuba apparatus and has at least 10 professional divers on board. The divers go down to the bottom as deep as 15-30 fathoms, collect as many sponges as possible, and put them into a net attached to their bodies. Main export ports: Smyrna, Aden, Tripoli in Syria, Rhodes, Syra, Aegina in the Greek archipelago, Benghazi, Tripoli, Africa, Sfax, Havana, Nassau, Bahama Islands, Key West, Florida. As in the time of Aristotle, even today, Greeks are particularly sponge fishers, even over in America. This method allows for very thorough collection of accessible sponges, so occasionally sponge settlements have been overfished, and the heavy diving boots also destroy many sponges. To restrict the use of diving gear slightly without harming reasonable utilization, the Turkish government imposes a heavy tax on its use. Other states around the Mediterranean Sea do the same. The second method is very common in Asia Minor, Tunis, Tripoli, etc. The used device is a kind of dragnet machine, known as gangara in Tripoli and arth in Tunis, which basically has the structure of a conventional oyster dredge machine. The third and fourth methods, which were once exclusively in use, are still applied in some parts of the Mediterranean Sea, as well as solely for fishing in Florida, the Bahamas, and Cuba. This involves harpooning or using hooks to pull up sponges, and also diving without special equipment. 4 to 7 men in a 3-ton boat keep the machine running. Since dredging can take place day and night, this method is very productive. However, of course, continued use of the apparatus can seriously threaten sponge colonies, and many sponges are crushed or torn by the machine's movement on the seafloor. The former occurs at low water levels and calm weather, and is a very simple procedure. The location of the sponges is determined from the boats. As waves hinder observation, a so-called water glass, Wasserteleskop, Schwanglas, the end of this pipe is placed in the water, allowing for clear observation of the sponge beds. The sponges are then speared with harpoons, fitted with barbs and a wooden shaft, and brought aboard the boat. In former times, it was common in Tunisian waters to raise sponges from relatively deep water using harpoons. The Greeks were so skilled in handling harpoons that they could throw a spear behind them, attached to the other end of the shaft. The combined length allowed for the recovery of sponges even from deeper waters. The last and most common method involves sending an unclothed diver without special equipment. Small boats with 3-4 men are used. They lower a flat stone, to which a strong rope is attached, into the water. The diver stands upright on the stone by holding onto the rope, allowing them to descend to the seafloor as far as 50 or even 80 meters and collect sponges quickly for about 1-2 minutes before placing them in a net attached to their back. Young men are preferably used as divers. However, the pressure of the water often has adverse effects on the spinal cord, potentially leading to paralysis. This method is employed in certain parts of the Mediterranean Sea, along the east coast of Africa, and also in the Caribbean Sea. Illustration, Fig. 164. Culture of sea sponges in the triangle. From the Prometheus. In the fishing grounds of Florida, the Bahamas, and Cuba, sponges are harvested by spearing. The spears are 3-tined forks that continue into a heavy iron pipe. Attached to this pipe is a rod that can be adjusted based on the depth of the water. In Tunis, in 1897, near the island of Kerkena, it appears that a successful attempt to cultivate sponges was made aerial. The attempts initiated in 1901 by the United States Commission of Fish and Fisheries were also successful. Similar to the Mediterranean Sea, a water glass in reality, just a bucket with a piece of solid glass substituted for the bottom is used here, based on the sponge industry in Bull. Imperial Inst. London 5, 1907, 393. The cultivation of sponges was taught by Oscar Schmidt, 1862, and Buchich, after Harris had already conducted experiments in America in 1897 with sponge pieces arranged on galvanized wire. Moore, now in 1910, uses cement bases, triangles, and discs equipped with pins. The cultivation is based on the fact that Cavallini, 1785, and Lieber-Kuhn, 1855, found that the sponge regenerates from small cut pieces. For the production of the already Plinius-known spongiopressa, where the maximum absorption capacity is of primary importance, only the best, finely porous, 3-4 are used. Bath sponges are difficult to sterilize. For commerce, the sponges are squeezed of their gelatinous body substance, then freed from enclosed or sitting stones, shells, coral, etc., washed and dried, and also possibly bleached with bromine or potassium permanganate. Of the numerous commercial varieties, only those suitable for pharmaceutical use, e.g., they are successively treated with solutions of permanganate, sodium bisulfite, with a little HCl added, phenol and sublimate, 1-2000 Terrier et Vertimer. But nowadays, sponges are often replaced by gauze tampons. Spongiopoline sponge felt is processed into a felt from hygroscopic cotton or sheep's wool. Germany imported in 1909 3576 ZZ raw sea sponges, especially from the Bahama Islands, the United States, Greece, Austria, Cuba, Great Britain, mostly processed from Austria and Greece. The main market for Mediterranean sponges is Trieste, which exports over 100,000 annually, followed by Paris, London, Havre, Les Livorno, and Venice. In 1907, there were already 500 sloops and 2,500 boats engaged in this trade, and the export in 1906 had already exceeded 1 million pounds allium. At the Bahamas, sponges are distinguished as velvet, sheepwood, hardy earth. Also Florida already exports Alatma 1906, 50,953 pounds, and very considerable is sponge fishing, also in Cuba Bull, Imp. Recently, sponges from Australia have also appeared on the market. The best superfine sponges are the Syrian, and those from the archipelago, the medium Zimoke, those from Saloniki, and the Barbary ones, the worst common or Dia gerba, those from Marseille and Venetian. Adriatica, the third of the ear, or mouth sponge Levantine lap, elephant ear from the Var. Lamella particularly suitable for surgical purposes, and the fourth of the Zimach sponge. The finest variety is the fine Levantine sponge Beckerschwamm, Turkey cup, Coupe Turk, Fine Deuce de Syrie from Syria, Mandruka on the Egyptian coast, Crete and Cyprus. The second best of the Levantiner's Turkey toilet sponge from the Vara. Furthermore, the Bahamas, Cuba, Mexico, Honduras supply sponges, especially the second kind, the yellow sponges and the velvet sponges, which are presumably derived from Hippospongia equina var. Meandriformis lendef. The grass and wire sponges are of lower quality. No American sponge reaches the quality of Levantiners. The coarse-hulled horse sponge honeycomb sponge occurs from Marseille to the Dardanelles and the Red Sea, Adriatic Sea, coasts of Asia Minor, Egypt, Algiers, Tunis, Tripoli, Archipelago, Crete, Corsica. The best American wool sponges come from Rock Island, Florida, particularly from Hippospongia canaliculata var. Gossipina. Krukowit named the substance of the sponge fibroin, and found in 1845 iodine, sulfur, and phosphorus, as well as 3.7 ash, Posselt 3.59. Stedler showed that it does not transform into glue by cooking with water. He named it spongin to distinguish it from the fibroin of silk, and recognized that it provides leucine and glycocol confirmed by Krukenberg upon hydrolysis, but no tyrus. Nadler found J in spongin, and Stanford estimates the iodine content of the sponge, which varies greatly, at around 0.5. The also insoluble scaffold substance of the sponges, which remains after extraction of bath sponges with water, alcohol, ether, and acidic solution. The spongin is a iodinated albuminoid, 48.51 C, 630H, 14.79 N, 0.73 S. Some sponges also contain bromine. According to Krukenberg, spongin is not a uniform substance. It does not exhibit the xanthoprotein reaction, or that with Mellin's reagent. Zalakostas found leucine, leucine hydrate, butylamine, glycolamine, and traces of tyrosine upon treatment with barathidrate. The sponge also does not dissolve when treated with water at 160 Flickiger. Upon hydrolysis, spongin yields 13.9 glycocol, 7.5 leucine, 6.3 proline, 18.1. Glutamic acid, 4.7, asparagine, 5-6 arginine, 3,4 lysine abderhalden, and Strauss. Due to its high content of glycocol and lack of tyrosine, spongin resembles elastin and gluten, but differs from both by its high glutamic acid content. By treatment with cold 38 sulfuric acid, spongin decomposes into soluble bodies and the insoluble but sodium hydroxide soluble iodospongin, a body containing 8.2 iodine CHNSO Harnack. Through cooking with hydrochloric acid, spongin yields 4.86. Iodine containing spongomananoid and Rosenfeld. It is well known that the carbonized sponge, obtained from non-salable bath sponges or waste from oral cavities, used for throat treatments by the people for a long time. Carbospongia usta or tosta throat sponge contains iodine. J. C. Straub and Hofwill Bern suspected as early as 1819 that carb, spong, contained iodine, and Dumas proved it conclusively in 1820 Flickiger. It also contains iron, silicon dioxide, calcium, and bromine 0.76 mgbr. The sponge yields about 33 carbon. Schwammkohle must be produced at a moderate temperature, possibly in closed drums, from well-washed, sand-free sponge. It contains, according to older analyses, 0.99 1.09 Erberger, or 2.14 Prius and Ragazzini Nye, on average 0.6, 0.6. The sponges are often weighed down with sand. Even the axis skeleton of Gorgonia contains a body that contains 7 iodine, the gorgonine Drexel. The corals and other organisms extracted from the sponges were formerly used as lapis spongiarum, sponge stone. Plinius 9, 69 and 31, 47 knew of 3 spongia species, Tragos, Manos, and Achilleum, and commercial varieties, African and Rhodian, and he knew that they were animals. He also knew, like Galen, the hemostatic effect, especially of the sponge soaked in vinegar, with which the bleeding from Christ's wounds was stopped, and he named many diseases for which they and sponge ash were applied. The softest ones already came from the coast of Lycia then. From similar sources, Dioscurides Vifi, 137 draws, who knows not only the sponge but also the stones of sponges. He mentions their use similarly to charpy. Also Aristotle knows the sponges. In Ibn Bathar, who denies the animal nature of sponges, we find the terms ilfonch, elbar, gaim, gamam, and gamlo, lit. Hyatt, a revision of the North American Poriferae important for systematics and classification. H. F. Moore, The Commercial Sponges and the Sponge Fisheries. Deutsch Immer, Aphof, Zeit, 1905 and 12, Farm, Central, 1898, 803 and 1905, 802. 6, 1834, 511. Flukiger, Grundriss und Artikel, Schwammenfehlings. And Wörterbuch 1898, Usman in Realencyclop, DPH, Farm, Journ, 1877, 183, 11807 and 1883, 108 1, 812. From Manufacturer and Builder, 1881. Ledenfeld Farm, J17, 1887, 937. Eckel, The Bath Sponges regarding the method of gathering them. Trieste, 1873, with map and tables. The Sponge Industry Bull, Impair, Inst. London 5, 1907, 382. Comprehensive Overview. Vogel, Medicinal Bodies Described in Arch. Farm. 53, 1874. 56. Tay Sajot, Bath Sponges. Herile Trait. De Pharmac, 1901. Zwiedeneck von Sudenhorst, Syria, 1873 in Arch. D. Farm, 1876. Posselt, Ibid. Stedler, Liebigs Ann, the 3rd, 1859, 12 Journ, Firchem, 78, 169. Nadler, Yarist, D. Ph.D. Ph. 1862. Stanford, Farm, J15, 1884, Krukenberg, Berdichem, Jess, 1856. F. Zalokostas, Comte Rend, 1888, 252. Journ, 1888, 289, 100. Harnack, Zeitcher, Fis, Chem, 24, 1898, 421. Rosenfeld, Arch, FXP, Pathol, 1900. Abderhalden and Strauss, Zeitcher, Fis, Chem, 48, 1906. Kossel and Kutcher, Ebenda 31 and 1900. Drexel, Zeitcher, F. Beil, 33, 1896. E. Richter. The silk fiber is composed of 2 strands of fibroin, connected by a sticky sericin coating, secreted and extruded through 2 glands in the silkworm, Bombyx moriel, to form cocoons. Fig. 165. The coating is dissolved during degumming, separating the fibers. 165. The surface is smooth or finely striped. Air channels are absent, and the fibrillar structure can be made visible with iodine sulfuric acid. Thickness. Silkworms excrete about 8/10 of their weight in silk Schlossberger. The degumming and facing, descaling of raw silk, is carried out by neutral soap solutions, borax, carbonates, etc. In half-cooked silk, the sericin sheath is not completely removed. The cross-section of the solid fiber is round or roundly triangular, or slightly flattened fig. The solution of jute dyes from light brown to red-brown. Millions of the reagent turns red, sugar, and sulfuric acid pink. Concentrated sulfuric acid dissolves all silk types after they initially shrink with. The amount of produced silk is proportional to the amount of mulberry leaves fed. The animal is killed within the cocoons either by heat or cold, 3 weeks below 0 to 8 Lavaredo. Raw silk is often yellowish due to lipochrome du bois, which is present in the sericin sheath of yellow silk. The fat content of raw silk is 0.03 fixed. When cooking with hydrochloric acid, there is little violet dyeing, but rapid dissolution sericin coating doesn't dissolve, neither does wool and other hair. Concentrated chromic acid dissolves silk, as well as wool, not cotton or linen. Nitric acid dyes yellow. Picric acid is stored not by plant fibers. If one immerses silk in a mixture of lead-sugar solution and excess potash lye, it does not dye, wool turns brown. Silk dissolves in chloro-zinc solution at 30-40. Wool doesn't. Persaz. Dyes are strongly stored. The threads of so-called wild silks, Yamame silk, Tusa silk, are thicker and distinctly striped. In all exotic silks, fibers are visible that in genuine silk are usually completely fused into a homogeneous mass honal. The silk fibers are double refracting, and the colors between crossed nacelles are very vivid. The fibroin fibers are two-axis, and sericin is double refracting pannebianco. Illustration, Fig. Silk. A raw silk fiber from Bombyx mori. In the middle, the two fibroin fibers, B, the sericin coat, C, a double thread cut through, D, a simple silk fiber, E, crossed section of the same, F, a tusa silk fiber, G, cross, from Hager Fisher Hartwich Farm, Praxis. Silk contains no sulfur. Both the collagen-like sericin and the fibroin are protein bodies. Sericin, which is similar to gluten, becomes a silk glue when treated with 1-HDL and boiled in water. The fibroin shows the composition 48.63C, 6.8H, 18.97N, 26.2. O sericin provides only 0.1, 0.2 glycogen and 5 alanine, while fibroin contains 36 glycogen and 21 alanine. The arginine content is the same in both 4, and the tyrosine content in sericin is only half as high, 5. Fibroin is a relatively simple protein body that distinguishes itself sharply from all previously known albuminoids due to its very high tyrosine content. Fisher and Skita. It reacts with millions reagents and also shows the B-A reaction like sericin. Fibroin is soluble in concentrated acids and alkalis, and can be precipitated again by neutralization from these solutions. Its high content of monoamines compared to bases places it alongside elastin, while it shares a high glycomine content with glue, but differs from it due to its high tyrosine content. 10. Monoaminodecarboxylic acids are completely absent. Upon hydrolysis of silk glue, serine is produced. Schmidt received 25.2 of the dry, ash-free substance glycocol, 18.2 alanine, 0.9 leucine, 1.2 serine, 2.1 asparagine, 2 glutamic acid, 1 phenylalanine, 7.8 tyrosine, and 1 proline from the hydrolysis of glue-free cocons of tight sows. Abderhalden and Weld obtained similar substances in approximately the same ratios, but only half as much glycocol from the hydrolysis of chifu silk. In surgery, Natsade ligature silk is used, including both the washed silk that has been soaked in a weak soap solution in heat, and subsequently rinsed with 2-sodium solution, and finally water. Additionally, silk batting, silk waste fabric barrette cloth, silkworm intestines fil de Florence, silk wormgout, worm silk, and protective taffeta silk protective. Silk from other Bombyx species can be subjected to this process up to 6 times without damage. Regarding silks from other species, see von Honel. For sterilization of surgical silk, Austin 1904 recommends the diffusion currents that occur when mixing water and alcohol. Boil with water for 20 minutes, then boil with 95 alcohol for 30 minutes. The silk is taken out of the alcohol while still warm and used immediately for sewing. He provides a quantity, but exclusively not suitable for surgical use, of silk substitutes: Chardonnay silk soie française, viscose silk, artificial silk laner, Vivier soie de France, Catarrhate, Sirius silk, which are usually made from cellulose, particularly tetraacetate or nitrate, or derived from unnitrated cellulose polycellulosic silk, or viscoid cellulosic xanthogenate stern. Solutions of cellulose nitrates in ether alcohol, when flowing in a thin jet into water, give a thread of silk luster, as do solutions of cellulose in copper oxalate when they flow into diluted acids. The inflammability of the nitrated fibers can be reduced by denatration with sulfur ammonia. Gelatin has also been used in the manufacture of artificial S-Duic. Lists the following differences between natural, gelatined, and cellulose-based silk, as well as wool. Natural silk, gelatined synthetic and natural fibers burn differently, releasing distinct odors. Viscose is a solution of cellulose in a mixture of alkali and sulfur carbon. Viscose silk has a rectangular cross-section. Artificial silk is sometimes animalized, i.e., made glossy with a finish prepared from waste products of natural silk or wool from fibroin or lanolin acid. Nitric acid dyes all animal fibers, yellow xanthoprotein reaction, but not cellulose silk or plant fibers. A specific reagent dyes silk dark red and wool yellowish red, while cellulose silk remains unchanged. Cellulose silk burns easily, with a smell similar to burning cotton, while 2 sodium hydroxide solution dissolves silk, wool, and hair when boiled, but not cellulose. Concentrated sodium hydroxide attacks cellulose silk, forming a gel upon dilution with water. An ammoniacal nickel oxide solution, 1 nickel carbonate, 6 ammonia, 6 water, dissolves only silk, neither artificial silk nor wool or plant fibers. Concentrated sulfuric acid dissolves artificial silk, but not other types. Iodine water and diluted sulfuric acid dye cellulose silk blue, while silk turns yellow, and copper ammonium oxide dissolves cellulose silk without affecting silk. Herzog recommends Chemical Times 1904 for distinction between natural and artificial silk congerot, benzoazurin, and methylene blue. Also see under Honel. The strength is, according to Hassack and Herzog, in kilograms for a 1 ohm cross-section. Dry moist in real silk, 3737. Chardonnay silk 12, 2.2. Dry moist in leather silk. Cellulose silk, 19.12. Dry moist in gelatin silk 6.6. Silbermann, Die Seide, ihre Gewinnung und Bearbeitung, Dresden 1897 with illustrations. Von Honel, Mikroskopie der technisch verwendeten Faserstoffe 1905. Vogel and Reischauer, N. Rep. D. Farm, 1860, 529. E. Phys. Chem. 33 1901, 171, and 35 1902, 224. Oppenheimer, Hand B. Biochemie. Whalebury, Burl. Glanced off artificial silk. Plastics, 1911, 151. Herzog, Journal of Knowledge on Modern Acetate Silks. Chemical Times 1910, 347. And the distinction between natural and artificial silks. Dresden, 1910, 8. Sheepwool. D. D. Shem Jess, 1888. Chemistry of Silk. Also in Feeling's Handbook Dictionary, 1898. Witt, Artificial Silk, Dyeing Period, 1904. Dyke Monography on Substitute Materials for Silk. Bulletin of the Belgian Chemical Society, 1901, 166. Swiss Weekly Chronicle, 1903, 488. When complete, the wool hair consists of the scaly epidermis, the fibrous cortex layer, and the mesh-like layer made up of stacked cells. These layers may be absent fine, merino wool, the cortex reduced, or the epidermis abraded shoddy. The length can reach 20 cm, while the width varies merino 12 to 37 microns, Leicester 30-90 microns dotty. Iodine potassium iodide dyes brown. Millen's reagent turns brick red on heating. Kali lauge dissolves upon burning, releasing the smell of burnt horn. By cooking with diluted sulfuric acid or treating with water at 150, wool is almost completely dissolved. The solution forms precipitates coloring matter with acidic tar dyes, as well as tannin and potassium bichromate net, Braindel. Wool fibers are typically composed of the following: 50.2 C, 22.840, 06.72H, 16.54 N, 3.7 S. Wanklin and Cooper, 1879, obtained cyanpropionic acid from the alkaline oxidation of wool. Schutzenberger, 1878, classified sheep's wool as albuminoids. He extracted leucine, tyrosine, glycoprotein, leucina of butyric acid, valeric acid, and propionic acid, as well as leucine from butyric and valeric acids from it. Prudhomme takes in wool as in albumen the group, NCHO, but no NH groups. Wool fixes both acidic and basic dyes. It exhibits both acidic and basic properties. Wool undoubtedly contains keratin, that is, sulfur-containing albuminoids. The chemical composition of wool fiber seems similar to that of horn and human hair. It yields amino acids, leucine, tyrosine, etc., upon hydrolysis, and contains sulfur bound to oxygen in keratin ricao. Sodium hydroxide removes sulfur from wool. Numerous theories of the dyeing process of wool fabrics have been proposed. Neck believes that the amino acids in wool form complexes with dye bases. The tyrosine complex seems not to be involved in dyeing, etc. Since sheep are sometimes washed in arsenical baths, the unprocessed wool is often also arsenical ebeneus, 1900. When washing raw wool, it contains wool fat rich in cholesterol esters analyses by Kleinschmidt, Yaris B. D. Shem, 1887, 2000, 335 ATCQ. Wool finds particular medical application, less commonly as felt and creep-on, in the form of flannel bindings. Lit. Microscopic examination in Hono, microscope. D. Tekken Verwend, Faserstoff 1905. The third, acid drugs. Under this name, all drugs can be grouped that contain lower aliphatic acids, especially so-called plant acids, or acidic salts of these as characteristic components. The lower fatty acids of the antacid series have been shown to occur in small amounts in various plants as frequent and regular metabolic products. Bacteria can form both from sugar and other carbohydrates, as well as from protein substances as detailed in Japic's biochemistry. As an example of breakdown, consider the following by E. There is no longer any doubt that aliphatic acids, especially those known as fatty acids, have a relationship with carbohydrates. We can form plausible ideas of how sugar can be converted into acids during the breakdown process, and conversely, how synthetic sugar can be produced from the acids. Buchner and Wustenfeld conceive the process to occur such that sugar is first split into carbon dioxide and alcohol, with the alcohol being assimilated and citric acid being split off from aged cell plasma under the influence of a proteolytic enzyme, along with nitrogen compounds. Less certain is the transition from plant acids to sugar. We do see that unripe fruits are rich in plant acids, which entirely or almost entirely disappear during ripening and over-ripening, replaced by sugar. However, whether this according to Liebig occurs directly, we do not know. Nevertheless, experiments by C, the scheme set up by Fischer serves. Choku HTAA, AOH HAOO, HTOO. HAAO, Chu, HTO, HTAOO, Kochoku, 2D, glucose D sugar, acid D wine, acid oxal acid. Furthermore, it is mentioned that it has been successful in building citric acid from maltose, saccharose, dextrose. Gerber on ripening fruits have led to understandings as to why acidic fruits can ripen in cold climates, but those rich in wine acid such as grapes cannot. Only in these fruits is a transition of acid into sugar possible at relatively low temperatures. Lemon acid is attacked even more heavily than apple acid and wine acid. It only comes into consideration for respiration in the presence of sugar at around 30 C. Lemons do not become sweeter through storage after ripening. However, the conditions here are probably not as simple as Gerber thinks. They often originate where we find them in drugs or drug distillates, from the decomposition of esters of ethereal oils, since the primary oils found in plants are often esters of formic acid, acetic acid, butyric acid, and valeric acid. For example, it is notable that all young fig fruit clusters give off extracts that smell strongly of caprylic acid, similar to coconut fat church. Lower fatty acids can be thought of as direct assimilation products of carbon dioxide, or as byproducts of the breakdown of carbohydrate residues. The aliphatic acids also enter the secretes, and the formic acid, for example, in the ants see below possesses the character of a protective secret. The higher fatty acids form, as is known, esterified with glycerin, which we call fats, and which are to be treated in a special section following the preceding chapter. The former is tested with Moller's reagent, and the latter with a molybdenum solution. The soluble calcium salts B are freed from lime by ammonium oxalate, after which the acidic filtrate is examined for citric acid and apple acid. There does not exist a sharp method for quantitative separation of the various, often simultaneous occurrence of plant acids, and often even the qualitative detection of individual acids in a mixture presents difficulties. As an example of one of the more useful methods, the following may be cited Berg and Gerber. The acids are precipitated with lead sugar, the lead is removed with hydrosulfuric acid, and the filtrate is saturated with lime. The insoluble calcium salts formed here are treated with acetic acid, which leaves calcium oxalate unsolved, while the acetic acid solution can absorb wine acid and phosphoric acid. Citric acid is converted to acetone decarboxylic acid using 66 sulfuric acid at 50-60, the latter of which is distilled off. Apple acid can be isolated by boiling dried ammonium salts with 95 alcohol, where only malaises dissolve in solution, while tartrates and citrates remain in the residue. Gerber Ann, SC Nat, 1897. Church, Chem, U. Biolog, D. Plansel, Secreta, Japek, Biochemie, Euler, Pflanzenchemie, amino acid, or methanoic acid, H. amide, Q, is found free and bound in the needles of pinuschof, the stinging hairs of nettle, in the fruits of tamarindus indigesi below. Sapindus saponaria, gorpesanes, artostaphylos, ginkgo, serotonia p. 144, in honey p. 44. By this method, one has been able to detect citric acid, oxalic acid, apple acid, and phosphoric acid Euler, plant chemistry in the Zembrianthemum species, where only oxalic acid was previously assumed. Literally Buckner and Wistenfeld, Biochem. Zeitcher, 1909, 395. Herzog and Polotsky, Zeitcher, Fisch, Chem, 49, 1909, 125. 12. In unripe juniper berries, grapes, in the juice of Sempervivum doberiner, in milk juice of Basia latifolia, Haeckel and Schlagdenhaufen, in the processionary caterpillar, in mussels, spleen, and thymus of humans, and elsewhere, but usually only in very small amounts. In larger quantities mainly in ants compilation by Bergman Bach. Zeit, 1882, 731, Formica, Dada. The poison gland is always found in the rear region of the abdomen, ventrally to the rectal ampoule, between the anus and the sexual organs in both females and workers. The wingless workers of the common forest ant, Formica rufa L., a hymenopteran distributed throughout Europe and living in colonies, which prefer conifer forests, are 4-7 milliliter long, with a brown-red chest and 6 reddish-brown legs attached thereto, and bear on their broad egg-shaped, 5-segmented, brown-black abdomen, connected to the chest by a 2-segmented stalk, a poison gland filled with a liquid containing a sharp corrosive substance, mainly consisting of a rather concentrated solution of formic acid. She is a rather complicated apparatus minert, Forel, distinguished into the actual gland that secretes acid-based poison, the collecting reservoir, the poisons, auxiliary gland producing another oily secretion, the pad bladder's fig. 166A are found in Formicidae, while the button bladder's fig. 166B occur in Myrmecidae forel. In both cases, the poison gland has a tubular structure consisting of tubes formed by gland cells. The part forming the pad, representing the dorsal cover of the poison sac, is a tube up to 20 cm long, wound into countless turns, e.g. in Camponotus, where the pad measures only 2 mm. In Formicidae, lacking a stinger, the executing channel is wide fig. 166. The stingerless formicide ant enters the cloaca freely, narrowing at the stinger which is connected to it. The poison apparatus is the main defense weapon of ants. Stingerless formicids bite with their mandibles and inject poison, or if they cannot reach the enemy, expel it through the abdominal press forel against him. Disturbing a colony of Formica rufa and pratensis causes a spray rain extending up to 1 meter, causing a lighter inflammation on the skin, similar to bite wounds. The poison is harmful to the ant itself, and an alkaline secretions from other glands neutralize it. Janet. Ant nests react alkalically. Anal glands secrete strongly scented substances forel. Illustration. Fig. 166. Poison apparatus A of Formica rufibarbus. B of Myrmica levinotis. Detail. Excretion of the poison apparatus. Free end of the duct. J portion of the ductal tube enclosed in the bladders. NN. Button MM. Mouth of the gland into the bladder lumen neb. Accessory gland poles. Pad. St. Stinger. St. R. Stinger rudiment. From Escherick, the ant. The nature of ant venom is unknown. It certainly contains formic acid in Camponodins, Formica rufa, and pratensis. However, I believe that here, as with the nettle, an enzyme, not just formic acid, is the inflammation-causing agent. Firth does not attribute the actual effect to formic acid either. The poison blisters with buttons contain a different secretion forel, which, for example, in Myrmica rubida, becomes cloudy with alcohol. Ants, apart from formic acid, also contain an odor substance, one essential oil, Neumann, Markgraf, John, fat Markgraf, and protein, allegedly also wine acid, Hermannstedt, and apple acid, Pfaff, as well as Galerde, so that a 1.25 H2DAV containing solution of ant acid in spirit, usually now called spear, Formica ant spirit, esprit de fourmi, spirito di formica, cannot be considered equivalent to a vinous extract or distillate of freshly collected ants. The ants are collected by digging a medicine bottle, lined with honey at the mouth, into an anthill on a hot, sunny day in June or July. The ants, attracted by the honey, crawl into the bottle and cannot escape. Even Formica nigra L, the slimmer, brown-black ant found in hollow trees, may be used for making ant spirit. Both the eau de magnanimité, obtained by distilling ants with spirit, and ant oil huile de fourmi, are now only folk remedies. Sperling, followed by Neumann, who also found the essential oil OL. The acid of ants was already recognized at the end of the 15th century through the reddening of chicory leaves fallen into an anthill pfaff, and in 1670 by Samhout. Fischer through distillation of ants with water, obtained by Ray in a fairly strong concentration, and then studied for the first time by P.G. Pfaff believed that it provided vinegar acid upon oxidation with Thornamo, but oxalic acid is formed in this case. Already Brunswick 1500 produced a distillate from ants, but Speer. Marggraf recognized the peculiarity of ant acid in 1749, and Suerson established the special nature of ant acid, the pure demonstrative animal acid, as Neumann says, which Fourcroy and Vauquelin had explained as a combination of apple acid with vinegar acid. Formicarum first appears in pharmaceutical texts around the mid-17th century. Flückiger, like T. Escherick die Ameise, Braunschweig 1906, with many morphological and anatomical illustrations and literary references. Firth, Virgil, Chem. Denied. Thiere, Jena 1903. On the poison glands see Meinert, Bidrag til det danske Meyers Naturhistor, Copenhagen, Royal Danish Academy of Sciences, 1860 and Forel, Les Fourmis de la Suisse Dangscher, Des Schwie, Natur, des 1874, and the poison apparatus, in 1874, and the poison apparatus and anal gland of ants, Dutch, Erwissens, Zoologue, 30 Sapel, 1878, 28 with excellent illustrations. On the closure of the poison gland and injection of poison, see Janet Etudes sur les Fourmis No. 18, Paris, 1898. See Janet, Les Fourmis, 1896, Paris, 1899. Here and at Escherich, a good average length through an ant. Sperling, Dissert. De Chimica, Formicarum Analysi, VTB, 1689. Neumann, Chimia Medica, 1753-3, 38 there, the oldest literature. Fourcroy Vauquelin, Gehaltliche, Olgogi, Jern, Chem. 2, 42. Suerson, Ebenda 4th 3. Pfaff, System Demat, Med. 1815, 5, 252. Their further literature. Dumas Peligo, Lieb, Ann. 15-7. Dumastas. Of the other acids, acetic acid is just as widespread as formic acid, cf. Bergman A.A. O, and often accompanies it. As an ester, it is also found in secretions. Propionic acid is rare. It occurs, for example, in the flowers of Achillea millefolium Kramer, in the fruits of Ginkgo bischamp, and in Amanita muscaria Borntrager. It often appears as a split product of longer carbon chains during oxidation and dry distillation of organic substances, and is therefore found, for example, in wood spirit. N-butyric acid has been detected in the fruits of Sapindus and Tamarindus gorup, and in Tanacetum, esterified in secretes, for instance, in Pastanaca and Heracleum. Compilation in Husemann-Hilger, Plant Substances. Butter contains 2N-butyric acid glycerin. Isobutyric acid is found in the fruits of Ceratonia p. 144. The rhizome of Arnica seagull and esterified in Roman chamomile oil Kobig. The third, valerianic acid dry substances. Normal valeric acid is rare, whereas isovaleric acid, isopropylacetic acid, 3-methylbutyric acid. CH2, CH against both in Ries, Valerianae, as well as in Angelica archangelica Meyer, Zenner, the bark of Viburnum opulus, and in Delphinton chevrul, Rhizoma valerianae, Sin, Rad. Valerianae minoris, Montanae est, Sylvestris, Fume, Minus, Baldrian Wurzel, Marian, Magdalenen, Mond, Augen, Wend, Speak or Katzenwurzel, Speerbrach, Hexen, or Katzenkraut, Valerian, Valderbracken, Polter Johann, Tollerjan, Dreyfus, Benedictiner, St. Benedictiner, St. Georgian or Gurgenkraut, in Switzerland, Damarge, Tanmark, Menten, Katzenbuckel, Richtamara, in Graubünden, Valeriana sauvage, Souche de Valeriana officinale, Herbeaux chat, Gueritus French, Common Valerian, Vandal root, all hell. English, Valeriana sylvester S1, Minor Italian, Valerian Fuldrian, Courts Wortel Fieberwurzel Dutch, Vandalrot, Velamsrot, Velandrot Swedish, Vendelrod, Venderod, Vendingsrot Norwegian, Wild Carrot, Denmark Graysden, Zemelan Ladan Rus, Vermajuri, Pin, Semelane Ladan Rus, Catnip Jikonke Giara, in India, Kalevala, Jalalakan, as noted by Plinius and Dioscorides, also Ibn Bathar and Al-Hervi, Fu or Fu, Alted, Baldrian Denmarka, MHD, Valdran, Waldrian, Tenemard, Epis, Waldrian, and Balderian, Bullerjan, Balderjan, Balerian, Balerian, in the Alfida, circa instance, by Serapion, in the Tabulae and Synonymae Bartholomew Reference, as 640. One finds the names Valeriana, Valeriana, Fu, Amantilla, still used in Italy, Fistra, Vau, Maturella, Matrella, Matura, Mata. In the Middle Ages, names such as Nard, Speak, Celianc, Saliunk, Alphacinalis, as well as Marinella, Marcinella, Marcanella, Valentina Herba Benedicta, Est, Genicularis Antilla, Agriomela, Serpulum Magius, Herba Gate, Dania Major, Valeriana, Maturesia, Nancilla benutzt Brunschweig. In Hildegard, Dänemarka, in Ortus Sanitatis, Baldrian, in Brunschweig, Dänemarka. In Bach, Fuchs, Baldrian, Denmark, Augenwurzel, Katzenkraut, Wendwurzel, in Tabernamontanus. Balder's fiery death in honor of burning midsummer fires later became St. John's fire. Whether the expression Wend or Wendelwurz refers to the summer solstice Prukmare remains unclear. Balder was the benevolent god. Grassman suggests Baldrian somewhat adventurous, as Balder Jonas, bringing as Perger and Gunther the first syllables with the god Balder, son of Odin and Frigga, into connection. Balder's Bra is, however, Anthimus Cotula, and considers the second as a Christian appendage. Even the Nordic name for Valerian, Valens Wieland's Wurz, may suggest its medicinal properties, as Wieland was not only a god's smith, but also a god's physician. Jack Grimm rejects the derivation of the word Valerian from Balder. Schrader suggests mutilation and reinterpretation from Velensert. IS 1058 agree with the now seemingly unlikely view of Soanes and Martin that Valeriana was named in honor of Plinius Valerianus, not the Emperor Valerian, a Roman doctor whose apocryphal plant description, however, is likely a work by medieval monks, and they hold the certainly correct opinion that, on the other hand, Valerian has been derived from Valeriana B and V, often interchanged. D might have been inserted for reasons of phonetic harmony, Kangiser. The strong healing effect is also referenced in the Serbian name Odojan, from Odojeti, overwhelm, Czech, Odolin, and the Polish Doliga Doleka, force, as well as some French and English names, see above. After all, one could also consider relationships between Valeriana and Valere to be in good health, to feel well. Weigand, Wittstein. Indeed, Caspar Bauer already states, in offices and herbals, Valeriana is said to be from many who benefit from its virtues. Since the name Valeriana, which Schrader barely acknowledges as a genuine Romance formation, first appears in a Latin translation of an Arabic text, Isaac Judaeus, I consider an Arab origin possible. Siebold agrees with this, and wrote to me 1911 that he believes Valeriana to be derived from Sunbald or Bern Wild Nard. This also seems plausible to me. That the old, already occurring with Hildegard designation Dänemarka, refers to Danmark's Greys, as Schrader suggests, is unlikely. In a Frankfurt manuscript from the 12th century, next to Tenemark, Samzucus. Prukmare interprets somewhat daringly Denmark as Tinmark, Cutmark, Bolmark, or Soj Devil, as a remedy against delirium. Hartwich thinks of Tammark, i.e. tame, cultivated mark, Mark is the name for the similar Essium latifolium. See misidentifications, and tam is often found Tamamorin docus carota, tam Schleprunus incititia, further in Pritzelgessen, with cultivated plants. The name, existing in various forms, see above and still preserved today, for example in the Bernese Oberland, undoubtedly belongs to Valeriana, although in the synonyms IS 639, at one point a Petroselinum mesaticum, is also called Stanmarch. The names catnip, catrut, etc., bought. Valeriana officinalis L. Swedish flora. Species Plantarum I-31, Valerianaceae. Section U. Valeriana. The genus Valeriana has about 100 species, referred to the idiosyncrasy of cats for valerian, which they become quite ecstatic about, the expression rat root, as B is also a means against rats and mice ortis sanitatis, 1880, 469. Grassman, German plant names, 1870. Sones, our plants, 1897. Hartwich, Swiss Weekly, 1896, 494. Pritzelgessen, folk names for plants. Perger, German plant tales, 1864. Kangeether, etymology of phanerogams, plant nomenclature. Jack, Grimm, German mythology. Blüchiger, Pharmacognosy. Blüchiger, Pharmacognosy. Blüchiger, Pharmacognosy. Schrader, Real Encyclopedia, stem plant and systematic position. Minor Koch in Japan. Kesso or Kanokoso, in dry forests and on hills, narrower, often entire margined leaves, more densely hairy, smaller, compact flower clusters. Bar, major with strong stem and deeply toothed leaves. B, Exaltata Macon, no runners. Leaf blades broad, egg-lanceolate, reaching up to 2 m tall. Sambucifolia Mike. In France, long runners, small 4-5 lobed leaves, lower leaves coarsely toothed. V. Canissim, with broad, coarsely toothed leaves in England, Te after twit. V. Latifolia in Japan. V. Dioscorides. Dufresne distinguishes 4 German varieties. V. excelsa, V. latifolia. Est media, V. tenuifolia, from which he differentiates the forms V. officinalis. Previously, distinction was made between the mountain Valerian sylvestris and the marsh Valerian palustris, in the SRV, Javanica, etc., sometimes considered as varieties, sometimes as species, and then grouped under error. 3. Vavic, with 12-14 species Huck, at least 10, and in some cases well characterized and thus described as species, varieties have been distinguished. The variability is very great hereditary. Officinalis, almost all species show such a close relationship to the species from which this group is named, that Huck assumes a direct descent from this species. Huck considers the following varieties belonging to Sir. 3. V. officinalis, V. Petrophylla, Southwest Asia and Armenia. V. Vicariafolia, Persia. B. Heterophylla, Siberia. V. Strachii, Himalaya. Vis, Sambucifolia, Scandinavia, England, Pyrenees, Silesia, Carpathians, Russia, Serbia. V. officinalis. Arnotiana Cassia Berge. V. Hardwicki, Himalaya. V. is a perennial herb that renews itself through runners. Javanica Java. V. Hookeriana, Himalaya. V. Mun e Ceylon. V. Jeshkai, Himalaya. Illustration. Tafeldoth. Kultur von Englischem Baldrian, in Long Melford Medicinal Herb Farms. Stafford Allen and Sons Limited, manufacturers of pharmaceutical products. Long Melford, Suffolk Font. Description of the parent plant. V. offic. From the 2-3 centimeter, thick basal part of the stem, which has the character of a rhizome-like storage root, central taproot, 5-15 centimeter long, and 2-3 millimeter thick, with 2-3 scale-like lower leaves, like storage roots, and from whose bud a new stem develops, which, however, only blooms in the following year. The stem, up to 1.2 m and taller, is erect, cylindrical, wrinkled, hollow, bald, with coarse hairs at the leaf bases. The swollen portion of the lateral rootstock later becomes the central rootstock, and then sends out wand shoots. Occasionally, the formation of wand shoots is absent, and new axes arise directly in the axis of the base leaves of the mother stalk. Root formation occurs on the storage shoots. The leaves form decussate, paired together leaf pairs that are fused around the stem. They are unpairedly feathered, 5/16 parted, with long stalks at the base, adaxial leaflets, acutely lanceolate in shape, more or less tapering down to the spine, saw-toothed or nearly entire, with the upper pair fused with the terminal leaflet. There are broad and narrow-leaved forms, see above, P51212. The terminal or axillary fruiting peduncles, often palispalis, form a decussate risp, with upper branches becoming dichasial and extending into fascicles. In what is known as the male floral state, the stamens protrude prominently from the flower, while in the female state they are retrused, and the style overhangs the floral crown. The genus Valeriana shows a clear transition from proterandry to declinate. The hermaphroditic flowers, approximately 4–5 mm long, white or flesh-red, with 2 covering bracts, possess an inferior, smooth, up to 2 mm long, oblong, unilocular fruit knot with a pendulous anatropous ovule, a cup composed of 10 papery, linear, rolled-up scales during flowering, a 3–4 mm long, zygomorphic, unequal-petaled, bell-shaped corolla with a short-spurred nectarium at the base. 3 stigma inserted into the corolla, the upper and lower left, are aborted, and the style with 3 spreading scars. The approximately 5 mm long solitary fruit is an achene, crowned by the large feathery wing-like pappus, and has a back, 2 lateral, and 3 abdominal nerves. The seed is devoid of endosperm. Valerian is distributed across almost all of Europe from Arctic Russia, except in the south where it is scarcer and absent in Portugal, southern Spain, and southeastern France. Dioscorides sibda. From western Asia to the Balkan Peninsula, Caucasus, Turkish Armenia, northern Kashmir, southern Siberia, Manchuria, Japan particularly the variety angustifolia, India the form Dubia bunja, Java the form Vita, Javanica bl. In the mountains of the monsoon region, where there are approximately 6 forms or species, South Africa V. capensis, Tapenses tabg, is V. officinalis var., and North America, for example. In New York, New Jersey, with variations sylvatica, Engler's Botanical Journal, 3/1882, 1 Here the Lit. Eichler, Flower Diagrams. Historical Development of the Flower in Winitsky, dissertation, Bern 1908. Lewerson, Medical Pharmaceutical Botany there, the systematic literature of the family. Henkel, U.S. Department of Agriculture, 1906, Taughty. The plant is found in wet meadows, ditches, streams, riverbanks, forest edges, both in lowlands and mountainous regions. Mountain forms tend to be more aromatic than swamp forms. Blooms in Germany from June to July up to August. Lit. Fernando Hoek. Contributions to the morphology, grouping, and geographical distribution of the Valerianaceae. Timbal Lagrave. Annual Report of Pharmacy, 1867, 50. Ermish. Contributions to the natural history of the native Valeriana species, in particular Vipera officinalis and Dioica. Proceedings of the Natural History Society, Halle, 1853, with 4 plates morphology, also of the rhizome. Chihachev, Asia Minor, 1856. Rigel, Tentative Flora of Ussuri. Memoirs of the St. Petersburg Academy, 1862. Herder Bull. Nies von Essenbeck, Vol. G. 254. Bergschmidt, Atlas, 2nd edition, Vol. 10. Pabst Kohler, Medinopfel, I. Vol. 47. Bentley Tryman, Medic, P.L. Vol. 146. Sime Bot, Vol. 666, and in numerous floras, etc. Already in Dodonaeus, Pergant, a good illustration of the runners is given. The illustration by Gibor represents Sambucifolia Timbal Lagrave, pathology. On plant pests, Fisher states, various parasitic fungi have been observed on the above-ground parts of Valeriana officinalis, among them Erisif cicoresarum dc and Uromyces valerianae shum, in winter. However, these are unlikely to significantly impair the development of the rhizomes if they do not develop very intensively. Israel reports on animal pests, butterflies, larvae in the stems of many herbaceous plants, e.g. senecio, valeriana, petacites, lapa, verbascum, sambucus. The larva of this gelechid rolls up the leaves of umbelliferae and baldrian. Scale insects, thrips, speck, often found on baldrian flowers, and other plants Helleborus, Caradrina quadrimaculata. F. larva, on stellaria, Alcine, valeriana, fumariae, etc. Eupathecia valerianata, H.B. pupa, on flowers and fruits of baldrian plants. Otherwise, The mostly very small pupae of eupithecids often live in the umbels of umbelliferae, consuming flowers and fruits. Schistodepresseria pulcherimella, Tate. 68. Sweden since 1761, and in England e.g., near Chesterfield in Derbyshire. Hanbury lists the places: Ashover, Woolley Morton, Stretton, Higham, Shurland, Pilsley, North and South Wingfield, Brackenfield. Currently, cultures are more limited and occur notably at the last-mentioned place on the river, Amber N. Valerian is grown in Germany and Saxony-Böckau, Lauter, Zuschorlau, Franconia Schweinfurt, Harspansfelde, Aschersleben, Ermsleben, Ballenstedt, Thuringia, Kelda, Heldromen, Ringelben, Neuhausen, Gebessee. Further places: I.P. 64. In Holland, France Houdan, Belgium Hennegau, I.P. 69, Hungary 1, P. Smith, and in the Long Melfort medicinal herb farms in Suffolk Table Tool. Valerian is also cultivated in the United States, New York, New Hampshire, Vermont, and Japan. Experimental cultures were located in Washington in 1904. Propagation is done through suckers, not seeds. The valerian root, particularly from the wild-growing plant, is collected mainly in mountainous regions such as Thuringia, Harz, Ardennes, Vosges departments of Vosges and Ardennes, Switzerland, and Austria, as the plant is oilier on dry, rocky soil. However, cultivated valerian dominates the German wholesale market at present. With neat and large hair, Caesar Loretz, 1910. The least valued is the R. val minor, Citrina from Belgium and France. The peculiar smell becomes more pronounced only during drying. Fresh roots have a weak and different scent compared to the drug C, P520. In 1910, the German trade distinguished between Harzer, Thuringische, Belgian, and Dutch Riz, Valeriana. The Radiane montana hercynica, particularly the small-haired, true mountain variety from the wild plant, is often substituted for Rad. Valer, Min, Thuringica, even the cultivated Hars V. It is undoubted that especially in valerian, during drying at ordinary temperature, even higher, profound changes are caused by enzymes in the dying cells as long as water is present. This is not necessary if the enzyme, as Borcolo suggests, is killed by heating the fresh plant. See below. In September to October, the entire plant is dug up, stalks and leaves removed, the thicker rhizomes cut lengthwise, and all washed in containers with whole. Dryness damages the crops, leading to few leaves developing. The dried drug does not change further if stored dry. In England, cultivation is carried out by using daughter tubers of wild valeriana, especially Valer, Micranthus CP512 above, as cuttings. Only the lower leaves are left. In Scholda, the runners separated from the central bulb are planted sometimes in mixed culture with beets. After a year, the rhizome along with the roots is dug up, washed, and often freed of fine side roots, combed roots using iron combs, then dried either on short-cut grass or arranged on threads against a house Wallemeyer 1891. The drug houses then comb again, Caesar Loretz. Roots are sometimes braided as with Angelica. In Pansfelde a Harz, the runners of the wild plant are used for cultivation. In Germany, digging takes place in the fall, September, October, after the blooming period, as the drug is then oil-richer than in spring zeller. Saladin of Ascoli Compendium Aromatariorum, 1488. Designates August as the most favorable month, and even ancient herbals recommend the collection time as between two feasts of Our Lady, i.e., from August 15 to September 15. Wendish custom dictates collecting on the day before John's Day, Bekenstedt. Collecting in spring as Pfaff and still pH, Oster. The 8th suggest is not recommended as mistakes with plants present at the same location can easily occur. The drug may be collected from both cultivated and wild-growing plants. IV make no special provisions. 9-10 parts, fresh give 2-3 parts, dried drug. The root becomes darker through drying. Night drying is best done in a lime box. The annual production of Harzer valerian is 200-400 cws. Primarily Pansfelde is considered here. Caesar Loretz, a good Thuringia average yield is 800 to 900 cws. The full harvest is 1,000-2,000 cwts. Caesar Loretz. Belgian valerian was imported to Hamburg in 1905, 24,500 1908. 35,500 kg, and Dutch valerian in 1908, 6,100 kg Thunmann. France particularly uses German valerian L. plantium. In Japan, Valeriana var. angustifolia May. Contrary to Holmes v. latifolia is cultivated. Hamburg received 3,700 kg of Japanese valerian in 1908 Thunmann. Valerian should be stored in tins and protected from cats, even during drying on the dry floor. P above P512, Ortus sanitatis the first P. Schwabe medicinal herb cultivation in Thuringia. Farm, Zeit 1876, Handelsbull. Hovorka Kronfeld folk medicine. Borkelo and Heresy Journ, Farm. 688 states. The cats are attracted to this herb and disperse their seeds, so this herb must be preserved from cats, as it is to be used for medicinal purposes. Valerian also has an appeal for rats and trout, lit. Upshur Smith, cultivation of valerian rhizome in Derbyshire. Yearbook Ph, 1904, 557. Valeriana officinalis. Longitudinal section of a lateral bulb, below the remainder of the runner wandering stem. Church Österly, Atlas, IV, or Radix DABV. 1911 constructed an apparatus for sterilizing fresh plants with boiling alcohol. Illustration, Fig. 167. Valeriana officinalis L1. Cross-section through a lateral bulb. Church Österly, Atlas. Illustration, Fig. 168. The most appropriate name would be Rhizoma cum radicibus, since the drug consists of the rhizome or knoll hill, which is still often covered on top with stem and leaf remains. The rhizome splits into a thin, runner-like wandering sprout region and a knotted storage sprout region that closes it off at the top. The former mediates the spread of the rhizome in the soil. In a typical case, a storage sprout, whose associated basal wandering sprout region has died, is shown as a central knob, or, as the germination history teaches us, the central knob emerges from the hypocotyle sheath and die. The dried material thus contains both thick central and thinner lateral rootstocks. Both stand vertically in the ground and are chambered. Fig. 168. The chambers correspond to the internodes. The same sends out runners to various sides, and these wandering shoots then thicken at their tips in a knobby manner, forming lateral branches or side roots, which, in turn, send out further runners. Church. The storage shoot is well rooted. The wandering shoot sometimes bears some roots at the nodes. How do you oblige you at more? Translation, the mother. The central knollen are often several centimeters thick, with a ring of leaf remains on the outside, topped with the remainder of the bud, and bottomed with the mark of the wandering shoot, while the lateral knollen are thinner and bear more or less long remnants of leaves and stems at their tips, merging into the wandering shoot region below, which is like a true runner, uniform in thickness everywhere, and bearing lower leaves and roots at the nodes. The roots, filled with numerous fine lateral roots, reach lengths of up to 30 cm, and are usually about 2-3 mm thick, fresh like the rootstock spread, turning gray-brown after drying, slightly shrunken and very brittle on the outside, some nutritive hull on the outside, some nutritive roots. Church becomes soft and flexible after soaking, while others anchoring roots. Church remains stiff and firm. Therefore, valerian shows heterorhizae as I first demonstrated in 1905. The smaller rootstocks of the mountainous drug, with a stronger scent, were previously distinguished as rad. Cultivated valerian tends to have a richer root system than its wild counterpart. Baldrian has a peculiar sweet, spicy, and bitter taste. Anatomy. The magnified cross-section of the rhizome shows an irregular outline. Fig. 167, 2U3, with the cambium appearing as a dark, irregular line, and bundles extending from the irregular vessel bundle ring into the roots. Most roots, see below, have a very narrow, round central cylinder that is smaller in cross-section than the often 3-4 times thicker bark. Fig. 169, one illustration. Fig. 169, Valeriana officinalis, cross-section through a fixation root of approximately the same diameter. See 2.5 Momening, Neuber fought data. Within this lies the vascular bundle cylinder, consisting of one circle of collateral bundles and lateral tubers, and often two in main tubers, which in the latter's vascular part are often libriform, otherwise only irregularly radial-arranged spiral, and spotty vessels and wood parenchyma. Between the seventh node and the endodermis, there is often a wide collenchyma layer. Many bundles from the vascular cylinder extend into the shoots and roots. Its elements are bent by this, and by a compression of the entire organ, irregularly along its length. The storage region's central and lateral tubers bears cork outside, then follows starch grains up to 8 mic, heart-which leading thin-walled bark, whose cells sometimes show tuberulation, and finally the corked endodermis, which is interrupted by uncorked cells and in older tubers, sometimes reinforced by sclerenchyma. The parenchymatous pith, which also contains starch, has disappeared in fairly regular intervals, forming chambers Fig. 168. In the remaining diaphragm's pith lamellae, there are numerous very thick sclerenchyma cells. The diaphragms correspond to the knots, and the chambers to the internodes. Based on Bonnet. The roots still show the primary cortex, which does not shed here as it usually does, allowing root hairs to be seen occasionally on the epidermis. The central cylinder is surrounded by a layer of non-lignified endodermis. The vascular portion contains spiral and dot-like vessels. The hypodermis transports the oil. Illustration, Fig. 170. Valeriana officinalis, cross-section of a pentarch nutramental root, where the primary structure transitions into the secondary. The shoot region, circular in cross-section and only a few millimeters thick, shows a similar structure, but with much narrower pith that is not absent, longer internodes and querbridges leading sclerenchyma at the knots as well. The vascular bundle ring is closed by interfascicular libriform tissue. In alcoholic material, spherocrystals can be seen here and there. From the primary bundle arrangement, which is often triarch but can range from D to octarch, 2 distinct types of roots develop. Nutramental roots Fig. 169, one with a large starch-containing pith, small and unbranched vascular segments that do not contain mechanical elements, and anchorage roots Fig. 169, 2 with a large radially built wood cylinder, rich in libriform fibers and a small pith. In the nutritional roots, the formation of secondary vascular tissue either ceases completely, or only a few elements. Then, the transition from the primary construction of the bundle to the secondary is often still clearly visible Fig. 170. The primary bark follows the growth and thickness of the central cylinder. Its cells have relatively thick walls, and are filled with simple, round or composite starch grains up to 30 micrometers in size. The single-layered, also corked hypoderm beneath the corking epidermis, which surrounds the root like a mantle, contains besides occasionally observed prismatic crystals of camphor. Vogelii essential oil, which turns first cherry red, then violet and blue with sulfuric acid Zacharias. If one detaches the epidermis and hypoderm from the root, the remainder is tasteless, A. Meyer. The oil occurs only in the hypodermis, not in the intercellular spaces of the cortex Schleiden. Zacharias observed a thickened and a cellulose layer in the oil cells, except for the suberin lamella church. Valeriana officinalis, a portion of the root, heavily magnified, as the oil-producing hypodermis. Sometimes a resinous layer derived from a slime membrane can be seen church. In sections that have been lying in glycerin for a long time, small spiky crystals are visible throughout the cortex and pith. If one heats the section floating in water and then allows it to cool, larger, comb-like crystals form. Illustration, Fig. 171. Fragments of the root hair-bearing epidermis and stretched hypodermic cells become apparent especially upon treatment with concentrated sulfuric acid. Perforated endodermis. The parenchyma cells filled with starch reveal a delicate plasminate after treatment with chloral. The anchoring roots are not age indicators of the feeding roots. A. Meyer, Scientific Drug Research Warrant, 215, with illustration and Dammer's Dictionary of Counterfeiting, 1887. Vogel, Commentary, 1987. Pereil Bonnet, Manipulation Plates do. Oxalate crystals are absent, but sand grains and sometimes elements of stems and leaf stalks are frequently found. Lit. Churchesterle Anatomical Atlas, see detail there. Church, heterorhizes in dicotyledons. The objections of Flaskemper, Flora 1910 against heterorhizae, are unwarranted. Church-Oesterley, Atlas. The powder contains both the elements of the roots and those of the rhizomes, hence it includes sclerenchyma as well as thin and thick-walled parenchyma, with its fragments, starch grains of 315-812 coke, rarely 18 or 20-30 m diameter, narrow, ring, spiral, and other spot vessel fragments, vessel width 860. The spot vessels usually 30-40 m coach and libriform with left slanting split spots. Godfrin Noel, Manual Atlas of Drug History, 1887, plates 19 and 26. Ermish Luck, C.T. Toron. Hoke, Contributions to the Morphology of Valerianaceae, Engler's Botanical Journal, 1882, and Elk. Holfert, Initial Construction, Archives of Pharmacy, 1889. Dye. The Developmental History of Underground Organs of Valeriana and Others Dissertation, Bern, 1901, with numerous illustrations. Powder, Koch, Atlas II, Plate 24. Neuber, Comparative Anatomical Study of Roots, etc., Dissertation, Bern, 1904. Zacharias, Secretory Structures with Corked Membrane, Bott, Zeit, 1879, 618. The Germination and Developmental History of Underground Organs is described by C.A.L. The Valerian acid, valerianic acid, CPA. Chemistry Baldrian root contains, according to Lindenberg, 1886%, 1157 water, 0.36, fat 0.9, ether oil, 0.9 ether, oil tive resin, and wax. Sugars, 1439 other substances soluble in water, 7.83 protein substances, 16.7 metarabine, phlobofen, etc. 12.87 starch, 11.87 starch, 11.87 bait linen, and others. Complete extraction of valerian acid from the root, especially that which is relatively fresh, can only be achieved by first saponifying the esters see below with an acid or alkali, and then distilling with an acid, preferably phosphoric acid. Katz establishes the determination of the tincture, Valerdornt, on the titration of valerianic acid, obtained by distillation with phosphoric acid after previous evaporation with soda. The acid derived from the root is the hydrate CHO, CH formic acid. Acetic acid and caproic acid are added. 510 discovered in licorice by Pence 1829 and Grote 1831, recognized as a special acid by Tromsdorf, studied and named, which Pence mistakenly identified as acetic acid, occurs in the drug at 0.251 in fresh root 6, partly as potassium, salt, and Borneo esters in oil, see below, accompanied by apple acid Tromsdorf, Schoenbrot and magnesium, calcium, and potassium malate, as well as butyric acid, formic acid as calcium formate, acetic acid, Aschoff, and methyl acid Aschoff, and ethylacetic acid Shimoyama, and Hirono. It consists almost entirely of optically inactive isovaleric acid, Chich-Tachich-Ku, small amounts of right-rotating methyl-ethyl acetic acid, H. Even in the synthetically produced acid from amyl alcohol Dumas, SDAs, Cahors by means of a chromic acid mixture Ballard 1845, in addition to isovaleric acid, there is some methyl-ethyl acetic acid present. That there are several types of valerianic acid was discovered by Desaines 1851. From the root, synthetic valerianic acid, and the acid delphinique or phosphenic, discovered by Chivral in 1817. In the fats of dolphins, especially delphinus, aphamanthine with valerianic acid Winkler, 1842. Schoenbrot, in the course of his extensive comparative study of fresh and dried medicinal plants, found that fresh valerian root, which always contains a great deal of sugar, has little scent, although it contains more essential oil than dried root. This oil, however, does not have a strong smell, while dried root, which produces less sweet extracts and yields less oil, has a strong scent of free valerianic acid, which is not found in the entirely fresh root. Carles demonstrated that it is an enzyme, which occasionally causes the decomposition of the esters of salicylic acid. Upon drying, valerian also contains manganese in the ash. Thus, acids are set free already during the dying off of the rhizome, more so during drying. Burer-Clarens obtained, On my initiative, 1909, titration results of extracts with concentrated alcohol and 110 Na solution. Rhizome from Chaux de Fonds, fresh 140. Dried in air 2,4. Dried at 70 C 2.8. Dialysate 3. Rhizome from Alsace Mulhausen, fresh 3.7. Dried in air 4,7. Plants from different locations thus show considerable variations. Furthermore, in fresh roots, 2 baldrige herb acids apparently related to coffee gerb acid, precipitable by lead Cho and Cho, Cherniansky. In addition to gum, mucus, and starch, sugar is also present, including dextrose and saccharose Harley, Cromer, in Thuringian Valerian 0.731.22, in Russian 0.3, sometimes derived from etheric Valerian tincture, as well as an oxidase Karls, and a hydrolytic enzyme Church.Dor. The known darkening of Valerian tinctures cannot be attributed to the enzyme, as it is especially prominent in the etheric tincture. It is likely due to these gerb acids or the oil. The alkaloids chatanin and Valerin Walichewski require further study. Chatanin is precipitated by common alkaloid reagents. It is said to be present at 0.015 in fresh roots. Neuerdings beobachtete auch Chevalier in frischem Baldrian ein sehr zersetzliches Alkaloid. Auch ein Glycosid Harley und ein Harz werden angegeben. Alkaloid, Glycosid und Harz wurden beim Trocknen zerstört. Chevalier. Tromsdorf erwähnt einen eigentümlichen Extraktivstoff, Baldrianstoff Valerianen und einen gelben Farbstoff. Die europäische Ritz Valerian enthält 0.11 der Trockensubstanz, am meisten in Holland. Wurzel, Schimmel ätherisches Öl. Der Gehalt ist abhängig vom Boden. Chianti. Schon 4. Sorazal, 2050. Estersal, 8100. Versifungsal, 100-150. Hoffmann Boerhaave, Geoffroy Wuston, das frische Wurzel weniger Öl gibt als getrocknete. Das gelbgrüne bis bräunlich-gelbe, ziemlich dünnflüssige, schwach saure Öl wird mit der Zeit dunkelbraun und dickflüssig und scheidet Borneol ab. Es besitzt ein Spätz, Gewicht von 0.930-0.96, Ardennen und Fugasenol, 875-900, und dreht links. It contains, especially after Brulins and Oliviero, more or less free valerianic acid, and also quite a lot 9.5 Geroc valerianic acid, L-bornyl ester, then the L-bornyl esters of formic, acetic, and butyric acid, each one, further L-camphin, L-pinane, L-pinene, citrol, terpineol, a sesquiterpene boiling point, 160-165, and alcohol CHO SB, 190, and a strongly left-rotating alcohol CHO, F102. Borneol Valerol, Valerol Gerhardt, Pirla should be omitted. Also, a blue oil azulin, which transitions at about 300, has been identified. Flückiger. Kopp assigns this Flückiger blue oil the formula CHO. The oil obtained from fresh wild-growing plants has a lower specific weight 0.8750.9 Oliviero than that prepared from the drug. In a spectral analysis of a blue oil, which transitioned at 210-265, I found 4 bands, I 0.72 to 0.75 to 2, 0.76, 0.59, 0.61, 0.5 to 0.7. A drop of valerian oil turns a deep violet with 20 drops of sulfur carbon and 1 drop of nitric acid. Flückiger. The heavier specific weight 0.99996, oil of the Japanese angustifolia variety Keso oil, is available at 8 according to Shimoyama, 2.7, and is much more abundant. It also has a similar composition, containing a sesquiterpene boiling point, 260-280 andad. The left-rotating D76 Kessel acetate, boiling point, 178-179. The blue oil Chocock also boils at around 300 Bertram, Gildemeister, Walbaum. Spectral analysis of the oil showed that the 4 azulene bands, as described above, are in a similar position to that of the German Valerian oil church. 1887, 465, and Asahina, Jern. Farm. Mexicana produced almost no etheric oil during distillation, but mostly Baldrian acid 89 of the hydrate, Schimmel Company. Kemp obtained 0.9 of a left-rotating oil with a specific weight from Indian nard. 0.974. Upon heating, the oil exhibits a greenish fluorescence prebble. See also Lafitte, Farm, Zeit, 518, which are known to fuse with soil particles correctly. Adhere to them. Baldrian root can never be completely free of earth after washing. Even dust-free commercial products contain earth. Therefore, the ash content varies greatly. The extract content varies from 1764 to 2424, Roeder, 1735 to 31.95 deuteric, and 26 Carls. 2-year rhizomes yield the highest extract, with at least 15 required by farm. Oster. Since the roots still possess root hairs as mentioned on pp. Particularly poorly washed Baldrian often contains significant amounts of ash up to 30.8 Peters, up to 41 Hawk, up to 43.98 Roeder 1906, 4.78 Port are observed numbers for good Valerian Hauck. Gadd and Sidney want to stay below 9. Hauke gives 10 as an upper limit for the whole root, 12 for the powder. Swiss Pharmaceutical, 12. The ash is gray. Phosphates, sulfates, and silicates were already found by Tromsdorf. Lit. Tromsdorf, N. Jern, Farm, 18, 1809, 3, 24, 1832, 134, 26, 1830-44. 1. On valeric acid and its compounds. Pence, Arch, pH 28, 337, Rote, Arch, Farm, 32, 160, 33, 1830, 160, 38, 1831, 4. 71, 1849, 21. Schoenbrod, Jern, Lindenberg. Study of the rhizome of V. officinalis and V. hardwicki. Rigour, Jern, P.R. Schem, 11, 1845, 316. Representation of the acid. Winkler, Buchen, Rep. 1833. Bonaparte, J. Chim, Med. 1842 and 1843. Raverden, Jern. 1843, 344, 310, Wittstein, Buschen, Rep. 87. Asche Farm, 45 and 40,800, Czernianski, über die nicht Flucht. Sor, D. WVV, B. Offic, Lieb, N. Pharmacy Times 1892, 440 Kesso. K. Deuteric extract content, Helfen's Annals 1900, 211. Harley, Kionka Biochemical Central Bulletin, 1905, 452. Zavadi and Sestini. Pharmaceutical Journal for Russia, 1886. Katz, Valuation of Homeopathic Extracts. Farm, Central, 1901, 291. Hauke Ash, Vienna, 1902. Peters, Pharmacy Times, 1902. Peters Pharmacy Times, 1909, 538. Waliszewski Pharmaceutical Union, 1891. 109 Pharmacy Times, 1891, 186. Shimoyama and Hirano, Tokyo. Analytical Chemistry Journal, 8, 1869, 388. Holzman, Archives of Pharmacy, 1898, 498, 400 and Krill. 6, 1833, 176 and 10, 1834, 213. Paphacist D. Mat Med Dotto, 1815. There the oldest literature. Ettling Liban, 940. Roklater, Abenda 44, 1842, 1842, 1843, 1843, 34. Gerhardt and Cowers. F. O. Aus of Fies, Ferlel, Stutte, 1855. Purla, Comte, Rend. Primarily mentioned are Valeriana Sambucifol, Timbal Lagrave, particularly in Bohemia, Veritrum Album Bentley, 1877, Caspar, 1886, Fluckiger, Arch, D. Farm, 209, 1876, 204, Schimmelbeer, 1887, 1891, 1894, and 1894, and 1894. Bertram and Walbaum, J. Fies, Tem. 49, 1894, 18, Impurities and Misidentifications. 48, 1018, Bruylance, Bull, ACR Med, Brooks de Tut, 1209, Jern, Farm, 1878, 349, Berdichem, Des 11, 1878, 452, Oliviero, Comptren, 117, 1893, 1000, 1893, Bolsuck, Schim, 11 and 7, 18, Thais Paris, 1895. Jarrett and Braunert, Jurin, Farm, Else, Lothar, 1892, 82. Bernbeck, 1880, Cypripedium macranthum, and Sinantium vincitoxicum charbonnier, up to 36 with yellow-white rhizomes. Then I find E.G. in Wittstein mentioned, not observed by me Valeriana dioica Elrad, Bad Valerian, Paulister, Fu minor, with thin rhizome, Valeriana Fu Elrad, Valerian, Major, Hortons, Pontici or Fu, with large rhizome and thick bright roots. See Paralleldrogen, Ranunculus acres, Polyanthemos and Repens. Reveal up to 22. Successa pratensis Munch, Botanica officinalis L, Eupatorium cannabinum L, Arnica montana L Spigalia, and Helleborus species. All take on the scent when mixed with valerian. One must use a microscope for differentiation. Particularly dangerous, but easily identifiable, are the additions of the toxic rhizomes of veratrum and cium, of which only the latter occurs at the same site. A bent rhizome is characteristic of Cicuta virosa, but has never been observed in valerian. Application. Rhizoma valerianae is used as a tonic in fatigue, Ferre 1904, antispasmodic, nervine, antihysteric, and anti-epileptic. Its use as an anti-epileptic is attributed to Fabius Columna. It is a significant anticonvulsant, e.g., in colic, and plays a major role among folk remedies, including diuretic, antipyretic, and vermifuge properties, as well as among the remedies of Pasternape. The red valerian grown in gardens is Centranthus ruber, while Greek valerian is Polemonium coruleum. Lit. Timba Lagrave, Jurin, Chim, Med. 5, 3, 589, Ann, Farm, 1867. 50. Bentley Farm, 1867. 609, Berenbeck, Arch, Acuff 1880 for 180, Verdi 80 for 177. L. Planchon, Precis 1906. Wittstein, Handverterb, D. Farm, 1882. On its use in Russia, see Dimich, Russian Folk Remedies in Colbert. Studies I. The more valerianic acid a preparation contains, the less active it is. Pouchet, 1904. Since the isovaleric ester of Borneol show. 521. Considering the effective component of valerian, it has been marketed since 1904, synthetically represented, under the name Borneval as a remedy for neurasthenia, hysteria, and heart ailments, usually in gelatin pellets of 0.25 g, commercially available. However, other bodies are also involved in the effect of valerian. Karl's 1903 proposed preparing a fluid extract called pan-valerian by extracting the drug with 18 wine spirit, to which 5 ammonia had been added. Kali suggested adding ammonium salts during the distillation of valerian pharmac, unstat, as retained the old tincture valor. Ammon, I see no advantage in adding ammonia. The dialysate of Valerianae golas Saxon is prepared from the fresh plant. In France, fresh juice is recommended, or the preparation of preparations from the fresh plant is advocated, while preserving the oxidate. The preparation of the preparations recognized as very effective from fresh plants should, however, be carried out in such a way that the freshly dug and washed roots are immersed in water at 80 for 10 minutes to kill the enzyme, and then extracted the enzyme and then extracted. Church, Dow being. This would also likely preserve the alkaloid, attributed with an effect on the cornea and medulla oblongata, as well as the glycoside. Berkelow suggests sterilization by soaking and boiling 90 alcohol. In ancient times, one of the medicinally used nard was called fu, probably a poetic name. Plinius Dude, 26, says at Naarden, in our sphere, the Syriac, then the Gallic, and thirdly the Cretic, which some call agrium, others the description given by Dioscorides, 11, of which he also calls, and which he states occurs in Pontus. In any case, the sterilized root or the baldrian ink made with boiling alcohol is more durable, as the enzyme can no longer exert its effect. Lesueur, lit. Louis Planchon. Precti, Matmed, 1906-2, 187 further details there. Lesueur, info. D. Mode de Prep, etc. Days, Paris, 1910. Borkelot Jurin, Farm, 1911. History. O occurs in the Orient, or perhaps to a form of officinalis from Asia Minor, or at least to a closely related species, as established by Hawkins v. Dioscorides. He mentions that it is adulterated with scentless roots of oxymyrazine, Ruscus aculeatus, and describes the differences. In Scribonius Largus I, p. 578, we find fu and fu ponticis themen, which should also be considered as Valeriana Dioscorides. Among Hippocratics, as it still does today, play a great role in women's practices, and it was also part of the famous antidote of Sotira Ein, Eth. 593, and the pastilles of Andromachus Ibid. The name Valeriana appears for the first time in the Latin translation of the Arabic work from the 10th century by Isaac Judaeus I, s. 598 b. 45. This is Valerian, better known as red and thin, coming from Armenia and having a different composition. It can also be found in the 11th century by Constantinus Africanus de omnibus medicis cognitis necessarius by 1539, 348. This is Valerian. It has the nature of a spike of nard, and in the same century, according to Hanbury and Anglo-Saxon veterinary books on S. 684, whether the few of Isaac Judaeus above, p. 511, was Val. 793 distinguishes Valeriana domestica greater and V. sylvatica lesser. Only the former should be used. Cordus also refers to it as garden heliotrope and spike root. Ophic is questionable, but likely. However, we can assume fu i.e. Valeriana, or Constantinus africanus plant, is contrasted with Spica nardi and Celtica, and the root of Simon Januensis I, S. 664, is also Valerian. The medieval names and those of the fathers are mentioned on page 511. The Florentine Ricetario I, S. 679, and the Frankfurt List 1450, while in the Nördlingen Register 1480. Fu appears alongside Spica nardi and Spica Celtica. In Saladin's Compendium of SC 65, it is referred to as Fu. The Braunschweig Register 1521 only includes Valerian, also a Valerian water, similar to Brunswick 1500, mentioning a Denmark water, but rad. At Brunfels it states, it is either Valeriana or Potentia or Amantilla. Sec. Dios. Many call it Nardus agrestum. It says, this is understood to be a root, and so it is. And many common folk call it Benedict herb. Bach 1 p. 841 depicts Valeriana vera nardus, agrestis v. vulgaris and v. exigua. In Jean Bohin we find Valeriana major odorata radis. And in Pommet, who provides an illustration, La Grande Valeriane, Pommet contrasts it with Petite Valeriane, whose roots some call Fou Pontique. Geoffroy's Traité 1757I, p. 947, recognizes three types of Valerian, la Valeriane des Jardins ou la Grande Val, v. Hortensis fiu folio lusatri Dioscorides, Bauhin Pinex, la Valeriane sauvage ou des bois, ou Petite Val, v. Sylvestris major Bauhin Pinex, and la Val, des marais, ou Petite Fit, aquatique fit, palustris minor, Bauhin Pinex. The wild valerian is our V. officin, the garden valerian also V. fu, the little water valerian V. dioica. Linné adopted Valeriana as the genus name and distinguished V. officinalis, V. fu and V. It is still missing in Karl, in the St. Gallen Monastery plan, in Masser and Strabo, as well as in the calendar of Haribert, p. 612-12. In the distillation books of the 16th century, there are regulations for distilling valerian root with water and wine. The oil was obtained by Effer Hoffmann, Boerhaave, E.L. J. Geoffroy, from both dry and fresh roots. Then it was described by Graberg and Tromsdorf, who investigated the root, and named 1830 the acid valerianic acid. Old dissertations on Valeriana are J.C. Spies, De Valeriana, Helmst, 1724 in M. Alberti, De Valerianis Officinalibus, Hal, 1732. p. 928, and following Germanic mythology, the plant is mentioned. The goddess Hertha wore a valerian stalk as a riding crop purger. In Norse antiquity it was known as Wielandswurz, see above p. 511. In folk belief, valerian is considered a powerful medicinal herb against witches and devil spells, and against elf envy schiller, animals, and herbs of the Mecklenburg people. If you didn't have distils and valerian, "I'd turn your collar around," cries the witch-master. The groom must carry some leaves of the plant on his wedding day. However, the rhizome is believed to be an antiphrodisiac, and when combined with bittercress, it also serves as a pest repellent. Baldrian und Bibernell hält die Pestilenz zur Stelle. The Finnish Rudojuri means pest root. According to Schambach, while digging the root in Mecklenburg, they sing, Balderjan, most uppestan, most hengen, most helpen allen Menschenkindern, und allen Naversrindern, Reeling and Bonehorst. In Saxony, the saying is known, drink valerian, or else you must all suffer sones. In Serbia, a proverb states, to neglect this precious herb warns the fairy grim. Valerian is also a component of some pest repellents. In England, valerian was formerly known as setwall, also used for xydoarea, and was much in use. Girardi notes in his Herbal 1567 that the poorer classes in North England prepared no food without valerian hanberry. Therefore, its taste must also have been popular. Parallel drugs. During the Middle Ages and early modern period, valerian scent seems to have been popular, as it was used to perfume rooms, clothing, and laundry. Turner, New Herbal 1568, Langen's Garden of Health 1568, Langen's Garden of Health 1633. Nardostachis Jatamansi D.C. See below. From the Indian and Colonial edition to the British Pharmacy 1, S22, as a substitute for V. officin. Also the rhizome of Valeriana wallichii D.C. villosa, Wall. V. Jatamansi Jones, V. Spikaval in India. Dala wala bala, Tagar further names in Pharmac. Indic. Approved, occurring from Kashmir to Bhutan up to altitudes of 10,000 feet and in the Khassia Mountains dict. Econ. Prad, India. The strongly balsamic-smelling root yields She1 ether oil and contains 3.13 tannin, 6 sugar, 14 starch, and 1 resin. Lindenberg Farm, Zeitcher, at Brussels, 1886. It is said to have been the Syrian nard of the ancient see below Adams. BD Farm, in.1. Recommends as a substitute for valerian, further the one growing in the Nilgiris, which gives much valerianic acid upon distillation, Valeriana brunoniana, Farm. Similar to this is the rhizome of Valeriana hardwicki Wall, V. Tanara Wall, V. javanica Bell, V. acuminata royal in India. Tiger, the root, Asaroon, occurring at the same sites as V. wallichii, and also ascending very high up to 12,000 feet, but probably only a form of V. officinalis is used. This is the true Indian nard, Nardus indica. Spica nardi, Sunbul Hindi, Senbul Arabic, Nerd Hebrew, which rises up to 17,000 feet in the northern Indian mountains, Himalaya, particularly in Nepal, Kumaon, and Bhutan. O'Shaughnessy Bengal disp, denotes as a useful Indian substitute for valerian, also Nardostachis, Jatamansi D.C., Patrinia Jatam, Dawn, hardly to be separated from N. grandiflora D.C. In India, Jatamansi Sanskrit, Baluchar, Bhutakesi devil's hair, Arabic, Sumbulul a-Safir in Ibn Baithar, 1014, as we learn from the Bible and Horace. It is still used today with galangal, Prunus mahaleb, Andropogon muricatus, Pogostemon patchouli, etc., to prepare Angalapan pharmac. Indica, a hair wash in water used by Indian women, but it was also a remedy for Hippocratic physicians. But its rhizome, surrounded by fibrous lower leaf remnants, not only smells of valerianic acid, but also of musk and patchouli. Due to this peculiar odor, this nard was much used in ancient times to prepare fragrant ointments in pista genuine, or liquid nard tristram, for anointing the body. C.I.P. Pliny already distinguished between the genuine nard ozianites from the Ganges and the Pseudonardus nardus italica lavender. Later, for the same purpose, the Roman or Celtic nard, or saliunta, known to Alpine inhabitants as Spete nardus, ex Apulia Valeriana Celtica L, was used, which was also a component of Mithridates in Avicenna's work, distinguished the Celtic from the Indian type. For the same purpose, the root of Moschus from Ferula Sumbul was used as well. But Andropogon species Xenos, Indian grass, were sometimes referred to as Indian nard, though they were not considered genuine nards in ancient times. Periplus calls an export item from Indian ports. Alexander encountered the plant in Gedrosia Arian, Anabasis 6:22, through the Bible, God. Nardus. The Indian nard is mentioned in Susruda's work. The author of Maksan el-Adwiya compares it to the tail of a badger. It is uncertain whether originates from the Iranian emperors, nard, or Semitic Heber. All terms stem from the Indian nalada, already referred to as an aromatic plant in the Atharveda. The Syrian i.e., Indian nard, is Nardostachys jatamansi, perhaps Andropogon or Nardostachys grandifol. From the Ganges, the identity of the Samphiritic nard remains unclear. Plinius's Gallic nard, CPA. Dioscorides distinguishes, besides nard's nard stem, Galen, Spica nardi Plinius, Nardos arian, Nardifolium, columella, 4 varieties. Assyrian nut collected in Syria from the mountains, exported from the Ganges Valley Gangetus, presumably originating from Arabia. He also mentions Celtic nard from Liguria and Istria, and mountainous nard from Cilicia and Syria. 525 might be Valeriana saxatilis Sprengel. Scribonius Largus calls the Celtic nard Saliunca, and Columella nardum Celticum. In Liber de Simple, to the fatherland belong the names Salvicula, Saliunca, and Saloincha. In medieval literature, true narde is only referenced once among incense, at the entry of Henry VI into Rome Flukiger Hanbury. Scribonius Largus notes that Nardus indica, Celtica, and Italica, Piscica nardi lavandula, and Indian grass smell similar, which I cannot verify. Also Celsus I, S587 knows of Indian, Syrian, and Gallic narde. Narde is mentioned in the Periplus I S535, and in the Alexandrian tariff table. True narde still arrives sporadically in London, while Celtic narde is still collected in the Swiss and Italian Alps, and exported from Trieste to the Orient Flukiger. Valeriana major, by Valeriana Fuel, a plant cultivated here and there Silesia, Livonia as a garden plant, native in Armenia, Caucasus, Ural, and South Siberia, but perhaps all the above P512 listed species varieties, especially V. angustifolia V, Alphic, Var Dar, Tolucana DC, are used medicinally in Mexico and sometimes brought to Europe homes. Other similar acting Valeriana species by Dragendorf, medicinal plants, and in Planchon Cullen, Simple Drugs 1896, Gildemeister Hoffman, Essential Oils, 2 ed., P28, Fig, Angustifolia MQ, Japanese Kiso, Kanokoso, with a short, well-rooted rhizome, in trade since 1879. In France, Val Excel, Excelsior, is often collected by herborists Camus, 1901. Furthermore, Valeriana mexicana DC. See above, alongside V. Sheridophila, HBKK, and V. 54 copied in Nies. Jones, on the spikenard of the ancients Transact, Asia, Thing, Calcutta, 1889. Roxburgh therein, 1889. Roxburgh therein. Flukiger Hanbury, Pharmacography. Flukiger, Pharmacognosy. Dimmock Materia Medica of West India. Dimmock Materia Medica of West India. Tristram, Natural History of the Bible. Indian Pharmacography. Dictionary of Economic Products of India. Dubor, Histoire naturelle des drogues therein details on nards, also with illustrations. The products of the oxidation of hexose are gluconic acids, hexonic acids, e.g. glucuronate, P77, gluconic acid, sugar acid, P77, mucic acid, P77. 282. But upon stronger oxidation, decomposition occurs in glycolic acid, oxalic acid, tartaric acid, tartaric acid, wine acid are formed. Already Scheele observes 1776 that oxalic acid is formed in the oxidation of sugar, in the splitting of sugar during alcoholic fermentation, and intramolecular respiration results in also L-lactic acid, hydroxypropionic acid, CH-CoHL, which is sometimes found in wine, and is formed during the intramolecular respiration of sugar beet, occurring in larger quantities during lactic acid, fermentation of grape, milk, and cane sugar. Schmidt, Bailey, Payan, see the compilation in Schapek, Biochemistry, particularly as calcium oxalate, which was first discovered by Scheele 1785 in rhubarb, though it had been observed earlier by microscopists. Glycolic acid oxyacetic acid, choku, is found in sugar cane and also present in beet juice and unripe grapes. It initially oxidizes the glyoxyl acid CoO. CoO, found in unripe fruits, wine, blackcurrants, and apples, then produces oxalic acid CoO. Oxalic acid is widely distributed in plants and drugs. See 341, and particularly contains abundant amounts of lichens, up to 66 of the dry weight Lecanora esculenta, with oxalic acid also present as a sour potassium salt in oxalis rheum and rheum species. Following oxalic acid are, particularly, bernsteinic acid in unripe fruits, grapes, gooseberries, black currants, apples, bananas, but also in atropa leaves, rhubarb stems, and in sugar beets, amber, and finally the group of oxoacids that follow bernsteinic acid. The apple acid discovered by Schielefern, p. 968 Donovan's, sorbic acid is widely distributed as L-apple acid braconate. Overview in Japek. But particularly abundant is apple acid in the leaves of Crassulacine 2530 of dry weight. The acid occurring here, however, is said to be a fourth stereoisomeric, right-handed form that does not correspond to any of the others Adderson. She is usually found bound, but also free, particularly abundant in birdberries Houton labillardière, Liebig, the sour apples, and the ferric pomade extract derived from them. Then also in cherries, plums, grapes, blueberries, ananas, the berries of Hippophae and berberis, the leaves of Tabac Vauquelin, Chelidonium majus, and rheum 3.5 sour mallet, Euphorbium 25 calcium mallet, church and pole, and in many mushrooms e.g. Polyporus officinalis. Of the unsaturated lower fatty acids, we are only interested in, of which the first is frequent in mushrooms and also, for example, in Citraria elandica, Estis 268, but also occurs in Phanerogums fumariate, papaverese, while the other is found in Arogums, beets, and Ranunculacea aconitum, Adonis, delphinium. Perhaps it constantly accompanies the related citric acid Euler, v. wine acid, dry matter. The wine acid is exceptionally widespread, although not L-wine acid, mesic wine acid, or grape acid racemic, or DL wine acid, but rather the D-wine acid, D 15.0, which was first isolated from wine lees by Steele 1769. It is primarily found bound in grape berries P40, mulberries, tamarinds, pineapple, cucumbers, and many other fruits, roots, leaves, and onions. Revisable overview by Hewson and Hilger, but probably not, as Hilger-Locke suggests, in the cell sap of all developmentally capable plant parts. The best material for obtaining D-wine acid is still raw wine lees, which are marketed as a dry extract. It forms yellow and red crusts that are initially dissolved in boiling water for cleaning. The clarified solution is decolorized with animal charcoal and clay and subjected to crystallization. The decolorized gum is separated from the acid using sulfuric acid. Tamarind pulp. Sin, fruit. Tamarindi, silique indique. Raw tamarind pulp. Pulpe brut de tamarin de tree. Tamarinier de lande French. Tamarin de tree. Tamarin tree English. Tamarin de touch. Tamarindo Italian. Tamarinda Hungarian. Tamarindi Finnish. Greek, Arabic. Tamarhind, and Deb in Kordofan. Ardeb, Humar, Sabara. Persian, Ambala, in India. Amli Imli Hindi, Chins Bombay Puliampajam, Tamil Tentur Bengali. In Sanskrit, Dintidi, Amlik further in, what isi dict PR, Malayalam. Asamanis or a Jawa, Asam, Kiranji is Dialium, Indum Kamal Kam, later Greek, and Al-Hervi P. This likely refers to the fruit's color. Abu Hanifa, El-Humar, Constantinos Africanus, Oxyphonicia, are dactyli of India. Oxyphenica fincon, Inde, Dactylus, Indicus vel tamarindus, Dactylus acetus, 601, Tamara ul Hindi Persian, in the didactic poems of Otho Cromonensis 13th century, see p. 627, and at Serapion p. 607, Tamarindus. Ibn Bathar p. 608, also lists Tamar Hindi, along with other names. Subar, for the tree, Subari, Humar, Hamar, Amar also used for asphalt, and Hamar in Arabic means red marty. Actuarius, and in Middle English medical texts from the 14th century p. 683, the term Palmae acida, persisted until the 17th century Flückiger. It was known in the Middle Ages and even later at Cibohin also. Siliqua arabica, Siliqua syriaca, is Ceratonia. In the stem, Tamarindus c. Bauhini, Tamar, or Dactylus indorum, Palmula indica, and Deracilda arabum, in Brazil, Jute piso. Tamarindus, also in Re alpini and Tournefort. In Re de Balampuri, etymology Tamarindus, and Heb. Palma date and Hindi Indian, so Indian date palm, so already explained by Garcia da Horta. Perhaps also tamar fruit in General Pereira, oxyphonica, sauciphenica, sour date, here not red, as Lemery claims. The Malay name expresses very characteristically the taste of the fruit. Azam sour, manise sweet. Type species and systematic position. Tamarindus indica L, General PL, IV 81, Rumpf, herb aim B. 2. 90 T23, including the cultivated small-fruited, less-seeded, bitter variety Occidentalis T. It requires much light and a permanently warm tropical climate, but accepts relatively dry soil since it has deep roots. Occidentalis DC and T. indica DC species. Leguminosae, Salpinioideae, Amherstiae the genus Tamarindus. The tamarind is an evergreen tree reaching a height of 25 m. Table 13, but growing slowly. Occidentalis Gertner. Also the Javanica T is small-fruited church. The author of Makzan el Adwiya describes two Indian species, the red sweeter, small-seeded Gujarat variety, the better, and the common reddish-brown one. These are still distinguished in India today. Roxburgh and de Candolle distinguish Tia, its beautiful, even growth, the densely leaved, and yet light and well-structured crown that shades the ground in a wide area. The widely spreading branches and the elastic but firm trunk give the beautiful tree a magnificent appearance table. However, I often encountered tamarind trees in Java without blossoms, and others with only sparse ones. Rumphius also states, the flowers are rare and vague, powerful yet delicate. It is a splendid adornment of the landscape, especially when adorned with its numerous fragrant, finely veined flowers, or laden with thousands of ray-brown, long-stemmed fruit pods. The Greek term is found in Theophrast, refers to its abundance of leaves, and in Java, they say, it has as many leaves as the tamarind tree. The trunk, measuring up to 8 meters in circumference, has highly prized wood that is resistant to insect infestation. Illustration. Fig. 172. Longitudinal section of the bloom of Tamarindus, indica LL after Lewerson. The alternate leaves are pairwise compound, with 10-20 leaflets, the nearly sessile, entire margined leaflets measuring 12-20 mm in length, linear elongate, rounded at the base or toothed, irregular blue-green below, and the cadechicus subsidiary, leaflets falling away. Of the 4 white, then turning pale yellow and falling, papery calyx petals inserted around the edge of the receptacle. The upper 2 rear ones are fused into a broad, almost oval leaf, while the lower 2 front are elongated. The leaves exhibit a dormancy movement see under history. The zygomorphic, hermaphroditic flowers are borne in terminal clusters. The close, tubular, cup-shaped receptacle is lined with the drupes. The 4-petaled calyx in the bud is roof-like. From the originally 5-petaled corolla, the 2 front leaves have aborted into fringed tips. Of the 3 rear upper ones, the middle is narrower, almost sessile, and somewhat boat-shaped in its folds. All 3 white and red veined, approximately equal in size, with a wave-like pattern. It is elongated, short, and sharply pointed, usually slightly curved and moderately compressed, at the places where the seeds lie, often somewhat inflated, or indeed knotted due to constrictions. 172. The fruit hangs on a stalk several centimeters long. It varies greatly in length, rarely exceeding 15 cm, and reaching up to 20 cm, but usually much shorter, especially in varieties with smaller fruit. Of the 9 stamen that are fused together into a single open-topped compartment, only the 3 front ones are fertile, the other 6 developing as fringed, tip-sitting staminodial processes. The gestated, simple layered fruit knot bears a single stigma, curved in a bow, with a small truncated tip, and contains a large number of ovula fig. It is a non-springy legume, whose ventral seam barely stands out, with yellow-brown or light brown, almost warty rough, very brittle, about 0.5 mm thick exocarp, which sometimes shows a fine dark network on a bright background outside. It clothes the 1/12 oval partitions of the husk, which sometimes appear mirror-smooth inside, and each contain one glossy red-brown endosperm-free seed attached to the belly seam fig. Tamarind fruits from the age of 10. In Java, the tree blooms in November and December at the beginning of the rainy season. Nearly all send secondary nerves off at right angles, leading to anastomosis. This bundle system can often be peeled off as a coarse fibrous network in toto from the dry fruit, from the mesocarp on the outside. The endocarp has developed as a paper-thin, tough pergamentous skin and is reticulated between the seeds. The mesocarp is soft fruit flesh, along the outer edge of which a coarse bundle extends to the tip on the concave rear surface of the fruit, while on the convex ventral side there are 2 strong and 2 weaker bundles between them. Fig. 174, but only the stronger ones reach the tip of the fruit, while the weaker ones often end blind beforehand. The fruits are fully ripe there in February, which can be recognized by the brittleness of the epicarp. They are knocked off with bamboo sticks, which is easily done as the fruit stalk is very brittle church. In India, tamarind blooms in April and May. A tree yields 5-6 mounds c. 412-494 pounds of fruits there. In the West Indies, the fruits are ripe from June to August. Hooper. The indigenous peoples of India consider the tree's exudates harmful. Semler recommends picking the fruits by hand or, for those that are unreachable, using a so-called budding scissor. Illustration: Fig. Amarandus indica. The tree passes through the areas of Senegal, Niger, Angola, and Lake Chad, extends into Nile countries, through the extreme northeast of Africa to Mozambique around 24 s, according to Schweinfurth already at 12 n Flückiger. Radial longitudinal section through the fruit. Schematic: Church. Illustration: Fig. 174. Tamarindus indica, fruit opened, epicarp P removed, so that the flesh mesocarp M, vascular bundles F, and the seeds become visible. The tamarind is originally native to tropical Africa, south of the Zambezi River. However, it was introduced very early to Arabia, India, Cochin China, the Philippines, Java, and generally to South Asia, and may even have been originally native there, as well as in northwest Australia. F. von Muller. After Tahiti, tea was brought by Cook. This also applies to North India, frequently planted in avenues and topes. Hooper 1907. One of the largest squares on earth, the Koningsplein in Batavia, is surrounded by a tamarind alley. Tea is an excellent shade tree. Now, tea is an excellent shade tree. Crawford considers it also native to Java. It has its own Malay names and plays a role in folklife. I did not encounter it wild in Java. Actual plantations, tamarind forests, I found nowhere in South Asia, but very often the tree in alley culture. 1 Fig. 34. In tropical America, particularly the West Indies, Mexico, Ecuador, Guayaquil, Brazil, and Argentina, tea was introduced by Europeans in the 16th century, where a variety see above developed. Dymock believes that tea is native to South India, while Brandis doubts this. The plant does have many indigenous Indian names, is cultivated across all tropical regions of the world, but attempts to achieve better varieties in cultivation have not been made similar. Lit. Taubert, in Ingler Prantel. Lewerson, Medical and Pharmaceutical Botany, Roxburgh, Flora Indica III, 215. Brandis, Forest Flora of Northwestern Central India, 1874, 163. Bentham, Flora Australis II, PQ 294, 2. F. V. Miller, Notes on the First Volume of Vegetable Materials from Australia, 49 and 50. Bergschmidt, Atlas, 1st ed., Vol. 9, Pabst Kohler, Medicinal Plants, Vol. 131, 161, Botanical Magazine, Vol. 4563, Taubert in Ingler Prantel, Plant Families III, 3 Fig. 79 and elsewhere. Melbourne, 1866. Macfadyen, Flora of Jamaica, 1837, 335, M. Perez Maciel, Botanical Ministry of Agriculture, Buenos Aires. The culture is described in Semler, Tropical Agriculture 2, 209. Illustration: Church, Indian medicinal and economic plants Volhol. The earliest illustrations of tea are found in Bontius, Historical Natural History of India 1658, p. 897, and in Piso of Rund, p. 893. Rede Hortus Malabaricus, Thorwand. Plate 23 includes a good two-colored illustration of a fruiting branch, alongside the flower and seed, as well as an extensive description. Rumpf Herbal of the Amsterdam Museum, Volume 2, p. 90, provides under Tamarindus Assam Java a very detailed description, and on plate 23, a good representation of a thriving branch with fruit and seeds. Older descriptions, p. 1748. Sloan, Cat, P.L. Jam, p. 147. Synonyms, Margraf, Braz. The Levant seems no longer to supply anything of significance in wholesale trade. At least, neither Levantine nor Egyptian tamarinds were found in the German trade in 1911, which were predominant during Pomet's time. Pathology. The greatest damage to the tamarind harvest is caused by monkeys that make a clean sweep. Then parrots and other birds, squirrels, and flying foxes, less insect similar. Extraction and commercial varieties. It comes mainly from East India and West India into trade. The dark brown or nearly black and firm, not moist, Calcutta black tamarinds commonly used in Germany, contrast with the lighter, yellow-brown or red-brown, often moist and less sour West Indian red tamarinds favored in England. The endocarps of the West Indian tamarind are not as leathery as those of the East Indian variety, which has a brighter mucilage and higher seed content, longer and thicker vessel bundles. Groups of 2,4 Brunner. In German commerce in 1911, Calcutta and Madras tamarinds were available, along with smaller quantities of West Indian Barbados. Of the first two, Calcutta usually has the better quality. It is found in barrels. Ox, 250-350 kg, are mainly used for setting the Cotobac-Salson tamarind pulp, but also go in very large quantities to South Germany, Switzerland, and Italy, to be used there for the production of fruit juices. 200 kg and Calcutta tamarinds are less commonly used. A greater use for such purposes, mainly as laxatives, is found in the West Indian Barbados tamarind, which, however, is almost exclusively marketed by English companies. By German ones. Tamarinds must remain in India for a sufficient length of time to allow the correct fermentation process to occur in the country of production in order to have a pleasant aroma. The Indian market distinguishes several qualities depending on the content of shells, seeds, and fibers. The good varieties are subjected to a process of ripening under the sun. The earlier the loading of tamarinds from Calcutta, the less durable is the goods. And also the appearance of the two early shipped goods is not dark brown, but leathery Caesar and Loretz. Only through this fermentation process does the fresh held red-brown fruit pulp become black. In India, the flesh, freed from epicarp and seeds, is often mixed with ten salt and kneaded with feet into an even mass. This pulpa does not reach export to Europe. In Gujarat, Deccan, Konkan, the fruit pulp is sometimes kneaded with seawater into a doughy consistency and packed in bags flickiger. Tamarinds from East India are rarely prepared with sugar. In India, tamarind is produced in Nasik, Pune, Junner, Kaira, Tulgaram. The variety from Gujarat is most highly regarded. Calcutta is the most important port for the export of tamarinds to Europe. Madras and Bombay are less significant. Bombay exports a lot to Sindh, Persia, and the Red Sea. Hamburg received in 1909 148,600 kj tannin. Trieste imported 1903, 5,039, 1904, 3,217, 1904. Only 4 quints of tamarind, 1904. Only 4 quints of tamarind. In the West Indies, the fruits are carefully freed from their shells, stacked in barrels and covered with boiling syrup until the barrel is full, or beforehand. Sugar is layered between the fruits, right. There is also unprocessed West Indian tamarind paste available for sale. The West Indian tamarind paste, which, as it is not subject to a fermentation process like that of East India, has a red-brown color, comes mainly from St. Kitts, Nevis, Antigua, Montserrat, Dominica, Martinique, Barbados, Grenada, and Guayaquil in Barbados, barrels to London. Brazilian tamarinds are particularly shipped to North America. America imported tamarind worth $2,699 in 1897. In Upper Nile Kordofan, Senna, Darfur, Arabia, the pulpa is pressed into cakes of up to 1 kg, which are then dried in the sun. These are black and firm, often very impure on the outside. They were sometimes encountered in trade as Egyptian tamarinds and came to Marseille via Alexandria, but now only play a role in African inland trade. Similar cakes are made in Senegal and Arabia. On Java and Singapore markets, I found both the whole fruits and the pulp wrapped in banana leaves. Lit. Rigour Hanbury, Pharmacognosy, Dymic Veg, Mat Med, West Ind, Pharmac, Indic, Right Med, P.L. of Jamaica, Lunan, Hort Jamasons, 1814, 224, 6-8 and H. Endocarp. H. Hair layer, tangled, after Holstrom. Description of the drug. The drug forms a not very appetizing-looking substance, either black-brown or black Calcutta tamarind or red-brown West Indian tamarind. The musk mainly consists of the soft but soon hardening mesocarp-sarcocarp of the fruit, which already separates from the epicarp during the drying process. It contains the coarse mesocarp bundles, then the paper-thin endocarp taches that line the fruit compartments, and finally the seeds. All these parts become particularly evident when the musk is soaked. The seeds are slightly irregular, oval or round, almost quadrilateral, somewhat pressed together. Even after soaking in water, the seeds are as hard as stone and cannot be cut. Pisa Ipsius Thaxifera, Sunt Duratate, J. Bontius 1642. However, if they are sawn through and placed in water, they become cuttable, and the outer layer of the seed coat rolls up along the seed edges, not in the middle field. In individual, curling scales, a highly characteristic appearance for tamarind seeds, anatomically justified. The middle field is slightly depressed and shows parallel stripes. The somewhat thicker margin is coarse-grained. The seed kernel consists almost entirely of the large, horny planconvex cotyledons, between which a small, somewhat retracted rootlet and a still smaller plumula are visible. Of 100 fruit parts, 41 parts are pulp, 30 parts are shell, and 29 parts are seeds pulp. 55, seeds, 33.9, shell and fiber, 11.1, 100 seeds weigh 75.88 g. K. Miller found 29.8 in non-revisable material, 20.6 and 38. Brunner 3.45 to 37 and 15, out of 21 samples under 10. Anatomy. The fruit calyx wall still shows the ventral suture, i.e., the place where the edges of the carpel fuse together. 20 g well-mixed tamarind paste is poured over 190 g water and extracted by shaking for 2 hours. Upon evaporating 100 of the filtrate, at least 5 g of dry extract P8. The fourth should remain. The drug must only contain small amounts of the epicarp outer coating, DAV, and a few fungal spores. The drug has a weak, sweet, and strong sour taste, and an unusual, not putrid, odor. It is preserved in stone pots. It becomes hard easily. Illustration, Fig. 176. Tamarindus indica, L cross-section, through a main bundle of the fruit pulp from the mesocarp, after Holstrom. On the back side lies a large bundle, the central rib of the carpel, on both sides towards the abdominal seam, one slightly smaller, and to the right and left of the abdominal seam, to the tip and 4 small short ones. From these later numerous branches diverge that penetrate the flesh of the fruit. The inner wall is later lined with hairs. Between the seed chambers this hair formation is absent, and the endocarp strips lie firmly on top of each other Hellstrom. The epicarp of the ripe fruit fig, 175, consists largely of short 3, 4, or many-sided sclerenchyma cells, with a thick striped and richly dotted membrane, and various. The outer surface is covered with a sloughing cork layer derived from subepidermal phellogen, which sheds the outermost parts, thereby determining the texture of the fruit skin. See page 530 above. In the very smallest sclerenchyma, and in the parenchyma interspersed between them, well-formed monosymmetric calcite crystals are occasionally found. Its wall is slightly bleached with iodine fluciger. The sclerenchyma is either grouped together or isolated. As a result, the fruit peel is highly brittle. Internally, the sclerenchyma layer transitions into the loose parenchyma of the middle layer of the fruit peel, known as the mesocarp, from which some layers of the peel tend to adhere. The rest, including the seeds, detaches from the peel and forms a compact mass inside, leaving a considerable gap between itself and the outer fruit peel. This middle layer of the fruit peel, the mesocarp, constitutes what is commonly referred to as fruit pulp. It consists of many rows of very thin-walled, parenchymatous cells. When observing the must of the drug under a microscope in glycerin or oil, one sees numerous, mostly isolated cells, measuring 80–160 m in size, due to pectin formation in the intercellular substance, which contain a brown, sugar-rich content, and often also numerous small starch grains measuring 1.518 m. In addition, there are 3 crystal shapes: coarse, irregularly formed, elongated, prismatic, plate-like, and needle-shaped crystals, especially the large plates of the first, which dissolve only in hot water, stand out, while the other crystals are wine acid and sugar, which dissolve already in cold water. Vessel bundles are particularly abundant in the outermost parts of the middle layer of the fruit flesh, so that when the middle layer is separated from the outer fruit flesh on the former, a densely branched network of delicate and coarser vessel bundles tends to lie superficially. This moist environment and good nutrient substrate make it suitable for the development of mold fungi. Consequently, numerous colonies are often found there. Bundles can also be found in deeper layers, but they are usually more delicate and less numerous. The bundles of the tamarind fruit flesh, often accompanied by crystal chamber fibers, stand out due to their often quite wide bast cell armor and significant libriform, while the few spotted and spiral vessels and the sieve portion occupy only a small space. The large back bundle is accompanied by relatively few bast cell groups, but contributes significantly to the libriform and the powerful woody body. Even its septum is well developed, helstrom. The innermost part of the fruit peel, the endocarp, which lines the seed compartments with a parchment-like skin, is 3-layered. Directly adjacent to the mesocarp inwardly is a 3 to 5 layered bast cell plate, whose tangentially stretched up to 300 mite long and up to 18 mite wide cells are quite strong, but uniformly thickened all around and many times bent, thus interlocked against tangential tension. These bast cells have large, obliquely split pore tips. Attached to this layer is a zone of thin-walled cells, followed by the silvery glittering coating each individual seed compartment from all sides, skin formed by exceptionally elongated, thin, bent back and intertwined cells. 177 is formed, which often isolates itself into individual fibers near the transverse walls of the seed compartments, so that a delicate, broken network of long cells spans from one side to the other. This layer arises from the hairs lining the ovary cavity trimo. Calcium oxalate flucigers, quartz grains, is found not only in the crystal chamber fibers of the bundles, see above, but also in the layer adjacent to the pergamentous. Illustration: Fig E177. Tamarindus indica, the hair layer of the endocarps, beginning entanglement. After helstrom, the seeds are enclosed by a testa, whose outermost layer is formed from about 190 m long and 811 m wide, radially arranged, palisade sclerenchyma cells equipped with slit-shaped lumina. This sclerenchyma layer is single-rowed at the edge of the seed. The cells here have a very water-sensitive wall, causing parts of the layer to roll off in the water preparation. This gives rise to the phenomenon mentioned above P533. Their walls are brown on the outside and light on the inside. In the broad, sunken central field of the seed's broad sides, see P533, the palisade layer is 2-rowed. There is a colored outer row and a colorless inner row of palisade cells that fit perfectly together, giving the impression that the fissure space continues through both rows. However, a delicate separation membrane can be seen between them. The enlarged lumen of the inner row contains small grains. The palisade layer of the central field is not sensitive to water P533. Below the palisade cell layer follows a zone of lighter, sometimes bone-like or radially stretched cells that often contain chlorophyll and have highly swellable walls. The bone-like cells are particularly high and well-formed in the depressed midfield. The innermost layer, which also stretches strongly in water, is formed by large, thin-walled cells often radially stretched in the inner layers, also containing a red-brown substance. Sometimes there is a zone of obliterated cells between the two layers. Then follows a varied layer of small hollowed, or even star-shaped tough cells containing a red-brown, water-insoluble substance, and leaving many intercellular spaces. Vogel compares their content to the inclusions in serotonin to the inclusions in serotonia. The two cotyledons forming the seed core have very thickly walled cells with large spots, whose secondary walls do not negate, but do turn blue with an iodide solution containing hydrogen iodide, thus consisting of amyloid C above P263 and its P263. Narrow lumen is packed with small alurone grains, only 4-7 mic, in size, embedded in an oil plasma chiselment. Procambial strands run through the intracellular tissue. Heating the cut with water to boiling dissolves the secondary amyloid membranes and oils only the network of primary membranes and oil droplets. The amyloid of tamarin behaves similarly to lichinin, CP263. The C. Trameau, research into the development of the fruit and origin of the pulp of cassia and tamarind. Thesis Paris, 1892. K. H. Hellstrom Z. Development of the fruit wall of ceraceous, silica and tamarind. Indian Journal, D. Pharm. Days 1910, 446. Vogel, Kommentar 1908. Pamel Jurin, APLL Miker. 3 mm long conical radicula bears above it a C, 1 mm long plumula, where the conical vegetation point, and a group of young leaf arrangements, already showing distinct lobation, are visible. Fig. 173. Lit. Nageli. Reaction of iodine on starch grains and cell membranes. Proceedings of the Munich Academy, 1863, Buchner Rep. 13, 1864, 145. The characteristic constituent of tamarind is the tartar, the primary potassium salt of D-tartaric acid, P527. Tartar was already known in ancient times, and was also used to prepare potash. For Fakes Vini, the name tartarum emerged in the 11th century, later becoming Tartarus, which is likely derived from the Arabic dordish, modified, and then reinterpreted dordigerth salt, both for oil and wine, in Tartarus underworld. Marggraf discovered the alkali in it in 1764. Windsor, alongside Weinstein, was already found by Teasdale in 1770 as a distinct plant acid, which he did not find accompanied by citric or apple acid. Retzius obtained pure and crystalline Windsor in 1776. Scheele decomposed calcium tartrate in 1769, and isolated tartaric acid salicentiala tartari, which he also detected in tamarind. However, Angelus Sala, to whom we owe a Tartarologia, P. 868, had already observed tartar in the condensed extract of tamarind in 1647. Vauquelin demonstrated in 1790 that the pressed juice of tamarind and other fruits solidifies at rest into a shimmering gel. Pectin, later renamed gelatine gelée végétale by Brécanat in 1834, was thus discovered in tamarind. Vauquelin found 1251 sugar, 5.11, gum, 625 gelatin, 9.4 citric acid, 1.563 Windsor, 3.25 Weinstone, 0.25 Weinstone, 24 water. Flückiger Hanbury Report, small amounts of Flückiger, 1889. 7.117. The claim by Nestlers that tamarind contains 13.5 is likely due to an observation or calculation error. The formic acid, acetic acid Grunsweg, and in traces butyric acid Gorup-Besanes that pass over during distillation with concentrated sulfuric acid, most authors consider as derived from wine acid and citric acid during fermentation, thus a secondary product, as wine acid provides these 3 acids upon oxidation. 27 water, 12.220.2, means 16.2, insoluble residue, 4.6666. The water-free pulp contained, on average, 720 gum and 9109 wine acid. 1 e.g. of commercially available pulp can usually neutralize 14-17-17 cm 1010 sodium hydroxide Flückiger. Dialyzing the muces results in predominantly ethanol, and pectin remains in the dialyzer Flückiger. Church. K. Miller found in the seedless pulp from Calcutta tea, 21.9 to 32.58 avg. Even Adam did not receive any citric acid in 1905, but more L-malic acid than previous authors, as well as some lactic acid and acetic acid. The ash of the soluble portion was 2.814.87, that of the insoluble 0.721.227. Heavy metals were not detectable. Babo and Mach obtained in the most 3433 sugar, as invert sugar, calculated 15.51. The solution rotates to the left. After fermentation, a weak right rotation remains. In 100 parts of Javan tamarind pulp, Prince and Geerligs found 5.81 dextrose and 2.51 levulose. Another analysis of Javan tamarind, by Boss, 1910, yielded 41.91 reduced sugars, no saccharose. Adam found in seedless mousse. Acidity expressed as wine acid, 15-40, tartaric acid 7.4, wine acid in tartaric acid, 6.1, 0.465. Malic acid lactic acid, calculated as malic acid, 2.01. Insoluble in water 1236, water 30.5, ash 2.89. Crude protein 3.2. Invert sugar 24.732. Invert sugar 24. The ash of Pulpa tamarindi sometimes contains copper for the distribution of copper in drugs. See Church, The Copper from the Standpoint of Judicial Chemistry, etc. Stuttgart, Enke, 1893. Remote examined tamarind paste made from fruits of Indochina. He found in 100 g of whole fruit. Epicarp and vessel bundles, 2435. Endocarp, 7.76. Seeds 37.07. Pulpa 2931. Old. The pulpa contained A. In 100 g prepared cleaned rough pulpa. Pulpa. Without seeds dry extract 62.83. 173.73.04. Volatile constituents. Based on a preliminary experiment, I doubt its presence in East Indian tamarinds traded today. Perhaps the originally present citric acid is destroyed by the fermentation or after ripening process. Diteric 1894 found in kernel-free mousse, 10.83, 16.1. Acid determined by titration, and calculated on wine acid, 19.34.2, 6 sugar, and 41.757.37 extract. In 1904, in Pulpa tamar, cruda, 312 kernels, 8897 kernel-free pulp, 3549.51 water-soluble extract at 100 C, 9.6613, 0.85 wine acid, 2037.4 invert sugar. The seed kernels contain 10.59.35 water, 13.87 1806 protein, 4.56.6. A good tamarind should not contain more than 15 cellulose and 22 water, and yield no less than 45 extract. The substance responsible for its laxative effect is unknown. Suberin and Regnaud attribute it to wine lees, acids, and an unknown resinous principle. However, sugar may also play a role. The seed kernel, containing amyloid, when boiled with water gives a viscous blue-colored solution, see anatomy, that yields galactose upon hydrolysis and mucic acid when treated with nitric acid. The oil of the seed appears to contain arachidonic acid in the 94.9 fatty acids. Retzius, Experiments with Winestone and its Acid. Abhandel, D. Schwed. Akkad, 1770. Vauquelin, Analysis of Tamarind and Reflections on some of its Medicinal Preparations. Ruel, Carthuser, Bouquet, Gorbasanes, Butyric Acid in the Fruits of the Soap Tree Sapindaceae. Saponaria together with some remarks on the volatile acids of tamarind. Liebig's Annal, 69, 1849, 369. K. Muller, on Tamarind, Farm. Central, 1882, 581. Arch, Farm, 1883, 42. FJH, acid number 0.84, saponification number 183, iodine number 87.1, Hooper. An exudate from the tree of calcium oxalate was observed by Preble Farm. Int. Lit. Paris II, 269. Scheele, Phys. and Chem. Works 2, 379, 1770. Brunner, Composition of Tamarind Fruit. Aphoff, Zeit, 1891, 53. Nessler and Barth, Journal of Analytical Chemistry, 1882, 63. Princeton and Geerlig's Sugar Analysis, 46, 1911. Dieterich, Helfer Annal, 1888, 1893, 1894. Adam, Contributions to the Knowledge of Tamarind, Journal of the Eastern Pharmaceutical Association, 1905, 797. Babo and Mach, Handbook of Winemaking and Cellar Economy, the 766, 1166. Journal de Pharmacie, 1906, 424. Briefen der Früchte, Pectose, Pectase German, by Greger, 1851 ref. In Arch, Piaz, 68, 1851, 72. Sachs, Chemie der etc., Kohlenheder, 1877, Tollens. Methods for detecting and determining wine acid and citric acid, as well as wine lees, by K. Miller, Locke, Sit, Brunner Locke, Sit, Adam Locke, Adam Locke, A.O., Remote A.A.O. The F. Further, 1859, 366, Schnitzler, Ibid, 1862, 317, Fleischer Arch, Ph., 1874, 97, Aller Arch, Farmdotting, 1876, Kalete Ibid, 1878, Salzer Ibid, 1888, and in Schmidt, Pharmazote, Chemie, DF, also above P508. There is currently no entirely sharp method to detect small amounts of citric acid alongside wine acid. Pectin, Suberen, Vocalane, Pien, Brekena CF, under Pectin P277. Fremy, Chem, Unters. Schädler, Ola. On amyloid. See above P263. Adulteration. As adulterations, particularly observed, are mixed seeds and fruit wall pieces. Then root parts, 1891. Molasses is not worthwhile for the cheap price of tamarind plum muse, already mentioned, Mesue. In poor muse, maggots and mites are sometimes found. As accidental impurities, linseed and pumpkin seeds can be considered of those observed. Copper, which can be proven by setting a bare knife, has not been observed. Recently see above P537. Application. However, the greatly simplified senna-tamarind preparation is still found in our latest pharmacopoeias and tamarind conserves. Confectio, tamarind. Conserves Connaught, Indian tamarind grillon, are very popular. The tamarind is still a very popular gentle laxative, as it was during the time of Mesue, where we find the tamarindorum among the medicinis solutives as an ingredient in elixative preparations. Paludanus reports that the Turks and Egyptians use it a lot for fever. Tamarind lemonade is still enjoyed by those with fever today as a refreshing drink. The tamarind molken, Serum lactis tamarindinatum, which was very popular at the beginning of the 19th century, is now out of fashion. Tea was therefore already used during the Middle Ages in Europe as a purgative. Linschoten recommends it, especially as a cheap laxative, instead of rhubarb, manna, etc. In Kordofan, the fruit pulp is formed into balls, alone and with senna, which is also a laxative. Likewise, the bark and root are used there. Bontius Thurers, P897, describes a beer prepared from tamarind in Java, with a delicate flavor and great digestibility for the tropical resident. The fruit of the tree that forms the greatest ornament of the Negerländer, described by travelers as an invaluable, delicious gift of nature, which is of the highest importance for dry, vegetation-poor countries, particularly inland Africa rolls. Barth, Monsinger, is used during travels through the Dark Continent to make refreshing drinks, and also to purify contaminated water. The simultaneous presence of sugar and wine grape resin invites the use of tamarind in the production of fine wines, which has indeed been done for some time also in our country, as it has long been in India. Tamarind fruit syrups and candies are especially popular in Italy. With butter and onions, the paste makes a very refreshing food. With onions, honey, and pepper, a popular remedy for climate-related illnesses in Africa. In India, they are used to prepare popular treats with sugar or spices, and the paste is also used for sauces, curry, etc., as well as to make so-called tamarind fish. Tamarind can be found at every market in South Asia cheech. Then, tamarind is also used to sauce chewing and snuff tobacco. During periods of famine, such as those frequently occurring in North India, the seed plays a significant role. It is used as a famine food. particularly in the Madras and Central India Presidency, then also in Bengal and the Central Provinces Hooper, and is very suitable for this purpose due to its composition. The seeds are therefore roasted and soaked to remove the shell, and then cooked or baked or ground and added to flour. Raw. They are chewed like betel nuts. The paste made from the seeds, see P536 above, is used to strengthen. They also have medical applications both externally and internally dymic. In India, the tamarind's pleasantly sour leaves, flowers, bark, and gum, as well as its ashen leaves, are used pharmac. 1907. Barth, Rice, U. N. Dec. In Nord-U, Central Africa, 1858. 1858, I. 614, 334, 400. Rolfs Reisen durch Nordafrika, 1872, 23. Among the names of medicinal plants from ancient Egypt, none has so far been definitely recognized as referring to tea. But among the drugs, for example, the papyrus Ebers lists the components of composita, many of which are still not interpreted. Perhaps the fruit from the kezet tree, listed among the laxatives there, is the tamarind. Ebers interprets it as ricinus, though it had other names. In Kordofan, the tamarind is currently called ardeb. The tree was not present in ancient Egypt, but it is likely the Seratium of Strabo or Fern, P532, whom this author lived at Septon. C2, one mentions around 20 AD in Ethiopia, where Ceratonia does not occur. Ernst Mayr. In Abyssinia, F. Alvarez 1520 encountered the tree. However, it seems that the Egyptians used the tamarind tree for dyeing the mummy bands and embalming John. The structures interpreted as tamarind seeds by Gardner Wilkinson, found in a tomb in Thebes, were not actually such birch and hanbury. The tamarind tree was known to the Greeks. He is the very leaved tree of Theophrast, as Sprengel quite rightly suspected. They met it on Alexander's expedition at the Persian Gulf on the island of Bahrain Bretzel. But the ancients did not make use of its fruits. The daily periodic movements of the feathery leaflets of the tamarind. In the evening they close together, and the spindle descends. Of Bahrain, and Theophrast describes Hist. PLL. IV 7-8. Apparently from this source, the phenomenon of plant sleep in the tamarind illustration by Bretzel, quite correctly, and in a masterly brevity. Therefore the phenomenon was discovered in the tamarind. It also immediately struck the Europeans when they entered India in the 16th century, for example, Garcia da Horta, Acosta, and others. The ancient Sanskrit literature has several names for tea in Indian medicine, which played no very great role, but it is still used in India today. Among the laxatives of Cerutiferth, P504 is probably Cassia fistula, but not tamarind. Even in ancient India, silversmiths used must to whiten silver, similar to later practice, and still common today with wine. The medical use of tamarind must spread from India to Arabia, and then to Europe during the Middle Ages. The Arabs certainly learned about tea from the Indians, as their name Tamar Hindi Indian dates indicates. Alexander Trallianus I, P591, did not know of T. Ulhervi 10th century, CFI P601, describes the black, plum-tasting muss of Tamar ul Hindi with its fibers and seeds. 603 mentions the elixative and heart-strengthening effect of the fruits, and their sour-sweet taste. Even the seeds were used medicinally by the Arabs. In Mizzou 12th century, I. P. 600, tamarind is listed among the laxatives alongside pruna and cassia. However, they do not play a prominent role in medieval trade flukiger. The school of Salerno adopted the tea from the Arabs as oxyphenica and Dactylia setosi, for example. Monsieur names Cambaya and Guzarate. Serapion, India. Tamarinds are also present in both the oldest and youngest Persian works on pharmacology. Al-Hervi Muwaffaq, 10th century, I. P. 601, and Makhzan el-Adviya, 18th century, I. P. 614. Tamarind is usually in conjunction with Cassia fistula, senna, raisins, plums, and manna, an ingredient in the electuarium, lenativum, Nicolai Alexandrini, di L. Gendri. The Sebestin Bartholomei Montagnane, the Diaprunum Compositum Nicolai, the Diacatholicum Nicolai, the Confectio Hamet Mesue, et al. The term Indian date, or sour date, has caused much confusion. Even the Florentine recipe book, Wine 4, and Pomacnide P942, who provides a poor illustration of the plant, as well as Valentini Furth P912, give a palm tree as the primary plant, although Garcia da Horta prefers P736, P743, and Bontius Warren P897 had already accurately described the tree in general and highlighted the differences from palms in part. Read AI P898. A good illustration, and Rumphius prefers P900, an illustration and a detailed description were given, and Alpini Verfursten were given, P910 for example, described the sleeping movements of the leaves well, so the tree was only known after the sea route to East India had been discovered, P728. It was then called Ambili in Gujarat, Puli Garcia da Horta in Malabar. Also, T figures in Barbosa's famous price list P741, and in a letter from Pyers to Manuel Wine, P742 from Cochin, it is reported that large quantities of TT were found in Malabar, Coromandel, and Java, so tea was already present in Java at the beginning of the 16th century. Since Hernandez III, P761 described and illustrated tamarind miskittle, Hokshinui, Quahunachastli in 1570. It must have been brought there soon after the conquest of Mexico. Hernandez says about it, Nu per Horas translata recently translated to those lands. Tamarind was also brought to the West Indies very early by the Spaniards. She is now there as common as in Ecuador. In Brazil they met Piso and Margraf Verwurnt, P893, already in 1648. In older German dictionaries and pharmacopoeias, the tamarind flukiger is missing. With Cordis I, P803, Tamarindus pulpa et semen, tamarind appears in Lefort's inventory on P805 and in numerous pharmacopoeias as taxons and lists. Lit. Udoy Shan Dut, Material Medical of the Hindus. Dimmock, Vegetative Materia Medica of West India and Indian Pharmacopoeia. Kani Lal Day, The Indigenous Drugs of India. Calcutta, 1896. Bretzel, Botanical Research on Alexander's Expedition. Ernst Mayr, Botanical Explanations to Strabon's Geography, 1852. Joret la Naturaliste 210, no, 36. Of the three basic acids, those relevant to us are Cu, CHCH-Cu, Cu-tricarbolylic acid, citric acid, oxytricarbolylic acid, under consideration, of which the former was found in unripe beets Lippmann, discovered by Scheele in 1784, and recognized as three basic by Liebig in 1838 citric acid, but occurs in many fruits, such as citrus species, gooseberries, blueberries, raspberries, blueberries P. 64, strawberries, cherries P73. It is also found in sugarcane, beetroot, and tobacco leaves in need of revision according to Husum and Hilger, plant substances, then Chapek and Bellstein, and during the so-called citric acid fermentation, 507, particularly some Cypromyces species C. Phapherianus, citricus, lacticus, tartaricus, oxalicus are able, at temperatures below 20 and under inadequate nitrogen nourishment, to convert up to 50 or more of the sugar into citric acid. Best suited is maltose, Levulose, Buchner and Wüstenfeld, Weimer, Herzog and Polotsky. Free and apart from little or no apple acid, citric acid is found in the fruits of Citrus limonum, Vaccinium vitis idea, V. oxycoccus, and V. Of the lemon press juices sold commercially, the juice from the bergamot contains the highest amount of foreign acids, followed by lime juice, and least is the juice from the lemon Warrington. Microchemically, citric acid can be detected as a silver salt. Synthetically, citric acid can be produced from glycerin via dichlorhydrin, dichloroaceton, dichloracetoncyanhydrin, dichloroaceton, cyanohydrin, Grimaud, and atom, or obtained from acetic acid can be produced, but neither this synthesis of Adrioni and Kekule starting from citric acid is carried out practically. Microcarpum 140 Ferdinand, as well as Oxycoccus palustris 22.8 Kosovich. Alongside apple acid in roughly equal parts is citric acid found in the blackberry, 1, also in the raspberry, blueberry, strawberry, and in Rubus chamaemoris, as well as in Thepsium amorus, grass of Chelidonium majus. Alongside apple acid and wine acid in the birdberries, and perhaps also in the tamarind, Vauquelin. They are too expensive. Nature still provides the cheapest citric acid in lemons, and, according to Weimer, via Citromyces P507, see Chem, Zeit, 17, 1080 and 21, 381, and 1022. Citric acid was first noted in lemons before 1732 by Boerhaave Arend, P957, and he studied the effect of the juice on metals. It was then isolated by Retzius, 1776, but crystallized for the first time by Scheele, 1784. That citric acid is different from wine acid was realized not only by Scheele, but also by Retzius I, P966. Fresh lemons come from Lake Garda, where there are large, very peculiar plantations, C.I. figs, 27 and 28, that produce about 15 million lemons annually, followed by Sicily, which produces approximately 50 billion lemons annually. Huge citrus cultures are found in California wine, Fiji, 31. Hamburg imported 236,943 dozen lemons in 1908, of which 225,609 came from Italy, 10,273 from Spain, small amounts from France, Greece. Lemons can be preserved by coating the attachment point with paraffin and embedding the fruits in salt. The average weight of a lemon is 153.8 g. Olivieri e Guerrieri. In lemons, about 38.5 goes to the peel, about 59 to the flesh, and about 2.5 to the seeds. A good lemon gives an average of 24.8 g of juice and provides about 2.41 g of crystalline citric acid. In a liter of unripe mulberry juice, there are 26.85 g of citric acid. Wright and Patterson. Genuine lemon press juice has a specific weight of C1.1 or 31.3 and an average content of 9.72 c. Older lemons no longer contain citric acid. Stoddard. 1,000 kg of good lemons should yield 55 kg, and 1,000 kg of black currants, 7510 kg of crystalline citric acid. In addition to these, grapefruit juice, containing 1.2, is recommended for illustrating citric acid in large quantities. Groger. However, it often only contains 186 to 280 g of citric acid in a gallon, i.e., only 4.6 Warrington, but the content can also reach 1135 to 7.6, is typical for good juice. Hensel and Print. Foreign acids are usually present in lemon juice at a rate of 2.5, lime juice at 7.8, and bergamot juice at 12.13. Recent findings in lemon juice include 1044 extract, C1.42, invert sugar, 0.52 saccharose, 539 5.83, citric acid, 0.32 nitrogen substance, and 0.2 ash composition as per Koenig. Subsp. Limonimum riso Hooker, Phil. Citrus limonimum riso, C. medica var, L. called citron or lemon, L. known as cedro limon, sugo di cedro, much rarer from those of Citrus aurantium L. subsp. The locations for the processing of citrus juice in Sicily and Calabria. In 100 ccm unripe lemon juice, 752 g of citric acid were found. In ripe lemon juice, 727 g of citric acid, so the acid content remains roughly the same carrier, but sometimes rises to 830 g in 100 ccm, of which 1.57 g is bound as ester speth and don is ester speth and Centner. Lemon juice for wholesale in Italy is made from the fruits of Citrus medica elder, Bergamia riso et Puerto, White et Arnott, the bergamot. In West Indies Montserrat from those of Citrus limetariso. Regarding the raw materials required for the production of citric acid, which are manufactured in southern Italy, Ravasini 1911, provides the following information at the site. Illustration, Fig. 178. The sites where agrocado is prepared are marked with, and those where sidrato di calce is produced are denoted with Ravasini Sig. Citric acid is technically obtained exclusively from the juice of lemons and citron limons, which is prepared in southern Italy, particularly in Calabria and Sicily. The lemon fruits, once they have reached their full ripeness, are peeled. Fig. 165. The peels are used to make lemon citrus essence. Fig. 166. 1 liter of citrus juice thus obtained contains 5560, or in the best case, 70 g of citric acid. As the citric acid representation is not carried out in Italy itself, this juice must first be evaporated to be exported, which is done in large glazed clay containers. The evaporated juice is still warm filtered, and then shipped to foreign factories under the name aggrocato in large wooden barrels of 100-250 kDOJ capacity. This concentrated lemon juice, aggrocato, presents a syrup-like brown liquid that must read 60 on the hydrometer, i.e., it has a density of 1.2394 and contains approximately 400 g of crystalline citric acid per liter. The production of aggrocato takes place in the following provinces and towns in southern Italy: Reggio Calabria near Galena, Mata S. Giovanni, and Gallico; Catania near Acerale, Giare, Calatabiano, Fiumefreddo, and Riposto; Messina near Addo, Fiumefreddo; Guido Mandri, Nizza, Sicilia, Milazzo, Esch. For the purification of citric acid, raw lemon juice is neutralized with lime, and the obtained citric lime is then washed with water to remove soluble foreign juice components that are not soluble in lime, and subsequently decomposed with sulfuric acid. Teresa di Riva and Gardens, Syracuse near Floridia, Palermo, and on the island Ischia near Naples here in small quantities. Germany imported 1909, 1705. Dezen, Tus, especially from Italy. Recently, lemon juice is obtained from crushed peeled fruits by centrifuging. This is easily clarified. The lye obtained by crystallization produces initially colored crystals raw citric acid, used in the textile industry, which are then purified with charcoal. Pure citric acid, the citric acid of commerce, is the monohydrate. The yield is C55, only 1.5 for bilberries and cranberries. To avoid the costly transport of relatively little exploitable material contained in lemon juice, it was thought to convert the citric acid on site into insoluble tricalcium citrate of calcium, or is commonly called in Sicily, citrate of calcium, and market this instead of the juice. This operation is carried out as follows. The lemon juice obtained by pressing is left for some time until fermentation occurs, which causes the release of protein and mucilaginous substances. The mucilage comes from the seed coat in particular. Now, 2,000 liters of lemon juice and 8,000 liters of cold water are mixed in a large brick tank, usually capable of holding 10,000 liters of liquid, equipped with a mechanically driven agitator and a serpentine pipe. The man stirs everything well and lets cold water flow through the serpentine pipe until the entire liquid volume has been reduced to a temperature of 5°C. Now, stirring is continued for an additional 10 minutes, and finally 50 liters of sumac extract are added, whose tanning content completes the precipitation of all protein and mucus substances. The liquid is now passed through a filter press, where the precipitate is removed, and it exits from this either into 2,000-liter wooden tubs, or as found in newer installations back into brick cisterns, which, however, are fitted with perforated serpentine through which steam is introduced until the liquid boils. This citric lime is dried in wooden casks from Catania and Palermo, and is mainly exported to North America, France, Germany, and England, where it is used in the production of citric acid. A man now determines the amount of acid contained in a small quantity of liquid, and adds to every 100 kg of acid 45 kg of burnt lime or 57 kg of calcite hydrate, immediately forming citric lime, which is caught in a filter press, washed for 10 minutes with hot water, then for 10 minutes with warm, and finally for 5 minutes with cold water. In the province of Palermo, where 6 factories produce concentrated press juice and calcium, Italy itself does not produce citric acid, and even obtains almost all the quantities consumed in Italy exclusively from England and Germany, with 359 Z coming from Germany in 1909. Calcium citrate is already represented in the following provinces and locations: Reggio Calabria at Galena and Polizzi, Messina at Roccalumera and San Filippo del Mela, Syracuse at Modica, Palermo at Bagheria. It is expected that over time, the representation of calcium citrate will completely replace that of aggrocato. Concentrated lemon juice, aggrocato, 1908. 8,366, 1909, 11,078, 1910, 8,352 quint. Calcium citrate, 1952. The conservation of lemon juice can also be achieved through alcohol or heating to 100 or filtration judices. Lemon juice is one of the best thirst quenchers. Lemon juice and citric acid are used in large quantities for making lemonade. The province of Messina alone is expected to represent over 1 million kg of concentrated citrus juice agrocado annually, which is an enormous quantity, considering that 2,800 lemons are needed to produce 100 kg of ordinary non-concentrated juice. The export figures are as follows. Ordinary, non-concentrated lemon juice crude Cedro, and lemon juice 1908, 1908, 1950, 1909, 6172, 1910, 6113, quint. Lemon juice, not citric acid, is also considered the best remedy against scurvy. Ships are required to carry lemon juice on long journeys, and it is now widely used in so-called lemon cures for gout and as a degreasing agent. The commercial citric acid is often adulterated with wine acid or even replaced by it. The DAB tests for wine acid through the following reaction. A mixture of 1 g of citric acid and 10 cc HSO, prepared in a mortar, rinsed with HSO, could not change color to yellow, but must remain uncolored if left in a probamill with HSO rinsed water bath at ASA bath. A temperature below 90 for an hour, lit. Stoddart, Farm, Journ, 210-203. Warrington, Ibid. 2-384. Groger, Enyarb, Dichem 39, 194. Wemmer, Zitronensäuregerung, 1893. Zeitscher, 1909, 395. Wüstenfeld Dissert, Berlin, 1908. Die Beziehungen der Fette zu den Kohlenhydraten sind oben S5 diskutiert. Es kann als erwiesen angesehen werden, Vallée, André, Gerber, dass in der Pflanze Monosaccharide und Polysaccharide in Fette umgewandelt werden können. Ähnlich findet der umgekehrte Prozess statt dort. Koenig, Nahrungsmittel und Genusmittel, 4th ed., includes numerous lemon analyses by Olivieri Egerieri, Danesi Eboschi, etc. Judicis, Zeitscher, D. Oester, Appel, Hallerbach, die Zitronensäure und ihre Derivate 1911, dort die Litdarfe, Fett- und Wachsdrogen. Physiologisch spielen die Fette bei Pflanzen die Rolle von Reservestoffen, zumindest dort, wo sie in größerer Masse vorkommen. Das Fruchtfleisch der Ölpalme enthält 6572 Fett, Leinsamen 3542, Ricinussamen 4653, Mandeln 46, 53, Walnusskern 64, Copra 67 Fett. Auf die Nollen von Cyperus esculentus enthalten 28 Fett, ansonsten sind Rhizomfettarm. Die werden während der Keimung verbraucht, und genau in diesen Fällen lohnt sich allein ihre technische Gewinnung. Ebenso ist das Fett der Sporen ein Reservestoff, Vegel, Lycopodium, Tonte. In a broader sense, waxes also belong to fatty substances, and they should therefore be included here. Both are aliphatic esters with acyclic components. We only encounter cyclic compounds in the cholesterol group. Fats and waxes consist of acids and alcohols. Bei Tieren finden sich Fette im sogenannten adipose tissue, occurring particularly in intermuscular and subcutaneous connective tissue, mesentery, and bone marrow. However, fats can also be stored in all cells of the animal body outside adipose tissue, and are found in animal secretions such as milk. The acid half belongs to the following series of fatty acids. I follow Lukowicz's classification. I. Acetic acid series. Condone. 2. The lower acids of this series: butyric acid, valeric acid, caproic acid, caprylic acid, capric acid are volatile. Even lauric acid is volatile with water vapor, but myristic acid only appears in the application of steam under tension, which explains its occurrence in many so-called essential oils, while the higher fatty acids of the series palmitic acid, stearic acid, arachidic acid, behenic acid, carnauba acid, cirrhotic acid, melicic acid do not. Acids of the fatty acid series: CHO, unsaturated acids, scutiglynic acid, CHU, hypogaic acid, CHO, picetic acid, CHU, lycopodic acid, CHU, lycopodic acid, CHU, oleic acid, acid, shigudoplic acid, chugicolic acid, chugicolic, erucic acid, CHU, ursitic, acid. 2. Isorusic acid. Higher acids are not volatile with water vapor. Their metal salts are soluble in ether. Linolenic acid. Isolinolenic acid. Gecurinic acid. The acids of the isolanic acid series. Acids of the ricinic acid series. The 3. Acids of the linoleic acid series. CHO, in drying oils, easily absorb oxygen CP55C3. 2. Linoleic acid 2 tareth. Acid 2 telthorn. Oil acid 2 telferic acid. 2. Telferic acid. The 4th. Acids of the linolenic acid series. CHO, SCU. The homologous series of saturated fatty acids includes the following members. HCuO formic acid, CHU. Acetic acid, acid 2. Propionic acid. CHU caprylic acid, liquid below 31, CX2 pelargonic acid, SCU capric acid 2, undecanoic acid, BS43, F55, C15H212, palmitic acid F62, C1633, acid F85 isomer with carnaubic acid F725, and pisanglyceric acid F71, C24H40, icanic acid, F7078, C32OH65 Cu. Silasteric acid, F9495, margaric acid is a mixture with a constant melting point of palmitic and stearic acid, hydroxylated acids, GH2, chooricinic acid, isoracinic acid, ricinoleic acid, ricin oil acid, and quinces oil acid. Acids of the series. CH2, dibasic, saturated, cho-Japanese acid, medullin acid, moringa acid, theobromine acid, crotonolic acid, umbellulic acid, to be struck Lukovic. Individual fatty acids and alcohols are described in Lukovic, Chem, Techno, U-Analysis. The alcohol half of the esters belongs to the following series. Alcohols of the ethyl series, H2O, cho-pisangsyral alcohol, cho-cetyl alcohol ethyl, cho-carnobyl alcohol ethyl, cho-ceryl alcohol, cho-myricil alcohol, melicyl alcohol, melicyl alcohol. Alcohols of the allyl series, cho-lanolene alcohol. The 3rd. Alcohols of the series, GHEAs, O-to-phytoceryl alcohol, alcohol. Alcohols of the glycol series H2, cho-cocoseryl alcohol. B. Alcohols of the series 2, troglycine. This hydroaromatic series alcohols, cho-cholesterol, phytosterol, and isocholesterol, cho-cetosterol, and phytosterol. RCHOR, O, REG, tripomidin, tristerin, and trialyl glycerides are formed. These are referred to as tripalmitin, tristerin, and trioliner, the 3 hydroxy groups with 2 or 3 different fatty acids according to type. O, Ri-O, Ri-O, Ri-G-H, O-Dro-I, T-H-O, Acho-R-O, Ri-O, 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 Ri-U, Ri-G-H, O-Ri, G-H-O, Ri, O, Ri-O, Ri, and thus mixed glycerides are formed. Fats in a narrow sense are all glycerides, as Steele discovered glycerin chevrule, first observed, and Berthelot 1854 confirmed through synthesis. The binding of fatty acids to glycerin occurs either in such a way that all 3 hydroxyls of the glycerin are saturated with the same fatty acid, following the type O. Even these have recently been frequently found in naturally occurring fats, since Bell and Lewin assumed an oleopalmitate butyrate. O-cho-ch, O-O, cho-O. Cho in butter and Hayes, 1896, found an oleodysterin, O-cho, cho, O-cho. Cho in mango butter and copra fat, which also occurs in the fat of Mangifera indica, according to Sack. The question regarding fats where not all hydroxy groups of glycerin are esterified with fatty acids, for example, of the type or, och, or oich, or tomar, or oo, in nature is still uncertain. The comparison of formula types shows that there must also be numerous structural isomers, whose number increases with acids having double bonds due to changes in their position. The stereoisomerism of fatty acids was confirmed by studying the split products of ozonides, haries, and thyme. Joer, Fowdem, Benchum, Badmalderijos, Alcher, So far, only one diglyceride, derinucin, has been found. The actual fats are therefore composed according to the formula H2O, H2O, HCEH2O. HC, where NPR or NPNR and or NR are small even numbers. The waxes usually have the formula. X may signify a small even or odd number, ulcer and Clement. Certain lecithins also contain fatty acid residues, for example, disteroylecithin, CHOOCH, fatty acid, residue glycerin, residue CHOO, HOHO, phosphoric acid, residue Chi. The elemental composition of oils, i.e., their gross content of C, H, and O, is quite similar, only palm kernel, cocos, and castor oil show deviating numbers, especially a lower carbon content. O, Scholenrest NGHT. O, it may generally be stated that fats never consist solely of one glyceride, and that one glyceride, or more glycerides, especially those of palmitic acid, stearic acid, and oleic acid. The presence of lower fatty acid glycerides gives a fat a special character, cocos oil. Under natural conditions, solid fats do not exist in plants. I found palm fat, cocos oil, and cacao butter liquid in the tropics, i.e., in the home of the plants in question. Fats are extremely insoluble in water, somewhat more so in cold alcohol, only slightly in castor croton and olive kernel oil, soluble in ether, sulfur, carbon disulfide, chloroform, benzene, and petrol ether. Castor oil does not dissolve in petrol ether. Ether CH2 contained, these are almost all, yield first dioxysterinic acid upon oxidation. The products are rubber substitutes. Nitric acid converts oils with unsaturated fatty acids in the fat acid series, e.g., olive oil, almond oil, into solid masses, L-adenic acid, glycerides, fats that contain oleic acid, CHA. Oleic acid forms an ozonide with ozone haries, CHO. This ozonide of oleic acid decomposes into nonylaldehyde, or pelargonic acid, and azelaic acid, or their semialdehyde. Heating fats above 260 C best with the addition of potassium sulfate leads to decomposition and the release of acrolein vapors from glycerin. During distillation, sometimes gel-like masses form from castor oil. Passing air through heated oils makes them more viscous. Sulfur is added to oils containing unsaturated fatty acids. If moisture is present, small amounts of fatty acids are formed, but the fat does not yet go rancid. Moist fats, however, quickly become rancid in air and light. This splitting happens much faster through cooking with water, hot steam, mineral acids acting as catalysts, alkalis. The greater the iodine absorption capacity of a fat, the easier it absorbs oxygen. This is therefore connected to the double bond CFP 553. Dry air has no effect on fats when all moisture and light are excluded. Consequently, dry fats remain unchanged in frozen tubes for an unlimited period. They split under the influence of lipolytic enzymes, which are insoluble in water, only active in the presence of acids, e.g., lactic acid Hoyer, activated by these enzymes like lipase, stepsin, first proven by Green and Sigmund in 1891, naturally T91, naturally. Occurring in seeds but also common elsewhere, individual lipases vary, Dunlap and Seymour, breaking down esters to release fatty acids and increasing the acidity. The primary cause of rancidity is therefore enzymes in the presence of moisture, causing the fats to first become acidic but not yet rancid. They only become rancid when exposed to air and light and oxidized Ritzert, Duclos, Lukowicz, Deitel. If fats remain with the substance they were prepared from, e.g. with the always enzyme-rich fruit flesh in contact, the glycerides split quickly, and the fat can then break down into fatty acids by up to 70 bagasse olive oil, or almost completely palm oil, oil. Microorganisms can initiate rancidity, but they are not necessary for it. Duclos, Ritzert, Mion. Fats with glycerides of unsaturated fatty acids tend to go rancid more easily than those of higher saturated fatty acids. Rancid fats generally have a higher acetyl number, Lukowicz, and show lower burning heat, Stoman. When air or oxygen is blown through heated oils, and energetic oxidation occurs. The specific gravity increases, and the oils become viscous blown oils. Most fats are optically inactive, with right-rotating ones including castor oil, croton oil, laurel oil, and sesame oil. The refractive index number for most oils is quite similar, e.g., linseed oil 447, olive oil 447, soybean oil 451, Plymouth. Under a microscope, solid or semi-solid fats regularly show abundant crystalline formations, primarily needles, embedded in droplet-like liquid masses. Waxes are chemically very similar to fats, but have entirely different physiological functions. Many serve as coatings on the vegetative and reproductive organs of plants in warm climates, protecting them from evaporation, wetting, and light. The function of others remains unclear. 450. The most commonly used are Engler's and Redwood's viscometers, rotational capacity, microscopic and spectroscopic behavior, consistency, solubility, electrical conductivity, and behavior in a colorimeter. Beeswax is used to build cells. Waxy esters are harder to saponify than fatty esters. The methods of fat analysis are physical and chemical. Among the physical methods considered are the determination of specific gravity, melting and solidification points, refractive index using a refractometer, viscosity using a viscometer. See above p-pong. The chemical methods distinguish between the determination of acid number, saponification number, Kutztorfer number, iodine and bromine number, Hubel, Weiss, Reichert-Meisel or Reichert-Walny, number volatile fatty acids, Hainer number unreacted, insoluble fatty acids, and acetyl number. Fokin used the hydrogen number, i.e., the number ccmh, at 0 and 760 mm D, 198 G, which reacts with 1 G of substance upon treatment with molecular platinum, in a reaction to determine the number of double bonds in unsaturated fatty acids. Sometimes the amount of glycerin and diglycerides are also determined. For more accurate analysis, testing isolated fatty acids regarding quantity, specific gravity, melting, and solidification point, boiling point, solubility, refractive index, etc., is necessary. Qualitative reactions include the E-Leyden test, the oxygen absorption test, and the hexabromide test to detect linoleic acid. The increase in temperature upon mixing with concentrated sulfuric acid is also frequently used for oil identification Malmonese test. The fat content of drugs is determined by extraction with low-boiling petroleum ether in a Sochlet apparatus, saponifying the extraction residue and pressing out the non-saponifiable material. Most oils are yellowish, some almost colorless, some varieties of olive oil and castor oil, others deep yellow linseed oil, fresh palm fat. The fat's usually pure white coconut fat, pig fat. Some are colored by pigments that dissolve in the fat during pressing. Thus, laurel oil is colored by chlorophyll, nutmeg butter by a yellowish-red pigment, astracardia fat by a tin-red dye. A chlorophyll content of fatty oils, observed especially in olive oil and hemp oil, can be easily detected with a spectrometer Church 1884. The direct synthesis of the common glycerides succeeds with almost theoretical yield by heating stoichiometric amounts of fatty acid and glycerin to 250 under normal pressure, while continuously removing the water formed during the reaction and excluding atmospheric oxygen with an inert gas flow. C.O. Bellucci, 1911. Further syntheses in . Even with the aid of enzymes, both in organisms and in vitro, the construction of fats is possible, as Henry at first showed, for example, that the fat-splitting cerulipase also acts reversibly synthetically biochemical fat synthesis. Fat solid, a vegetal, B animal. All vegetal oils and fats contain phytosterols as companions, while all animal fats contain cholesterol. The chemical relationships of these to the fats are not yet clarified. Such syntheses were achieved by Bodenstein, Dietz, Taylor, Potvin, and Lukowicz, who classify fat bodies as follows. I. Oils liquid, a vegetal. 1. Drying. 2. Semi-drying. 3. From marine organisms, fish oils, liver oils, tallow. 2. From terrestrial animals. A fairly complete tabular overview of the composition, as well as the physical and chemical constants of 225 plant and animal fats and 10 waxes, is found in Ulzer Clement, Algem, Physio El Chaim, de Fete, 1906. For more details, see Lukowicz. The microhistochemical detection of fats is successful in all cases where the oil contains unsaturated acids, occurs with other substances containing double bonds. In the seeds that I have personally examined, and this is a large number, the fatty oil is never present as drops, but rather in closest mixture or connection with the plasma. Therefore, the entire mass lying between the aleurone grains turns brown with osmium acid when one applies the cut directly to it. This structure, which I call oil plasma, is however dissolved by water, and therefore droplets appear when the cut is placed in water. Also, in the cells of vegetative organs, oil always forms in the plasma, and this is presumably regularly oily. Sometimes it occurs in so-called oleoplasts, elaioplasts, fat cell formers. Yet Ullmann disputes that this is fatty oil. Another proof of fats relies on their saponification with alkalis. Saponification occurs even at ordinary temperature, after prolonged lying, and characteristic crystals appear Hartwich and Ullmann. The fat droplets also greedily absorb dyes, such as alkanine, chinolin blue, Sudan, chlorophyll, and the red dye that arises in the Raspail reaction for sugar extraction. In therapy, fats play a particularly important role as bases for ointments and liniments. Phosphoratum. The combustion heat of fats is very significant. While carbohydrates provide an average of 3,900 G-calories, fats supply an average of 9,300 G-calories. Therefore, they play a major role in the material and energy exchange of organisms and are valuable food sources. All oils, when taken by the spoonful, have a laxative effect, while gum oil emulsions have a constipating effect. Cold-pressed or solvent-extracted oils from the same source do not behave identically. In pharmacy, carbonated oils, tonic oils, as well as brominated and iodized fats are used. Phosphorus's solubility in oil is utilized to produce OL. Fruit and seed oils are typically obtained through pressing cold or hot CI, P134. The press cakes obtained here, which still retain more or less fat, are valuable feeding or fertilizing agents as they still contain all the protein, especially in the form of aleurone grains. However, many fats are now also being extracted by means of extraction, particularly using sulfur carbon and benzene or petrol ether, less so with tetrachloroethylene, chloroform, ethanol, benzene, chloroethylanes. Both methods also result in fat-soluble companions of the fats going into solution coloring substances, toxic substances, ethereal oils. See above. The apparatus for oil extraction is illustrated by Stiepel AAO. The demand for plant fats is enormous. Germany alone imported 30 million marks worth of plant oils and 202.9 million marks worth of oil seeds in 1906 Thunmann. Tropical oils are imported onto the world market in quantities exceeding 2,000 million kg annually. Marseille is an important trading center for olives, arachis, sesame, copra, and their oils. The methods for cleaning fats refer to the removal of mechanical impurities, dissolved protein substances, resins, plant mucus, free fatty acids, odors desodorization, or are bleaching methods or techniques aimed at improving taste or increasing shelf life, or raising the melting point, or lowering the solidification point demargarination. History. Even the ancient Sumerians used olive and castor oil, while the Babylonians utilized sesame oil. Oil, and tallow D are frequently mentioned in Egyptian and Babylonian recipes. See IP 467. Ofele lists IP 486-16 animal fats found in Babylonian pharmacies. Therefore, the extraction of oil derived from Latin oleum from plants by pressing is very ancient. Olive oil was particularly used for lighting purposes in ancient Egypt, as well as in Palestine during the time of Moses. The ancient Greeks also used lard as a salving agent, having learned it from the Egyptians Herodotus. The oil of almonds and nuts was also known to them. They used these oils for both culinary purposes and in fleurage, that is, extracting pleasant fragrances from plants' many regulations by Dioscorides. Wool fatoocipus already served as a base for salves in very early times. Plinius. 28. 191 as a Gallic invention. Sapo may be either of Celtic origin or derived from ade, thefa, safar foam, agos, thepa, safar, and likely relates to lat, collect the sebum fat together. The preparation of butter from horse's milk through vigorous shaking was known to the Scythians Herodotus, and Hippocrates refers to the product as Dioscorides, describing buttering, mentions butter made from sheep and goat milk. Soap, prepared from willow ashes and goat fat in Germany and Gaul, is mentioned by Pliny Hist. The Gauls and Germans used soap to dye their hair egils, telg fat and color in Ovid. The German woman whitens her hair with herbs, and it was initially used this way in Rome until they learned to make suds and use them for washing. Even then, the difference between hard and soft soap seems to have been known. The Gauls made hard soap from the ashes of seagrass soda, while the Germans made soft soap from the ashes of land plants potash. Galen also knew soap made from cattle, goat, and lamb fat, with ashlie and lime, and mentions German soap for washing and healing. By the way, soap-making was also flourishing in ancient Rome around the time of Christ's birth, as we know from Pompeii in earlier times. Ashlie, soda, alkaline water, and sour urine, as well as the coniferous plants, were used for washing. 80th, 6th century. The black soap is also mentioned, as well as the pharmaceutical books from Wales 1, p. 683. Later, Marseille and then Venice became seats of large soap factories, hence Sapo Venetus. The representation of lead plasters was also known to the ancients Dioscorides, Plinius. After Germany, oil, the substance and the word, probably only in the 3rd century AD oleum over Celtic and Gothic aleu, ole, adils. Morey described Walrat 1665, Hamburg the extraction of cocoa butter 1687, Lemery beeswax 1708, 1745. Framey recognized the analogy between lead plaster formation and soap formation. The discovery that smoking nitric acid thickens many oils was made by Boyle 1661, and the Marseille pharmacist Pautet found that nitric acid is the cause of the formation of the body he called eleidin. Macaire 1745 thought that the fat becomes thicker in proportion to the amount of acid it contains. Then, during the 18th century, Buchner, Deroy, Valerius, Seleucus, Watson, and others studied many oils and Carthuser wine, p. 962, examined wax, tallow, soap, and animal fats. Krell subjected them to dry distillation, 1778, and introduced the term fatty acids for the volatile acids. J.C. Galen, in his Dissertatio de Oles Pinguibus Rancidis Lips, 1776, already drew attention to the process of going rancid. Fourcroy, who discovered cadaverine wax, combined it with the gallstone fat cholesterine and seal oil, discovered by Gren, 1788, into the class of fat waxes adipocire. Scheele discovered glycerin, or oil sugar, Principium dulce oleorum, on the peculiar saccharine matter of expressed oils and its fatness, 1783, and realized that it is formed by heating all oils and fats with lead plate, but was unable to clarify the nature of fats, so Lavoisier still considered them hydrocarbons. The nature of fats, as well as the process of soap formation, was clarified in a remarkable and comprehensive study of animal fats from 1811 and 1823 by Chevril. Volatile delphic acid, valeric acid, butyric acid, caproic, and caprylic acid fats, and introduced the names stearin from tallow, elane from oil, and cetin whale fat. Heinz and Berthelot continued the investigations of Chevril, decomposing margaric acid into palmitic and stearic acids. Berthelot, Luca, and Wurtz recognized glycerin as a 3-carbon alcohol. Litt, Beckmann, Bater Z, Gesch, D. Erfin. Chevril, Les corps grad origine animale. Paris, 1815 and 1823. Reprint 1889. Berthelot, A.M. Schim. 341, 216, 1854. Henriette Comte, Rend, 1896, 1897, and 1901. P. Schacht, Bader Z. Synthes der Fette, Dis, Zurich, 1908. Habilitationsschrift, Zurich, 1907. Corelli, Unters. Über das Sport wie Fett, Dis, Zurich, 1909. Skopnik Synth. Dreifach gemischt, glyceride, Dis, Zurich 1909, Dunlap and Seymour, Jern, Amer, Chemsoct, 27 1905, 1935, 935, Heat of combustion of fats, Chem. Soct, 1901, 164, Clement, Zeitcher, Angu, Chem, 24-24, 1911. Ullmann, Dissertation, Zurich 1902. Bell, Chemistry of Foods, The Set. Eiler, Pflanzenchemie, Marcosson, Laboratoriumsbuch für die Industrie D. Heiss, Arbeiten aus der Kais. Health Office 1896, 12, 540, 13, 302. Hartwich and Ullmann, Fat Oils Extracted by Microchemical Saponification, Arch, Farm, 1903, 111. Ohle und Fette, 1911. Church, Some Practical Results of My Investigations on Chlorophyll. Arch, Farm, 1884. Testing Methods, 5th ed. 3rd, 1905. Benedict Ulzer, Analysis of Fat and Wax Types. For the technical, Hefter Technology of Fats and Oils, Fat and Oil 1906. Schadler Technology of Fats, 2nd edition 1892. Steeple Fats, Oils, Waxes in Wales, Single Writings on Chemical Technology, 1911, richly illustrated. Vegetable Oils and Plant Oil Drugs. 1. Drying Oils. In drying oils, fatty acids with multiple double bonds are contained, which therefore have a high iodine value and form hardening oxides by oxygen absorption. Oleic acid does not belong to these, but linoleic acid and linolenic acid do. On the progress, the annual report reports in the field of fats, oils, and wax types in the Chemical Review on the Fat and Resin Industry. A special committee for the uniform investigation of fats and vegetable oils of the American Chemical Society proposed uniform methods in 1910, Chemical Review on Fat and Resin Industry, 1911, 84. They do not give the E-laden reaction, but if linolenic acid is present, they give hexabromide. The oxygen uptake of linseed oil, the formation of linox and linoxin, always takes place at double bonds. Phase CC, OC, C-peroxide, OO2. Phase CCC, CO, oxide O-oc. O-linoxin is insoluble in all. The oxygen uptake is e.g. in linseed oil more vigorous when treated first with oxidizing agents manganese borate, lead oxide. Genthy considered the process during drying of linseed oil as a molecular autoxidation, and the oxidizing agents only as pseudocatalysts, autoxidation, which then undergo rearrangement leading to water release and complex formation. The saponificating agents do not change the chemistry of the autoxidation process, but only act as catalysts, either accelerating or retarding it. When added to the Malish's potassium-ammonia mixture, the drying oils produce small spheroids. Ullmann. Lit. Mulder, Chemistry of Drying Oils. German, by Müller, 1867. Roch, Drying Oils. Zeitcher, Angu, Chem, 1911, 80. Azura, Monach, F. Chem 9, 180. Hayner and Mitchell, Analyst, 1898, 313. Rollet, Chem, Central, 1998, 399 to 1984. Parian Zeitcher 84. 23, 1910, 722 and 1910, 11.6, Gente, Ibid. Theses, Chem, Jess, 42, 658 Chem. Centrable, 1910, 2, 1529. H. Ingle Notes on Linseed Oil, Jern, Ulsock, Chem, Ind, 30, 344. Linseed Meal and Oleum Linz. Both the parent plant, Linum usitatissimum, and the seed and its oil, flaxseed oil, linseed oil, huile de lin, linseed oil, oil of flaxseed, have already been discussed above P314. The oil content of flax seeds ranges from 24.6 to 44.46 of the dry substance king. Upper limit of ash 5 Huck. Harry Ingle, who examined several thousand samples of flax oil, found the iodine value and specific gravity for La Plata flax oil 179.50.9, 315 Manhattan flax oil 182, 0.9328 Farian. Now see above PA. Linolenic acid C17A229-2 is also an unsaturated acid C, above P546. It forms a hexabromide and yields oxidized linolenic acid hexahedrox. The assumption of isolinolenic acid hazura, or linolenic acid Erdmann, Bedford and Rasp, appeared unfounded to Rolette, although Erdmann and Bedford 1910 maintain their data. The Committee of the Amer 323 gives the following composition for flax oil: insoluble material 0.6, saturated fatty acids 930, eleosteric acid 17.5, linoleic acid 38, linolenic acid 38. Linolenic acid 2 contains 2 double bonds, adding 4 bromine atoms, first forms sativins, acid tetroxystearine, then azolanic acid, Kuch-2. For testing materials suggests in agreement with Benedict Ulver the following constants for pure linseed oil. Specific gravity, 0.9350.932, refraction index at 25, 148, 051.479. Acid number 6, 19178, unsaponifiable matter, 0, 1.5. The flash point is 205-225 Rockeson. Hamburg imported 33,211 des linseed oil outward in 1908, of which 25,975 came from the Netherlands. In 1907, small quantities were also imported from the Russian Baltic ports and Sweden. France imported 18,955 quintals of linseed oil in 1908, about half from Belgium, then from China, England, and the Netherlands. British India exported linseed in 190,708, 2,290,185 CW8 in 190, 809, 1,405,467 CW8 to England and British possessions. However, Meister found lower iodine values 160.2 to 164.5 in absolutely pure linseed oils below the previously assumed lower limit of 170. The burnable heat of linseed oil is 9,364 to 9,379 G-calories per liter at constant volume, and 9,379 to 9,394. Lini, pain gâteau de lin, linseed cake, along with the mucilage. All nitrogen-containing substances of the seed are contained, i.e., the protein edith. The total export of linseed oil in 190,809 exceeded 36,000 gallons. The United States exported 4,277,313 bushels of flaxseed in 1982,000, 882,899 bushels in 1909, 367,883 gallons of linseed, 283 gallons in 2008. In the flaxseed press cake, linseed cake, placenta sem. The composition of the linseed press cake in percentages is given in the following table. Globulin, a protein, contains albumin, small amounts of proteases and peptones Osborne and Campbell, lecithin Schulze and Steiger, lipase Sigmund, proteasewil, a glycosidase enzyme Dunstan Henry and al., linamar and phaseolunetin, see page 322, and traces of fat oil. Collin found the seeds of Chenopodium polyspermum, Spergularia arvensi, Cerastium triviale, Spergula arvensis, and legume seeds in them. F6151, iodine number 10. Lit. Compare above under drying oils. Chemical literature compiled in Weimer, Plant Substances, on the components of aleurone grains. See Church and Kritzler, Bear, D. Farm, Guest 1900, 1264. Pressed cakes, Sin. Hemp seeds, grain de chanvre, hemp seed, seme de canapé. The plant, hemp, bast, hemp or hemp, in Austria. Harf, Pastock, and Heinef. In Switzerland, Wirch the fruit, Posset Tregel, Chenevo in Graubünden, Schanf in Ticino, Canapé, Canapula. Middle Fleiss water, 9.5420. 0.1912.8, 610, 4, 13.43 nitrogen-containing substance, substance 1936.18, 9.888.7512, 0.311.43 nitrogen-free substance, substance 24.5 or 46, 765.87.4. Since linseed cake is highly valued as feed, but relatively expensive, it is often adulterated, especially with poppy seed and peanut flour cakes. The male plant, hemp stalk, mistakenly due to its smaller size femel or femel from femella female, indicating late Roman influences. The female plant. Hemp hen, henfins, seed hemp mistakenly mastel, mash, meshel from mas. The corpus glossar dot. At Dioscurides, at Plinius, cannabis, at later Greeks, at Simon Seth, in the Middle Ages, cannabis, canapus, caniva, canopus, at Gerarda Herbal 1633. The male is called Carl or Winter H, the female Baron or Summer H, hemp English, chanvre, chanves French, cambre Norman, chan Walloon, canapa Italian, Tynamo Spanish, canamo Portuguese, hemp Norwegian, hampa Swedish, canopal Russian, Greek. In the Alfita, at Serapion and Bartholomeus, canaps cannabis, canapis collis et cannabit, cotum, shehedenegi cannabis canurus, canap, Arab, kimnub, canab, sense, got, goni, sana, indrasana, indras hemp, shanapu, banga, ganjika, beng, ganga. The fruits are called hind, ganje kibi, tam, danje virai, beng, ganja virai, ping gandai, in person. In China, hemp is known as homa, tama, or yama, also used for other fiber plants. Dragendorf, the fruit, homagene, etim. The former assumption that the word hemp comes from cannabis is now abandoned. Kluge, Schrader. Both words are derived from the common root canna, kansa, in Sanskrit pipe found in Aramician kie, kine hemp, and also appears in Turkic Tartar kindiar hemp, Bulgarian kenavir canvas, and Hungarian kender, hemp. The ending by Schrader relates to the Syrian and Votyak pi, pu nettle in Rechtwoker, agos. The name cannot be traced back to the Indo-Germanic primordial age, nor even to the period before the Greeks' southern withdrawal, as hemp was unknown to them while it was already cultivated in southern Russia at that time. The Germans were exposed to southern culture approximately during the first centuries of our era. Vocabularies I, 198. Cannabum henep vel peace. Cannabis would thus be a loan word, and a compound word meaning hemp nettle a pleonasm. From Albanian kanep, Lithuanian kanapis, Slavic konoplia, Armenian kanap, Persian kanab, all stemming from the Sanskrit root alm or endekandoi, which is not clear to me. There is no loan word from Greek or Latin that would have fully undergone the first sound shift. However, if a consonant shift from germ, anapes took place, this proves that the word existed a few centuries after Christ, already naturalized among the Germans kluge, the name appearing in old plant glossaries for H. Bagrius from Wild May suggests that H was sown in desert places and grew much half-wild Fischer benzoin. The use of the fiber for knitting is indicated by the term spinning yarn from Dioscurides, derived from and as well as by the names Besling, Bast, Bosling, Wirch. The simpler form canna, in ancient Indian Sae, may grassman suggest a tube, which was also used for plaiting kangeether, while the star-shaped division of the leaves gives rise to the name from Dioscurides, staminal plant and systematic position. Cannabis sativa, L. spec, P.L. ed. I, 1027, with some varieties and forms, see below. In America, a var, Americana is distinguished from typica, and in Algiers a variety known as Tif urticalis, Morassae, Cannaboidae, alongside Humulus. There is only one type of description for the main plant. Hemp is a perennial, herbaceous, declinic dioecious, occasionally monocotic plant with a rigid, upright stem that can grow up to 3 meters tall and 5 centimeters thick, with an indistinctly angular, slightly rough, hairy surface. However, in cultivation, for example, in the varieties Gigantea and Chinensis del Dori, in China it can reach double its height in the cultivated area, while in the variety Piedmontanus it only grows to 1.5 meters tall. The stems contain numerous bundles of bast fibers, see hemp fiber, P254. The branching is denser in the female plant than in the male, especially in the variety Piedmontana, where it is abundant and spreading. The leaves, decussate below and spirally arranged above, have a petiole with 3, 5, 7, 9-fold lobed fingers. The stem has a shallow groove on top. The sitting, rough-haired leaflets are lanceolate, both sides pointed. Sharply toothed Dioscurides compares them with those of the ash, the fringulate lateral leaves finely hairy. The loose male inflorescences are only leafed at the bottom. Illustration. Fig. E. 179. Cannabis sativa L1, diagram of the female inflorescence. At the spindle of the latter, in the axil of scale leaves below small dichasius originate, above wrens rich flowered dichasius, with a tendency to form wads, and a strongly stretched sympodial axis. At the end of the main axis of the plant stands a true spike. 2 fruit from the surface, 3 fruit from the edge seen, 4 germling dissected out, 5 cross-section through the fruit and seed. Church-esterly, Atlas. The axillary partial inflorescences of the male plant are double spikes. The main axis atrophies, under its tip 2 equal spikes sprout. The short-stemmed actinomorphic flowers have a 5 mm long, greenish paragon consisting of 5 linear lanceolate leaflets, 5 epipetal stamens with linear anther and short filament, and round pollen. The dense, bushy female inflorescence is leafed almost to the top. In axillary female partial inflorescences, the main axis is developed, becoming a shoot fig. 179 mile. The 2 bracts dean become the hoods of the 2 female flowers. They enclose these in the form of an inner open, outer hairy sheath, longer than the ovary. In the leaf axils of second-degree branches, this repeats, leading to the bushy growth that distinguishes the usually stronger female plants from the loosely leaved male ones. The paragon, formed by 2 leaf-like structures, surrounds the base of the simple, seeded ovary closely and cup-shaped. The ellipsoid, compressed ovary contains a hanging anatropous ovule formed at the apex of the floral axis, and bears 2 long thread-like stigmas that terminate in papilloscars, which fall off after fertilization. The yellow-gray, flat, hairless fruit is a nut enclosed by the expanding calyx. The micropyle of the ovule is absent at maturity. The pollen tube grows through the tissue of the ovary wall to the nucellus ovule. The entire plant, particularly the female inflorescence, has a strong narcotic odor from oil glands, located notably on all leaf organs. The anatomy. Blooms in Germany from July to August. The original habitat of hemp is likely the region around the Caspian Sea. He is still wild today south of this lake, and at Lankaran, as well as at Astartebunj. He is often found in Siberia, along the Artish south of Lake Baikal, in Dahuria Governorate of Irkutsk, in the Ural, on the Volga, in Persia, Altai, western China, Kashgar, Kashmir, and in the Himalayas. In the Himalayas, hemp reaches up to 3,000 meters. It is now cultivated across the countries of the temperate zone in both hemispheres. However, it is not correct to say that it grows wild on the Missouri whirl. It has also been introduced into Africa, as Livingstone found it in the Congo and Zambezi regions. The physiological variety indica, also likely distinguished as a species Cannabis indica lam, differs only in growth. It is smaller, and the much richer development of glandular hairs, resulting in a stronger, almost numbing odor. It does not produce spinnable fiber C herb, cannabis. The derivation of Cannabis sativa from the northern variety of Indian hemp Wisner does not make sense to me. Rather, the opposite seems to be the case. Engler, Moraceae in Engler Prantal, plant families. Luerson, Medical Pharmaceutical Botany 2, 528. Eichler, floral diagrams. Bonge, Bulletin of the Botanical Society of France 1860, 30. Ledebour, Flora Rossica. De Condol, The Origin of Cultivated Plants. Royal, Illustrations of the Botany of the Himalayan Mountains 1839, and Fibrous Plants of India. Cultivation of Hemp in India. Garnier, Exploration in Indochina 1873. Zinger, Contributions to the Knowledge of Female Flowers and Inflorescence of Cannabinae. Flora 85, 185. Illustration. Bergschmidt, Atlas 2nd edition. Plate 129 there. The Systematic Literature. Pabst Kohler, Medical Plants, Volume 13. Dodai. Nies von Essenbeck, Medical Plants, Volume 102. Payne, Medicinal Plants, Volume 35. Reichenbach, Iconography of German Flora, Volume 655. Bentley and Tryman, Medicinal Plants, Volume 231. Riede, Hort, Mal, Teeth. AMB, V. T77. Pathology. Professor Ed. Fisher shares the following about plant pests. On hemp stems and leaves, various parasites have been observed, most of which are unlikely to cause significant damage. We mention among them Peronospora. Septoria cannabis lash, Sachi, Philosticta, cannabis speg. More important is the condition described as hemp cancer, caused by a sclerotinia CL, Kaufmanniana Ticomyrov, corresponding to CL, Sclerotiotum libert, whose micelle penetrates the stem and forms sclerotia on its surface. The so-called the disease of the hemp plant, characterized by slightly protruding white spots on the stem and the dying of the tissue up to the wood body, is, according to V. Peglion, a bacteriosis. Finally, two phanerogamous parasites, Orobanche ramosa L. felipaea, ramosa C.A. Meyer, and Cuscuta europea L. Cultivation and trade. Hemp is cultivated primarily for its fiber, less so for its fruits, and the oil pressed from them, in India as a narcotic recreational drug for the preparation of hashish, p. 1042. On a larger scale in Russia, in the governments of Smolensk, Kaluga, Tula, Orel, Kursk, Chernigov. Hemp is also grown in China, East India here the Var, Indica, Persia, Austria, Hungary, Germany, Baden, Alsace, Rhineland, North America here also in the form of the Var, Americana and New Zealand. It thrives just as much near the Arctic Circle, Arkhangelsk, as in India. Hemp is sometimes found in the gardens of farmers and fishermen in small cultures, Campone culture, 1 p48, from which they obtain the fiber Fischer benzone. Hemp generally prefers a not too humid, warm climate and a sheltered location. It requires a strong, deep soil. Hemp ripens in 13-14 weeks and does not wilt until the fruits are ripe. The fruits drop off at maturity. They are quickly dried in the air. In Central Europe, hemp fruits are harvested in August. In America, the following varieties of cannabis sativa fruits are known: barren hemp, black-seeded hemp, Chinese hemp, common H, East India H, German H, Imperial Kentucky H, Russian H, New Zealand H, New Zealand H, Germany imported in 1909, 77,526 ZZAP, hemp seed particularly from European Russia and Austria, and exported 59,188 Z, particularly to France. Let Oppenau, the cultivation of hemp in Alsace, O'Shaughnessy, Bengal Dispensary and Pharmacopoeia, 1841. Dawes. Hemp seeds from C.S. Var. Americana are called American hemp, also possibly falsely Chinese H. Whirl. In German trade, hemp seeds are sold in bales of C, 100K to Jan. Hamburg traded from Uffera. Cannabis 1908. 1,082,800 kg, 1992,000, 192,100 kg inward in 1980. 1,300 kg, 1980 32,000 per 100 kg, outward tonman. Watt, Dictionary of Economic Products of India, Whirl S. below. Thunmann, Apotheker Zeitung 1911, description of the drug. The useful, simple, solitary capsules, which vary slightly in shape, size, gloss, marbling, and veining, depending on the variety, and to which brown remains of the husk sometimes adhere, are approximately 3-5 mm long and 2 mm wide. The fruits of Var. Gigantea are larger, resin, oval, broad egg-shaped, slightly compressed, with a keel at the edges, particularly on the side corresponding to the rootlet fig, 179, and here, during germination, the leaves spring up with 2 leaflets. The weight of a fruit is approximately 4 mg. The thin, hard, brittle, smooth, and glossy shell is gray, greenish-brown, or gray-brown on the outside, often olive-brown on the inside, marked by a delicate ascending network of veins, particularly visible under a lens fig, 179. The seed, covered with a thin green seed coat showing a brown chalaza at the tip, is attached to the top of the fruit. It contains ample endosperm concentrated around the radicals, derived from a camptotrope ovule. The embryo is hooked fig, 179. It has broad, fleshy cotyledons and an adjacent radical whose tip points towards the fruit's apex. Patience, subscript over the fruits of hemp. Annual Report of the Society of Representatives of Applied Botany, 1906. Church in Real Encyclopedia, Resin, Agricultural Seed Science. Between the cotyledons lies the small plumula. The fruits taste oily, sweet, slightly mucilaginous, with a disagreeable emulsified flavor. Hollow or broken, always spoiled fruits must be removed. Sprouted seeds only germinate at 54 resin. Hemp fruits are best preserved in wooden containers. Lit D. The perianth bears some oil glands, but especially notable is the large tapering into a long lanceolate lobe outer envelope, completely covered with oil glands. CFF. Churchoesterla. Anatomical atlas, which in Indian hemp are very dense, sometimes containing more than 16 secretion cells and elevated on long. If the cuticle of the glands ruptures, the secretions glue the entire female inflorescence, which occurs particularly in Indian hemp. The fruit bowl consists of 2 layers, an outer soft and an inner hard layer. The outer layer comprises 4 layers. The epidermis, a zone of irregular cells, a layer of brown, crossed cells, and a row of bright square cells, 179. The hard layer of the fruit bowl consists of a series of very peculiar palisades, sclerenchyma cells, Fig. 180, cl. The greenish seed coat comprises 2 layers, an outer single layer consisting of peculiar long cells containing a green substance, and an inner broad, heavily obliterated nutrient layer Fig. 180 n. 488 m in length, which contain globule and crystal elements. The statement by Whorls that large quantities of starch grains are present is based on a mistake. Each cell contains a lobed nucleus. The alluron-rich endosperm attached to the seed coat is sealed off towards the cotyledons by a parenchymal layer tissue, Fig. 180q. The subepidermal layer on top of the cotyledons shows palisade extension. The tissue of the cotyledons and radicals is filled with oil plasma-embedded alluron grains, measuring c. Transverse section through the fruit shell FRS, seed shell SSS, endosperm end. An inner layer of a cotyledon, lit. Church, anatomy, Fig. 36, 148, 157, 548, 133. Church Esterla, anatomical atlas. Church, cannabis in Real Encyclopedia of Pharmacy. Winton, Anatomy of Hemp Seeds, Journal of Agricultural and Food Chemistry, 1904. Colin Perra, Industrial Residues, P115, shows pressed cakes with illustrations. Muller-Winton, Microscopical Examination of Food Materials. Colin, Practical Guide, 1893. T.F. Anausek, Food and Enjoyment, 1884. Boehmer and Koenig's Research on Agricultural and Industrial Important Substances, 1898. Chemistry. By Winton Muller, Microscopy of Vegetable Foods with Illustrations. Hards, Agricultural Seed Science with Inaccurate Illustrations. Macchiati, Anatomy of the Fruit and Germination of the Hemp. Bulletin of the Stationary Agriculture of Modena, 1889. Benecke, Microscopic Examination of Agricultural Feedstuffs, 1886. An older analysis, Buchholz, states that the fruits contain by weight 19.1 oil, 1.6 resin, 1.6 sugar, and extractive substance, 9 gummeous extract, 24.7, soluble protein, 5 dextrin, 38.3 fiber. Anderson found 22 protein, phosphates 2.4, remaining ash 4. The water extract of the uncrushed fruits tastes sweet and reduces feelings solution in cold. It is not colored by iron chloride Flückiger. The air-dried fruits gave, on average from numerous analyses Boussingault, Dietrich and Koenig, Anderson, Schadler, the following percentages: 8.92 water, 1820 nitrogen, substance, 32.5, 831.42, 33.6 fat, 21.7 fiber, 424 ash. In the dry substance, 20.01 nitrogen substance and 35.7 sat data. Frankfurt, 1894, found in the dry substance in percentages: 18.63 protein myosin, vitellan, 3.36 nuclein, etc. 0.88 lecithin, 30.92 glycerides, 0.07 cholesterol, 2.59 raw cane sugar, E-Schulze, and other soluble carbohydrates, 11.2 pentosines, 0.68 organic acids, citric acid, 26.8 organic acids, citric acid, 26.30 crude fiber 5 point, ash, Lechlease 5.5 odd wine, globulin Richtausen, Osborne, and hydroxymethylenphosphoric acid, as a CAMG sulfitin, Posternak, Trigonellin, and Cholin Schulze, and Frankfurt, Marino Zucco, Johns, 336 nuclein, 0.88 lecithin, and the enzymes. Emulsin. Simon Lippas Sigmund, Proteith Will. In the ash ranging from 3.56.52.27.39 Whirl, the following percentages are found. 20.28, Kali 23.64, lime 36.46, phosphoric acid 11.9 silica, 5.7 magnesia, 1 iron oxide, 0.78 soda, 0.9 sulfuric acid, and 0.08 chlorine. Additionally, the hemp fruit contained Edestin Osborne and Campbell, crystal. The alurone grains primarily contain globulins. The crystalloid substances include at least 2 different solubility globulins, globoids alongside globulins in apparent solid binding with TAMG and HPO, and an organic residue, the main substance alongside globulins, containing little albumin. Church and Kritzler dotted. The hemp oil. Oleum cannabis hemp seed oil. Cannabis oil, oleo di canape, shows the elemental composition C76. Smell. By pressing, one obtains 1530 oil and 7085 hemp press cake. By ether extraction, up to 34.5 oil flukiger. Even higher numbers were obtained by Munch 1866, 35.5, and Whirl 1897, petroleum ether, and ether. As an average content, one can assume 32. It contains, in addition to the glycerides of stearic acid and palmitic acid, mainly the glyceride of linoleic acid C70, along with 15 linolenic acid glycerides. Bauer and Hazura found a peculiar fatty acid in it, hemp oil acid CHO, but it is probably identical to linoleic acid. According to Lukowich, stearic acid is missing. The content of free acid is around. 5 Bauer, Hazura, Grissner. The content of unreactive components, phytoster and lecithin, is 1.9 to 50.9, 250.931. The oil thickens at 15 and solidifies at 27. The oil goes rancid quickly. As the fruit peel always contains chlorophyll, and this is soluble in oil, this dye can also be found in the oil, as spectral analytical investigation shows. Church. The saponification number is 19194.9. The iodine value is very high, 141.66, usually 148 to 157. The acetyl value of the fatty acids is 7.5. Direct determination of oxygen. Absorption, 13.4. Clement. The refractive index in an oleorefractometer, 30 to 37.5. The flash point is 252.65 Rakusin. Further constants in Lukovich, A. The 12-15 kg loaves of hemp seed press cakes, pain de Chenvis, tourteau de chanvre, sold in commerce, contain approximately 10 water, 610.710 oil, 2131 nitrogen substances, 17.324.7 fiber, and 7.8 ash. Kornevin, Garola, Dietrich, and Koenig. Narcotic components, as shown in the leaves, are not present in the fruit. Therefore, it cannot have been used for intoxicating purposes, IS 142. However, the press cakes exhibit laxative properties in animals. Lit. Buchholz, Arch, Farm, 278, 211. Anderson, Jern, Agric, of the Highland Suck, 1855, 128 Arch, Farm, 278, 211. Yarisber, D. Shem, 1855, 727. Lechtweiss, Ligon, 1844. 418.44, 417. Frankfurt, Land W. Versuchstadt, 43, 1894, 145.307. Of Pharmacy, 1897, 340. Osborne and Campbell, Jern, Amer, Chem, Soaked, White. Simon, Pog, Ann, 43, 404. Koenig, Nahrungsmittel, with further literature therein. Samogia Stas, Sperry, Agior et al. 1898, 401,1898, 418.98. 400 Pharmacon, J.B. Businel, D. Landwirch, in Iran Bezi. Z. Shami 3, 202. Will, Bear, D. Shem, Jess, 1875, 1570, 1570. Shedler Techno, D. 1883. Triul, 1896. 609. Posternak, Comte Rend, 137 and 1903, 202. Marino Zucco, Daz, Chim, et al., 1895, 262. Siegmund Onach, F. Chem, 1895, 262. Bauer and Hazer, Ibenda On, 1800. Church and Kritzler, Aleron Kerner. Bear D. Farm, Jess, 1890, 246. Literature of Ash Analyses by H. In Weimer, Pflanzenstoffe. Analysis of Hempseed Presscake in Hards, Landwirch, Zusammenkunde, Böhmer, Die Kraftfuttermittel, and in Dammers Illustriert, Lexic, Confusions and Substitutions. In America, Worrell referred to hemp as follows: Agrimony hemp, Eupatorium cannabinum, Ambaray hemp or Decari, Hibiscus cannabinus, African hemp, Sansevieria guineensis, Crotalaria juncea, bowstring hemp, Sansevieria zeylanica, Black Indian hemp, Canadian hemp, Apocinum cannabinum, and Order Worrell, hemp seed and hemp seed oil, Bull, of Farm, 1897, 340 with illustration. Use. These varieties are primarily fiber plants. Hemp oil, in turn, is used as a diluent for linseed oil, e.g., in America. Hemp press cakes are used with various ingredients, such as salt. In France with tourteau de pulgaire, or de pignon d'Andejatrophacourcus, adulterated collen. Androseum folium, Jubblepore hemp, Crotalaria tenuifolia, Manila hemp, Musa textilis, Nettles hemp, Galeopsis tetrahete, Regina hal hemp, Marsdinia tenacissima, Sisal hemp, Agave sisalana, water hemp, Acnida cannabina, white Indian hemp, Asclepias incarnata, wild hemp, Ambrosia trifida. The origin of Chilean hemp is uncertain. The emulsion of the fruit, Emulsio siminis cannabis, serves as a mildening agent, particularly for bladder ailments. The oil in veterinary medicine as an application in excessive milk secretion. Further, for the production of lubricating soap, green soap, which here, because the oil is green, actually has a green color. From a seed kernel phyton is obtained, which, however, is a mixture inosite phosphoric acid. Hemp is also a folk remedy in Russia. Kober studies the hemp seed press cakes, as they taste bad and have a laxative effect, are used only sparingly as feed, much more as fertilizer, and in very large quantities in France, up to 150,000 kg per year, for feeding fish collen. The hemp fruits are a popular bird food. In northwest Europe they are roasted and eaten with salt in bread, soups, etc. In England, hemp serves as an oracle of love, while in Serbia, the flower is used as an aphrodisiac. Licht, Colin Perrot, Residus Industry, Bittin, Levain and Newberg, Biochem, Zeitscher, 1999, 399 U46, History. Since the homeland of H in 99 U46 is in Asia, it is understandable that especially the Scythians and the Chinese, as well as other Asian peoples, have been cultivating hemp since ancient times, while the Mediterranean countries cultivated flax angler. The homeland of the hemp culture is therefore probably located in northwest or Central Asia, perhaps also in southern Russia. De Candolle assumes that Scythian tribes brought hemp around 1500 BCE, slightly before the Trojan War, from Central Asia and Russia to the west. Hemp was unknown to ancient Egyptians, as well as Phoenicians. It is also absent in the Old Testament Hain. Neither hemp seeds nor fiber have been found in ancient Egypt Pushon, nor in the writings of the Egyptians and Hebrews. In contrast, it is mentioned in the oldest Chinese texts, e.g., in the Shuking from 500 CE, and the Chinese dictionary, Arch-er, or Aya Bern, p. 520, already distinguishes between male and female hemp Brechneider. In Atharva Veda, Say is mentioned as a medicinal remedy, and in the Sutras, 600 AD ropes made from Usay are noted. On Iranian Scythian soil, hemp intoxication allegedly preceded wine intoxication. The Penzhou Kaimuai, p. 518, also lists hemp seeds, and the agricultural work T.S. Shu. The Sanskrit term saya likely refers to cannabis, though it can also mean Crotalaria juncea, L. von Schroeder, in Wiesner. Regardless, the knowledge of hemp among Aryan Indo-Europeans is very old Sanskrit Banga hemp. Herodotus Herodot reports on the use of hemp fibers and fruit by the Scythians. He mentions wild and cultivated hemp in Syria. Hesychius talks about clothes made from hemp, and Mostian remembers the fiber. He mentions that the fiber provides the strongest threads. The plant was not used in ancient times, first mentioned by Berluberfurnd, p. 949. Also, Plinius mentions its use by Saint to make threads. The Greeks did not know hemp at the time of Herodot, nor does Theophrast mention it. The Romans first mention hemp with Lucilius 100 AD. According to Athenaeus, during the reign of Hiero II of Syracuse, cultures of hemp were found in Gaul Hain. Dioscurides is the first to suggest that the fruit hinders conception. He states that it is sown quite densely in spring, and the fruit is harvested at the time of the autumn equinox, and dried in the sun, wind, or smoke. The Rhodian and the Sabinian region reaches the height of a tree. There is little knowledge of medicinal applications of the fruits. They are absent from Scribonius Largus. However, they are found in the Edict of Diocletian Baring, p. 569. Prehistoric finds of hemp are missing in Central and Western Europe. Here, Sordelli. The first hemp fabric originates from the time of the migrations to Shan. Probably the Germans adopted hemp, its name, and cultivation around the 4th or 5th century AD, received from the same Southeast European people from whom the Greeks, directly or indirectly, also received the concept and the name kludge. On the other hand, Hoops suggests that hemp must have been associated with flax even before Germanic times, as its German name has undergone the first sound shift. In any case, hemp was already cultivated in all of Germany and also in the Nordic countries prior to the Roman period Hoops. The Germans therefore learned about hemp only during the time of Herodotus, Herodot IV, 74-75. Hemp grows wild and cultivated in the land of the Scythians, and it likely originated from Bactria and Sogdiana, the Caspian and Aral regions, where it Caspian and Aral regions still thrives today kludge. The fact that this was the case in northern Europe during the Old Norse era is evident from various documents cited by Hoops from the 13th and 14th centuries. Bishop Otto of Bamberg found hemp among the pagan Slavs in Pomerania. The Anglo-Saxons also cultivated it in their new homeland. Charlemagne wrote in the Capitulary that canava should be grown on his estates Schrader. I do not find H there. H is missing in the St. Gallen Monastery plan, in the Hortulus, and in Macer Floridus. The fact that hemp was cultivated in medieval Spain is evident from Ibn al-Awam's agricultural work, Ein p. 611. Hemp is also mentioned as a component of the famous Würzburg recipe from the 13th century wine, p. 624, as canapé sem. In Anglo-Saxon leechdoms, c. 1000, there are references to Herba Camepides. Beate is hennep, and Dios wort, biman canain sylphatica, et obrum namen hennep, nemneb. The Gothair pharmaceutical book Wine, 680 also mentions hemp, as does the Zurich pharmaceutical book from the 12th century mentioning Hanfsamen, and medieval English medical books 1, p. 693, referring to hempe. Great medical importance seems to have been lacking in hemp fruits during the Middle Ages and in more recent times, as they are absent from many tax lists and medicine lists. Nevertheless, H is mentioned in the Alfida by Serapion and Bartholomaeus I, 644, and the Arabs utilized it, including its fruits, as described by Ibn Bathar under the name Hab el-Zamana. The first illustration of the plant appears in the Codex Constantinopolis of Dioscorides I-Opti 554, with another in Ortus Sanitatis, the I Fig, 382. Rumphius already noted the difference between Indian and European H. Hemp seeds were mentioned in Plymouth Colony, North America, as early as 1629 in Cycle, Brit. Thus, hemp reached America early on. In the 18th century, hemp cultivation was established in Egypt, Forskel. Hemp fibers have been found in ancient papers Wisner, but less frequently than linen fibers. Lit. Wisner, Materi Prime, 2 edizione, Blumner, Tecnologia e Terminologia dell'Industria, 1875. Bretschneider, Opere Botaniche Sinesi, 1878, Botanicum Sinicum. Flukiger, Pharmacognosy. Hein Schrader and Engler, Cultivated Plants. Schrader Ria Lexicon, de Candolle, L'origine della piante, Cultivate altre letterature. Anche Prodromos de 16. Bouchan Storia Preistorica, della Botanica. Fischer Benzon, Vecchia Flora Tedesca. Hoops, Alberi del Bosco, e Piante Coltivate, 1905. Otti. Sinonimi semi di papavero, semi di magaman, seme di manocchia, fiore di papavero, olio di papavero, papavero officinale, finlandesi, valmué norvegese, mac ungares, greco, kashkash post-hindi, ahifena sanscrito, afiun, arabo-persiano, indiano. In ortis, magsamen, with Megenberg, Magenkopf, Magenkraut, with Cordis, Man, with Bach, Megel, Men, Ilzamen, with Fuchs, Mon, with Laniceris, in Svizzera, Colbo, Scintille luminos, Magel, Magsamen, Pavo, Olio di Rotili, in Grigioni, Macoca o Machua, in Tirol, true stomach, fat stomach plant the poppy heads, Magen guggle the seeds, Magen dalatore, Slavic Mak, Lithuanian Aguna, Estonian Magona, Latvian Magans, Austrian Mago, German Elmagen, Magizane, Magoel, Swats und Wis Maxam, Maxat, Maxamlin, Mahan, Massam, Masame, Maudin, Cadia, Codian, Opium, with Ibn Bathar, with Hildegard, Papaver. Doric returns in several Slavic and South Caucasian languages, as might the Greeks received the matter and word from the Caucasus region, and this is also reflected in the Tyroler designation, magency above preserved, with a supposed use as a stomach remedy. This has nothing to do with. Yet also referred to the ink sac of a squid, which could suggest the shape of the fruit. Some also see connections between and south, ma large, others picked at to lit, mjamai sleep, which Grassman finds more convincing. The name Moan, likely related to through an ancient root, can be traced back deep into Europe's early history. Old Swedish Valmoa, alongside Middle High German mine, Old High German Mago, from which lit. Magon and Estonian Magun, Old Slavic Makni, Old Prussian Moke emerge. The seeds are reminded of Rensburg's name, Hersproi, Magsamen Ua. The word papaver is not definitively explained. This term has been interpreted as an ancient participle formed with the swollen lat, papula, Pampinus Schrader, officinale gmail, with varieties or variety groups, Citigerum DC, also as a species. Others suggest that it is derived from apio, capio, to grasp reformed. The P is prefixed, meaning a jar, due to the ton-like shape of the fruit skin opener. It is unlikely to be related to Celtic papa porridge, although poppy seed porridges have been popular since ancient times. See below. From papaver emerged in Latin popig, then pulpig in English poppy, as well as French pavet and ponceau, but also derived from puniceus crimson. The Dutch huile is related to huile and oil, which often occurs in poppy seeds. See above. Papaver somniferum L. spec, P.L. ed. I. 5 Theopioprum, Forsp. P. Officinale Melin. Further mentions in the text. In gardens, varieties with differently colored and filled flowers are cultivated. Wild poppies have never been found naturally. Its original form is now generally considered to be Papaver Citigerum DC, which species can still be found throughout the Mediterranean region, particularly in Spain, Algeria, Corsica, Isles d'Hierro, Sicily, Greece, Peloponnese, and Cyprus de Candolle, Boissier, Flore, Orient. Citigerum is still grown alongside P. somniferum. Systematic position. Papaveracea, Papaveroide, Papavere. Diction of the parent plant. Description of the parent plant. The annual milky sap exuding plant forms a stem that is cylindrical, ripened, and 1.5 m tall. Citigerum, the leaf teeth turn into bristles, and individual bristles can also be found on leaves, flower stalks, and the calyx. Var. Flowers grow at the end of the main axis or from lateral axis. The bud is nodding. The basal leaves are pedicelled, oblong to elliptic, with unequal toothed or lobed margins, the upper one sitting on the stem, enclosing it with a deeply heart-shaped base, egg-shaped, pointed, simple or double-toothed, with blue-green, waxy undersides. The leaves, also the calyx leaves, are hairless in var, nigrum and album, while in var. The two, about 2 cm long, usually hairless and blue waxy, covering the bud like shingles. Calyx leaves are shed during blooming. The wrinkled in the bud, easily shedding after blooming blossom crown, reaches a diameter of 10 cm or more. It is white with a violet base in some varieties, also red or lilac, and nigrum is darker purple, with a black-violet base. The approximately 4 cm wide corona leaves are almost circular, supported or toothed at the top, with an extremely short nail. The numerous free stamens swell up cule-like upwards, and have dithecate anthers with ellipsoid pollen grains. The very short spherical fruit knot is unilocular, and shows numerous 720, in number matching the style branches, 5-8 melonate deep incisions of seed leaves, on which many anatrope seed capsules are seated. The sitting, radially arranged stigma shows numerous in Setigerum 7-8, in Nigrum 10-12 downwards, bent stigma lobes, in whose longitudinal lines the split-like, corresponding to the seed leaves and lying over them, stigma openings are found. In the album, stipitatum and hortense varieties, the scar disc is notched at the edge, bent downward towards the edge in the apidocarpon variety, and has free, protruding, thick lobes in the album variety, or thin, paper-like scaly lobes in the album variety. Hortense variety. The naked fruit, which varies in shape from spherical to oval, ellipsoid or cylindrical, differs greatly in size across varieties from hazelnut-sized to 7.5 cm and more, as a short stem, unstemmed in the apidocarpon variety, and is crowned by a horizontally protruding multi-lobed scar beneath which lie large pores that open with flaps occasionally remaining closed, as in the album, stipitatum, and hortense varieties, the very numerous up to 2,000. Already Homer speaks in the Iliad of the seed-filled fruit, small kidney-shaped, roughly dotted seeds, which are soon white var, album or blue-black var, nigrum, and possess a curved embryo embedded in endosperm. Flowering time, June to August, lit. She is imperfectly feathered with large, pergament-like seeds that spring into the cave, spotted at the points of attachment of the seeds, and externally shows the sowing seams of the carpels, as shallow longitudinal furrows. The ripening visible on the ovary later disappears, and the fruit then appears smooth and glossy. Prantalkundig in Ingler Prantal, plant families. De Candolle, Origin of Cultivated Plants, 1884. Ritter, Geography of Asia. Luersen, Medical Pharmaceutical Botany. Willkomm et Lange, Proder, Flor, Hisp, Boissier, Flor, Orient, I. 116. Ledebour, Flor, Rossica. Illustration, Bergschmidt, Atlas II, Alpha T. 116. Pabst Kohler, Medicinal Plans, T37. Nies v. Essenbeck, P.L. Ned, T404 album, Hain, Arsniga, the 6T40. Bentley Tryman, Med, Plants, T18. Woodville, T138. Pathology. Somniferi. Phoma morpheus sac. Sphaerella morpheus sac. A detailed list of diseases of the Indian poppy plant in Watt Dict, Econome. Prod, culture. Poppy thrives everywhere where winter grains grow. However, it prefers warm and windless locations. Fisher reports. One of the most important parasites of papaver species is Peronospora arborescens debae, a false powdery mildew that causes discoloration on leaves and can particularly damage seedling plants. On the capsules of Papaver somniferum, mentioned are Alternaria brassicae Burke, Vart, Art. The cultivation is partly for seed or oil extraction in Europe, Africa, and America, especially the varieties with black seeds for oil extraction, and partly for opium production, Asia, particularly those with white seeds. The practice distinguishes P.S. officinale, closed poppy or floss poppy, white and blind poppy with capsules that remain closed, and P.S. it is cultivated exclusively as a summer fruit, and has a short growing period, 120-140 days. Poppy is now grown all over the world, Central Europe, India, Persia, China, Western Asia, Africa, North America, Australia, New South Wales, even in Norway up to the Arctic Circle, with particularly large cultivation areas in Algiers, Tunis, and Algiers. Egypt, Dotshoran. Vulgare, shaking or pultate poppy oilet, gray and black with capsules that open see above, and the seeds by color, white, red, blue, gray, brown, purple, black in Macedonia. 4 varieties were distinguished in 1883, according to color. Officially, only the white seeds are. Blue poppies are said to be more productive, while white ones provide a finer oil hard. In trade, German, Levantine, and East Indian oil from Punjab, Bengal, and the northwest provinces is available. In India, oil from the Bengal plant is considered better than that from the Malva plant. Hamburg imported 61,239 Ds of poppy seeds in 1908, with 54,564 from British East India, 2,885 from Russian ports on the Black and Azov Seas. Less than 1,000 Ds came from Russian Baltic ports, Netherlands, Persia, and East Africa. British India exported poppy seeds to England and English possessions in 190,708. 965 CWS, 190,809, 882. The United States imported 52,086 bushels of poppy seeds and 6,598 gallons of poppy seed oil in 1909. France imported 213,349 quintals of poppy seeds, particularly from English India, in 1908. France imports more than 6 million francs of poppy seeds annually for oil extraction column. Poppy seed cakes also form a significant trade item. Morphology of the drug. The seeds of P.S. nigrum measure 0.888 woman. Those of P.S. album 172-129, 141 omen, and those of P.S. citigerum 0.66, 0.97 milliliter. The seeds of the poppy 0.751 mmol. Hartwich. The weight of 1,000 seeds varies between 0.239 gene Indian poppy and 0.539 Austrian poppy per kilogram. There are 1,880,000 4,184,100 seeds hards. The sole official white seeds are 1.5 mm long and 0.30-0.5 m gene heavy, kidney-shaped. One end slightly sharper than the other, and equipped with, particularly when viewed through a lens, prominent large, polygonal, usually hexagonal lines that are especially distinct in the dark varieties. These seed meshes were already described by Hooke, 1667. In the indentation of the seed, one sees as a yellowish elevation the rest of the funiculus, and the hilum, connected by a short bundle leading raphe to the colosava, visible as a yellow spot. A. Meyer. Cutting the seed median longwise reveals, embedded in endosperm, the curved, round, and cross-section embryo, between whose cotyledons a small conical plumula is visible. It is about as thick as the two cotyledons. Poppy seeds are odorless and have a pleasant, mild, oily taste. They should not be stored for more than a year. Illustration, Fig. 181, Papaver somniferum. L1 seed from the outside, 2 longitudinal sections of the seed, 3 transverse sections of the seed, 4 section through the seed coat, 1/6, endosperm end, and the outer part of the cotyledon cut. 5 succeeding surface cuts through the seed coat. The numbers 1/6 correspond to the same numbers in Fig. 4. 6 Aluron grains, Churchester-Lesterly, Atlas. The seeds originate from anatropous ovules, which exhibit 2 integuments with 6 cell layers. From these develop the very thin seed coat, whose structure becomes visible only after treatment with hydrochloric acid and potassium hydroxide. Moeller also recommends staining with chlorzinc iodide or safranin. The outermost layer, which most authors consider to be a very thin series of cells rolled up and not a thickened wall, appears in regular intervals as keel-shaped protrusions. The cuticula of these cells contains calcium carbonate deposited and stored. These swellings, into which the layers below slightly project, form the ridges which, when joined together, create polyedric meshes forming the characteristic mesh network of the poppy seed surface. Along the ridges, the epidermal cells are narrow, while between the ridges and the valleys of the mesh they are as large as a mesh towel. Fig. 181. The second cell row consists of thin-walled tabular parenchyma, densely filled with fine-grained calcium oxalate, to which larger crystals are also added. Meyer, followed by the hard layer that follows the shell-shaped indentation of the epidermis, consisting of stretched, flat, strongly thickened cells whose walls turn violet with chlorzinc iod. The following 3 layers. Fig. 181, 446, emerging from the inner integument, are often heavily obliterated. After treatment with potassium, one distinguishes an outer parenchyma cell row, then a row of spotted curved, not very long cells, and innermost lies a row of thin-walled cells. In the inner curvature of the seed coat there, where the rath runs, is thicker due to the increase in parenchyma. The micropyle is still visible. In the blue poppy varieties, a brown-yellow free pigment is found in the inner layers of the seed coat fig. 181, 4.4 and 5, and the membranes of layer 3 are yellow-brown. The bluish color is due to the presence of an oxalate layer over these brown layers, which gives the seed a waxy appearance when mixed with air. Soaking the seed in hydrochloric acid turns it brown. A. Meyer. The broad parenchymatous endosperm contains numerous allura-1 grains fig. Starch is absent from the seed. The press cakes and the powder can be easily identified at the elements of the seed coat, particularly in the large network lines, at the fiber and dot cell layer. Lit. Almost every author describes the seed coat differently from his predecessor. A. Meyer, Scientific Drug Studies with Illustrations. 181, 6, ranging from 1.7 usually 45.5 micrometers in size, which are globoid and crystal-shaped. At the very core is typical seminal tissue fig. 181, 4QU. The tissue of the germinating seed shows little differentiation, with vague procambium strands. The cells contain the same components as the endosperm, but the allura-1 grains are smaller. Church Oesterle. Anatomical Atlas there, the anatomical detail. Church, Small Contributions to Pharmacobotany, etc., 1897 No. 17, Bogle Food and Pleasure Product. Michalowski, Contribution to Anatomy and Developmental History of Somniferous Poppy. Dissertation Breslau, 1881. Ars, Agricultural Seed Science. Hanausek in Wiesner Raw Materials. Moeller-Winton, Food and Pleasure Products, and Winton-Moeller, Microscopy with Illustrations. Boehmer, Oil Cakes, in Damer's Lexicon. Godfrin, Histological Study of the Seed Coat of Angiosperms. Society of Science of Nancy, 1880. Chemistry.org. The seeds contain, according to older analyses, Sakshi 54.61 fat oil, 23.26 mucilage, and pectin-like substance, 12.64 protein, 2,3 nitrogen, and 5.93 cellulose, 3,5 water, 6.7.7 ash. On average, poppy seeds contain by percentage 851.53, 19.53 nitrogen substance, 40.79 fat, 18.72 nitrogen-free extract substances, 5.58 crude fiber, 7.23 ash in the dry substance, 21.26. Dietrich and Koenig, Schadler, Hesse, Greifer, in Koenig. Furthermore, the seed contains 0.2, 50.94, lecithin Schulze, and Frankfurt, diastasis and ripening seeds, Brass, Emil Singh, 1838, and Lipase Zygmunt. The ash, 6.4. Wolf contains 31.3. The seed coat contains 8.7 calcium oxalate Weiss, according to newer data Mach 1902 and others by percentage, 47.4 to 51.4, crude fat, 20-22.68, crude protein, 18.4 to 20.6 protein, 5.1 5.6 crude fiber, 339 pentosinese, 1 nitrogen, free extract substance, 5.636 ash oil. The claims that poppy seeds contain morphine murin 003, acari 0.06 have not been confirmed. Sackmach, Plotrio. Hesse 1865 reported the presence of ruhedin. The seeds press out 40-50 odorless, pleasantly tasting, fatty oil, poppy seed oil, oleum papaveris huile d'oilette, H de pavote, H de blanche, poppy seed oil, olio di papavero, papaversadoli. Cold-pressed oil is colorless or gold-yellow-white poppy seed oil, while warm-pressed oil is darker red poppy seed oil. The elemental composition is 76.5 76.63 C, 11.2 11.63 H, 11.74 to 12.30 Sachet. The liquid fatty acids consist of 5 linolenic acid, 65 linoleic acid, and 30 oleic acid hazura and Grusner. Low Lukowicz, Dachuan. After 24 hours of soaking in half-concentrated potassium ammonia, Hartwich-Ullmann mixture, drops form short and long, curly needles and spherets. It contains 6.67 of solid fatty acids Tolman and Munson, probably only palmitic acid Lukowicz. According to older data, stearic acid as well. The unsaponifiable matter phytosterol, 136 to 130 CNF, amounts to approximately 0.5. The lecithin content of the raw fat is given as 1327 Stelwag. The combustion heat of poppy seed oil is 9,442 cal. Stoneman, 9,397 gcal. Sherman, weight 0.888. Its freezing point is at 16.5. Melting point at 2021 Negri and Fabris. Neutralization. Technical poppy oils are rich in free fatty acids up to 1773. The composition of press cakes is as follows. Decugis Garola Busango. Decugis water, 1150 10.9, 11.7, 9.7, fats, 5.13, 724, 10.19.18 nitrogen. Content, Howard Chlor, Agdadiamylane, Buller, Idololo. Substance 34.538, 0.1237, 0.835.38 nitrogen-free substance, 132612.93. The poppy cakes contain, on average, 5.566 nitrogen and 2.75 the 5,3,5-phosphoric acid. The specific the weight lies between 0.924 and 0.927 Allen. The freezing point at 17 to 19 Girard, the melting point at 22. The saponification number is 189, 190.10, 97.7. Dieterich, Valenta, Lukovic. The iodine number 132, 136 Lukovic. 137.6 to 143. 0.3 Dieterich. For oil extracted from seeds with petrol ether, 153.4. 8157.52. Utse. The Reichard Meisel number 0, the Hainer number 95.38 Dietzel, 94.97 for East Indian oils. Crossley and Lesueur, the Malmnay test shows 74 8688.5. The refraction exponent in the oleorefractometer, 23.5 to 29 gene, in the butter refractometer at 15, 78.78.4 Utset, at 25, 72 to 74.5. Sack Ann, Chim, Fis, 327, 1849, 473, Annual Report of Pharmacy, 1849, 64 Journ, P.R. Chem, 1850, 353, 333, 340,000, 833, 434 high, 20, 1889, 161, and Bull. Soak Belgmicker, 1894, 35. Wolf. Ash Analysis Theroy, 105 Ash also. Wildenstein Journ, P.R. Chem, 54 1851 100. Mac Monograph, Landinvebue or Suchstat, 57 1902, 419. Ann, 43 1838, 404. Sigmund Monatschrift für Chemie 11 1890, 272. Hansen, Fermente. Arbeiten der Botanischen Institut, Würzburg III, 252. Weiss in Meyer, Drogenkunde. Analysen bei König, Nahrungs- und Genussmittel, Hartz AAO, Colin Perrault, AAOO. Ohl, Au Demons. Steikundige Verhandlungen 1858, 2. 180 Jahresbericht, der Chemie 1858, 304. 1863, 362. Mulder, Journal für Chemie 1865, 323. Und chemische Derivater aus trocknenden Öle, 1867. Azura Utz, Chemische Zeitung, 1903, 1177 U. 1904, 257. Stellwag, Landwirtschaftliche Versuchsstation, 37, 135. Verfälschungen. Friedrich, Monatschrift für Chemie, 1887, 247 Jahresbericht der Pharmazie, 1887, 296. Azura U. Grissner, Monatschrift. Für Chemie, 1888, 1888, 198, 100, 1988, 100, 1988, 100. Lukowicz AAO Tolman, U. Munson, Journal of the American Chemical Society, 1903, 690. Sesame oil is cut with hazelnut oil, and sometimes walnut oil replaces poppy seed oil, which contains 1.4 to 1.9 hexabromide. Poppy oil contains none, allowing it to be identified. Poppy oil is used for food purposes, as well as to adulterate olive oil and make white paint, with mastics and Japan wax as wax oil. Only the worst quality varieties are used in soap production. In pharmacy, poppy oil is increasingly replaced by better sesame or peanut oils, D.A. Poppy seeds are used in emulsion medicine. The palatable pressed cakes are an excellent food due to their phosphorus acid content alone. They show no toxic properties. In lower Lausitz, for example, in Guben, a dish prepared from milk, bread, and poppy seeds is eaten on Christmas Eve under the name Mopielen Church. The custom likely originated in Silesia, where poppy seeds are called Mo. Even in Tyrol, a dish made with milk, bread, honey, and poppy seeds is served as a festive meal dallatura. The still common practice of sprinkling baked goods with poppy or flaxosame seeds is ancient Han. History. Dioscorides also knows a variety with white seeds. The Romans knew wild poppy as early as prehistory, as archaeological findings in Neolithic pile dwellings show, and cultivated poppy during the reign of kings. The home of the poppy culture is northern Asia Minor. The Greeks received poppy from the southern coast of the Black Sea. There was the city of Sinop, which in Hesiod's Theogony still bore its original name Mekone Poppy City, indicating a thriving poppy culture Hain. Homer, Theophrast, Dioscorides mention the poppy. Setigerum is still quite close to this Hartwich, and can be considered an intermediate stage between the two. Poppy can be attributed to the oldest layer of European cultivated plants, Schrader. It is originally foreign to the Egyptian Semitic cultural circle. After the pile-dwelling findings, in the Neolithic and Bronze Age, the inhabitants of Central Europe cultivated a species between Papaver somniferum and P. setigerum here, from whose seeds they baked poppy cakes, and presumably also pressed oil, which pressed oil was known as post-pile poppy. P.O. On ancient Egyptian monuments, poppy is absent, and seeds have not been found in tombs. Only Pliny 18 reports that the Egyptians used poppy juice, so it seems the plant was also grown there at that time. Similarly, the news from Palestine about the seeds and their oil p. 489, comes only from Roman times. Plinius, Dioscorides, Celsus of Urn, p. 587, and Galen mentioned different colored seeds. Galen considered them difficult to digest. As medicinal plants, they are found in Scribonius Largistifer, p. 578, Papaver sylvan, and Nigrum and Alexander Trallianus I, p. 592, as commodities in Diocletian's Edict, y. p. 569. The cultivation of poppy is old in Germany, as the Old High German term Mahan evolved into vulgar Latin e.g., mahuns, mahons, mans in various glosses. Poppy cultivation in Italy is first mentioned by Virgil. Garden poppies were introduced to Germany by Benedictine monks. It appears in the Capitular of Charles, the St. Galler Closter Plan, and in Macer. According to Harib's Calendar Award, p. 612, poppy seeds should be collected in August. In the Alpheto I, p. 655, Papaver album What Poppy, p. nigrum Black Poppy, and p. rubium Red Poppy, by Cordus. Papaver album, Rubrum und Nigrum, in der Frankfurter Liste First, s. 812 Papaureris albi et nigri. Der Anbau des Mohn zur Opiumgewinnung reicht in Indien nicht weiter als bis ins 16. Jahr zurück, doch finden sich Mohnsamen Castilla schon im Glossar des Suvardivarga. Die Mohnkapsel galt wegen der zahlreichen Samen schon den Hellenen als Symbol der Fruchtbarkeit. Man findet sie oft mit Ähren zusammen in der Hand der Demeter, der Göttin des ehelichen Segens, aber auch sonst auf Münzen und anderen Bildwerken des Altertums zahlreiche Abbildungen in Lochners Mekonopeion, Nürnberg 1718. Die Pflanze war der Aphrodite geweiht. Der Same wurde gegen den weißen Fluss benutzt Eigremot. Mondköpfe gab man auch Hypnos, Thanatos und Nyx in die Hand Gubernatis. In Böhmen findet sich der Aberglaube, dass die Braut, der man Mohnkörner in den Schuh schüttet, unfruchtbar bleibt. Lit. Here, D. Plant Studies. New Year's Bulletin of the Zurich Natural History Society, 1866. Hartwich, Papers on Somnifers and Their Remains in Pile Dwellings. Uphoff, Times, 1899. Neuweiler. The Prehistoric Plant Remains of Central Europe. Zurich, 1905. Lukiger, Pharmacognosy. De Candolle, The Origin of Cultivated Plants. Gubernatis, Mythology of Plants. Other drying oils include perilla oil from Perilla osimoides, tongue oil wood oil, oil furnace tree oil, from Alerites cordata, cacuna oil from Alerites triloba, white acacia oil from Robinia pseudacacia, cedar nut oil from Pinus thembra, walnut oil from Juglans regia, safflower oil from Carthamus tinctorius, echinops oil from Echinops ritro, amora oil from Amora roituca, asparagus seed oil from Amoragus offic, Niger oil from Gizotia oleifera, Gelba acacia oil from Caragana arborescens, Argemoni oil from Argemoni mexicana, pine, fir, and spruce seed oil, Madia oil from Madia sativa, Chilosia oil from Chilosia cristata, Indian laurel oil from Laurus indica, Reseda seed oil from Reseda luteola. 2. Semi-drying oils. The semi-drying oils form a transition between drying and non-drying oils. Their iodine values lie between the two groups. The group of cottonseed oils shows drying properties more than the rapeseed oil group, Semen gossypii and Oleum gossypii. The main plant of cottonseed is described on p230, its morphology and anatomy on p238. Also there the history. Until 1852, cottonseeds were mostly discarded. Since this time, oil has been pressed, and the pressed cake has been used as feed and fertilizing material. Especially American and Egyptian cottonseed is traded, then also East Indian Bombay, Levantine Smyrna, Mersin, Alexandrette. British India exported cotton seeds in 190,708, 3,683,634 to Indian English possessions. In large quantities, olive oil is mixed with cotton oil in France and exported as olive oil. The United States exported in 1909 51,626,741 pounds of cottonseed, 51,087,329 gallons of cotton oil. There were already 252 cotton oil factories in the region in 1894. Egypt exported 7/5 million hectoliter of cottonseed as early as 1897. France imported 355,633 quintals of cottonseed in 1908, mainly from Egypt 298,520 quintals, much less from British India, Turkey, Haiti, the United States, Puerto Rico, Colombia, and Algeria. Cottonseed oil, most of which comes from the United States. The seeds contain 18.67 Levante, Mersine to 23.930 Egyptian, on average about 20 oil, while the kernels contain 37.1 Egyptian to 39.28 Bombay oil Lukovic. The hulls that fall off during peeling contain only 1/3 of this. The oil is pressed both from shelled and unshelled seeds. In addition to the information on page 245, the following should be noted about the composition of the seeds. Unshelled, they contain on average 11.1 water, 19.69 nitrogen substance, 20.86 fat, 23.40 nitrogen-free extractives, 21.1 crude fiber. The peeled seeds contain, on average in percent, 728 water, 29.55 nitrogen substances, 27.23 fat, 24.07. For example, only 17 fat and 24.5 to 32.5 nitrogen-free extractives, even greater variations around bride. The seeds contain 5.9 pentosinase Skinner. Furthermore, 42.3 globulin Adestin Osborne and Voorhees, and 44.3 or 11.4 to 2 other globulins. Proteose, Osborne, nuclein, toluene, betaine, lecithin, melitose, raffinose, melitoses, docipose, starch, sac, sugar, wax, dextrin have been identified. The ash, which amounts to 3,6, contains a lot of MgO, 16 to 20, Po 26 to 31, and Ko 27, as well as some titanium 0.0. Weight. The Egyptian and Bombay seeds are considered the richest in oil. They are mainly processed in Germany, England, France, and Italy. The seed is usually peeled before pressing. It consists of solid fatty acids at 22-32-32.6 of the oil Twitchell, Farnsteiner, Tolman, Munson, notably palmitic acid, less 3 stearic acid, liquid linoleic acid, 1845-21, of fatty acids, Lukovic and oleic acids. Acids. Since no hexabromide is formed, linoleic acid must be absent. The cottonseed oil, Oleum gossypii, cotton oil, Oleo di cotone, catuinoli, contains varying amounts of liquid glycerides depending on the pressure applied during manufacturing. Its elemental composition is C76.3 to 76.5, 113311, 0.73, O2 Wells.1, 1239 King, Dotting. On the other hand, 3.6 oxyfatty acids Farion appear to be present, but no arachidonic acid. Cottonseed oil papassagli is questionable, as well as the volatile sulfur-containing body DuPonts. The specific weight ranges from 0.922 to 0.928. Fat content in free fatty acids calculated on ole sheet acid, 0.115-0.5. Unsaponifiable matter, particularly phytosterol, F136, 137 0.7 through 1. +32, 1 perspective index. In Zeiss butter refractometer at 25, 191, 198. Iodine value 102, 111. Temperature increase in the saponification test 6784. The fatty acids have a freezing point of 34.9, 35.1, and a melting point of 2730, both relatively high, and an acetyl number of 16.6. In the Eledin test, the oil becomes thick or buttery. Also present in the oil are an aldehyde and a sulfurous substance. The above. The oil is consumed in enormous quantities as food oil and in margarine production, and the smaller varieties are also used in soap manufacturing. It is also employed to adulterate olive oil, lard, and other food oils and fats, the slightly solidifying part. The oil should contain 70 palmitin is called cotton stearin or cotton margarine, while the liquid remaining part is mainly used as food oil. The combusted heat of cottonseed oil at constant volume is 9,399,401. At constant pressure, 9,405, 9,416 Gcal. Sherman and Snell. The detection of cottonseed oil in these fats and oils is therefore one of the most important tests in fat analysis, Lukovich. The key reaction is the Halfin test, heating the oil dissolved in amyl alcohol with sulfur and carbon disulfide in a water bath. A red coloration occurs. The reaction does not take place if the oil has previously been heated to 150 C, and it also occurs in animal fat that has been fed cotton press cake. Then, after standing for a while, a brown discoloration appears when the test sample is treated with nitric acid-specific gravity. The composition of the cottonseed press cake results from the following table. Vulgar Garola de Cugis, water 789.2812.49.3, fats 40.6454.5, cellulose 3.8, 8.14, 245. Since press cakes are not entirely harmless, they should only be fed to adult animals with caution in small portions. In China have been making feed cakes. In North America, the seed is still widely used only as a fertilizer. Lit. Volker, The Analyst, 1903. Colin Perot, Industrial Residues. Skinner, Experimental Statistics Record, 1902. Bride, Ebid, Wolf, Ash Analysis. Farion, Journal of Applied Chemistry, 1892, 172. Wagner and Clement, Journal of Agricultural and Food Chemistry, Volumes 16 and 17. Hefter, Fats and Oils, 1908. Matthews and Heinz, Archive of Pharmacy, 1909, 161. Lukovic et al. Further literature Inwamer, Plant Substances. Koenig, Food on P615. Boehmer, Journal of Agricultural and Food Chemistry, 1901, 872. Papasogli, Publications del Laboratorio Chimico della Gabbiera, 1893, 90. DuPont, Bulletin of the Chemical Society, 1895, 696. On cottonseed oil margarine, see de Negri and Fabris, Journal of Analytical Chemistry, 1894, 563, and Hart, Chemical Journal, 1893, 1520. Sesame seeds and sesame oil. Sin. On the substance conditioning the Halfin reaction, see Solchin, Zeitcher, Uffenthal, Hempel, Chem. 1899, 306. Karabot and Marsh, Bull. Sock, Chim, 1899, 552. Reichow Fem, Zeit, 1899, 762, Upavan 60. White, Chem, Sock, 1902, 397, Rosenthaler Zeitcher, Naher, U. Genusum, 1910, 453. It also appears in Aramaic and Syrian Shushim, Umama, and Arabic Sazim, Simsimotah, Etim. The word sesame is ancient. It appears in Babylonian texts. The plant known as sesame, from the autoterm mmni, was borrowed into ancient Egyptian as mmeti, then into Coptic as emthi, then into Coptic as emsem. Sesame seed, fennel seed, sesame French, sesame English, sorgelin Spanish, gergelin Portuguesa, sesamo, jujolana Italian, simsim Arabic, til, ginjolin, dergelin Hindi, Balid Abyssinian, Moa Abyssinian, Moa, Shima Chinese, Koba Japanese, Butarian, Persian, Turkish, Beni seed in West Africa, Mfuta in East Africa, Swahili, Bijan in Malay archipelago, possibly from Biji seed, Lenga Makassar, Ringa Bimanese, Watu Sundanese. The Indian word Jengeli is derived from the Arabic Chichulan. From these origins, various names emerged. Barthema 1510, Zerzalino, Castanheda 1552, and Gouveia 1602, Gergelim, Frederick 1510-99, Zeline, Mackay. Benet, possibly related to Ben Moringa, has a West African origin. Sesamum indicum, derived from Sesamum indicum L, spec PL ed, I, P634, and S oriental L, abenda S. The large flowers arise individually. The two side flowers of the sema are abortive in the axils of the upper leaves. The outer hairy chalice is divided almost to the base, with 4 narrow pointed leaves. Sesamotopus benthate hook. Description of the type plant. The up to 1 m tall annual, externally resembling the forget-me-not, has a 4-angled, only slightly rough hairy stem, and below opposite, stalked, egg-shaped, 3-5-lobed, coarsely and irregular toothed, alternating above, almost seeded, lanceolate, usually entire leaves. De Candolle accepts 2 races, one with black, one with white seeds, and several varieties, distinguished by the shape of their leaves. He distinguishes from his S. indicum the varieties. Grandidentitatum S. indicum L, Us indicum S. indicum S. indicum Sims, and Subindivisum S. orientale L. Pedaliation. Pedalie sesamum sect torti. The white or red flower crown is zygomorphic, funnel-shaped, and slightly rugose at the base, protruding widely from the chalice, up to 35 mm long, with 5 lobes, of which the 3 front ones form the lower lip, larger than the 2 rear ones. 2 of the 4 stamen filaments are longer. They carry a cylindrical anther that springs out with a longitudinal slit, and has a gland on the connective. The 5th rear stamen is developed as a fringed staminode. The gynoecium bears a stigma with 2 lanceolate lobe-like appendages and rests on a low glandular disc. It consists of 2 carpels divided into 2 chambers by false septa at the base. The fruit is therefore 4-chambered below and 1-chambered above. Numerous ovules are attached to central, lateral plasms. The fruit is a light brown, up to 35 mm long, up to 7 mm wide, with a rather long tip running out, provided with 4 longitudinal furrows, which split open at maturity almost to the bottom by the separation of the false septa into 2 plates. Illustration. Stapfin Inglerprantel, plant families the 4, 3b, 263. Wagner Kohler, medical plants, supplement 58 with further botanical literature. Bentley Tryman, medicinal plants, plate 198. White, Illustrated Indian Botany, plate 163. Botanical Magazine, plate 163. Botanical Magazine, plate 1688. Oldest illustration Camerarius, Hortus Medicus, Rumphius, Herbarium Ambientis, plate 76, and Reed Hortus Mall. Ux, 54, 55. Pathology, on Plant Pests, Professor ed. Fisher. Malkoff observed in Bulgaria, on sesamum, a disease associated with the appearance of bacteria he calls Bacillus sesami and Pseudomonas. Sesami causing spots on leaves, turning stems black, and finally drying out. Sesame suffers little from animal predators, cultivation, and trade. In other cases, e.g., in Turkestan, India, the death of sesame plants was observed, very likely caused by Neocosmospora vasinfecta E. Smith, a fungus that also causes a disease in cotton plants. See there. A. de Jachewski, on the occurrence of Neocosmospora vas infecta. E. Smith, on Sesamum orientale. The main production area is India, which consumes a great deal of sesame and exports even more. There are immense areas under sesame cultivation there. In the presidency of Madras alone, 400,000 hectares. Sesamum indicum is grown in the tropics and subtropics of both hemispheres, chiefly in India, Siam, Himalaya, Afghanistan, Persia, Arabia, Russia, China, Japan, Formosa, Java, Asia Minor port, Smyrna, Arabia, Palestine, port, Jaffa, Egypt, Greece, Jaffa, Egypt, Sicily near Syracuse, and in the south, Malta, Gozo, Algeria, West and East Africa, Natal, Zanzibar, Madagascar, Mozambique, Senegal, Lagos, and the warmer parts of North and South America, Brazil, West Indies. The plant requires a fairly uniform temperature and at least 3 months of steady warmth, as well as dry, calcareous, clayey, nitrogen-rich sand soil. In India, the black variety is sown in March, the white in June. The first ripens in May, the other in August. The fruit is threshed. Sometimes, due to a vegetative period of only 3 months, 2 harvests are obtained per year. In trade, there is a distinction made between Indian and Levantine seeds, the latter being shaped orientale, as well as white, yellow, brown, and black, or mixed-colored sesame. Even the same variety produces seeds of different colors. Uniformly yellowish-white is the Levantine or Kurache and Zanzibar sesame. Mixed with gray seeds is the Bombay sesame. Brown is the Egyptian and Smyrna sesame, and black is the Indian. Generally, the seeds of S. indicum are white, yellowish, or brownish, while those of S. orientale range from dark brown to violet-black resin. In India, the bright yellow safed till is called, and the black kala till. The black one produces more seeds, while the white one yields the finest oil. Marseille is a significant port for importing sesame seeds, followed by Trieste. British India exported 65,532 CW2s of sesame seeds, in 190,405, 17,977 in 145,225. Germany imported in 1909 779,401 DZ sesame seeds, particularly from China and British India together, over 700,000 D. Then from Portuguese East Africa, Netherlands India, the Asian Turkey, Japan and British West Africa imported 554,036 quintals of 554,36 quintals of 46 sesame seeds in 1908, most of which came from China and English India, smaller amounts from Turkey, Netherlands India, West Africa, and Indochina. Semler, Tropical Agriculture. Watt, Dictionary of Economic Products. Flukiger Hanbury, Pharmacognosy, Warburg, Sesamiculture in Our Colonial Journal of Tropical Agricultural, 1898. Toms, Sesame Seed from Togo. Tropical Plants, 1898. Morphology of the drug. Sesame oil was exported from Siam in 190,809, 104,306 CWTs to England and others, and 69,904 CW2s to other countries. China shipped 44,899 pickles of sesame seeds from treaty ports in 1897, worth over 200,000,000 marks. The United States imported 1,274,032 pounds of sesame oil in 1909. The seeds are 1.54 mm long, usually about 3 mm, about 1 to 2 mm wide and 1 mm thick, depending on the variety, yellowish-white, reddish, or brown to black. Inversely egg-shaped, slightly pointed, flattened, spatulate. On the 4 edges run 4 narrow ribs that are well visible under a lens. This gives the seed an apparently 4-sided cross-section. The flat sides are due to a network of fine wrinkles. In the middle of one flat side runs the raphe. The endosperm is about half as thick as a cotyledon. The oil-rich cotyledons are flattened, with the embryonic root between them. The taste is pleasantly mild oily. Anatomy. From the surface, they are isotiometric, and present even in pressed cakes, a particularly characteristic image for sesame seeds, as only a few cases by Benecke and Collin have been observed where these crystals were absent. At the 4 corner ridges as shown above of the seed, The epidermal palisades are arranged fan-like fig. The seed coat has 2 layers. The outer layer consists of cells formed by the collapse of dry seed tissue, stretched and thinned after soaking, with a large calcium oxalate druze attached to their outer wall fig. 182, and in dark varieties also containing an alkali-soluble pigment in the form of pigment bodies, Hartwich. Here, they also usually lack the crystal druze. The second layer is the nutritional layer consisting of several rows of obliterate thin-walled cells containing small prisms or twin crystals, Colin Hanausek. In dark varieties, it also contains pigment. The endosperm is multi-layered. Its cells are slightly thicker-walled than the cells of bifacially constructed broad cotyledons fig. 182, but like these, they contain alurone grains that are globular and crystalline in nature and embedded in oil plasma. These grains range from 2 to 6 m in size in the endosperm and up to 10 m in the cotyledons. Illustration, Fig. 182. Baumer, Die Kraftfuttermittel, 1903. Mohle Winton, Microscope, Dinare, Eugenus, 2. Alfred Colin Perrault, Les Résides Industrie, T.F. Hanausek, in Wiesner Rohstoffestatät, Alfred Hartz, Landwirtschaft, Samen, Hebebrand über des Sesam. Land W. Vers. Stat. 1898, 45. Sesamum indicum seed transverse section, through seed coat S, endosperm E, and a cotyledon C. After Moller Winton, lit, Flukiger, Z. Kenton, D. Sesamsauer, Dayton, Kenton D. Sesamsam, Schweizer Wochenschau. 1865. Benecke, Die Verschied. Farm, Central. 1887. 545 und Anleit, zur Mikrost Unters. Contamination in Agricultural Yearbook, 1884, 813. Hartwich in Real Encyclopedia of Pharmacy Chemistry. The seeds contain on average 5.55.256.5 water, 20.319.5 to 22.7 raw protein, 14.98 nitrogen-free extract substances, 4.56.47 raw fiber, particularly pentazane, voxylate box. The seeds also contain 4757 oil, on average 5053 for Indian seed, and 5657 for Levantiner, with Indian presses yielding only 2231. Saccharose Vallée, 0.6 Berkilo, and reducing sugars, 0.14 Berkilo. Pentasone E. Schulze, Whitman. Lecithin and choline in pressed cake, e.g. Schulze, Phyton Posternak, congluten, globulin, legumin ritausinamides, and a protein substance containing 1.95 sulfur. Over 96 of the nitrogen is present as protein nitrogen. It contains 12.114.1 solid fatty acids, hardener, and 78.1 liquid softener. Sesame oil, oleum sesami filo de sesame, ud bene, gingili, or gingili oil. Til or teal oil, bene oil, olio di sesamo, is cold-pressed light yellow, odorless, and of pleasant taste. The elemental composition of the oil from black and white seeds is C76.1. Steinweiler 118, Talker. Cho F123, Villavecchia and Fabris. Cho, Boehmer and Winter. Furthermore, a thick, nitrogen-free reddish-brown oil was isolated Toker, Villavecchia, from a crystalline hydrocarbon F. The amount of unsaponifiable, consisting of phytosterol, sesamin, and rosin oil, is 0.95132. The free fatty acids of the cold-pressed oil 0.075 down. The oil rotates to the right 0.8 to 1.6, but due to its content of phytosterol F137, Villavecchia and Fabris, and of sesamin, present in 0.20.5 Cho, needles Fe, 9192 that passes through the crude sugar salt acid test for oil, and the so-called Baudouin reaction, which completely transforms into liquid fatty acids when separated by the lead salt ether method. As the Baudouin reaction is based on the formation of furfuryl from levulose split off from raw sugar can be replaced with furfuryl in the most characteristic sample for sesame oil, allowing the detection of even trace amounts of sesame oil. Oil Villavecchia and fibrous. All aromatic aldehydes with a cyclic nucleus give color reactions with sesame oil brindle. Furthermore, sesame oil contains the phenolite sesamol Christ. The specific weight of the oil is 0.92, 10.926, at 15 highest in Russian oils, 0.86, 70.8 IV. The freezing point is 4 to 6 for pressed oil and 5 for extracted oil. The refractive index at 25 using a butter refractometer is 66.269. The ponification number is 187.6194.6. 0.35. Reicher micelle number is 1.2. Hayner number is 95.6, 95.86. The temperature rise in the Molyneux test is 63.68.8. IV also indicates, as an identity reaction in addition to the Baudouin reaction, that upon layers of nitric acid 144, a temporary red to blue-violet coloring should appear after shaking, first with sesame oil and then with resorcinol benzol. The composition of the sesame cakes, pressed cakes, is given in the following table. The fatty acids have an iodine value of 108.9, 112, acetyl value of 11.5, freezing point of 18.5, 28.520, and melting point of 2131.5. The heat of combustion for sesame oil is 93095 GCal at constant volume Sherman and Snell. The flash point is 240 Rakiston. The farm held. Sesame cakes can be safely fed. Lit de la Suchere Baudouin reaction, J. Anal, Chem, 1882, 445. Lauer, J. Soc Chem, into 1901, 1083. Utz, see also under African Indian and Levantine oils. J. 1891, 639, 1893, 700. Villavecchia and Fabris. U. General 1893, 372. Bellier color reactions of oil and Chim, Anal, ATO8, 1899, 217. Anero 217. Sipersesco, reaction to sesame, Omania, 1903. Delit, Lukowicz AAAO, Koenig AAO. Further literature in Weimer, plant substances and in Koenig. Adulteration. 8.06, 10.2, 16.8.1, 12.45 nitrogenous substances. Substance 41.5, 36.83, 23.75, 42. 26.3, 132.236. Nitrogen-free substances. Substance 20.1, 25.05, 24, 2014, 21, 21.1, 11.54, 11.47.4, 9.88. Levantine sesame cakes are considered protein-rich. Hazura and Grüssner, Monash, F. Shem, 1889, 242. Braindl, Chem, Zeit, 1899. Barnsteiner, Chem, Zeit, 1896, 213. Benedict Ulzer, Analyze D. Fede. Christ, Chem, Zeit, 1902, 1014, 1013. Transactions of the Basel Natural History Society, 1903. Soltjen, Kordelschur, Nahr. Bleached and spoiled oil turns strongly red with fluoroglucin hydrochloric acid. Cottonseed oil can be identified by the Halphen reaction. A solution of 2G sesame oil in 10 cc chloroform and 20 cc absolute alcohol should show a permanent red coloration test for old sour oil, pH held. Oils from second and third pressing are particularly suitable for soap making. In Germany, it is legally required that artificial butter margarine and artificial cheese must be enriched with 5 or 10 sesame oil, respectively, to enable identification with the Baudouin reaction. The best varieties are adulterated with poppy seed oil, cottonseed oil, and peanut oil, while lower quality oils are mixed with rapeseed oil. From honey-sweetened flour, halva is prepared, a very popular fasting food in the Orient Heldrate. Even in India, many preparations with tulsi tila are still used today. After the addition of 3 drops of phenolphthalein and 2 cc tentin co. Adulteration is observed with peanut oil, cottonseed oil, rapeseed oil. Application. The best varieties, as they do not go rancid easily and remain unchanged for years, are equal to olive oil. They are therefore also used in enfleurage. In the Middle East and Egypt, bread is sprinkled with sesame seeds, in Sicily with previously roasted seeds gingiolina. Herba sesame is used medically in the United States. Parallel drugs, sesamum radiatum shum, et ton es futidum atzel, es occidentale, here at jail punt. The wild sesame of the Swahili Ufuta muita, native to West and East Africa, is cultivated as an oil plant, especially in Africa, then also on Ceylon, in hinter-Indian backwards India, on the Philippines, and in America, Guyana, and provides sesame oil, as well as the so-called coarse sesame paste beneki. So-called German sesame oil is rapeseed oil from Camelina sativa. History. Sesame seeds and oil have been used since ancient times, for example, already by the Sumerians IS 475, but prehistoric findings are lacking. The original home of the plant is not known with certainty. Its seeds are narrow-edged and radially striated on the flat sides. The epidermal cells of the seed coat are thickened inwardly, and on a part of the sides bearing the calcium oxalate crystals Beneke. Sesamum angustifolium olive, Engel, native to German East Africa and Zanzibar, also provides usable oil seeds, but the seeds are smaller. De Candolle considers Java, or the Sunda Islands in general, to be the home of sesame, as he allegedly found wild S, their bi-dragon P7078, and believes it reached India and the Euphrates Valley around 2,000–3,000 years ago, and Egypt around 1000 AD. Watt disputes this. He argues that the plant is native to India, as he supposedly collected wild forms in Bihar and the Himalayas. The sesame culture appears in India as early as the Atharvaveda, where it is mentioned alongside rice, barley, and beans. The same text also refers to the use of sesame oil tela for sacrificial purposes. Despite Brugge finding sesame in an Egyptian text from the 5th century AD and 9 other species occurring in Africa, de Prusinaire's claim that sesame is originally native to Africa seems inaccurate. After Egypt, where it now plays a significant role, sesame seems to have spread. Schrader suggests that the plant must have entered the Euphrates region very early, replacing the olive tree. An Egyptian monument from the 20th dynasty depicts the sprinkling of bread with a seed, possibly sesame, ungar. However, this could also be another type of seed. Sesame is also found in some recipes from the papyrus of Ebers, 1500 AD, but already in prehistoric times having come to be Schweinfurth. Since the Egyptians received the name from the Babylonians, see above P5073, they probably also received the plant from them. Herodotus, Li. 193 reports that the Babylonians prepared oil only from sesame. Therefore, cultivation must have been very extensive there in earlier times as well. We also know from other sources that the Babylonians used sesame oil I, P467. Even some Indian names of S. gingeli, Gergelium from Arabic Shulchulan, suggest a movement from India to the west, and thus Watt thinks that S was perhaps first cultivated somewhere between the Euphrates Valley and Bokhara, south of Afghanistan, and northern India, and then came to India and the archipelago before reaching the west. Everything points to a Semitic people who introduced sesame cultivation. I am therefore inclined to believe that the original homeland of S, relocating to Mesopotamia and the countries adjacent to it to the east. From there, S, possibly sesame, likely reached India with the Aryans in the 2nd millennium CE, and then also Egypt. However, it also seems possible that the culture of S began independently at multiple centers. S did not probably reach East Asia before the beginning of our era. The earliest references date from the 5th or 6th centuries CE. Only in the Tiasi Minyao Chu Bretschneider is S mentioned in China. The Portuguese brought S from the coast of Guinea to Brazil. According to the Brahma Purana, S was created by Yama, the god of death, and is therefore widely used in India, particularly during funeral rites. Sesame represents the life principle, a symbol of immortality. It is sacred to Soma, and along with rice and honey, it is an ingredient in some funerary foods. The Sesame Open Thyself of Ali Baba in 10 and 1 Nights shows that it was believed all secrets of magic were contained within the tiny seed. The ancient Sanskrit writers report on the various types of sesame seeds, the oil, and its medicinal applications. Sesame oil was the first oil pressed in India. Tila Sanskrit is already found in the Vedas. S also often appears in Indian proverbs, gubernatis, and folk tales. Herodot mentions sesame sesa, likewise Alcman 7th century BC. Hippocrates used the seed as an expectorant I, 540. Plinius states it comes from India. The Egyptian variety is likely ricinus. However, Pharmacographia quotes Isaiah 28:27, but the each there alongside chamomile, i.e., humanum, is not clear to interpret. The Greek Bible translation has the Vulgata gith both Nagella sativa. The English translation has fitches. Couchid is dill, perhaps a misinterpretation of till. Then the translator might have had sesame in mind. Others have wicket. Sesame seeds are also found in Diocletian's edict, I, 569. The Periplus Broi, 535, mentions sesame oil as an export item from Moscow, Berrigaza, and Ariex. Sesame did not reach the north. In the Middle Ages, Suzman or Semson was cultivated in Cyprus, Egypt, and Sicily. The oil was an export product from Alexandria to Venice. Sesame cake pressed with jasmine flowers, as reported by Aruk, a medieval Talmudic dictionary, was used as soaplu. Sesamum stands with Cordis, but not yet in the Alfida. Sesame oil in Luminare Magis and Lumen Apothecariorum Earth, p. 793. Despite the ancient origin of sesame oil production, the oil became significant for Europe only since the second half or end of the 6th century. Lit. De Condol, L'origine des plantes cultivées. Gubernatis, Mythologie des plantes II, 345. Dut, Ind, Mat Med, Wat Dict, Econom, Prod, Hin Kulturpflanzen, Schrader, Reallexikon, Löw, Aramäische Pflanzennamen, Flukiger Hamberi, Pharmacographia, Semen Tiglii, and Oleum crotonus. Sin, Grana Tigli, Tiglia, Estili, Esmolucana, Crotonis, M. Hatapuyae, Minoris, Croton or purging seeds, Granatilsamen, grains Usimensis de Tili, Udemoluc, Petit pignons d'Inde, croton seeds, Kiloport, the plant, purging tree croton, Croton cathartique, in gardens, Gajapala, Cadel awanuku, in herbaria, Amboinensis, Granum molucum, in Bohin's pinax, Pinus indica with purgative nucleus, the seeds in India, Amalgata pills, Sansk, Jayapala, Kanakafala, Hind, Jamal Gota, Tam Nervalan, Mar, Japal, on Java Tiraken, Mal, Japal on Java, Tiraken Mal, Shimekijang, in China, Patao, Pateu, Huanpei, Jiangsu, Tujin, staminal plant in systematic position, Croton Tiglium elb, Spec, P.L. ed. I, 10 or 1753, Croton acutus, ENBG, C. Jamalgoda F. Hamilton, Kirkus Tiglium rafins, Subgenus Eucroton, section Medea mul, data. Arg etymology croton, from tick after the shape of the seed, see under Ricinus. Tiglium from diarrhea, not from the Moluccan island Tilho. Granatil from Granatili, or Dilla, the ancient trade name for the drug. Description of the staminal plant. Croton tiglium is a small evergreen tree or shrub that grows up to 4-6 meters tall, with oblong or oval, pointed, toothed leaves that turn bare in old age at the base where the petiole attaches. The flower cluster is an androgynous grape, with individual flowers occurring alone, or in clusters of 2 to 3. The 15-20 free stamens surpass the calyx. The male flowers are located at the top of the cluster, where the latter only bears such. Its deep, 5-parted green calyx has oblong lanceolate, minutely haired leaves at the margin and apex. The 5 white lanceolate, alternate with the calyx leaves, initially spread out then rolled back, especially dense at the base, do not overtop the calyx. The female flowers, standing at the base of the flower stand, have a 5-parted calyx with oblong star-shaped lobes, very small, short-stemmed flower leaves, and a large golden yellow, densely covered with star hairs, spherical, 3-parted ovary, that bears 3 styles with 2 long, thread-like stigmas in each compartment, and contains an ovulum. It splits into 3 cocci hence, tricoque, which detach from the central column and spring open in a 2-lobed manner to the middle. Each of the cocci contains the elliptical ellipsoid capsule fruit, which sheds the hair coating and thus appears rough on the outside due to the hair bases, but otherwise appears bold, is 2 to 20 cm long, and 1.6 to 2 cm broad, yellow to light brownish yellow. Croton tigrium is native to East India, Malabar, Bengal, Ceylon, and occurs in Assam, Burma, Malacca, and possibly Java, Borneo, Amboina, and the Philippines as well. It has been introduced to China and Japan. Long established. More recently, 1898, also in Cameroon. I met C there, and in Java and Ceylon, as a hedge plant cultivated here and there. It is storm-resistant and grows quickly. It is particularly grown in North India, China, Java, Mauritius, and the Philippines, to a limited extent. Now, many seeds come from China. The croton tree is easily propagated by seed, requires no care, and tolerates even the poorest soil. It can be cultivated up to elevations of 1,000 meters and more, if the soil is not marshy. It also serves as a shade tree. Marchand Adansonia Leroy, 232. Hamilton, Transact, Linn. Silk 14, 258. The third, 682. Hooker, Flor, Brit, Ind, Pax Euphorb, in Ingler Prantal, Flansenfam, the third. Fig 25. J. U. Lloyd, Western Drug, 1898. Illustration, Berg-Schmidt, Atlas 2nd ed., Baldor. 87 contains further botanical literature. Mies von Essenbeck, Dusselt, A.B., Vol. 138. Bentley Tryman, Med. Plant, Vol. 2, 239. Bayon, Bot, Med. Fig G, 2676, 2682, and Berman, Vase. The seeds are about the size of ricin seeds, usually around 10-12 mm long, approximately 8 mm wide, and about 6 mm thick, oval-angular, blunt at both ends, but particularly on the back, due to a not very prominent, blunt longitudinal keel, which is slightly convex, giving an uneven cross-section that is somewhat quadrilateral rhomboidal, not purely oval, with one side slightly flatter than the other. The slightly flattened ventral side shows a distinct raft. They are weakly glossy, reddish-brown, or matte dirty gray on the outside, with darker spots or even black where the outer layer is worn off, longitudinally striped and wrinkled on the backside near the hilum and chalaza, smoother on the belly side. The seed coat is thin, c. 0.3 mm, brittle and fragile, gray silvery glossy inside. The thin inner seed skin can be easily peeled off. When breaking open the seed, it often remains attached to the seed kernel and covers it like a delicate husk that reveals a dense network of veins originating from the chalaza, particularly after treatment with fluoroglucinic acid salt. The lightly splitting salmonid, often reduced in the dry state, appears oily fat in cross-section, has a thick fleshy endosperm and thin, broad, leaf-like cotyledons with heart-shaped bases, not adhering to each other but fixed to the endosperm, Distinct venation, a small plumula, and a C3 mm long, radical directed towards the hilum. The caruncula is only small and barely visible on the dry seed. Below it, the hilum protrudes distinctly, from which the raphe extends to the chalaza at the other end of the seed, which is slightly protruding. The husk constitutes 31.6, the kernel 68.4 of the seed flucager. Croton salmon is commercially available in sacks of 50-60 kgs or barrels, approximately according to Hanbury in cases, bales, or robins. Anatomy. The salmonid, splitting into two planconvex halves, Isa Ben Ali, compares it to a thrush's tongue. Initially tastes mildly oily, but soon becomes sharply scratching with a long-lasting burning aftertaste. The husk is odorless and almost tasteless. The odorless kernel develops a sharp, eye-irritating, and skin-stimulating smell when heated. This outer layer can be easily rubbed off. Then the hard layer, consisting of approximately 250 m high palisade sclerenchyma cells emerging from the epidermis of the inner integument, is formed. From the outer integument of the ovule, where the raphe bundle runs and which shows, alongside the micropyle, a small obturator, and, from the micropyle, a sac-like projection of the end of the nucellus, a pseudonucellus, is not present here. Unlike ricinus, 3 layers emerge, one that in the dried state still usually contains starch and a brown pigment formed by polygonal cells, an additional layer of more or less compacted parenchymatic tissue, and a layer of thin-walled palisades that leave small intercellular spaces. Within this layer lies the mentioned nutrient tissue-like silicified layer, the silver layer, in which the widely ramified extensions of the raphe bundle run backward from the chalaza to the hilum end. In the cells of the endosperm and cotyledons, there are numerous allura 1 grains of the same shape as in Ricinus, with distinct globoid and crystalloid bodies, embedded in oil plasma. In the leaf-like cotyledons, which can be separated from the endosperm, they are smaller, lit. Church, Croton, in Real Enzyklopädie der Pharmacie, Schlotterbeck, Beiträge zur Entwicklungsgeschichte pharmacognostisch wichtiger Samen. It has been suggested that this oil be obtained by pressing or extracting with ether. If so, the pressed cakes, filters, etc., must be burned because they are toxic chemistry. The oil is pressed from the mature, lightly roasted and dehulled seeds in mild heat in India. A solvent-extracted variety also occasionally appears on the market. Its composition differs. Health explicitly rejects it. Under no circumstances should an alcohol-extracted oil be used. Besides the pale to brown-yellow oil from East India, exported via Bombay, Cochin, and Madras, which is considered very effective, there is also a brown-yellow English variety on the market. A good quality is sold in small bottles with the signature. Croton oil sold by A. Short, Ratcliffe, Highway, London, Hagerfisher, Hartwich, Farm, Praxis. The purgative seeds contain, according to Koenig, on average, water 5.71, nitrogen substance 18.7, fat 36.81, nitrogen-free extractive substances 9.95, crude fiber 25.23, ash 353 fat, in the dry matter 39.04. The seeds contain 30-45 oil, but deliver much less during pressing. See below. C18 protein, C4 ash and C6 water. Further, Lepage, Dunlap, and Seymour, Braun found no fat-splitting enzyme, invertin, amylase, raffinase, a proteolytic enzyme of tryptical nature. The lipid-splitting capability of the croton seeds does not manifest itself in croton oil, but in sesame, olive, castor, and almond oils, which are partly almost completely saponified by the lipase. The hydrolysis enzyme of the seeds can also invert saccharose and convert starch into sugar scurty and pyrrosine. Elfstrand found in the seeds 2 toxic proteins, toxalbumins, agglutinins, crotonglobulin, and crotonalbumin, which he isolated from their mixture croton brown. They lose their toxicity by heating. Croton is a plasma gift that attacks the stromata of blood cells in certain animals, causes milk to coagulate, but is not fat-splitting. The alkaloid crotonin brands Tiglinadar. De Jussieu should be excluded weapon. It is fatty acid magnesium soberon. Elfstrand found no alkaloid. The angelica acid indicated by Schlipp is tiglinic acid, the volatile jatropha acid Pelletier in Caventou. Buchner is presumably not a distinct substance. Incubation in an incubator does not weaken at Cobert. Even Stillmark had identified a body similar to ricin. The protein bodies of the seeds provide arginine, histidine, lysine, glutamine, leucine, phenylalanine, etc. P495. Doubtful are the toxic similar to cascarillin alkaloid ricin and tucin, 1864, and gum. It is believed to be identical to crotonic acid brands. See below. The ash content of the shells is 2.6, and that of the kernels dried at 100 C is 3 Flückiger Henry. The croton oil, Oleum crotonis granatil oil, huile de croton, croton oil, oleo di crotontilio, crotonoli, obtained from the seeds by cold pressing after removing the shell in India, is yellow to yellowish-brown and contains the following acids, partly free and partly in the form of glycerides: stearic acid, palmitic acid, myristic acid, lauric acid Schlipp, valeric acid, butyric acid, acetic acid, juther and frolic, formic acid. Distilling with soda produces N-enthalsteae and maish. Upon standing, stearin separates, the oil thickens in air, and remains liquid in the Eladen test. Therefore, the presence of oleic acid is unlikely. Lukovic, Schlippe and Benedict Ulzer, and Tiglanzor according to Schmidt, and Berendes methylcrotonsora by Frankland and Dupa. Others, Juther, Buchheim, also report Enanthilsäure, Capronsäure, Cropronsäure, Cropronsäure. Robert and Siegel, and higher members of the fatty acid series, Schmidt and Berendez. The oil exhibits the following constants: Dulier, Lukowicz, Javelier, Weiss. Specific gravity at 15 0.94237 at 100, 0.8874 for an oil soluble in alcohol to 53.4. IV 0.949, DAV 0.94 to 0.96. Oleum crotonus, pressed on the Philippines, showed a lower specific gravity. Weight and character of a lower solubility than here, pressed about 1898. Solubility in alcohol, 92. 1. 63. Freezing point. IV. Oleorefractive number at 22. 35. Acid number Burston, 21.8 in pressed oil. 2730. Saponification number usually 210.3 to 215.6 Pate. U.S. Ask. The oil obtained by cold pressing is quite similar to that extracted from petrol ether. However, the oils produced by hot pressing or ether extraction differ considerably, even in color. In less than 1 part of absolute alcohol, pressed oil is soluble. Upon addition of larger amounts of alcohol, separation occurs. When heated to 75, 1 volume of oil dissolves in 2 volumes of absolute alcohol, Javelier. In 5560 cc 36 Schedler alcohol, it dissolves if fresh and clear. Similarly in ether, chloroform, sulfur carbon, and volatile oils. It also dissolves in petrol ether, difference from ricinous oil. The following table illustrates this. Pressing ether alcohol commodity. Extracted 95, extracted iodine number Huber, 109.18, 92.2, 60.1. Freezing point. 7C, 7C, 8C. Oil yield in 12.538.12. By shaking with wine spirit, the oil is separated into a sharp-tasting, alcohol-soluble, and almost flavorless fraction Nimmo, 1823. When treated with colloid metals of the plating group, croton oil changes to a reddish, no longer effective fat that melts at 4951 Pal and Roth. Croton oil exhibits both skin-irritating and purgative properties. Buchner and Brands attribute the effect to volatile Crotonzora jatropha's acid Pelletier, not Crotonzora Schlipp, whose vapors intensely irritate the skin and mucous membranes. Sinier, 1883, believed that he could separate the purging body from the skin-irritating, pustule-forming substance, seeking the former in the alcohol-soluble, and the latter in the alcohol-insoluble portions of oil 6 parts, oil 7 parts alcohol. But it is still questionable today whether both effects are not attributable to the same substance. Buchheim, 1873, as well as Kobert and Hirschheit, 1888, considered the oily crotonic acid to be the active substance in croton oil, which should possess irritant effects on both the skin and intestines, not as a glyceride but as a free acid. This acid, however, is undoubtedly a mixture, possibly of a harmless fatty acid with a highly toxic resinous substance. Therefore, it is not crotonic acid CHO, Ziegel, or the 4-crotonol CHO. Schlipp, that is the effective component, but perhaps a resinous body contained in it, which is altered by soda. These Blasen-inducing substances are termed by Dunstan and Boole as a mixture of crotonic acid, croton resin. They assign it the formula CHO, or CHO, and consider it a lactone of complex structure. It forms a yellowish, amorphous, water-insoluble resin, suggesting it is not yet a pure substance. Notably, the above-mentioned toxic albumins pass into the oil, so they may also contribute to the oil's toxic effect. The toxic component has therefore not been definitely identified. Older researchers saw it in a volatile substance, and indeed, the vapors of heated crotonic acid severely irritate the skin and mucous membranes. Britt, Brandes, Chem. Unters. Desamen v. Croton Tiggle, Arch, Farm, 1823, 173, for older literature. Weppenlieb, Ann 76, 1849, 254. Buchner, Leichte Darstell, Dies Jatrophazorik Rep. D. Farm, 19, 185. Tucson, Jern Choknenthausen 8. Dunlap Seymour, Jern, M. Chem, Suck, 1905, 1935. Skirty and Parozani, Daz. Jim. Etal. 1907, I, 476 and 486. Stillmark, Arbia. D. Pharmac, Inst. Dorpat III, 1889. Hirschheid, Ebenda IV, 1889. Egel Ebenda, Elfstrand, über giftige Eiweiße. Uppsala, 1897, 197. Yarist, D. Farm. D. Shem, Jess, 1903, 3004. Earl, Pelletier, and Caventut, Novjourn, de Med. 2, 1818, 172 Journ. Farm, 4. Schlipp, Lieb, Ann, 35, 1840, 305, 1858. 1 Wittsteins, Berteljahrschur. Soren D. Crotenols, Lieb Ann, 191, 1878-94. E. Schmidt, Ber D. Schem, Jess, 1877, 835. Franklin and Dupelieb, Ann, 136, 9. Juther and Froelich, über die Pflicht. Sorer, D. Crotenols, Zeitscher. F. Schem and F. 6. 1878, 8, 705, and 1883, 14, 446. Javillier, Note sur l'huile de Croton, Journ, Farm, 1898, 7, 524. Benedict Ulzer, AAO Lukowicz, AAO Schadler, AAO Application. Robert and Siegel Bull, of Farm, 1893. Warrington Farm, Journ, 6th, 1865, 382. Dunstan and Boole, Croton Oil, an enquiry into the nature of its vesicant constituent. Farm, Journ, 1895, 45, 5 Pry, Roy, Hausen IT. Croton oil is usually classified as a severe laxative because even a single drop 0.0222 G45 GTT. Because the effect is the result of a poisoning by an extremely powerful blistering substance that even discourages the use of oil as a puritic vesicant, rubefacient, which is employed in the infamous Bonscheit method of treatment, along with Euphorbium and Daphne mazarium, it does not seem advisable. The maleficent oil of Pasternape is a mixture of 1 part Croton oil and 6 parts almond oil. Almost every year, one hears of serious poisonings by Croton oil. The substance should be removed from the pharmacopoeias. Doctors rarely use it anymore, except in veterinary medicine, where it is still used in Germany. However, it is still applied internally and externally in various ways by doctors and the people in India Economic Products Dictionary of India, for example, to make pomma cathartica from oranges. Even the application of Croton oil as a diuretic and anthelmintic should be discouraged, as we possess better means for both purposes. The highly protein-rich press cake, freed from fat and the toxic principle, is recommended by Burkill Ann. Farm, 1901. Ainsley, Matt, Med, Pharmacognosy, Indica. The statement by Radziejewski Arch, F. Anat, Fies, U. Wissensch, Med, 1870. 37 that Croton oil, when rubbed into the skin and injected into veins, has a drastic effect, has not been confirmed. Buchheim. In humans, as little as 4 seeds can be fatal. In France, in 1901, a dilution of iodine tincture with Croton oil was observed. Durian. The white wood of the trunk, Lignum pavanae, Panavaiaso molucanum, also tastes sharp and burning and acts like the seed, but more gently. The root is applied in the native habitat of the plant to combat water retention. It purges like the leaves. Test. Farm. Helve 4 requires a specific gravity of 0.94 to 95. Brit, that the oil should be neutral, is difficult to meet. Commercial oils always give a sourness number. The presence of ricinus oil in Croton oil is revealed by a higher specific gravity, lower iodine number, and significantly higher acetyl number. Peckelt observed Kirkus oil, see below, as an adulterant. A drop of Croton oil sinks in a mixture of 5.2 cc wine spirit, 90 vol. and 4.8 cc water, and rises after adding 1.4 cc water to the surface. 2 cc oil with 1 cc smoking nitric acid and 1 cc water, vigorously shaken, should not show any solid deposits or completely solidify after 1 day. Croton oil is said to dissolve in 5 parts pH. Helve 4 or 2 parts DAV absolute alcohol on heating. If oil is not stored in well-filled bottles, protected from light, it quickly turns brown. Parallel drugs. Similarly, in India, the seeds of Croton polyandrous Rox B. Baliospermum montanum mul, ARG. On Brazilian Croton species and their uses, see peckled or deformed. Gest 1905. The seeds of Croton purgans med. And of Croton oblongifolius rox v, known as cowley seeds flukiger Hanbury, and also, it seems, the seeds of Croton oblongifolius thwaites the persimilus mul, arg, are used found in commerce in 1896, Gaius Handelsbury, Hartwich. The seeds of Croton pavana, or Parana Hamilton, are said to be almost as potent as Croton seeds. Some consider C. pavana a synonym for C. tiglium. For further details on Croton species, see Church and Rellenzyklop, Dict, E.C. Prod, India and Dragendorf, Hauptpflanzen. History. The Croton seeds were likely known to ancient Indian physicians, and are mentioned in Sanskrit texts under the names Jayapala, Titiraphala, and Kanakaphala, Jatropha curcus L., particularly from the Portuguese colonies and the Cape Verde Islands, where it is a hedge plant originating from the West Indies and New Granada, contain an oil curcus oil, purging nut oil, huile de piñon dinde, curcus oil, purging nut oil, fizzing nut oil, oleo de curcus that contains 10 saturated fatty acids, with its liquid fatty acids composed approximately equally of oleic acid and linoleic acid. The oils from the seeds of other euphorbiation plants, such as Andigomesi just, Hura crepitans L., Allurites triloba forst, also have laxative properties. Buchheim. Literature Gay, Handelsbury, 1896. Farm, Jern, 1904-1956. Klein, Zeitcher, Anju, Chem, 1898, 548. In Bava Prakasa, a medicinal mixture called Mahanaracha, rasa, is described, which is particularly composed of merobalin, cassia pulpa, the bark of Baliospermum axillare, Picrohiza curova, the milk sap of Euphorbia neriifolia, the root of Ipomea nerifolia, the root of Ipomea terpethum, the rhizomes of Cyperus rotundus, and crotons, seeds Pharmacognosy, indica. In Serapion they are called Cataputhia minor mendana. Ibn Sina calls them dand el sini, also dend or dende. The same term is used by Ibn Baithar, who cites Abu Qurayj, Hunayn, Raises, and others. The seeds, having reached Persia from China, were therefore known as Habel Katai seeds from Cathay. Croton seeds were known to ancient Arabs and subsequently entered European medicine through them. Serapion I, p. 644, Avicenna and Ibn Baithar wine p. 610 refer to them and their use as purgatives. Raises, distinguishing between Indian and Chinese den, states, if this medicine is not taken with great caution, it has lethal effects. Croton seeds have been known in Europe since 1578, the year that Cristobal Acosta described them as piñones de Maluco pine nuts, and illustrated the plant in his Tractado Wern, p. 738. He noted of the seeds, even good women from those parts, friends to their husbands, give them up to 4 of these through the mouth, sending the poor to the other world Hanbury. Croton is also mentioned by Cordus I, p. 798. The plant was subsequently described and illustrated in the Hortus Malabar, I, p. 898, and Rumpf's Herbar. The seeds, officially and widely used in the 17th century, then became obsolete, and were only rediscovered in 1812 when White and Marshall, having learned of their application from a local practitioner, mentioned them in Ainsley's Med. Amboinance Tia 4th, pp. 48-42. In Berman's These, Zelanic, it is called Ricinoides indica folio lucido, fructu glabro granatiglia, officinis dicto. Additional descriptions can be found in Dale Brine, p. 938, and Triller. Dispense, 1764, by Geoffroy Garceau, describes it, Pommet and others. Of Hinduestan, and the oil, already described by Borellus in 1657, was recommended by English Indian physicians Conwell, Perry, Frost, etc. Hanbury. Notably, Conwell's researches sur les proper med et l'employement del huile de croton tiglium in 1824, and Wilson's recommendation in the Transactions of the Medical and Physical Society of Calcutta Warren, 249 greatly contributed to the introduction of the oil, leading to its inclusion in the London Pharmacopoeia in its time, 1824, and the U.S. Pharmacopoeia in 1830. External application is particularly attributed to Bamberger's De Ole Crotonis, Externa Dibiti Efficacia in Berlin in 1833. A compilation of older medical literature follows. Literature at brands in the Arch of Farm. To the drying oils of the cottonseed oil group, the following seed oils also belong. Linseed oil, German sesame oil from Camelina sativa, clover seed oil from Trifolium pratense and repens, pumpkin seed oil from Cucurbita pepo, watermelon oil from Cucumis citrullus, melon oil from Cucumis mello, maize oil from Zea mays, Daphne oil from Daphne nidium and other Daphne species, wheat kernel oil from Triticum vulgare and datura oil from datura, lemon seed oil from Citrus limonimerisso, sponge gourd oil from Luffa aegyptiaca, paranut oil from Bertholicia excelsa, sorghum oil from Sorghum cernium, common oil, patava oil from Oenocarpus batana and bacaba, pine oil, para butter from Euterpe oleracea, rapeseed and rapeseed oil, rubel. Primary plants in systematic position. Brassica campestris, L.B. rapa L. B. asperifolia lam. The turnip, cabbage with the var, Annua koch, B.R. olifera, Annua metzk, B.R. ol, precox D.C., B. campester, coke, B. precox, B.R. olifera, Himalis martins, winter turnip seed, bivets, all, navetta. Brassica napus L. the rapeseed, rape cabbage with the var. Annua koch B.N. olifera, Annua metzk, B.N. olifera. Himalis dole, winter rapeseed, winter cabbage rapeseed, set oilseed rape. Napus is likely an Egyptian word. Cruciferae sinape brassicinae brassica, sectio brassica, pranto. These latter come from various crucifer seeds and are often a mixture, in which Sinapis glauca, Brassica juncea, S. elcal, Dichotoma and Eruca sativa dominate Burchard and Kiersku. The Gujarat rapeseed, Cawnpore yellow and Calcutta white, consists of a yellow and a brown variety of Sinapis glauca, Cawnpore brown, Calcutta brown, Ferozepore and Pondichere from Brassica juncea and Dichotoma, with some Eruca sativa. In the Bigare rapeseed of Bombay, all the above seeds are present. Other varieties that go by the name of Indian rapeseed are Lacatora, Piarcatora, Natua sarsen, Ultisarsen, Jauda sarsan, Makhandana sarisha, and Rye. Rye is derived from Brassica juncea hook. Ft. tomes, sarsen, from B. glauca rock, Tori from B. napus L. var, Dichotoma prane Whitmac. Description of the plants and seeds. The turnip is a biennial or perennial plant with an upright stem up to 1.25 meters tall, usually branched, green grass-colored, stalked, leaf-like, deeply lobed, stiff hairy basal leaves and blue-green coated leathery-toothed below, heart-shaped below, heart-shaped below, heart-shaped below. Above, enclosing the stem completely, entire marginal leaves. The flower cluster is flat during flowering, with the buds overtopped by the uppermost opened, medium-sized, golden yellow flowers. The calyx lobes eventually turn downward, and the shorter stamen fibers are distinct. The pods are linear, gradually extending into a conical beak almost upright, rugged, pod and fruit stems protruding. The seeds of the beak measure 1.5 millimeter, a predominantly dark red to almost black-brown surface is, under a magnifying glass, finely or flat-wrinkled, finer than in black mustard and granular. The seeds of the canola are larger, C2 amomum, bluish-black, like ripened. The seeds are in single rows, spherical, rough-spotted. Rapeseed has numerous blue-green leaves, basal leaves leathery-lobed, lower ones leaf-like on stems, upper ones elongated. Blooming grapes already during unfurling, upper buds opening, medium-sized, golden yellow flowers overtopped, calyx leaves upright protruding later. Besides brown varieties, there are also light ones. In 1886, a white canola seed under the name Gelbzat yellow seed came into trade, which was passed off as white mustard steffek. The summer varieties bloom in July-August, the winter varieties in April-May of the second year. Pathology, on plant pests, Preface ed. The rapeseed rot is caused by a sclerotinia, which forms small, black-berried, knotted sclerotium in the pith and rind of the stem. Fisher. The most important diseases of rape and turnip plants are as follows. In the roots, especially in the varieties that form turnips, the myxomycet Plasmodiophora brassicae settles. which causes the so-called cysts or hernias. Various fungi settle on the leaves. The two Peronosporine albugocandida and Peronospora parasitica, the former causing small milky epidermal outgrowths, the latter forming a white powdery mildew. Both can also spread to young pods. Leaf spots are caused by Sphaerella brassicola, Philosticta brassicae, and Napi, Cercospora bloxami. One of the most harmful parasites is the rapeseed blight Alternaria brassica Burke-Sack, Polydesmus exidiosus Kuhn. It elicits the so-called blackness, which consists in the appearance of small dark brown spots on leaves, and especially pods, leading to the drying out of the surrounding tissue. On Brassica napus bacteria diseases have also been described. One is called white rot, the other is the so-called brown rot, which mainly occurs on Brassica campestris. 47 FF, regarding animal pests Mr. Israel reports. On Brassica oleracea, L. napus L. niger coke, Sinapis, Raphanus species and related plants, numerous insect species live. Mention should be made of beetles. Haltica oleracea, L. flexuosa L. Nemorum L. Maligivis cineus fabra. The larvae of this beetle, which live in the pods, often devastate entire rapeseed crops. The beetle eats leaves and flowers, Balamenis brassicae fabra, and other hard-to-identify Balamenis species live as larvae in the pods of many crucifers and other plants. Baridius chloris fabra, and other Baridius species live in the lower stem parts of Brassica napus, etc. Pseudohynchus ericimi fabra, Floralis, Pake, Sulcicalis, and many other members of the highly diverse Centorhynchus genus live on rapeseed and other crucifers, feeding on larvae in the stems or fruits. Sulcicalis produces root galls at the roots. Butterflies, Purus brassicae L, Rapi L, Napi L caterpillars feed on Brassica species, etc. Agrotis sigidum WV caterpillars not only feed on cereal roots, but also those of rapeseed and other plants. Mamester brassicae L, Oleracea L, and many other owl moth larvae live on all kinds of cabbage species. Bodies extimalis SC. The caterpillar of this pyralid lives in the pods of rape and turnip, etc. Fly. The larvae of these flies live in the bulbs of Brassica species, etc. Anthemia brassicae boucher, larva in the stems of cabbage species. Cecidomoia brassica win, larva in the pods of Brassica and Sinapis species. In Europe, rape and turnips, which probably originate from southern Europe, are particularly cultivated in Germany, Russia, Hungary, England, Italy, France, and Belgium. These are the most widely cultivated oil plants in our region. The export of mustard or rape oil in 19,067, 273,684 gallons. The seed coat of the turnip and rape seed, similar to that of black mustard CD, shows, under low magnification, a net-like structure when viewed from the surface. Rape prefers a moderate, warmer, and damper climate. Turnips also thrive in drier, rougher climates on lighter soils, but yield 10 less. The Indian colza is cultivated in the northwestern provinces, Punjab, Kanpur, Gujarat, Calcutta, and Bombay. The export of rapeseed rape from East India in 19,089, 40,064 CW test. The thickened parts of the radial sclerenchyma walls appear uneven or nearly even in cross-section East India. Indian seeds also show a clearer net-like structure, Kinzel. Therefore, when thrown into water, the seeds surround themselves with only a very narrow slime sheath. Only in the height of the thickened part of the sclerids, their diameter and margin, whether straight or curved, do differences become noticeable details at Oliva. The lumen of the sclerids appears, when considered from the area, tighter in turnips than in canola resin. A pigment layer is clearly visible. The lobed, globe-leading alurone grains are largest in the solitary winter rapeseed. Chemistry. The rapeseed oil colza oil, huile de colza, rapanol, colzaol, oleo di colza, rapoli, is usually not distinguished according to the parent plants, as rapeseed oil huile de navette, rape oil and turnip oil. The composition of the seeds is on average. Rapeseed 728, 19.5542, 0.23, 20.785, 0.954.2, 0.2, 2040. Crotonil sunfol chensi teas, crude oil. It is obtained by grinding the seeds between rollers and pressing the flour or extracting it with sulfur carbon or petroleum ether. The extracted oil is purer, but the extraction residue is not suitable for animal feed or can only be used in mixed cakes. The seeds contain 33-43 respectively. 50 oil. When pressed, 30-33 is obtained from winter rapeseed and 16-18 from turnips. The raw oil is dark. It is usually refined with 1-sulfuric acid, resulting in a light yellow oil with a characteristic odor and an unpleasant bitter taste. In 100 parts of alcohol, 0.534 parts of oil king provides the elemental composition of rapeseed oil as C77.9-178.2, H12.9-178-12-8, O9.7, 2/10 oil. Turnip oil contains 1.02 or less % of solid fatty acids Tolman and Munson, arachic acid and lignoceric acid. The mixture of both equals raw arachic acid Ponzio, archbut or behenic acid Ponzio, archbut or behenic acid Raymer, and will, as well as unsaturated fatty acids, erucic acid and rapinic acid, and possibly acids from the linolenic and linoleic series. Stearin is almost pure trisylglycerol Lukowich, or disylglycerol Raymer, and will. The unsoapable fraction consists of phytosterols, brassicastin cho, cystosterol. Bausch. It ranges from 0.51, rarely more, never above 2 Lukowich. Technical rapeseed oil contains free fatty acids, 0.76.64, calculated on oleic acid. European rapeseed oils, regardless of origin, show great similarity. The differences reported by Schiedler for the 4 variety oils are not significant, nor are they very large. The specific weight is 0.9, 112 0.9, 132 0.91755, usually not above 0.916. Lukowich. The freezing point is between 4 to 6. The saponification number is 167.7 Crossley and Lesueur. 98.1103.6, Lukowich, rarely above 105. The Reichert number is 00.79 Crossley. The Hainer number is 94.5696.3. Malmnay, test 49, 64C. The East Indian rapeseed oil colza. Oil has a specific weight of 0.91, 4149, 117.1. Saponification number 169.4. Iodine number 94.1, 105.104. Old rapeseed oil shows high acetyl numbers 14,741.7, Gripper, ... The fatty acids exhibit a freezing point of 17-18.5, melting point of 16 to 22, iodine number of 96.3 to 105.6, acetyl number of 6.3, and the liquid fatty acids an iodine number of 114. Rapeseed oil thickens upon standing and becomes rancid, but without drying out. It therefore falls between the semi-dry and non-dry oils. Raw cruciferous oil is all sulfurous. 143-240 mgs per liter of oil. However, cold-pressed and well-refined rapeseed oil should not contain sulfur, though sometimes it does contain sulfur, extracted with CS adulterations. Rapeseed oil is adulterated with linseed oil, hemp oil, poppy seed oil, colza oil, cottonseed oil, ravissone oil, hederic oil, fish oils, and fishy substances, mineral oil, resin oil, and whale oil. Applications. Pests are killed almost immediately by any oil. They suffocate in it, lit, Prantl and Engler Prantl plant families, Luerson, medical pharmaceutical botany, Hards, agricultural seed science. Rubel is particularly used as a fuel oil and lubricant, less commonly as a food oil, and for making margarine, and in pharmacy as a substitute for olive oil, which it is not always suitable for in soap manufacturing. It is difficult to saponify and goes rancid easily. Rubel is widely used as a pest control agent. Hanausek in Wiesner Raw Materials, 2nd edition. Oliva. See Anatomical and Developmental Studies on Crucifer Seeds, Bern, 1905. Journal of the Austrian Pharmaceutical Society, 1905, with anatomical details and illustrations. Hartwich Wielermann, Contributions to Knowledge of Mustard Seed, Pharmaceutical Times, 1905. Koenig, Food and Confectionery. Gross, Studies on the Rapeseed Plant in Austria. Journal of Sugar Industry, 1900. Schroeder, Studies on the Seeds of Brassica Species. Agricultural Experiment Station, 14, 1871. Leipzig, 1874. Colin Perrot, Residus Industrials Anatomy and Composition of Pressed Cake. Lukowicz, A.A.O. There, The Chemical Literature. Schedler, A.A.O., Mikosch, Plant Fats in Wiesner Raw Materials, 2nd ed. M. Schmidt, Is Rapeseed Cake Harmful Due to High Mustard Oil Content? Dis, Bern, 1909, There, The Literature. The Indian Colza Varieties with Burchard, Prain, and Kinzel, Jern, F. Landw, 1894 and 1896. To the half-drying oils of the rape oil group belong further the following seed oils. Ravison oil, black sea rape oil, from a wild southern Russian variety of Brassica campestris. Black mustard oil from Brassica nigra. Indian mustard oil from Brassica juncea. White mustard oil from Sinapis alba. Jamba oil from a Brassica variety. Field turnip oil from Sinapis arvensis. Rape oil from Raphanus sativus. Garden cress seed oil from Lepidium sativum. Linseed oil from Camelina sativa. Rapeseed oil, Fila de Julienne, from Hesperis matronalis. The O.L. Sinapis pingu from Dutch black mustard. Mustard is a good oil for pharmaceutical purposes. Schallmann, P.H. Zeit, 1910, 160. The group of arachid oil forms the transition to the non-drying oils. Fructus arachidus and Oleum arachidus. Sin. Earth nut, earth almond, ground nut, monkey nut, manila nut, earth nut, Grande Newton, in Brazil, Mundubi. On the Cape Verde Islands, Mancara. In Spain and southern France, Cacahuete. In India, Bukanica sans. Mongfali, Vilayati Mong Hindi. In China, Lo Wasang, description of the plant and drug. Belonging to the Leguminosae, Papilionate, Hedicerae, Stylosanthine. Not in Africa, Flukiger, Schweinfurth, Wilcom Peters, but native to South America, Brazil, now cultivated in many tropical and some subtropical regions, wild nut. Known, perhaps representing a cultigen form of Arachis prostrata, the primary plant of peanuts, Arachis hypogaea elling, spec, plant. Ed. I. 741 and A. Asiatica lauer, is an annual plant that forms numerous nitrogen-fixing root nodules and has up to 1 m long spreading stems. The yellow flowers, with long peduncles, are either barren and later falling off or fertile, located near the ground. After fertilization, the fruit stalk extends, sometimes up to 20 cm, and buries the young fruit in the soil fig, 183. Here, therefore, underground, the fruit develops to maturity, hence hypogaea and earth nut. The plant attracts large quantities of red ants during bloom time in India, which loosen the ground around the plant, and thus facilitate the penetration of the fruit knot swat dict, econ. Pride. In Spain, a single plant sometimes produces 8,100 fruits. The pods lie at a depth of up to 10 cm under the ground during ripening time, and must therefore be plowed out or hacked off. They are one-chambered, but sometimes contain more than 1, 2, 3, rarely up to 5 seed fig. 183. Ripen are then ensnared between these. On the grayish-browning to straw-yellow surface, the non-explosive 2-4 centimeter long, cylindrical fruits are provided with net ribs. 183. The bundles are strongly developed and lie within, accompanied by many sclerotic fibers molar Winton. At the tip, they bear a callus scar callus, stigmatiformis. The seeds are longitudinal cylindrical, or longitudinal egg-shaped, 6-18 mm long, 3-6 mm wide, with one end, where the hilum and radicula lie, bent and shortened, and the other at the chalaza curved, or irregularly flattened hanausek. Below the tip lies the navel, from which the rafif extends to the chalaza. Here, the bundle forks, and its 6 branches return to the apex at regular intervals within the seed coat. The non-replaceable brown seed coat possesses an epidermis, whose brown cells show numerous, very peculiar, characteristic of the peanut, comb-toothed appearance illustrated in Vogel and Hanausek. The broad nutrient layer consists, in its inner layers, of an obliterated star parenchyma through which run bundles of vessels with numerous spiral vessels. The inner epidermis is preserved. Attached to it is a narrow layer considered a nuclear rest. The tissue of the thick-fleshed, easily separable cotyledons is covered by an epidermis that leads to slit openings and consists of large, relatively thin-walled, dotted cells that leave intercellular spaces and contain oil plasma. Regarding plant pests, Prof. Ed. Fisher reports, in Java, India, and German East Africa, a peanut disease occurs caused by Septogloium arachides raceborus. The leaves develop dark, yellow-ringed spots and then fall off. The fruits shrivel and become worthless. Large starch grains and 413M, small, often quite irregular, globoid-bearing aileron grains are contained. The occurrence of starch and aileron in the same cell is very characteristic of the peanut. Illustration, Fig. 183, Arachis hypogaea. From Sadebeck, Cultivated Plants of German Colonies, Pathology. Another is mentioned by Braun Locke, CT, Cultivation and Trade. Arachis hypogaea belongs to the more important cultivated plants of the tropics, which does not have too high demands and requires a light but lime-rich Sadebeck 1877 soil, as well as plenty of heat. Less important are other parasites appearing on the leaves, Cercospora personata Burke, et Kurt, L. Puccinia arachides, Beg, and Uredo arachides Laff. Highly destructive is, according to Karasek Garden Flora 1904, in German East Africa, a disease similar to the mosaic disease of tobacco Zimmerman, Farmer 1907. Dreher sand yields the brightest, humus-richer, wetter soils produce darker seeds. The seeds germinate after 8-14 days. The fruits are ready after 4 or 5 months. The dehulling of the seeds takes place in large operations, e.g., in America with machines. The fruit pods serve as fuel. Shipping is done in sacks. In small holdings, 1 hectare yields 1,500 to 1,800 Cato. In larger operations, much more. The most important exporting country is West Africa, especially the French colonies. Senegal supplies the best from the northern district, Rufiste, Cayor, Dalam, less good from the south Capamanze, and the worst from Sierra Leone and Lagos. There is a distinction between the good Cayor nuts and the less good Galam nuts that produce oil. Export locations are Galam Cayor, Rufiste, Gorea, Albreda, Gambia, Zedhu, Carabana, Casamance, and Rio Nunez. Furthermore, Sudan, the region around Lake Chad, Darfur, Mombasa, East Africa, Zanzibar, Mozambique, and parts of India, Coromandel, Madras, South India, Bengal, Bombay, French India, and North America, Virginia, Georgia, Tennessee, North Carolina, produce significant amounts of peanuts, with cultivation reaching up to Fortland latitude. Cultivation is less extensive in Cochin China, Burma, China, Japan, and the Sunda Islands, as well as the Antilles, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, Portugal, East and West Africa, and German-held African territories Togo, Cameroon, German East Africa. Relatively unimportant in Egypt, Tunisia, Algiers, Spain, Portugal, southwest France, and lower Italy. From the tropics, mostly raw peanuts reach Europe, as shelled ones easily spoil, go bad, or turn rancid. Main ports of entry are Marseille, Hamburg, London, Liverpool, Rotterdam, and Trieste. India alone exported in 190,708, 1,524,055 CWS groundnuts, and in 190,809. North America exported in 1907, 6,386,012 pounds peanuts, and in 1909, 5,511,7 pounds. France imported in 1901, 120,400,208 kg. Peanut seeds of 108,20 French oil mills process annually more than 100,000 tons of peanuts collen. The protein content exceeds that of peas and beans. Peanuts contain a lot of starch. See above. 4 or 5 of the nitrogen substance is present in the form of amides. Germany imported in 1910, 69.30 million kilo. Hamburg in 1909, 19.54 million kilos of peanuts. Chemistry. Shelled peanuts, i.e. the seeds, contain on average water 748, nitrogen substance 2752, fat 44.49, nitrogen-free extractive substances 15.65, crude fiber 2.37, ash 249, and the dry substance 48.9 fat. Vernin in the embryo and arginine schulze, and castoro, as well as choline, lecithin, congluten Richtausen, especially by enzymes a very active lipase Dunlap and Seymour, saccharose Burkhardt, allegedly also a non-toxic alkaloid arakin, perhaps of the choline. The pentasane content is 4.12 Whitman. The oil is pressed in producing countries India, West Africa, as well as in southern France, e.g., Marseille and Germany Harburg. Oil from Rufist and Gambia is considered superior to that from Bombay and Coromandel. The average range is between 43 to 45. The oil is first cold-pressed, then warm-pressed, using hydraulic presses, often the same presses used for sesame oil. This sometimes results in a weak Baudouin reaction. Only the first, bright cold-pressed oil is suitable for pharmaceutical and food purposes. Apple acid Payen and Henry is questionable. The oil content of the seeds varies extremely. Tropical peanuts contain up to 55, subtropical varieties often only 20. Sadler found 51 oil in peanuts from Senegal, 49 from Congo, 49 from East Africa, 44 from Bombay, 43 from Madras, and 42 from America. Peanut oil. Oleum arachis peanut oil, earth nut oil, arachidae oil, oleo di arachide, Ardnoten oli, known as catchung oil in India, forms a crystalline mass upon cooling peanut margarine. The fixed fatty acids consist of arachic acid allen, Gussman, lignoceric acid, Creeling, stearic acid Hanor and Mitchell, and perhaps also palmitic acid Caldwell. Arachis oil can be identified by separation of the crystalline arachic acid, i.e., raw, mixed with lignoceric acid, and quantitatively determined in oil mixtures Renard, Lukovic, Tortelli Ruggeri, Price, 54.55.5. The liquid ones of eleosteric acid, hypogeic acid Gussman and Scheven, Schroeder, Hazura, linoleic acid Hazura and Grusner. Cold-pressed oils contain only small amounts of free fatty acids, technical oils more up to 16.5, Crossley and Lesueur. If one saponifies oil with an alcoholic natrium hydroxide, it drives off the alcohol, separates the fatty acids with hydrochloric acid, and dissolves them in boiling alcohol. Then raw arachidonic acid separates out in pearl glistening crystals. 7071. Peanut oil gives the Bellier reaction resorcin benzyl ano, specific gravity, 1.4. IV requests 85-100, usually 90-96. The Reicher Meisel number 1.6. The Henner number 94.8796.31. The freezing point of the fatty acids is at 2232.5, their melting point at 2735. The iodine number is 95.5 V103.42. The iodine number of liquid fatty acids, 104.7, 128 point versus at Lukowicz. The specific weight of the oil is 911 African oil to 0.9256 East Indian, Farm, Helv. IV requests 917-921 at 15 and 864-865 at 98. The freezing point 2.6 to 3, the saponification number 185.61 Dane, 185.6194.8, Crossley and Lesueur. The iodine number 83.31 high, Farm, Helv. After 4 hours of soaking in concentrated potassium with added concentrated ammonia, short needles and half-concentrated solution form, often bent and curled in a hook shape, characteristic of this oil. After 24 hours also, Hartwich-Ullman. Peanut meal, peanut gruel contains, on average in percent, water 6.67, 6.126, nitrogen substance 48.9 to 47.46. Peanut shells contain only 5.68 nitrogen substance and 2.5 fat, but 53.2 crude fiber. Application. Lightly roasted peanut kernels taste similar to almonds and are eaten, like raw ones, in the tropics Brazil, India, Africa, but also increasingly in Europe. They are now regularly found in dry fruit shops alongside figs and dates. Fresh, they have a nutty taste. Abundant consumption of peanuts is said to cause headaches. Under the name Austria bean coffee, like African peanut coffee, the roasted seeds, from which a part of the oil has been removed, but still contain C17 Willard, 19 Rohrig, Vogel, or even almost 28 fat, are marketed description by Vogelau. They resemble coffee beans in appearance. Arachis oil is a useful substitute for olive oil. According to the Indian and colonial addendum to the British Pharmacopoeia, olive oil should be replaced with arachis oil in India, African, Australian, and Eastern colonies. In Spain, the press residue, mixed with cocoa, sugar, and spices, serves as a food for the poor. One can bake cheap bread from peanut press cakes during times of scarcity. The peanut press cakes, from which a gruel is made, form a valuable foodstuff often falsely represented vegetarian meat, nerdlinger, a highly prized fattening feed ulich, Colin Perot, and a good fertilizer. Peanut flour becomes toxic through the addition of ricin cakes Schmidt or through interaction with other food additives. Kruger, peanut oil is adulterated with poppy seed oil, sesame oil furfural test, cottonseed oil Halfin reaction, and rapeseed oil detection by Lukowicz. History. 780 reported that it was held in high regard among the Indians along the Maranon River. The French colonists under Coligny met Mandobi in 1555 in Brazil, Sloane Arachidna Indiae Utriost in the West Indies, and Jean de Leriteur, p. 764, described the plant. The peanut, which also speaks to its American origin, was unknown in ancient and medieval times. It first appears in 1547 in Fernández de Oviedo's Crónica de las Indias, Lib. the 7th, 1074, where it is mentioned as cultivated by the indigenous people of Haiti. In 1569, Monardes I, p. Illustrations are found in Johannes de Lay's Histoire du Nouveau Monde of 1640 and Margraaf I, p. 893, under the name Mondubi Hanbury. Peanuts are also among the ancient Peruvian grave offerings de Condol. In 1697, the plant was cultivated in Helmstedt-Stisser, Botanica Curiosa. The name Arachis is first used by Ray, then by Plumiere and Sloane Bentley Tryman. It is derived from, which Theophrast used to denote another legume according to Sprengel, Athyrus amphicarpus Dorf. However, it was not until 1840 that the French colonist Jalbert in Gorée, near the Cape Verde Islands, introduced it to Marseille as an oilseed, from where increasing quantities arrived from the West African coast, 66 million kg, by 1867. During the second half of the 19th century, peanut cultivation spread worldwide. The works of Sonini, Traité de l'arachide ou pistache de terre, Paris 1808, and Cadet, sur la cacahuète ou manie d'Amérique, in Journal, Parme. In 1815, at the age of 37, and through the chemical investigations of Payen and Henry Journal de Chimie et de Physique, 1825, 431, the peanut Arachidella sativa gained European attention. Around 1860, it reached India via China Dimmock, still known there as Chini Badam Chinese almond. Its cultivation progressed rapidly, leading to the export from Madras by 1877 of 7,130 CW-8s of nuts and 20,387 CW-8s of oil, and by 1897, 112,000 acres were under peanut cultivation. It first came to the West Indies from Brazil, and more recently from Africa. The oil was initially included in the Indian Pharmacopoeia, and more recently in European pharmacopoeias, such as the Swiss Pharmacy IV, lit. Carrère et Holle, French Senegal, 1855. Duval Colonies and Colonial Policy of France, 1864. Mavidal, Senegal. Semler, Tropical Agriculture. Block Geographical Workings of the Earth and Their Significance as Food, Journal for Colonial Politics, the 6th. F. Kurtz, Proceedings of the Botanical Society of Brandenburg, 1875. Sadebeck, Cultivated Plants in German Colonies, 1899. Paris, 1863. Faidherbe, Senegal, 1889. Poitou, Anne, C.I., Nat Bolt, 19, 1853, 268. Plukiger Hanbury, Pharmacographia. Bayerink and Wise, Nutritive Plants and Their Oils. Bulletin of the Colonial Museum, Haarlem, 1896. Taubert in Engler Prantl, Plant Families, Schweinfurth, In the Heart of Africa, I-273. Boehmer, Oil Cakes in Damer's Dictionary of Fraud. Bilterist, on the Arachid Peanut, etc. Muller-Winton, Microscopy, Figures 317-322. T.F. Warburg Fats and Oils from German Colonies. Chemical Central Bulletin, 1897. Walt, German Interests in the Niger and Congo region. Vogel, Food and Confectionery. Figures 159 and 160. Bentley Tryman, Medicine. Pell L. Tryman, Medicine. T75 from older literature. Benecke, Microscopic Examination of Food Materials, 1886. Hanausek and Wiesner, Raw Materials with Illustrations. Flukiger, Archives of Pharmacy, 1869. Flukiger Hanbury, Pharmacographia, Pharmacographical Indica. Arts, Agricultural Seed Science. Benson, The Ground Nut. Depp, Land, Rec, Agric. Madras, 1899. K. Brown, The Earth Nut Cultivation. Pflanzer, Amani, 1910 brochure. Peanut Industry in the United States. Chemical Journal, 1900, No. 38. Sattler, Peanut Oil, and its uses in pharmacy. American Druggist, 31, 1897. Lipase, Dunlap and Seymour, Journal of the American Society, 27, 935. Koenig, Food and Nutritional Science. There is also a review of chemical literature. Further chemical literature in Weimer, Plant Materials, Oil, Azura, and Grüssner, Monthly Journal of Chemistry, 1889, 242. Hartwich and Uhlmann, Archive of Pharmacy, 1903, 111. Kreis, Chemical Times, 1895, 451. Bachewski, Archives of the Chemical Society, 1896, Data. Lukowicz, Chemical Technology of Oils, 1905, includes relevant literature. Detection of peanut oil in other fats. Garnieri, Italian Agricultural Station, 1909, 408. Muntz, Palmier and Rivals. Pressing Cake, Nerdlinger, Peanut Grits. Journal of Applied Chemistry, 1892, 689. Tucson Pharmaceutical Journal, 7, 1876, 332. 3. Non-drying oils. Non-drying oils have a lower iodine value than drying and semi-drying oils. Linoleic acid seems to be entirely absent, and linoleic acid is present only in small quantities. They harden due to their content of oleic acid in the Elidine test. Semen amygdalae dulcis and oleum amygdalae. According to Theophrast, the fruit, according to Dioscures, and, according to Columella and Pliny the tree, amygdala the fruit nux graecum, as already mentioned by Cato. Later, e.g. in Medicina Pliny the 4th century, Amendola by Carl, Amandalarios by Albertus Magnus, Dan Alawaus Almur. Bainam ad-Din Mahmud I. Amygdala dulcis, sweet almond. Amanda douce French, sweet almond English, Mandorla dolce Italian. The tree, Mandelbaum, Amandier French, almond tree. English, Amandelbaum Dutch, Mandola, Mandorlo Italian, Almendro Spanish, Amendoeira Portuguese, Mandeltred Swedish, Mindal Neue deriva Russian. 611. La Uzaulu. Aramaisch und Syrisch shaped. Hebräisch shakt, lus oder lus. Among Sanskrit writers, the Persian name Badam Hindi or Vadam Tamil is found. However, is also the name for the Phrygian Cybele meaning Great Mother, and since it was believed that the almond tree emerged from the blood of the goddess, as she awoke from winter dormancy, mowers adopted the name Amygdale, though Schrader rejects this. In China, Pang sweet almonds, Hangjinan Tianmei, Etim, is likely a loanword, but its source has not been proven. Grassman. The name probably originates from Asia. In the Persian Maksan, a tree that produces gum is called Amugilan, or Mugilan C, p453. This could be derived from an amygdalaceae, and perhaps the Greek is based on this root. The bitter almond is called munga in Persian, and the bean in Indian mudga. Amygdalus may also derive from Persian or Indian origins. Perhaps the original homeland of the plant is Persia, which still produces significant amounts of almonds today. The derivation from due to the many ridges on a stone bowl, Herodianus, is also rejected, as well as the Syrian Amugdala, meaning beautiful tree. Through folk etymology inspired by Mandera and Amarus, emerged the Latin amandula, amandola, and then the Italian Mandorla Schrader, English Magdalatrio, Middle High German Mandel, Old High German Mandela based, all derived from Latin, I-473, the varieties var, Dulcis pdc, with hard stone shell and sweet-tasting seeds, flowers before the leaves var, Amarahane with hard stone shell and bitter seeds, Prunus amygdalus, Stokes amygdalus communis, L var, Physiologica dulcis church prune, amygd, Stoke var, Dulcis pdc, Amygdalus dulcis j. Bow, with numerous varieties. Botanists distinguish from Prunus amygdalus. 3. 101. Non-biome Amygdalus communis, L. spec, P.L. ed. Amandula, or Mundala, for Prunus, Isidorus in his characteristic style. Says Pruna is what burns for a long time. Pruna, however, gets its name from perishing. Other derived Prunus, also see P57 above, from Reno's fiery, or wild olive tree, or early cangicer. Stem plant and systematic position. Apricot almond with a fleshier fruit, probably a bastard with the apricot. In Turkestan there are wild almonds with smooth stones. Fragilis Borkhausen with brittle stone shell and sweet seeds crack, or burst almonds, flowers at the same time as the leaves, var. Macrocarpa with large fruit and hard stone shell, bloom and turn a brighter red before the leaves in varying. Persicoids ser. Often, simply transplanting to particularly good soil is enough to cause a bitter almond tree to bear sweet fruit Lippmann. Most researchers consider the sweet almond to be derived from hybridization between the bitter, hard-shelled ancestor, since there is no single, decisive, systematic botanical feature that distinguishes the tree that produces sweet almonds from that which produces bitter ones, the glands at the base of the leaves of dulcis. Distinction is indeed a chemical one, based on the formation of amygdalin in the seeds of the bitter almond. We cannot speak of a variety in the botanical sense, but must use the term physiological variety here. After Facke in Engler-Prantl, plant families. Description of the parent plant. The almond tree is of moderate height, rarely over 10 m, and has a broad-lobed crown, or is only shrubby, with bloom restricted to young shoots. The spiral-arranged, 4-10 cm long leaves have stems 1.2 to 2.5 cm long. However, in Kerman, in southwest Persia, wild or naturalized sweet and bitter almonds grow side by side. Rosaceae, Prunoideae, subfamily Thorn. Illustration, Fig. 184. Prunus amygdalus. B. Fruit sliced to show the stone. C and D seed longitudinally cut. E seed transversely cut. The calyx tube, the axil breaker, is 4-5 mm long, bell-shaped, hairless, with a slightly distinct 10-nerve pattern, lined internally with tissue that secretes nectar, about halfway covered in hair. It detaches from the maturing fruit through a ring-shaped split. The bare leaf blade varies in Prunus amygdalus, in shape lanceolate, to ovate in margin development very weakly toothed or serrate. Sometimes 1 or 2 glands are found at the base of the lamina. The short-stalked paraginous flowers sit 1-3 at the tip of the short shoots. The stylus gynoecium inserted at the base of the fruit cup consists of a densely hairy carpel at the base that tapers into a long style with a capitate stigma. The simple fruit is a compressed stone fruit, droops about 3.54 cm, rarely to 6 cm long, and 2.5 to 3 cm broad, with a groove on the backside where the fruit dehisces. The 5 calyx lobes, reddish-brown below and green above, are erect, oblong to obovate lanceolate, fringed at the edge, while the 5 to 2 cm long delicate rose-red petals, streaked with darker veins, are oblong to broad reverse, narrowed at the base into a short keeled shape, and slightly rounded off at the tip. The peach has darker flowers, bearing about 30 unequally long, arranged in 5 episapal, inserted along the edge of the calyx tube, phalanges with rose-red filaments. Of the 2 anatropous ovules hanging from the base by the ventral suture within the fruit stalk, usually one fails to develop where it does form. These are known as little deer, so that only 1 seed lies in the fruit cavity, which mainly 1 seed lies in the fruit cavity. Consists of the 2 convex cotyledons. The gray-green epicarp is velvety hairy, the mesocarp leathery and tough, and the endocarp develops as a yellow tough stone coke, with wide, sharp margins at the front and back sides, smooth and glossy inside, but provided with irregular depressions. On the outside Fig. 184b in thin-shelled crabapples, the stone is thin and brittle. The original home of the almond tree is probably in Western Asia, perhaps particularly in Persia, see above. Prunus amygdalis blooms before the leaves emerge, or simultaneously with the appearance of the first leaflets in March to April, sometimes as early as February in the south. Fruit setting occurs in Italy in March. Therefore, it is susceptible to spring frost. In the Mediterranean region, it is likely only naturalized. Almonds ripen their fruits only north of the Alps, in the Rhine plain, Upper Rhine, Bergstrasse, Rhineland-Palatinate, and Vienna Basin. On the southeastern coast of Norway, around 59 N, they still sometimes ripen in warm summer's Schubler. Illustration, Fig. 185, Prunus amygdalis. In Mesopotamia, Kurdistan, Turkestan, Boysia, and the Anti-Lebanon up to 3200 M, as well as Carmel Tristram, Mount Hermon, where it grows bushy between 1000 and 1600 min, 1600 and 600 and Furdisa. Atchison, Upper Zarafshan Valley, Turkestan, the Pamir Mountains, Kapus, and Transcaucasia, Medvedev. One finds the almond tree, both sweet and bitter, wild or cultivated. Even in Sicily, Greece, Heldreich, and Algeria, Kosum. Cross-section through the drupe. M. mesocarp. St. endocarp stone shell. F. funiculus. After Moeller textbook. Lit. Facke, Rosathine, and Ingler Prantel. Bayon. Hist. D.P.L. Monuger. Rosak. 1869. De Candole, Lorig. D. Pelcote. Ujogri. Botan. Buissier Flor. Orient. Christ Pflanzenlab die Schweiz. Capius. Sur L. Plant. Cultive. Qu'on trouve à l'état sauvage, etc., dans le Tianchan, N. St. Nat. 7, 18, 1884, 278. Plukiger Farm, Zeit, 1884, 878. Futterfil, Norwegens, 1884, 878. Abild. Berg-Schmidt, Atlas 2, Ofel A.T., 62, Dort de Botan. Lit. Pabst Kohler, Medzinopfel, T94, Bentley Truman Medic, Plants T99. Nies von Essenbeck, Plant, Med, T312 U313, Pathology, über die pflanzlichen Schädlinge berichtet Presse ed, über die pflanzlichen Schädlinge berichtet Presse ed. Fischer. Amygdalus communis wird ebenso wie alle unsere Steinfruchtarten von Clusterosporium carpophilum lev, Ader, befallen. This mushroom attacks leaves, leaf stalks, shoots, and fruits, causing round, drying spots on the leaves and scurf-like formations on the fruits. Lit. Adderhold, on the spray and drought spot disease of stone fruits. Agricultural Yearbook, 1901. Same. On Clusterosporium carpophilum and its relationship to the gamosis of stone fruits. Journal of Plant Diseases, Valduel Vi, 1896, p. 65. On animal pests of Prunus amygdalis. The almond tree is cultivated in southern Europe, the Orient, North Africa, and England. Works of the Biological Department of the Imperial Health Office for Agriculture and Forestry 2, 1902. Also important is Gloeosporium amygdalinum bryzi, which causes anthracnose on almond trees and is particularly harmful when it affects young fruits, as these are driven to die or fall off. See Breezy, a new disease of the almond tree. It requires a warm, air-dry subtropical climate, at least no frost during the blooming period, and dry, loose, deep, calcareous soil. The cultivation of the sweet almond is significant in southern and southwestern France, but there it is only carried out as a secondary industry. The grafted tree begins to bear fruit from the 15th year, and reaches its maximum yield between the 30th and 40th years. This amounts to 50 L fruits, 8-9 L seeds A-1. Almond plantations in Italy are often established where olives previously stood valiante. In Italy, wildlings, which are needed as rootstock for grafting good varieties of almonds, are grown from hard-shelled solitary almonds. The almond tree is also often grafted onto plum and peach trees. In Persia, where the tree is very common and almonds are much used, they are cultivated especially in Yezd and Kerman, then also in Afghanistan. In southern France, the almonds are sulfured sulfur bleaching. The best varieties are found in France and California. Bianca Manuale della Coltivazione del Mandorlo, in Sicilia. Palermo, 1874. Trade varieties. Similar mentions. Amande des Dames et de la Princesse, Languedoc, Sultana, Pistache, Douce Coque Douce, Jordan Almond, White Valencia, and the Californian. Excelsior, non plus ultra, nonpareil. The yield of an average crop is estimated The yield of an average crop is estimated at 3550 mil. Kg Tunman. Half of this is produced by Italy, especially Sicily. The Spanish, especially the Valencia and Alicante varieties, are the largest and best. Also the Malaga almonds, though called Jordan M, are large and good. Likewise the Florentine Ambrosia almonds, the southern French and Italian e.g. the Puglian. Common almonds are smaller and fatter and less good. Sweet almonds come from southern France Provence, especially Aix, Italy Puglia, Apulia, Florence, Bari, Naples, Sicily, especially Avola near Syracuse, Spain Malaga, Valencia, Alicante, Mallorca, Portugal Lisbon, Porto, Dalmatia, Greece Aegina, Chios, the Levant, Syria, Persia, southern Russia, North Africa, Morocco Rabat, Mogador, Tripoli, Algiers, and the Canary Islands, as well as California. The least valued are the Berber ones from Africa, the Persian, Syrian, and Greek. The Oporto, Malaga, and Valencia, almonds usually come in baskets and barrels, while others are packaged in bales, bags, and mats of 100 kg, with the barbarous Morocco almonds sold in 100 kg serins. The bitter Mogador mandels are often mixed with sweet almonds. The crushed almonds Amande à la Princesse primarily come from southern France and Sicily. Many almonds also reach India via the Persian Gulf. Almond oil is not a traded commodity in India, and America is now also a significant supplier. The Chinese almonds are the edible kernels of a peach-like species, hence Brettschneider. Italy produces approximately 20 million kg of almonds annually. It exported Sonza Guscio almonds in 1908, 177,683 quintals, 1913 quintals. France imported 45,410 quintals of amandes en coque and 58,185 quintals of almonds in 1908. According to Thumann Drugs Trade in Hamburg's Apothekerzeit, 1911, 1909, 1966, 1910, 11.12 mil. Without shells, particularly from Spain, Turkey, and Italy, less from Greece and Morocco, small amounts from Algiers and Tunis. France exports 16 mil. Annually similar. Hamburg imported in 1908 Sewardly 75,391 Z almonds, of which from Italy, 40,884, Spain, 15,484, Morocco, 13,210, France. Less than 1,000 ZZ came from Anatolia, Persia, the Canary Islands, Syria, European Turkey, Greece, Portugal, etc. Germany imported in 1909 6,921,000 kg almonds, 2,600,000 from Italy, 1,300,000 from Morocco, 625,000 from Morocco. Above the shells, after being removed, change shape, sometimes more elongated Provençal, sometimes more rounded Pugliese, generally pointed egg-shaped, slightly flattened, biconvex, where two seeds are formed, plankoconvex, or concave-convex. Only the almond nuts are still covered with the here thin and brittle endocarp and the anastomosing, mesh-like vessel bundle system that sits on it, belonging to the mesocarp. They vary in size depending on the varieties, but they are usually larger than the bitter ones. There are also small-seeded varieties, see above. Previously, varieties were distinguished as A. fructu majore and A. fructu minore. The largest varieties, Malaga, Jordan M, reach up to 4 cm. Most measure 1.5225 cm in length. Provençal almonds measure C2.8, 0.9 cm. Pugliese almonds C2, 1.4 cm. Hartwich. They show a light brown, rough, cinnamon-colored, slightly abrasible coat of the seed, which is covered dusted with coarse longitudinal wrinkles, and is crossed by darker, sunken veins. If one places the seed in warm water, the seed coat easily separates from the endosperm and nucellus, remains see below. The latter consists of two planar convex. From it arises the raphe, rarely protruding in a keeled shape, to the chalaza, visible as a large round elevation at the rounded broad end of the seed, which is slightly shifted to the side. Here, the Rafif bundle enters the interior and sends out numerous 16-18, retracing bundles that stretch from below to above the seed coat. 184, which show the impressions of the seed coats, and whose radicals, with somewhat reduced bases, are so grown together with the short ones directed towards the pointed end of the seeds that the latter project freely halfway, while their other half, together with the relatively large, elongated, egg-shaped plummules, is enclosed by the cotyledons. Sweet almonds taste oily sweet. They produce a white emulsion when crushed with water, which shows neither bitter almond odor nor blue acid reaction. Anatomy. The fruit peel splits easily into an outer soft and an inner hard layer. The latter, the stone coat, exhibits in extreme cases parenchyma permeated by sclerenchyma. Prunus amygdalus. 97 seed, outer covering Caeculaza, Arafa, and Hilum, G vascular bundles of the seed coat. 100 longitudinal section through the ovulum. 2. Inner and outer integument, G funicular bundles. 101 young seed. The hard layer is almost entirely composed of sclerenchyma of various sizes. In the center, they are cross-laid, narrow, and heavily thickened, while inwardly they are longitudinally laid, all colorless or yellowish. Between the scales, crystal cells with druses and single crystals Muller are sometimes found. Illustration, Fig. 186. 106 inner nucellus, an outer endosperm layer of a nearly ripe seed. 107 nutrient layer P from an unripe seed. From Arthur Meyer, the seed arises from an anatotropous ovum that possesses 2 integuments. 102 longitudinal section of the same labels as in 100. 103 nearly formed C longitudinally cut. 104 cross-section through the peripheral layer of the seed. E outer epidermis, P nutrient layer, EI inner epidermis of the seed coat, and nucellus remnant on endosperm. The outer, very short integument is inserted into the tip of the inner fig. 186, 100. It contributes only slightly to the formation of the seed coat at the tip of the seed, A. Meyer. The seed is covered by a brown, coarse, or granular coating. This consists of very large, often 120-335 m high, and 71-35 m wide, cone, drum, or funnel-shaped, straight or multifold bent and protruded cells with thick walls. Fig. 186, 104 U. The thin-walled cells are completely or nearly completely corked, while the thick-walled cells have a broad, lignified central part. The entire center of the membrane, often 5.5 microns wide, is lignified, and shows a distinct delicate striation, turning red with fluoroglucinic acid and yellow with chloro-zinc iodide. 188 there, where the cells adjoin one another, distinct round or angular points can be seen, between which numerous very thin-walled cells, grouped together, are scattered, often forming the majority, so that groups of thick-walled cells appear as islands. All cells of this covering can be considered as sclerenchyma-like cork cells. On both sides of this middle layer, both internally and externally, there is a delicate, resistant lamella against sulfuric acid, which is usually so thin on the inside that it often sheds as a fine skin. The characteristic cellulose layer, typical for the cork cell, is present here at times and absent at other times. At least I was unable to detect it everywhere on the commercial product with iodine. The cells contain a grainy, tannin-reactive content and starch in the unripe seed. These very peculiar structures, ton cells molar, giant cells Vogel, which mostly occur in a single layer, and very rarely as 2 layers stacked, covering the seeds, exhibit the character of trichomatous sclerenchyma. Their fusion with the underlying layer of the seed coat is often so loose that the thick-walled cells easily detach from it, falling out and thus being completely or nearly completely abraded at the wrinkles of the seed. To study their shape, one must therefore make cuts through the folds. Its cells have very thin walls, and sometimes contain an oxalate pit, the wall and contents stained dirty green with ferric chloride Vogel. In particularly favorable preparations, one can see that they are actually inserted into the underlying, usually 2-celled hollow layer. Over 3/6 cells of this subepidermal zone is typically covered by one of these tonus cells. The subepidermal zone is rarely distinct, and its visibility is best enhanced by adding potash. Up to this point, the seed coat extends. In the nutramental layer, vascular bundles run. Above, the spiral vessels are conducted by crystal chamber fibers with rhombohedral crystals or druses, part which also indicates sclerenchyma near the bundles. The next layer, relatively thick and stained dirty violet with chlorzinc iodide, is the nutramental layer church, consisting of thin-walled, well-aerated, strongly obliterated star parenchyma, which sometimes contains a brown pigment in the outer layers and is closed off from within by a single-layered epidermis. Attached to the nutrient layer is an inner, single-layered, empty, tightly compacted layer known as a nucellus rest. The walls of this layer are colored blue with chlorozinc iodide. The innermost layers of the endosperm are obliterated into a source layer chirp, making the seed coat slippery upon immersion in water, allowing the seed kernel to easily slip out. The cotyledons, with their convex shape, possess a very thin epidermis on the outer morphological lower side, with cells stretched in the direction of the organ axis, approximately 40-62 m long and 11 m wide. Meyer, followed by a zone that can be interpreted as very delicate endosperm, whose sole clearly preserved outer layer consists of cells of varying sizes, usually 21-27 m long and 16-22 m long and 16-22 m wide in simple double, or at the seedlet multiple layers, with relatively thick, colorless walls containing many very small, lobed alluroneuron grains that are swollen around by water and dissolved into very small globoids by diluted potassium, showing molecular movement. The tissue of the cotyledons consists of thin-walled cells with very delicate thickening strips, leaving ample intercellular canals between them. No palisade tissue is present on either side. The epidermis on the inner upper side of the cotyledons is more cellular than the outer side, with cells not stretched along the longitudinal axis of the organ, but nearly isodiametric. Both contain a fine-grained alluron. The cotyledons are penetrated by 1 or 2 rows of procambial strands arranged close to the flat inner side, which sometimes already contains spiral vessels, carrying emulsin in both bitter and sweet almonds. Johansen, 1887, within the pericyclic zone. Zone pericyclic, and the endodermis end in fig. 187, Gignard, 1890. The ground tissue of the cotyledons is free from emulsin in both types of almonds. It contains evenly distributed alluro-1 grains, 5-10 per cell, Ludke, with very irregular outlines and varying sizes. They are usually round or elongated with a wave-like contour and often have extensively lobed margins. Particularly the larger solitary grains often contain a small druse of calcium oxalate, as well as 1-3 small, rounded or bent globules that remain after successive treatment with ether, water, and concentrated potassium. Crystalloid substances are absent. Rarely are oxalate prisms found. The allurone grains have a size of 2.5 through 13 m. The solitaires measure 16 to 17 m. Besides these allurone grains, concentrated sulfuric acid stains the tissue of cotyledons. Red Raspel's reaction on sugar protein. The pigment is taken up by oil droplets. The short conical radicula, as well as the primordial leaves folded into a pointed cone, which have their vegetative point between them, and are amygdalin-free and very emulsin-rich Johansen, contain emulsin in the pericycles. Gignard. Starch is absent from the seed kernel. Illustration, Fig. 187. Vessel bundles of a cotyledon of an almond seed. After Gignard, as shown by investigations which I carried out with Kritzler, the allurone kernels of the almond behave differently from those of linum behave differently from those of Linum ricinus cannabis. The basic substance, which is very easily soluble in water, consists of globulin amandin. Contains water-insoluble globules consisting of a globulin paired with CaAg and phosphoric acid, which is soluble in 5 and 10 saline solution but not in 1, and in 20 magnesium sulfate solution but not in 1. It is insoluble in 1 and 5 ammonium sulfate, but soluble in 10 and 20. It is soluble in 1,50-10 ammonium sulfate solution, insoluble in concentrated salt solution, soluble in 1.5-20 magnesium sulfate, slightly or partially soluble in concentrated solution, soluble in chlorammonium, potassium monophosphate, and DASGA. Saline solution of any concentration, as well as in lime water, insoluble in concentrated saline solution with a trace of acetic acid added, and hydrochloric acid of 0.10.2 falls out in crystals, while 3 and stronger solutions dissolve it. Chloramine and potassium monophosphate dissolve it easily in all concentrations. Hydrochloric acid also dissolves it. The Mandel-Klaya almond meal, almond paste, furfur or flour of almonds is the powdered press residue obtained when almond oil is produced, mainly consisting of bitter almonds. It primarily contains fragments of cotyledons, as well as often at first glance, cells from the seed coat, oxalate drusen cells, and spiral vessels illustrated by Vogel and Colin Perrot. Oil preparations show numerous Allura 1 grains with globules and oxalate drusen. Vogel recommends staining the preparation with cochineal. Praxis, which does not even always contain almonds. The powder of almond shells, i.e., the endocarp, S. In the almond meal, one often finds pressed cakes of other amygdalation seeds. Sometimes it consists entirely of apricot seed press cake, Colin. The product sold under the name almond meal, Sun d'Amande, brand of almonds for cosmetic purposes, is an artificial product, CFF. Hager Fisher Hartwich, Farm. In addition, thin-walled parenchyma, crystal cells and fragments of vessels are occasionally found. Lit. A. Meyer, Scientific Drug Studies there, The Developmental History. Berg, Anatomical Atlas. 36. Wigand, Textbook, 1887. Vogel, Commentaries, 1908, and Food and Pleasure Products, Figs, 261 and 262. Karsten Altmans, Textbook of Pharmacology, Figures 40403. Louis Planchon, Proceedings of the Medical Materials I, Figures 148 and 149. Garson, On the Kernel of Drupe Fruits, Anne, Sockbot. Lyon, 1890, 27. Contributions to the Study of Carnose Pericarp, Lyon, 1890. Researches on the Histogenesis of Carnose Pericarp, Anne, 1890, 175. Above, a substance observed as an adulterant in spice powders, pepper in chocolate and biscuit manufacturing, and also used for artificial aging of wines and spirits, 1905, consists almost entirely of sclerenchyma cells, spindle-shaped, curved in the form of a shovel, or bent into a knee shape, reaching lengths of up to 150 by 300 micrometers, with linear lumens or shorter, broader ones measuring up to 120 micrometers, rounded angular or curved forms, closely packed forms, and relatively widely spaced, as well as transitional forms between them. Godfrin, Histological Studies on the Tegumentary Seminous Cells of Angiosperms, Society of Natural Sciences in Nancy, 1880, 109. Colin Perrot, Industrial Residues, Figures 69 and 70. T.F. Hanausek, in Wisner Raw Materials, 2nd edition, Johansen, on the localization of emulsin in almonds and Science Nat 76, 1887, 118. Thome, Botanical Journal, 1865, 240. Gignard, on the localization of emulsin in almonds, etc. Pharmaceutical and Chemical Journal, 21, 1890, 233. Church and Kritzler, Microchemical Studies on Allura 1 Kernels, Reports of the Pharmaceutical Society, 1900, 214, and Kritzler, Dissertation, Bern, 1900. In the dry substance, nitrogen substance 22.83, fat 56.71, Fleury, Colby, Schadler, Colby, and Crouch. Bitter almonds are regularly treated with sulfur to give them a lighter color. In 100 g of kernels, Kratchmer found 13 mg, and in 100 g of shells, 117 mg of sulfuric acid. Lüdke, Obtaining Allura 1 Kernels, Reports of the Farm, Jeffs, 1891, 58. Almond Shells, Farm, Central, 1905, Shamey. The composition of dry sweet almonds is, on average after Koenig, in percent. water 627, nitrogen substance 21.4, fat 53.16, nitrogen-free extractive substances 13.22, crude fiber 365, ash 230. The pericarp contains 0.84 saccharose and 5.67, reducing sugar borculo, as well as a trace of fat oil valet, tannin, wine acid, with traces of citric and apple acid flukiger. The seeds contain, in addition to dextrose 0.09 borculo, flukiger also obtained in the extract with cold water, a reducing sugar that reduces at low temperatures C. Furthermore, the seed contains a chromogenic yellow, turning cherry red with alkalis glycosides shites and Ludwig and Emulsin synaptase. 2,3 saccharose 2.97, borculo, 2.1 Langley, up to 10. Rubbery substances, 238 Goddard to 3.8 Whitman, Langley pentasane, insoluble pentasons of the hemicellulosic, residue of the defatted kernels. It contains a hydrolyzing, emulsin and a synthesizing, emulsin enzyme Rosenthaler, according to Armstrong and Horton, Caldwell and Courtauld, even 3, an enzyme that splits, glucosides, glucidase, an enzyme that splits lactose-alactase, glucolactase, and amygdalase. Almond kernels develop ammonia even with lime water heated flukiger. The globulin amandin is a phytovitelin. It shows the composition C5130, H6.9 and 1932, O22.04, S0.44, Osborne and Campbell. There is no precipitation with sodium chloride and mercury chloride, and it is partially precipitated by magnesium sulfate. At 80, flakes separate from the solution. It has only been found in amygdalin seeds so far. It probably occurs predominantly in the basic substance of olurone grains. See anatomy. Lactase and emulin are found not only in almonds, but also in peach, apricot, and apple kernels borculo and ericaceae. Emulin, which is widely distributed in the plant kingdom, also in lichens, as well as fungi, many gymnosperms and monocots. Ericaceae, hit. Then there is a fat-splitting enzyme lipase, Dunlap and Seymour, Mario Tonegutti, often invertin invertase, borculo and Enhericaceae, 1903, a phytosterol benica, peptide and albumin together 0.25, Lemport, and a very small amount of a heat-coagulating protein body Kamei, the globulin-like protein amandin Proust, Kamei, retained name by Osborne and Campbell glutine Dennis, not congluten, Rittausen, which provides glycocol, alanine, valine, leucine, proline, phenylalanine, asparagine, glutamic acid, tyrosine, arginine, histidine, lysine, tryptophan, and ammonia. Upon hydrolysis Osborne and kleptophan. When pressing, one obtains 3845. This almond oil, OL, amygdala amygdalin seems to be completely absent, or only present in traces in the sweet almond almond, Scheitz and Ludwig, 1872. The seed coat contains a ferrogreenish tannin Ludwig. The ash content of the seeds is 3.05 Fleury, 4.9 Koenig, 5 Zedler. It contains in percentages, potash 27.95, soda 0.23, lime 8.81, magnesia 17.66. The oil content of the seeds is about 50, but it increases to 54.9 Fleury, 55.3 Vol, 55.42 Flukiger, up to 57.3 Langley, in Chinese sweet almonds. CP 597. Amygdalarum expressum huile d'amande, almond oil, oleo di mandorle, amandelloli, which is also, and often produced in greater quantities from bitter almonds, or a mixture of both. Both oils are essentially the same, is usually obtained by cold, pressing ground unpeeled seeds in cloth bags. Even after 1 year, Lukowicz obtained only low acidity numbers 0.79, 3.1. It consists almost exclusively of oline, contains no stearin Gussero, Hainer, and Mitchell, but instead 5.71 Linolsor-Farnsteiner. Pure oleic acid cannot therefore be obtained from almond oil. Received 0.75. Almond oil does not go rancid quickly. Helve before. In a butter refractometer at 1550-70.9 degrees, the thermal number, determined with Tortelli's thermometer, is 50.7. Therefore, almond oil stands out for its low iodine number and low melting point of fatty acids. The characteristics of several almond oils and related oils are given in the following table, Lukovic. The specific weight is 0.9142.92, usually 0.917 times 183 Lukovic. The solidification point is 10 Girard, or 21 Mabin. The saponification number is 189.195.4. Honey number is 93/100. Tele. The Hainer number is 96.2. The Molmenet number is 5154. The Bromphil assay is 17.6-21. The refraction exponent at 40 is 146.3. 220, 246.42. Pharm.4642. The freezing point of fatty acids is at 9.510 on C for sweet almond oil, 1130 11.8 C. Lukovic for bitter almond oil. The melting point of fatty acids is at 1314 C. Their neutralization number is 204 mg Co, and their iodine value is 93.95.55 for 5.5. Sweet almonds, 94 196.5 for bitter almonds de Negri and Fabris. The iodine value of liquid fatty acids is 101.7. Small Indian almonds, 0.911907, 189.296.57 57 C6. Sweetened Valencia almonds, 0.911995, 207.6, 99.4057.5 C2. Peeled sweetened Valencia almonds, 0.9182, 1091.7, 103.57. Sweetened Sicilian almonds, 0.9, 117.8, 183.31, 30.50.57 C4. Bitter Magazan almonds, 0.9, 18, 188.6, 102.556.5 C5 data. Bitter and Mogador mandel, 0.9, 183, 194.9, 8, 104.2577.7. Apricot kernel, oil Mogador, 0.9172, 198.2, 17.957.10. California apricot kernel oil. Peach kernel oil, 0.9988, 191.4095.2457.58. Apricot kernel oil, 0.92, 192.4192, 107.489, 0.926190.3, 18.758. Die, Sori, Ver, Biebers, Floro, Zal Neutrale, Cyprobe, HSO no glucin, Satians, Phones, Sawyer, Probe, Mandelo Ausgepresst aus, 1. Susan, Kind Valencia Mandel, 5.1, 6207.8, 207.6 Farblos, Verbum 2. Peel Sweet No Valencia, Almonds, 2.9096. Sicilian, Sweet Dough. No almonds, 0.79198.8202. Colorless red, 4. Bitter wheat Maganas almonds, 3.196.8203. Colorless red, 5. Small Indian weak almonds, 2.9195.827. Colorless red, 6. Bitter no Mogadishu almonds, 131.97.1202. Colorless red. Peach kernel oil, 3.196.8205. First deep red clear kernel, then red, 8. Apricot kernel oil, 231.98.202. Red coloration, deep red kernel, 9. Apricot kernel oil, less Mogador, 2.8194, 200.7 light. Red deep, red Mogador, 2.81094, 200.7 light. Red, as 810. California apricot kernel oil. Sherman and Snell. During germination, the fat is consumed. Fleury, 1865. Die Mandelpresskuchen, die, wenn sie ausschließlich aus süßen Mandeln bestehen, was zur Zeit allerdings selten der Fall ist, very little red, 1.2197.8, 202.8, weak, after entering into concentrated potassium ammonia, Hartwich-Ullmann mix. Almond oil behaves similarly to olive oil, see below. The heat of combustion for almond oil at constant volume is 9,454. At constant pressure, 9,469 gcal. Oben aus Futtermittel verwendet werden können Blausäureprüfung im Destillat, enthalten durchschnittlich in Wasser 6.69, Fett 1515, Stickstoffhaltige Substanzen 41.28, Mandelschalen enthalten in Wasser 965, Stickstoffsubstanz 2.88, Fett 150, Zuckerverwertbare Stoff 16.74, andere stickstoffreie Substanzen 18.5, Rohfaser 48.76, Asche 3.76, Point Boulay Enal, Dian, Duke, Jern, Farm, 1817, 337 und Buchen, Rep 6 395. Sachsvergleich Endosperm und Bittermandeln Barrel. Yarb F. Farm, 1816. Proust, Jern, Chim, Fizz 54, 199. Allais, Comte, Run 99. Valais, Comte B6, 1903, 136. Scheitz und Ludwig, Die Bestand. D. Sweet Almonds, Arch, Farm, 1872, 420. Urkalo, Jern, Farm, Chim, 1903, 241 U. Arch, Farm, 1907, 1073. Leclerc du Sablon, Comte, Rend, 123, 1084. Whitman Zentable, D-Land, 184. F. Rusland, 1897, 528. Ortloff Analysis of Emulsin, Arch Farm, 98, 1846, 12. Heresy Emulsine in Lichens, Jern, Farm, Chim, 1898, 578 U. Wretch, Emulsina. Des Paris, 1899. Brashin, Lactase des Paris, 1904. Hut, Emulsin, Arch, Farm, 1904. Bit, 1904. 1908 to 1910. Caldwell und Courtauld. Proche, Royal Soc. 79, 350. Armstrong and Horton. Ebenda 80, 321. Euler, Olgay. Chem, Die Enzyme, 1910. 1910. E. Fischer vs. M. Emulsin. Baer D. Chem. Dis. 1894, 2900. Annika Lieb 122, 249. U. 127. Wuhansnav. Langley, Jern, Am. Chem. Soc. 1907. Ritthausen, Eiweißkörper, 1872, and Journal für Praktische Chemie, 223, 24 and 26. Urkalo and Heresy. Mario Tonagotti, Pharmazeutische Zentralblatt, 1911, 332 and 744. Osborne and Campbell, Journal of the American Chemical Society, 1896, 609. Osborne and Clapp, American Journal of Physics, 1908, 470. Mas Arnold, Transactions of the American Philosophical Association, 23, 106. Camame, Des de Marseille, Jahresbericht der Chemie, 1866, 712. Doi. Dunlap and Seymour, Journal of the American Chemical Society, 27, 935. Godet Stickstoffreie Bestandteile, Dissertation Zurich, 1909. Koenig, Nachrums, Älteste Analyse. Zwinger Hegner, Analyse von Fruchtfleisch der Amygdalus Basilica, Basel 1703. Earl, Fleury, Annalen der Chemie und Physik, 4 1865-38. Voll, Dinglers Polytechnisches Journal, 21871 418. Flückiger, Pharmacognosy. Azura and Grüssner, Monatsschrift für Chemie, 10 242. Bericht der Chemischen Gesellschaft, 1889. Ref. 578. Lukowicz, AAAO, Henner and Mitchell, Analyst 1896, 328. Allen and Brewis, Farm, Jern, 1987. On almond gum, see above P455, and Hofmeister, Baer D.D. Bot Gaze, 1898, 289. Application. Sweet almonds, in addition to oil extraction, are used for preparing emulsions amygdalarum, syrup amygdalus, etc., as well as in cooking and pastry making. Illustration, Fig. 188. The ton cells taper outward, so that they only touch at the base. Plum kernels are longer than broad oval, thick, rounded, with a thinner brown shell and an unpleasant aftertaste. Epidermal cells of the fruit shell. 1 almond, 2 peach, 3 apricot, 4 Rheinklot, 5 plum. After Hannig, adulterations and substitutions. Whole almonds are often adulterated with apricot, peach, and plum kernels. Peach kernels are flatter, broader oval, sharply edged, smaller, with a very thin brown shell. Apricot kernels are broad heart-shaped, flat, their shell is leathery. The cell structure is usually smaller than in peaches and almonds, not visible in cross-section. Taste similar to plum kernels, an unpleasant sweet scent after brewing Whitmack and Buchwald, molar. Epidermal cells in the surface view significantly smaller, strongly and irregularly thickened, very strongly dotted occasional clusters. 3. Epidermal cells in the surface view large, up to 120 diameter, thin-walled. Hanig provides the following table based on the epidermal cells and nerves. 1. Epidermal cells at the navel spot. Chalaza connected rarely with scattered small gaps. Outer plate thickened. 2. Epidermal cells at the navel spot dissolved into smaller or larger groups, or completely isolated. 3. In the flat view, epidermal cells are large, up to 100 in diameter, thin-walled. No stippling on the outer plate, sometimes barely perceptible punctation when viewed more deeply. The outer plate is not, or only very occasionally cracked or split open, in the side view. The outer plate is cap-shaped, thickened peach. Seed coat brown, dots often branched. Dot channels thickened towards the outside of the membrane plum. Seed coat pale yellow, dots rarely branched. No thickening of dot channels outward queen-clawed. Nerve endings smoothly pointed, not tree-like branched, nerve trunks without tree-like branching offshoots nut. Epidermal cells usually smaller, about 60, thick-walled, strongly dotted. Nerve endings tree-like, branched, nerve trunks with short, tree-like branched offshoots. Outer plate remarkably cracked, often completely broken off, not dotted rarely, barely recognizable punctation with deeper setting of the outer plate. The lateral walls appear not at all, or only a deeper setting dotted, dots scattered. In the side view, outer plate not cap-shaped, thickened. Epidermal cells relatively small, outer plate always dotted. In the surface view, epidermal cell walls, uniformly thick-walled apricot. Nerve endings without tree-like branches or bifurcations. Side walls very strongly dotted, irregularly thickened, 5-5. It is made from roasted and ground tubers of Cyperus esculentus, or beetroot chachicori coffee. Lit. Whitmack and Buchwald. Distinction of almonds from similar seeds. Hanig. Distinction of almonds from similar seeds. Journal of Food. Science 1911. 577 with illustration. Almonds in flakes, which were on the market in 1909, turned out to be cut Iraqi seeds collen or grated copra. Almonds bleached with eau de javel were available in 1909 Debru. The so-called amygdala viris are the seeds of Pistacia vera L. So-called almond coffee has nothing to do with almonds. All these other kernels are bitter. However, sweet apricot kernels from Japan and China have recently entered the market. Analysis by Rosenthaler and Schaefer, Farm. Central, 1911, 511, 511, 511, 511, 500 insect damaged almonds should be discarded. They go rancid more easily than whole ones. Epidermicellen der Samenschale Durchmesser, Höhe Almondsbody. Morocco. Provence 23-1-2469, 8464-144. 136, 159, occasionally 200 peaches, occasionally 165 apricots. Lyon Vaucluse, 3466-6102, 36-62, 4254, local varieties biased. 111, Rheinklauden 3264, Kalman 3448, 4860, Einheimisches 66, 102 Zwetchen, 36-64, Etwas Kleiner 36-54, Etwas Kleiner, Californicia, after Hanig, the numbers from Whitmack and Buchwald, in parentheses. As impurities in almond oil are mentioned, poppy seed oil, sesame oil, nut oil, cottonseed oil, olive oil, arachid oil, and especially peach and apricot kernel oil. Gallicum is apricot kernel oil, pure or mixed with peach kernel oil. They cannot be reliably proven in almond oil at present. Pure almond oil remains distinguishable from nitric acid of 1/4 specific gravity. Farless or turns easily yellow. Pure apricot kernel oil is orange-yellow. Pure peach kernel oil is yellowish-brown. In the E-Leyden test, the oil layer is colorless for almond oil, reddish for apricot and peach kernel oil mold. See also table on P604. Almond oils giving an iodine value above 105 are suspicious. De Farm, 1896. Lukowicz, Sokable, Analysis. Dieterich, Peach Kernel Oil. Farm, Central, 1896. Schimmel, Bear, 1897 and 1997 and 1907 on Chinese and Japanese peach kernels. 1987. History. The almond is often mentioned in the Bible, e.g. in Genesis. The name of the fruit is first mentioned by Phrynichius, a poet of the older Attic comedy in the 5th century CE, as Athenaeus II, 52, then by Xenophon Anabasis IV, 4. The tree blooms first of all trees in Palestine, hence Heber, shaped, i.e. to hurry. Aaron's rice was almond rice. At large festivities, Jews still today carry almond branches into the synagogue. The fruit of the almond served as a model for the candelabras of the tabernacle. It does not seem to have been cultivated in Egypt, as Jews brought almonds there as offerings. Both the ancient Hebrews and Greeks knew bitter and sweet almonds. They are distinctly referred to as amygdala amara and dulcea by Scribonius Largus affirmed, p. 5076. After Greece, the fact that the Romans received almonds from the Greeks is evidenced by the name nux graeca. According to Plinius, almond oil is pressed from previously dried and crushed bitter almonds. The rustic writers mention their cultivation, Scribonius Largus and Alexander Trallianus, their medical applications. 575 Scow comes. Cato mentions the Avellanae Graecae. Columella calls them Nuces Graecae, Scribonius Largus. In Charles Capitulare LXXX, 83, the cultivation of Amandalaria is recommended. The almond was naturalized during the Carolingian period in southern Germany and North France, and did not reach England until after the Norman conquest. Even during Turner's time, 1548, it only grew in gardens there. The almond kernel from the late Roman pile dwelling in Fulda is questionable Whitmack. In 760 A.D., almonds are mentioned in the charter of the Corby Abbey or Furs, Est 7 Foraviganida. Medieval culinary art used an enormous amount of almonds, as seen in the inventory of Jean d'Evreux from 1372 I, S. 716, and the recipes of the cook Richard II, 1390. In the late Middle Ages, cultures were found near Speyer. Bach mentions them in the Pfalz, Gessner near Strasbourg, Lindau, Torgau, and Breslau. The Chinese Pensao from the 10th or 11th century mentions the almond tree from India and Persia. During the Middle Ages, Germany obtained almonds, as it still does today, from Italy. Marino Sanudo I, p. 722, mentions them as a product of Venetian trade. They were then cultivated on Greek islands, for example, Cyprus. In Norway, almonds were known in the 14th century, in the spices, groceries, etc. 1303, I, p.03. Pommet mentions various methods of extracting almond oil. He recommends the one still used today, Malpighian operatab, Exelatit N, creates a good longitudinal average through the fruit and seed of the almond. 84. Amygdalae are listed, as well as in the Danzig price list of 1410, and the Braunschweiger inventories of 1598 and 1658, and Frankfurt Tax. The author of Maxon mentions two types, the thick-shelled and thin-shelled Kagazi, and knows a type of enfleurage using almonds, as well as the use of shell ash in toothpaste. The almond must be considered early on, like the nut it resembles, as a symbol of rejuvenating nature, the carefully enclosed embryonic life, male fertility, or female reproductive power agremont. Some are shared by Gubernatus. She was also considered by nature to be the confirmation of Mary's immaculate conception. Christ was born in Mary, as the kernel forms in the intact almond Conrad of Würzburg, Golden Forge. The custom of giving almonds at Christmas comes from this. Even in folk eroticism and wedding customs, the almond, whose shape resembles testicles, plays a role. Lit. De Condole, Origin of Cultivated Plants. Hien, Cultivated Plants, Tristram, Natural History of the Bible. 1898. Flukiger and Hanbury, Pharmacography, Pharmacographic Indica. Hoops, Forest Trees, and Cultivated Plants, 1905. Agremont, Folk Eroticism and Plant World. Gubernatus, The Mythology of Plants. Fructus olivae and Oleum olivae. Olive tree. Olive, Olivier French, olive tree English, Olijkboom Dutch, Oljetrade Swedish, Oljepu Finnish, Oliveira Portuguese, Arabera, Portuguese, Arabic, Aceituno, the wild olive tree, oil, Acite rust, Emlina, Maslina, Maslo oil and Slavic. Among Berbers it is called Zitun Arabic, Sebje Olister, Ibn Baithar, Olea Europea, Zaitno, Oleum Olivarum Zait. The word appears in Hebrew, Phoenician, Arabic, and Aramaic. Then it spread to Persian, Kurdish, then Aramaic. Then it spread to Persian, Kurdish, Caucasian, and Tatar, see below. Doth. The oldest name for olive is Hebrew sate, also found in Phoenician, Aramaic, and Arabic. It later entered Persian, Turkish, Georgian, Malay, and Javanese. Alivababams. Old High German Olbier, Oli, Olibum, Middle High German Oele, Ole, Olbaum, Olven Susulpam, Middle Dutch Oli, Ulber, Ulabum, Luther, Olibum, Albertus, Magnus. The Babylonian Semitic languages have no name for olive. Syriac Zato, Chaldaic Zeta, Ethiopian Zait. And also from the Arabs with the term, to Algeria Zitoun, the olive oil, and Andalusia Aceituno, the oil acite. Berber Tazimor. The Greek olive tree and oil lagarde derives from the Armenian Yule oil, which Hupschmann and Schrader do not accept. The Roman oleum, oliva, then became Italian olivo, French olivier, and Spanish olivio, olivera. Lagarde also derives both the Semitic and Egyptian words from Armenian or a closely related language. The Gothic olive oil, alevabams, olive tree, may have originated from oliva through Celtic mediation. Olea Europea Sativa DC. Olea Sativa, LK, UHFMSG, with a large number C. 300 kinders, some of which are cured for table olives, others used in oil pressing. Antoine Gouin describes 12 varieties already. The Encyclopedia 1765-19, Semler 25, Duchesne 43, de Grolly 1907, forms 23 French, 12 Algerian, 17 Tunisian varieties and mentions 43 Italian and 21 Spanish kinds. California varieties are illustrated in Yearbook U. St. Dep. of Agric, 1897, Oleace, Oleoide, Olenea, Olea, Sectio, Uelea, D.C. Description of the parent plant. The olive tree has a gray-green fissured bark as it ages, unbranched branches with round cross-sections, alternate, very short-stalked, leathery evergreen, lanceolate, entire margin, leaves that are green on top and silver-gray underneath due to numerous shield-shaped hairs at the edge. The two small axillary wrinkled grape flowers are hermaphroditic and possess a sharp, four-toothed persistent calyx, a short rostrum, deeply four-lobed white crown, two insertions of stamen containers with short filament and large anther, and an anther. Upper, two-lobed ovary with short style and two ovules figged. 189. The fruit is a drupe plinius with a single locule, rarely twin or twice loculated, brown, lightly veined, slightly compressed, hard, in the shape of a stone shell following the fruit form. The seed is surrounded by a net-veined shell, contains ample endosperm and a straight embryo with a short, upward-directed rootlet and leaf-like cotyledons. Beautiful, in the sense of romance, is not the tree of Minerva seed table. 14. But nothing evokes the feeling of culture and peaceful order more than when it ascends the hills or climbs winding trunks in open, cleaned halls with a barely perceptible whisper, or lightly shades the sloping plains. Then, as Columella says, one willingly attributes to it the title the best of all trees. The olive tree is the fruit tree par excellence of the Mediterranean countries. The Mediterranean area is, botanically speaking, the realm of the oil tree de Candolle, Griesbach, Flahault, Diat. Fischer. Its polar and high-altitude boundary coincides with that of the olive tree. The Mediterranean flora is essentially a coastal flora, and therefore the oil tree loves the coastal climate as well. Often, as it ages, it becomes hollow. The trunk splits and disintegrates into a group of knotted, ghostly, distorted trunks. Then it appears split apart, like endowed with torches, spiral-shaped, almost like a rock block in the lower part jewel. Fischer. Illustration. Fig. 189. Olea Europea. A blooming branch. B bloom. C crown spread out. D. Calyx and ovary. E. Fruit. F. Sliced fruit to show the stone. G and H. Seed in longitudinal section. After Knoblauch and Engler Prantal plant fam. It rarely reaches more than 10 meters in height. Thus, the oil tree is in every respect a true Mediterranean plant. Indeed, one of the most characteristic among the evergreen, leaf-bearing woody plants of the Mediterranean countries. Enlightening the gentle or terraced slopes of the Mediterranean countries, rarely covering the plain, he imparts to his gray-green small stiff leaves, renewing themselves every 2-3 years, and to his knotted trunks, as they age, a very trunks, distinctive character to the Mediterranean landscape. The silver-gray foliage is thin, the olive groves therefore light, the olive tree is indomitable. In the Garden of Gethsemane near Jerusalem, 8 ancient oil trees are shown, said to have been mature during Christ's time. Ritter. Similar old olives can also be found elsewhere, particularly in Algiers, for example, in Liguria, Apulia, Lower Andalusia, and the Tunisian Sahel. Olive groves cover entire landscapes in a belt immediately north of the date palm zone. In Italy, one can estimate the number of olive trees at 100 million, in Spain at 300 million, in Tunisia at 20 million, and in Corsica at 36 million. The thorny, more bushy, rarely majestic, wild olive tree, Elea agria dioscurides, Cotinus theophrast, Olister plinius, Olea europea, as Olister dc. Olive cultivation reaches back to 1400 AD, in Algarve, 4,200 feet in Sierra Nevada near Nice, 2,400 feet on Mount Etna, 1,200 feet on Mount Etna, 1,200 feet in Macedonia, and 2,000 feet in Cilicia Grisbach, which produces small, fleshless, elongated black fruits, has more or less 4-sided branches and elongated or egg-shaped leaves, is distributed from the eastern slopes of the highlands of Iran Bellew through Syria, Greece Heldrite, Italy Carlo, to Spain, Algeria, and to the westernmost valleys of the Atlas, and is perhaps originally native in all these countries. Olive tree leaves were found at Mongardino in the Pliocene Cavara. It never becomes an olive tree, as Theophrast knew, as the olive tree does not become a wild Olister through reversion, and it is distinct from that. The Olister remains behind the polar limit of the olive tree. It does not reach it. In southern Chile and Mexico, where the olive tree is cultivated, Olister is completely unknown. Whether it is the ancestral form, the wild olive, from which the cultivated olive has developed, we do not know. Different from both is the Indian olive tree Olea cuspidata wall, already distinguished by Theophrast. Illustration, Fig. 190. Ancient olive trees near Rome. Illustration, Plate 14. Terraced olive cultivation at Albergo, in Liguria. Bravissini Faute. Lit. De Grulli et Viala. L'Olivier Montpellier, 1886–1890. De Grulli, L'Olivier 1907 with numerous illustrations and Anne, Eki, Nat, Agric, Fischer, Der Ölbaum, seine geographische Verbreitung, seine wirtschaftliche und kulturhistorische Bedeutung, Peter, Dioger Comte, mit Ergänzungsschrift Inner 147, 1904 with a map. Pasquale Botanical and Agricultural Studies on the Olive Tree and its Varieties. Journal of the Royal Academy of Sciences, etc. Naples, 1873. Picconi. Primary Studies for a Monograph on the Main Varieties of the Olive Tree, etc. Genoa, 1879. Trabut. The Olive Tree in Algeria, 1900. G. Caruso. Monography of the Olive Tree in Agricultural Encyclopedia III, 1882. And Cultivation of Olives and Oil Production, 1870. Cabri, the Olive Tree, its Culture, etc., 1901. Alui, the Olive Tree and Olive Oil, 1903. Breezy, Olive Culture, 1903. Flaminio Bracci, Olive Culture and Olive Oil Production, 1907. Brief Overview. P. de Galliers, The Olive Tree and Olive Oil, Paris, 1900, with illustrations. Eastman, Olive Cultivation in California. Pharmaceutical Era, 1896. On Cultivation in India, Cuba, etc. British and Colonial Druggist. Wilcom, Principles of Plant Distribution on the Iberian Peninsula, 1896. Griesebach, Vegetation of the Earth. Semler, Tropical Agriculture. Illustrations, Pabst Kohler, Medzenalpfel, T19, Ergschmidt, Atlas der Störst, Atlas der Est, Ofel T3. Mies von Essenbeck, Pel Med, T12 Med, T212. Bentley Tryman, Med, T172 und in den oben genannten Werken. Pathology. On plant pests, Professor Ed. Fisher reports, numerous parasitic fungi have been observed on the olive tree, causing more or less significant damage. Among these, we are primarily interested in those affecting the fruits. These are mainly so-called imperfect fungi, which produce more or less large, sunken, and discolored spots, and can eventually lead to partial or complete shrinkage or leathering of the fruit flesh. Gloeosporium olivarum d'Almeida, la Gaffa des Olives. En Portugal. Bulletin de la Société Mycologique de France, 1890, P.O. 90, P. 90. Macrophoma dalmatica v. Thum Burrell. Et Fogel. S.A. Maublanc. On a disease of olives due to the Dalmatian macrophoma. Ibid. Bertzek 1904. P. 229. Cylindrosporium olivae L. Petri. Analysis Mycologici 1907. P. 320. A peculiar hyphomycet, Cyclogonium oleaginum cast, develops its micelle in the epidermis of leaf walls, causing dark round spots, but also spreading to fruit stalks and fruits. It has been observed recently in France, Italy, Algeria, and the Caucasus. For this, see Boyer in Journal de Botanique Phys, 1891, p. 434. Other diseases affect the yield more indirectly, such as the so-called Brusca disease, attributed in recent times to Stictus panicaea knot, and powdery mildew Capnodium salicinum. The most important diseases of the olive tree are treated by L. de Grully, L'Olivier, Montpellier, 1907. A directory of the fungi known at the time on Olea Europea is given by Thuman in Bollettino della Società Adriatica di Scienze Naturali, in Trieste. The animal pests are described and illustrated by de Grully AAO there. Also the description of their control fumigation, etc. Among animal enemies mentioned are the olive fly Mucha del Ulivo Dacus oleae, whose larvae feed on the flesh of the fruit, and has recently caused great damage in southern France and Liguria, for which no remedy exists yet. Then Tinea oleella fabra, attacking the kernel, Scilla oleae fork, damaging the flowers. In Attica, the classical land of the olive tree Herodotus, claims that at one time there were only olive trees in Athens. The cultivation and export of olives were state-supervised. Regarding olive honey obtained through bacterial inoculation by insects, see above P. 113. Pauli e Tagliaferri, The Olive Fly and Methods of Combating It, Florence, 1909. Daigalies A.O. Cultur. The olive tree does not demand rich soils. The olive tree thrives most in hillsides, dry places, and clay-like soils columella. It loves warm, dry, permeable, porous, potassium-rich limestone soils. The soil should not be exposed to floods. Throughout antiquity, felling olive trees was considered a crime, and the extreme cruelty of enemies was expressed in ancient times, and is still seen today in the destruction of olive trees. Even now, for example, in Sicily and Sardinia, high premiums are offered for planting olives. One prefers to plant olive groves on terraced sunny slopes, tables 13, not in the plain. On moist, fatty soil, the fruit grows larger but yields less and inferior oil. The olive tree avoids areas with abundant precipitation, especially during its fruiting period. Full ripeness requires high, dry heat. The higher the heat, the greater the oil content. For example, in 1909, 1 dozen fruits yielded 15.7 liters of oil, while in the unfavorable year 1910, only 14.8 liters were obtained from the same quantity. However, temperatures should not drop significantly during winter, and spring frosts are particularly dangerous. The southern and polar limits of the olive are shown on the map, as is the distribution of the oil tree in the Mediterranean climate zone. The fruits ripen during October. However, the harvest often extends over 3-4 months, indeed throughout the entire winter. Most commonly, the harvest begins in October and ends in March or April. The tree bears fruit only on previous year's wood. Olives grown from seeds must be grafted. The seeds germinate slowly. Better if they are previously soaked in ashes lye. For propagation, in addition to suckers and root shoots, the nuts ovuli located at the roots are also used. These too are usually grafted. The improved oil trees begin bearing fruit after 3 years and reach full yield after 8–10 years, which they can maintain for centuries with proper care, fertilization, pruning. From the 10th year on, the tree becomes profitable. The olive is harvested when it is ripe. Of course, the yield varies greatly. Often, after a good harvest, there is a poor one that follows. In Italy, they expect one full harvest over a period of 3 years, but in California, careful cultivation allows for annual full harvest. The trees are usually planted at intervals of 5 m or more to allow light, easy access. A large tree yields up to 110 L of olives in Italy, which give about 13 kg of oil, while in Sfax, Algeria, a full-bearing tree produces 320 L. Most mature olive trees, however, only produce an average of 63 kg of fruit. Full harvests usually occur every 7 years, with negligible yields in between. Corsica. Spread of olive culture. Portugal has almost all of its territory covered with olive groves, oliveiras. Except for the north, the polar boundary coincides almost with the political border, with an estimated 200,000 hectares under olives, but olive cultivation had been declining for a long time. In southern France, there are 125–200 trees per hectare, in Sicily and Smyrna, 100, and often only 17 in Tunis. In mixed farming with olives, sumac in Sicily, occasionally grapes, as well as wheat, artichokes, barley, or beans in Corsica are cultivated. The cultivation of the olive tree is described in detail by Semler AAAO. Northern regions, except for Ebro Valley, do not have olive cultivation, while the entire Mediterranean coast, Catalonia, Valencia, Murcia, the Balearics, and large districts around Madrid, and to the south do. The most important landscape for olive cultivation is Andalusia, followed by Catalonia and Aragon. Olive oil exports in 1900 reached 379,509 hectoliters. Recently, however, production has picked up again. Many place names remind one of the olive, olivera, olivaes, azides. Spain has the most olive groves of all countries, an estimated 1,154,000 hectares under olives in 1899, but produces the worst olive oil. Welcome describes a 90-kilometer-long olive grove in Lower Andalusia. In the south, the provinces of Córdoba and Sevilla stand out. Then come Lerida and Tarragona, and at a greater distance Badajoz, Murcia. Spain consumes a lot of olive oil itself, but still exports 1857 million Ps in oil annually via Malaga, Sevilla, Cádiz, and Barcelona. Illustration. Table time. Olive harvest, raccolta a mano, in Italy on an unusually large and productive tree. Illustration. Distribution of the olive in the Mediterranean basin. Grasse produces the finest Provence oil, followed by AX and Nice. 150,000 hectares are planted with olives, accounting for approximately 2 million. It imports a lot from Spain and Tunisia, and also exports a lot. Based on the map by Theobald Fischer, signed A. Church. In France, olive groves are only found in the south along the Mediterranean coast, mainly in Provence, Roussillon, Languedoc, Maritime Alps, Var, Bouches-du-Rhône, and Corsica. A portion of the southern French arrondissement of Grasse is entirely covered with olives. Next to Spain, Italy 900,000 ha is the most olive-rich country. Its landscape is dominated by the olive tree. Only Piedmont lacks olive cultivation. All other regions, especially the coasts, almost all of Sicily, and a large part of Sardinia have olive groves. At the top is Apulia, followed by Sicily and the Tyrrhenian South region, then Tuscany, Marche and Umbria, Liguria, Latium, and Sardinia. Italy exports olive oil particularly from Bari, Palermo, Messina, Livorno, Genoa, Gallipoli, Porto Maurizio, Naples, and Taranto. In 1890, Spain's harvest was 3 million HL, Italy's 130 million HL, and France's 300,000 HL of olives. kg is exported. The annual oil production is 25 mil. Katoe, half of which is exported Emmanuel. In Turkey, olive cultures are found particularly around the Marmara Sea, on the islands of the Aegean Sea, and in Asia Minor. Olive culture is also found in Albania, Epirus, Thessaly, Central Greece, olive groves along the Cephissus near Athens, Peloponnesus, Argolis, Messenia, Corfu, Lucas, Lesbos, and other islands, especially Crete, which is a true olive island. Greece's annual olive production is C141 mil, kg, of which C65 mil. However, Asia Minor has only minor significance for olive cultivation. Almost only the western coast and its surrounding islands, Chios. The Levant produces C100,000 T annually. Smyrna, for example, produced 15,000 T in 1906. Syria, the homeland of olive cultivation, still has many olive groves today. Alexandretta exports oil, and the oil tree is also common in Palestine. Tripoli, which was one of the most important sources of olive oil in ancient and medieval times, now does not even meet its own needs. Olive cultivation has seen a significant boost in recent years in Tunis and Algeria Jura, for example around Sfax. In the Sahel now produces the best olives. However, it has not yet regained the significance it held in ancient times. Nevertheless, Tunis already produces 30 million liters of oil annually. In the Sahel Susa, Monastir, around 600 square kilometers are under olive cultivation. Morocco also possesses, for instance, in Sousse, many olive groves that need irrigation in part. Olive cultivation is significant in the Atlas valleys. Finally, olives can also be found on the Canary Islands. After Spain brought the olive tree to America, Cortés introduced it to Mexico in 1519, to Peru around 1560 through Ambrosio de Rivera, and to California in the 18th century. The Franciscans. Now olive plantations can also be found in some South American countries, Chile, Peru. However, the cultivation of olives in North America has seen a significant boost since the Agriculture Department took up the cause. As early as 1907, California covered part of the needs of the United States. Olive planting is now also taking place in South Africa and Australia, with oil being exported. In 1902, there were already around 67,000 olive trees in Australia, yielding 11,327 gallons of oil. For more information on the distribution of the olive, see Date Fisher, Der Ölbaum. But the best salt olives come from Andalusia. The olive grows in Peru, Chile, South Carolina, Florida, Bermuda, Jamaica, in the southwest of the Cape Colony, on Kawau Island near Auckland, Sydney, India, and Japan. In all these countries, cultivation experiments have been carried out. A map of the spread of olive culture in France at de Grully A.A. Oak. The culture of the olive, grafting, pruning, fertilization, etc., is described by de Grully Trabut, Capu, and Lit. See above P61010. Furthermore, refer to the map attached here. Illustration, Fig. 191, Sciarbotatojo. Apparatus used in Italy for washing olives from the outside left, inner arrangement right, Ravicini. Illustration. Fig. 192. A simple Arab oil mill in Algiers. Illustration. Fig. 193. Frantojo, modern mill, where the fruits are ground into a paste. Harvest preparation. The harvest varies in Italy. Ravicini informs me as follows. They are either hand-picked brucatura, Raccolta a mano table as 15. This is absolutely necessary if one wants to obtain fine table olives, or the finest oil, or from the tree onto cloths spread below, ISF. Harvesting is particularly done in Italy by women and children who throw the fruits into cloth bags or woven straw baskets, or onto a cloth spread under the tree ricane. The shaken or rattled ones are gathered together with wooden sieve-like tools called cernigi in Calabria, and then combined into straw baskets. 94 shaken scottatura, or tapped bacchiatura, a practice common in Calabria and Sicily, or the fallen gathered up racatatura, raccolta a terra. Even now in Portugal, the fruits are often cut off from the trees. Consequently, after a good year usually follows a bad one. Mast tree, 1904. These are carried on the head or shoulders to the oil mill. Here they are freed from earth, leaves, dust, etc. Liberated, harvesting the unripe or overripe fruit cernida, and then washing them. Washing is now often done, especially with larger quantities, in special apparatuses, Sciarbotatojo, which greatly simplify this task. Fig. 191. The washed olives are then taken to the oil mills Olifici, which are often still very primitive. figs, 174 and 192, and have seen little change over the centuries by the farmers. Only recently, as oil pressing begins to centralize, has the operation been modernized. 173 brought in, of which 20 to 25 are stacked one on top of the other, in wooden or iron presses torchi, stretoi, fig, 194, and now pressed by hand. Recently, hydraulic presses are also used in larger establishments, but these, too, are held firm. The olives are first crushed with millstones franto that do not reach the bottom, so the stone kernels are not crushed frangitura fig. 193. The pulp of the fruit is now placed in the open top and bottom woven baskets, fiscally, mentioned by Plinius Worth, figoi. The best olive oil, such as that used in pharmacy for internal use, is produced in steam-powered factories from fruits collected at the beginning of their ripeness, previously spread out on layers or in special drying apparatuses to dry them by. Moderate pressing. A second stronger pressing, which must not yet crush the pits, yields secundifood oil and oil suitable for medicinal plasters and soaps, a third for burning and machine oil. The first pressing, which gives only 12 oil in France, produces the best oil, which, filtered through cotton, is marketed as oleo virgin huile vierge, virgin oil. The press cake is ground again with cold or hot water, and then returned to the press. This second oil, edible oil, oil of second pressing, oil of broken paste, ground oil, oil of repressing, does not have the characteristic olive aroma like the first. From the press cake Sansa, ordinary, technically usable crude oil of Sansa, oil of flint, oil with sulfur, sulfur oil, in France huile de essence. In Marseille, tetrachloroethane is also used as a solvent, in addition to sulfuric carbon. To create very fine oil varieties, the fruits are sometimes peeled, meaning they are freed from their outermost fruit skin, de-seeded, and the flesh is ground in mortars and pressed between cloths. The oil extracted with sulfuric carbon, which has a bad smell and taste, can be improved by treating it with alcohol. For example, the common method in Sicily, which involves first fermenting the crushed olives in a cistern enfer, results in high olive oil yields, but also produces an oil rich in fatty acids ternate oil. In France, pressing is sometimes combined with a leaching process using so-called paste mills for every paste mill. Crushing the kernels along with the olives does not cause a reduction in oil quality, as only small amounts of them enter the process passerini, and the seeds only contain trace amounts of lipase marcil. The trimmings are used as fertilizer, while the shaker stones can also be used as fuel. However, olive pits, olive kernels are now also being processed for oil and ground to tamper with spices. The press residues are rubbed with water to form a paste, and then separated into the heavier and oilier components, and the lighter ones by shaking with water in basins equipped with agitators, after which they are collected and pressed in cloths. Chem. Reverend 1903. This oil is of lower quality. Initially, oils clarify during 90 days of storage in large, often lined with porcelain, marble, or clay plate cisterns, as the sludge particles settle to the bottom. These are filtered using cotton. Oil pressed in the first months of the harvest is darker and has a characteristic aroma and a slightly pungent taste. The longer the olive ripens, the lighter, thinner, and milder the oil becomes. Shipping does not take place in Italy until January at the earliest. Less desirable oil types are often refined in refineries, where better grades are filtered after decantation or clarified with lemon juice or oak bark extract, or a tannin solution stirred with a willow brush, while poorer types are treated with a willow brush. 0.52 sulfuric acid. Oil bleaching, except by tannin, is also achieved by possibly allowing the finely powdered oil to fall into a water basin several meters below in sunlight. The greatest oil yield comes from the Spanish cultivar Hispanica, and the finest oil from the Provençal Genoese and Lucchese cultivar Pignola. The olives in salted water calimbades can be found as a dessert after every Italian meal for several months, but are also heavily exported. Olives with flesh not weighing 3 times the weight of their pits produce too little oil counts. The quality of the oil depends on the olive variety, the ripeness of the pressed fruit, the method of harvesting, and the pressing process. The finest oils are bottled, while others are put into barrels or casks. For descriptions of other methods of preserving olives, see Semler, Lit. Mingioli, Practical Manual of Olive Oil Production, 1871, and Modern Olive Industry in the New Italian Agricultural Encyclopedia, Torino, 1901, with numerous illustrations. Semler, Trop, Agric. Skinner, Oil Industry in France. To be suitable for this purpose, the olives must be only 3/4 ripe and previously soaked in a calcium and potash solution for 6–12 hours, then carefully washed over several days to remove all bitterness. They are then placed in salted water, changed monthly, and finally some wild fennel ravicini is added. The mills, presses, washing and refining apparatus are illustrated by Mingioli O.K. Sit. The primitive extraction of olive oil on Majorca is described by Polacek Chemical Review 1907. 4. Commercial varieties. Consular Report in Oil, Paint and Drug. Rep. 1903. Chemical Review of the Oil and Resin Industry. 1903. 188. On the changes in olives from harvest to processing, see the investigation of the experimental station in Lisbon reference in Chemical Review 1904. 39. The best grades virgin oil are designated as Provencer, Aixer, Genueser, or Lucca oil, Gallipoli, Pugliese, Barileche, Monte San Angelo oil. Third-grade oils come from Messina, Malaga, Corfu, and Tunis. Of the Italian oils, those from the Riviera, Tuscany, Lucca, Pisa, Apulia, Bari, Bitonto, Gallipoli, are the most highly regarded, while the provinces of March, Umbria, Lazio supply good culinary oils. Sicily, on the other hand, produces lower quality varieties. The worst oils used in soap making are called lavati refined, also known as Nachmulen oil, Helenol, Satocchiari. Then there is bleached, so-called white lard oil, used as machine oil, lily oil and olive. Denaturatum for soap making, denatured with clove or rosemary oil. Also available in Trade Weigel, 1904 are, in Italy, oils are classified as I-edible oils. 1. First section oleinated. A virgin oils. B-edible oils. B-edible oils. Spoiled raw material. Olive sea oil bottoms. Spoiled oils. 2. Extracted from residues. A panel or seed oils. B-rancid or acidified oils. Besides French and Italian oils, Spanish, Portuguese, Greek, Dalmatian, Syrian, Moroccan, Turkish, Crimean, Persian, Indian, Punjab, Australian, and Californian olive oils are also available. The oil production in California and South Australia is experiencing significant growth. For instance, California has already become an important olive oil producing region. In terms of taste, Tuscan oils rank highest, followed by Ligurian ones. Californian oils lag significantly behind. In 1911, alongside Italian oil, both culinary and lamp, the German market offered in barrels. Under barrels of 50, 180, 200 kg, you can also find Malaga, Moroccan, and Candia oils. Trade. The largest amounts came from the Adriatic side, 838,050, followed by the Mediterranean side, 521,010, and Sicily, 435,176. Smaller quantities came from Tuscany, Latium, Venetia, negligibles. According to Ravicini, Italy's olive oil production in 1909 was 2,559,200 HL, 1910, 1,384,580. The United States of North America imported olive oil for manufacturing purposes in 1908, 1,789,001 gallons, 1990, 620,223 gallons, and olive oil salad in 1908, 3,548,049 olive oil. Of this, from Morocco, 9,918, France, 73014, Italy, 6,201. The import of olive oil into London was 2,658 casks in 1906, 7,512 in 1953, in 1953 and 1908, and 5,072 in 1909. France imported 492,149 quintals of olive oil in 1908, especially from Spain and Tunisia, then Algiers, Italy, and Greece. Morphology and anatomy of the fruit. The shape of the fruit varies according to the cultivar as does its size. Some varieties are large, like apricots. Others only reach the size of a small cherry. All are more or less oval fig, 195 or ovoid spherical, with a blunt or slightly pointed apex, usually about 2 to 3.5 cm long, smooth and hairless on the surface, 195, pointed, with ridges or coarse bumps, yellow or brownish, often single-seeded due to abortion. The epidermis of the fruit peel consists of thick-walled polygonal cells that, like the subsequent layers of parenchyma in the ripe fruit, contain a purple pigment, which turns red with concentrated sulfuric acid hanauseck. The mesocarp is primarily composed of oil-bearing parenchyma, with large astrosclerodon scattered throughout, whose walls turn yellow due to alkalies. The seed is 9-11 imimimon, elongated and compressed, with abundant endosperm. The initially green fruit turns red, then black as it ripens. The ratio of the three components in fresh olives is flesh with peel, 71.5-80.5, stone 17.323, tape 25.5, Shedler, Koenig. The endocarp, developed as a shell 1-3 mm thick, consists of tightly interlocked sclerenchyma cells that are often thickened and show various shapes. The Mato Livorno, ground olive pits used for spice counterfeiting, is almost entirely composed of them. Deep within lies a layer of obliterated parenchyma molar. Even the delicate tissue of the embryo contains such structures. The developmental history of fruit and seed in Alquati. See literature. The seed coat, apart from the relatively large-celled epidermis with thick-walled, knotted cells when viewed from the surface, comprises the partially obliterated nutrimental layer in which the bundles run, and especially the large endosperm, containing numerous Allura-1 grains embedded in oilplasma. During earlier times De Luca, Gerber mannitol was referred to as the material from which oil in the olive is derived. However, mannitol is not present, or only in small amounts in olive fruits, but is abundant in leaves. Air-dried leaves contain C, 340 bark, 1.9 D-mannitol power, and tutin, heart which propose D-glucose, which can be detected in the fruits, as the mother substance, in line with Emil Fischer's ideas. Oil is produced in the cell plasma. For a detailed description of the olive remains Tourteau de Ressence, characterized by sclerenchyma and the seed coat epidermis. Bot. It. 21 1989, 369, Papasobri, Stud, Genet, Immorphologue, Sululivo, Nuof, Giorn, Bot, Ital, Etz, Piera Alquati, Anatomical and Morphological Studies on the Olive Tree, Proceedings of the Ligurian Society of Natural Sciences, Isisitin, 1906. Boehmer, Olive Cakes in Damer's Lexicon, T.F. Hanauseck, Food and Nutritional Journal, 1894-95. Landrin, Counterfeiting Pepper with Olive Pits. Pharmaceutical Journal, 10-194. Masse, Alimentary Substances, 1891. Moeller-Winton, Microscopy, Figs, 364 and 365. Schimper, Guidelines for the Study of Food and Nutrition, 1900. Vogel, Food and Nutrition. Villiers, Colin, Alimentary Substances. Colin Perrault, Industrial Residues. Arts, on the Origin of Fatty Oils in Olives. Proceedings of the Vienna Academy of Sciences, 1870. Spampani, Illustration of Oils in Olives. Bulletin of the Italian Botanical Society, 1899, 139. Der fettigen Öle und ihrer Bilder, besonders in der Olivenregion, Farm, 1902, 471. Ullmann, Entstehung. De Luca, Research on the Form of the Greasy Matter in Olives. Annals of Natural Science, Botany, 415, 92 and 18, 125. Gerber, Between the Values of the Respiratory Quotient and the Form of Oil. J. Bott, 1901. Hartwich and Ullmann, Kambi, Pare. The olive shows the following composition. According to Koenig, AAO. Number fat of water nitrogen. Analyses substance olive. Of flesh 230.07, 524, 51.9. Fruit B stone 29.2, 23.5, 2.84. Shell C. C's 210.5, 18.63, 31.8, 88. A. The glycoside oleuropein, whose uniformity is doubted by Power and Teuton, is most abundant in the fruits at the end of July, Borcolo and Vintalesco. Fat nitrogen raw stick-free fiber ash substance extract. Compounds. Olive fruit meat 1049, 244 7.49 74, 0.22, 1.19 flesh bee shell. Stone 8332, 1.1, 23.8, 53.686, 1C, Zeeds 36.752, 0.1620, 0.1. The ash content is 2.68 in the flesh, 4.16 in the stone, and 2.16 in the seed. The calcium content is 80.9, 58.8, and 30.25 in the flesh, stone, and seed, respectively. The phosphoric acid content is 133, 746, 745, and 30.39 conate. The oil content of the fruits increases from August 502, September 1630, October 2133, December 22.73 to January 22.85, and then slightly decreases in February 20.84, Hartwich and Ullmann. The oil content of the fruits varies between 20 to 70 Benedict Ulzer, 40 to 60 Lukowich in the flesh, 50-70. For determination, sulfuric carbon should be used, not ether piano. Olive oil, Oleum olivae s olivarum, Provençal oil, huile d'olive French, olive oil English, olivoli Dutch, olio d'oliva Italian, Puelgi Finnish, oliva olage Swedish, Greek. The color of olive oil varies from colorless to golden yellow. Olive oil dissolves very little in alcohol, a bit more in vinegar, better in ether, easily in chloroform, benzene, and sulfur carbon. By shaking 2 ccm of olive oil with 1 ccm of smoking nitric acid and 1 ccm of water, a green-white mixture is formed that separates after 2-3 hours into a solid white mass and a barely colored liquid. Light varieties are often colored green by chlorophyll. The composition of the oil varies according to the cultivar variety, degree of ripeness, method of harvest, and the pressing process. The elemental composition of olive oil is C76.6, 77.2, H11.95, 11.3, O1138, 1138, 1150 Koenig. This so-called Eladen probe provides olive oil with the hardest eladen of all oils, and solidifies fastest in a maximum of 3 hours. After incorporation into concentrated potassium and the addition of concentrated ammonia, as specified by Hartwich-Ullmann, due to cold saponification and the exclusion of fatty acid salts, after 22 hours the entire drop is transformed into a cluster of needles in which spirates are visible. The latter solidify already at 10C, and are therefore often demargarinated. In Algerian and Tunisian olive oils, at most trace amounts of arachic and lignoceric acid can be found. The liquid glycerides contain approximately 7 linoleic acid Hazura and Grüssner on a base of 93 oleic acid. The solid fatty acids consist of palmitic acid and arachic acid. Stearic acid is absent, Henner and Mitchell. In Italian oils, the content of solid fatty acids ranges from 517.72 in California, from 212.96 Tolman and Munson, and in Tunisian oils from 15 to 25 Bertainshaw. Holda and Stange received 1/2 of a mixed glycerid oleodemargarine, or oleoditurin, or oleodipalmitine, and also in the solid fraction, mixed glycerides are present margareau, or palmitoline. Free fatty acids are contained in good olive oil in small amounts, while technical oils often have 525 archbut. Further literature on this by Benedict Ulzer. Also, olive oil fat, Ligurian and Sardinian sulfur oils contain a lot 4657 of free fatty acids, and even 6070 in Portuguese bagasse oils. The volatile fatty acids calculated on oleic acid range from 0.18 to 1.69 Dugas. In rancid olive oil, the following were found: formic, acetic, oenanthic, azelaic, and cork acids, as well as an antaldehyde scala. The specific weight is 0.9141, 0.9203, usually below 0.947 Switzerland. Food book. 0.9160.918 at 15, 0.862, 0.863 at 100. Helve, the fourth, the butter refractometer number at 15.5 is 66.969.2. Scale part Swiss Food Book, refractive index at 40.53.55 out. The fatty acids show a freezing point of 17 to 24.6, melting point of 19 to 31, and an iodine number of 86.1 to 90.2. The liquid fatty acids have an iodine number of 92.8 to 104.82. The freezing point lies between 6 and 10. The saponification number is 185.203. The iodine number is 78.2, 893.67 for good European oils, usually between 81.6 and 84.5. Swiss Food Book, iodine number of the oil paparelli. The bromine number is 51.254 tele. The Reichert-Meisel number is 0.6. The Hainer number is 94.9695.14. The Malmenet test is 41.547. The bromine thermal test is 13. The refractive index exponent at 40 is active index exponent at 40 is 146.121.4626 farm. Upon rancidness, the saponification number increases, while the iodine number decreases. Ryan and Marshall. The unsaponifiable amount is 0.4. The electrical conductivity is much lower than that of all other oils, 675 times smaller than that of the otherwise least conductive oil, Rousseau. It rotates to the right. Thurston. Olive oil tends to not go rancid. It consists predominantly of phytosterol, Boehmer, Solchian, Gill, and Tufts. The oil contains 10 fatty acids, including palmitic acid and stearic acid, but no arachidonic acid. Therefore, it exhibits the lowest temperature increase in the saponification test and bromine thermal reaction, Lukovic. The bitter and astringent taste of some oils comes from eugenol, catechin, gallic acid, tannin, and an unknown bitter substance, Genzaneri. Copper seems to be a normal constituent of olive oil. Copper in the trees does not increase the Cu content, 0.5 mg per kilojoule passerini. Recently, olive kernels are also being used. Oil pressed or extracted from the seeds still enclosed in the stone bowl. Olive kernel oil, huile de noyau d'olive, olive kernel oil, olio de noccioli, d'oliva, oliva. Olive pomace contains on average in water 838, nitrogenous substances 825, fat 1525 up to 2915 according to Decugis, sugar convertible substances 13.59, other nitrogen-free substances 14.9. 2. Crude fiber 37, ash 2.6. Lit. Vinaica phytosterol, Studies, Gießen, 1862. Klein, J.A.P.L. Chem, 1898, 848 and 1940. 635 and 904. Ptolemy, Adi Real, Acad. D. Lindsay, 1896. Koenig, Food and Pleasure, further literature there. Oil. Hainer and Mitchell, Analyst, 1896, 328. Archbot, J. 1897, 311. Hazura and Grissner, Monach, F. Shem, 1888, 8. Holda and Stange, Mit die Techniverse, Ants, Benecki, Studien, Gießen, 1862. Gill and Tufts, Jurin, Amer, Chem, Sok, 1903, 498. Solchian, Zeitcher. Effenthal, Chem, 1901, 184. Boehmer, Zeitcher, Unters, Naharm, 1898. Escala Stas, Sperum Agrar, Ital, 30, 1897, 613. Lukovic A, 1897, 613. Lukovic A, A.O., Dort delete Benedict Ulzer, Analyse der Fette Fettbefe, Auflido. 1908, Dort weiter Lit. Zahlreiche Aufsätze in der Chem, Reverend der Fett- und Harzindustrie der letzten Jahre. Lafelt, Bear, Farm, Jess, 1906. Iodine number. Thomson and Dunlop, Analyst, 1906. Light, Droste, Apoff, Zeit, 1907. Q in olive oil, Braithwaite, Farm, Jern, Hartwich, and Ullmann. Nachweis Fett. Öle durch Mikrochem, Versefung Arch, pH 1903-11. Russell W. Moorbest, Die Freien Fets, 1897. 169. Rakusin, Point of Inflammation, Chem, Zeit 1905-1690, Thurston, Mert Rep. 1907. 318-12 and Passerini, Chem. Central B, 1906, 2, 541, 1904, 1821. Million Tunisian oils, Zeitcher, Nahrungsam, 1904, 586. On the components of leaves and bark, see Power and Teuton, Constant. Of olive bark and sea of olive leaves, Transact, Chem, Suck, 1908. Use, Gwozdinovi Dalmatian oil, Zeitcher, Nahum, Haig, 1897, 181. Ahrens and Het on Moroccan oil, Zeitcher, Effentel, Chem, 1903, 284. Tolman and Munson Californian olive oil, Jern, M, Chem, Suck, 1893 and 923, 956. Merck various oil of Jern, Farm, 1889. There are two fluids, says Plinius XIV, 150, that are pleasing to the human body, wine internally, oil externally, and also the 100-year-old Polio Romelius, and the philosopher Democritus, who lived beyond 100 years, remained healthy, through wine, honey, and oil. The lamp in the monastic cell, like the one before the image of Athena, was fed with olive oil, just as today the eternal lamp in St. Peter's in Rome. Olive oil was used to anoint all kings from Saul and Clodwig to our times, and the final anointing has been granted to countless people with him. For many millions in the Mediterranean region since antiquity to today, the olive and its oil have been an indispensable food and pleasure medium, for many regions the most important or even sole export article. Wherever olives grow, most of the oil is consumed in the country itself. Olive oil is used in medicine as a coating agent for stomach and intestinal inflammations, intoxications, etc., to make medical oils, salves, liniments. Apart from oil production, where generally small fruited varieties are used, olives, especially large fruited ones, are also used for making so-called salt olives, which are a popular side dish see above. Olive wood is also highly prized due to its beautiful grain pattern. Olive honey is already mentioned by Dioscorides I, Ch8. 37. Counterfeits. Olive oil is adulterated with sesame oil, rapeseed oil, nut oil, cottonseed oil, poppy seed oil, arachid oil olive, oil contaminated with arachid oil, and is marketed as nut sweet oil, and lard the liquid part of pig fat, and more recently with mineral oil that was dyed with methylazodamethylanilene, Kudolo 1910. Pay attention to the constants mentioned above P619. All oils used to adulterate olive oil have higher iodine numbers. Olive oil does not color with NaO, specific gravity, 1.4, and does not give either the Bellier, Baudouin, Allen, Solchian, or Halfin reactions. Against this, no olive oil has been observed that gives the Solchian tin chloride reaction Zeitcher. F. Effentel, Chem, 1897, 63 Baer. Also to be noted is that the Bellier's reaction only occurs with fresh seed oils. Solchian also obtained it once with palm fruit flesh oil. More details in Lukowicz et al. However, Tunisian olive oil sometimes exhibits the Baudouin reaction, Marseille 1909, also observed in Italian oils Baer, but the color usually disappears quickly Zega and Todorovic. The Kreis fluoroglucin nitric acid reaction also occasionally appears in olive oil Dietze. The tropical oils of cocos and oil palm, from sesame and arachis, are displacing olive oil, particularly since 190,809, when an olive crop failure occurred in Italy. Even the DAV is replacing oil, Olivarum commune, with olive, arachidis, and sesame. However, the name olive oil has been reserved for oil from the olive even, after the decisions of the International Congress on the Suppression of Food Frauds in 1909, which allowed the names best eating oil and finest white table oil. Also for oils mixed with cotton seed, peanut, or sesame oils. Noering's 1909 was pure cottonseed oil Barnard and pure sesame oil Rickel and Kurtz, sold as olive oil in trade. So-called Java olive oil comes from a Sterculia Kreis. Lit. Testing of olive oil by Benedict Ulzer and Lukowicz. Tolman and Munson, olive oil and its substitutes, U.S. Dep, Agric, Bearer, Shem, Bull, Sesame and Linseed Oil. Ridgely Oil, Paint and Drug Rep, New York 1907. Arachid Oil, Blares, Bull, of the Society of Pharmacy Board 1906, 295. Cottonseed Oil, Barnard, Report of the Indiana Board of Health 1906, 204. Apoth, Zeit, 1906, 136. History. The olive tree belongs to the educators of humanity, to a higher order, the A. Fisher. Poetry of human culture clings to it. Sitting under a gray olive tree on the seashore, one is transported into the devout sunny Orient where our imagination resides, since our mother opened the picture Bible and told us stories of Mount Olives in Jerusalem. 77, 1903. Tortelli and Ruggieri meth, for the production of cottonseed, sesame, and peanut oil in olive oil. Chem, Zeit, 1898. 600. Blares, detection of arachid oil in olive oil. Chem, Central, 1907. I-767. Marcio N. is 767. Marcio N. is 7. I. Of counterfeiting 1909, 224. Dietze Farm, Zeit, 1909, 260. Barra Farm, Central, 1907, 497, 489. And again, poetry from the Greeks and wisdom from Minerva well up from this tree and transport us to the land of Homer, Pindar, and Aeschylus, and among the muses and gods of Olympus. A Christian Hellenic tree is the olive tree, a double native F. Gregorovius. The origin of olive cultivation is unknown. Cilicia? Syria? Oriental peoples made it into a cultivated plant. Domesticated olives were introduced from the east into the Mediterranean region. The culture of the olive has spread along the line Egypt, Syria, Anatolia, Greece. Schrader. Engler and Schrader assumed that the wild olive tree spread across the Mediterranean before it was domesticated. The olive tree, fig tree, and vine were symbols of prosperity and happiness in antiquity. According to Maspero, the olive tree has been present in Egypt since ancient times, as its name is mentioned in texts from the 8th dynasty. It seems to have arrived there early on. In inscriptions, it is referred to as Bek, Bek-ti, Beka, Baka, and is depicted on monuments, such as the garden plan from Tel El Amarna from the 18th dynasty Vonig, page 154. Olive leaves have been found in funeral wreaths around 1000 CE, Vonig, fig. 117a, and are often discovered in Egyptian tombs as well. 1014. The olive tree is very well known in Syria, and also in Palestine. It has been a possession since ancient times. Oil MRT is frequently mentioned in recipes, for example, in the Papyrus of Ebers. Olamphorin were found in the storage rooms of villas, and their image as a hieroglyph represents both fluidity and fragrance. The oil was used for food, salves, and offerings, to the same ends that it served the Jews of the Old Testament. For olive oil CIP, the Jews discovered it when they returned to the Promised Land, and oil production there was equally old, so extensive that during the time of Solomon, the Phoenicians exported a part of the oil used for food, fuel, offerings, and salves. Grafting the olive onto the wild olive tree was also known at that time, with the olive branch Noah's symbol of peace. Palestine had vast olive groves, and the produced oil was excellent. The Sumerians may have used it as well, i.e. p. 467. It seems that in Babylon, sesame oil replaced olive oil entirely. See above pp. 551 and 577. On Santorini, construction timber from Olister and oil presses dating back to before 2000 BCE were found. Found Phocae, and in Mycenae, olive kernels from the same period Suntas. For the Greeks, the olive tree was sacred to Athena, the tree from which she caused a sprig to grow on the Acropolis, after piercing it with a lance. It therefore appears on numerous coins bearing an olive wreath or an olive tree. Anyone who dug up or damaged an olive tree belonging to the state could be prosecuted for impiety. So Athens seems to have been the origin of olive culture in Greece, where Athena's sacred morai were found. Next to Attica, Sicyon was the olive-richest region in Greece. The olive was also called Sicionia Bacca. Aeschylus calls the island of Samos, and Thales mentions olive groves on Miletus, Chios, and Delos. In the Homeric songs, Olister and olive oil are often mentioned, as well as the olive tree, which was already extensively cultivated in Greece at that time, Iliad Zesetin, 53-55. Oil played a role in the technique of the Homeric linen industry. Therefore, the culture of the olive came to Greece during the pre-Homeric period Schrader. Even on the oldest style of vases we find depictions of the olive harvest. During Strabon's time, there were large olive plantations along the north coast of Asia Minor. Olive was derived from the Greek words Elia olive tree, oleum oil, and emorge yeast of olive oil, as well as drapa overripe olive. Words like orchis, circitus, and trapedum also have Greek origin. The Phoenicians, who made olive oil an item of global trade, introduced the olive tree to Tunis and Tripoli, and perhaps already to Sicily, Hain, while the Greeks brought it to Barca, Sicily, southern Italy, Provence, and Cyrenaica. The olive tree came to Italy during the time of Tarquinius Priscus from Greece. From the 7th century A.D., Italy's hills were covered in olive groves that gradually spread from the south to central Italy 5th century, Apulia. The Romans learned about olives, their uses, and oil production methods from the Greeks. Olive oil exportation began during the time of Pompey. By the 1st century A.D., Italian oil dominated trade. The tree later reached Liguria. Virgil, Columella, Varro, and Palladius described the cultivation and care of various types, and the preparation of salt-cured olives. Olive trees are depicted on Pompeian wall paintings. In Dioscurides we find Egrialea cotis, wild olive, Hamaron Eliu, cultivated olive, Columbades Ele salt olives, and the oil Elian of both wild and cultivated olives, as well as various preparations from them, and the oil of unripe olives. Amphakion, Dioscurides already knew that not fully ripe olives yield the best oil, and Plinius describes the oil-making process much like it is still practiced in rural Italy today. Galen, Oribasius, and Celsus discussed the medicinal uses of the oil. Athenaeus Nocratites Wern, p. 574 provides some interesting details, and Gargilius Martialis depicts the olive market in Rome. After Spain, which already exported a lot of oil during Strabos's time, and had large plantations that were significantly expanded by the Arabs, olives were introduced through the Phoenicians. In den Trümmern der Städte dieses Landstriches, dem heutigen Algier, sind zahlreiche Ölmühlen, Pressen, ja ganze Ölfabriken gefunden worden. Die einwandernden arabischen Nomaden zerstörten dann die Kulturen, und nur die Umsaal entgingen ihnen. Das Öl, par excellence, war schon im Altertum Olivenöl. The cultivation of olives in Carthage is discussed by Magowai, p. 571. The north coast of Africa supplied olive oil in the 3rd and 4th centuries. Jarsch, en Creature, große Mengen Öl, nach Rom. Leptis Minor, musste schon zu Caesar, kg Olivenöl nach Rom senden. Mitteltunesien war zur Kaiserzeit ein einziger großer Olivenhain. Nach Marokko kam die Olivenkultur erst relativ spät von Andalusien aus. Erwähnt wird die Olive bei Isidorus Hispalensis, Paulus Aginetes, Simon Zeth, bei Serapion Baruch, S604. Stet Ophur, stet Oliva et Oleum K. Sunt ex eith, Begario Pontus I, S623. Findescich Olivae, olea lacrima olea. In Alphita, at Serapion, and in the synonyms of the same, olea, oliva arbor, et fructus oleum, oleum oleum, olivae, zeiton, cate oleum. At Cordis, Porta, Lulavitum, 1588. The first attempts at classifying cultivation varieties appear in works by Cisalpini, Clusius, and C. Bohen. As late as the 18th century, several monographs on the olive were published Presta, Zur, Gandolfi. The Paris Academy awarded a prize for a work on pests affecting the olive. Amphocinum ex immaturis, Olivis expressum are mentioned in the Braunschweig Register Warned, S. 815. Olive and Olivetti, in the Inventory Lefortre, S. 805, Welt d'Olive. Notable works include Pier Vittori, 1499 to 1585, Trattato delle lodi e della coltivazione degli ulivi. Several editions printed in 1569, 1569, 1574 to 1621, and In 1782, the Académie in Marseille offered a prize for the best monograph on the olive. The first prize went to Bernard, the second to P.J. Amoreau, and the third to Couture. Olive kernel oil was already pressed in Spain during the 18th century. The Eladen sample was discovered by the Marseille pharmacist Pautet Inster pour reconnaître la falsificat de l'huile d'olive, and further studied by Boudet in 1832 on Chim. Phys. 250, 391, Lieb, and 4, 1, Literature Han English Schrader, Kulturpflanz. Cavara Bull. Soc. Gilles, Ital, 1886. De Condor, Lorit, Dipel L. Cult. To the olive oil group belong, in addition to olive kernel oil, hazelnut oil and ben oil, ricin seed, semen ricini, and ricin oil, oleum ricini, synonyms ricinus, the seeds, bristle nut, purging nut, driving nut, tick nut. In India, arandi, erandi, brandhindi, perenda bengali. Eria samese, eranda ruvuka, vatari antihumatic, rakla eranda Sanskrit, kinatu, bedangir Persian. In Turkestan, kanatu, kunshut. In Switzerland, spring kernel, mirasol. In Italy also, girasol. Common oil nut tree, common palma Christ, castor plant English, ricin French. Ricinus, hellberry, Roman bean, Turkish or Indian Italian, Wonderboom Dutch, Tiki Greek, Peimatsu or Piatse Chinese, Fima, Karagasira, Imashi, Togoma Japanese, e.g. on Java, Jarak, also Kaliki Malagasy, Jarak Jawa in Palembang, on Sumatra, also Dulang Batares, on the Philippines, Tangan, Tavang or Lingansina, in Dutch West Indies, Krapata, after Portuguese Carapato. Egyptian DQM, the fruits QQKI, also in Coptic Kiki. The hieroglyphic signs, IS470, from Herodotus, from Theophrastus and Nicander, from Dioscorides in brackets, i.e. later, the Egyptian names Systamna and Trixis, in later Greek, with Plinius, Siki, Croton, Trixis, Sesamum Sylvestre, in the Middle Ages, Agnes Christus, in Alfeda and with Bartholomew. Cataputhia, Cathaputia semen spurge, Curva, Pentadactylus, with Ibn Baithar Warren, P. With Gessner, Wundelbaum, with Tabernae Montanus, Mollenkraut, Zeckenbaum, Ettim. 610, Ricinus commune. Irwa, Olwa, Ricini dun alirwa. With Najem ad-Din Mahmud I, P. 611 Ricinus Karua. Arabic also Kerua, Kerua, Keroa, Keroa, Cherua, Kerua, Kerua, Charua, with Megenberg, Wunderlich Palm, in a Dutch herbery, 1483, Cruisebaum. Because of the similarity with the animal, it is called Crotos, says Dioscorides, and Pliny notes, it is called Ricinus due to the similarity of the seed, the animal that the Greeks called Croton, and the Romans Ricinus, tick, Ixodes Ricinus L. Hence the tree is known as the louse tree, or tick tree. The seeds do not look unlike a blood-filled animal. However, it seems that this is reversed at least for Ricinus, with the animal being named after the plant and Ricinus deriving from Hebrew kikar, see above. Wonder tree because of its rapid growth, according to the misinterpreted biblical tale, see history. In the 18th century, R was cultivated on Jamaica. There it was confused with Vitex agnes castus, the agnocasto of the Portuguese. From this casto comes the common English name castor oil for Ricinus oil flukiger Hanbury. Palma Christi, Pentadactylus and Teufelsblatt leaf of the Inferno, refer to the shape of the leaf. Stem plant. Ricinus communis L. Spec Pl. ed. I-10-7 Ricinus inermis, Jacques, R. lividus Jacques, R. speciosus Berm, R. spectabilis Bloom, R. viridis Wild. Varying extraordinarily in the shape, size and stippling of the fruits, the shape, size and color of the seeds, the thickness of the leaf and stem coating. Müller-Argoff, distinguishes the following 16 varieties. Megalospermus, rugosus, purpurascens, lividus South Africa, Armatus Malta, Leucocarpus, Bengalensis, Reichenbachianus, Badius, undulatus, speciosus Java. In addition, there are the var. Brasiliensis, mentioned by Peckold, var. Viridis Wild, India var. Americanus Old, var. Tunicensis North Africa, var. Ruber Erpieth var. Ha. Inermis Jacques, India var. Inermis Jacques, India var. sanguineus var gidid, var giganteus, metallic, var, macrophyllus, probably the R species from St. Louis, Eustachius var zanzibariensis or zanzibarinus, which I received in various forms with differently colored seeds from Amani in 1909, and is also considered a separate species among others. In India, two main types are usually distinguished. 1. Muslim writers mention two types of seed, red and white, the first considered more effective. Even Rumphius distinguishes between white and red ricin, Dymic large red sandy and gray, brown spotted varieties, the latter are preferred medicinally. The varieties remain relatively constant in cultivation. Large seeded form, large, perennial, windbreak hedge plant with many large seeds, but yields less good oil technical and lamp oil. 2. Small seeded form, smaller, often annual, with smaller seeds producing more and better oil medicinal oil. Further varieties include Pyra, no lateral branches, and Mullicatai, smooth, non-spiny fruits. Systematic position. Euphorbiaceae, Platylobae crotonoide, Acalyphaea riccinina. Ricinus has only this one species. The declin monoecious plant grows to 2-4 m tall, but in the tropics and subtropics it takes on a tree form up to 13 ml. To the east of the Alps, and in northern Italy, Ricinus is annual and rarely grows higher than 5 English feet. The stem is green or brown-red, often blue-greened. On the Azores and in warmer Mediterranean regions, Ricinus is perennial and shrubby, or a small tree fig. The plant is about the size of a small fig tree, according to Dioscurides. Clusius, Bellon, Ray report on large tree-like Ricinus in Spain, Crete, and Sicily. The spiral-arranged, long-stemmed, eccentric shield-shaped leaves have a petiole equipped with glands at the base and apex against uninvited guests, and a spread up to 1 m wide divided into hand-like segments in 7-11 egg-shaped or lanceolate, pointed, bare, sometimes waxy, simply or doubly toothed lobes. She is in India the symbol of fragility. Fragile like Aranda is a common saying in India. Ricinus ripens its seeds even in England and at Christiania Schubler. The homeland of the plant is tropical Africa bowl, Decandoi. Each lobe contains an anatropous hanging ovulum with a funicular growth covering the micropyle. The fruit is a 3-lobed spherical capsule, smooth or more or less spiky depending on the variety, which splits into 3 cocci that spring back elastically, expelling the seeds. All parts of the plant are very brittle. Delicate girls and swelling breasts are compared by the Indian with the delicate soft leaves of the Aranda. The harsh, originally terminal but side-pressed inflorescence bears male flowers below and female flowers above. The male flowers have a 5-lobed calyx, numerous stamens with tree-like branching filaments, at the ends of which sit dithyes, anthers sometimes over 1,000. The female flowers have a 5-petaled early falling envelope and a blue-gray egg-shaped 3-lobed upper fruit knot filled with numerous soft spines, carrying at its tip a short style that branches into 3 red, 2-parted scars. It occurs wild in Abyssinia, Sinar, Kordofan. It has become naturalized in Egypt, Algiers, Morocco, and the Canary Islands, Arabia, Persia, India, Syria, Anatolia, Greece. Illustration. Plate 16. Ricinus communis, in Italy with ripe fruits. After Hamilton. Ricinus also bears old Sanskrit names. The oldest is Aranda, then Uruwuka. Watt found it, among other surely indigenous plants in India, wild in the Himalayas dict, Ekon, Prad. However, he too doubts the indigenous status, as it is possible that Ricinus is also native to India. The Aryans could not have brought the plant to India. It is certain that recite the plant to India. In ancient times, Aitchison did not find either the native oil or the native ricinus seeds in Afghanistan. Lit. Miller Arg. Linnea 34, 143, and Decando Prodromus of 1016 sitting literature. Pax in Engler, Prantal Pflanzenfam, Ledebur Flor, Ross, F. Bruining de Wonderboom of Christus Palm, Teitscher, Vortuenbau, 1896, 53 with 4 plates. Roxburgh Flora Indica, Tropenpflanzer, 1900 Nave. On Ricinus hybrids, see van der Stock Tasmania 1909 and 1910. Illustration, Berg Schmidt. T89 plus further lit. Pabst Kohler, met Xenopflanzen vol 160. Hein, Ars Neigewächse, X vol 48. Bentley Treumann, Medizinische Pflanzen vol 237. Greshoff, Skizzen von indischen Nutzpflanzen, vol 31. Botanischer Magazin vol 2000, 209. Ältere Literatur, Rede, Hortus Malus II, vol 32. Rumphius, Herbarium Ambianum, RV, Volto 41, with a detailed description here. 5GZ seeds yield a good harvest per hectare of seedlers. Drought impairs oil yield in India. Garceau, Figures d'Esprente, décrivant dans les matériaux médicaux de Geoffroy. El teste Abbildung in Codex Constantinopolitanus von Dioscurides, ZIP 554 Don 70, Kultur. Im Allgemeinen kann Ricinus fast überall angebaut werden, wo Mais wächst, doch endet seine Ertragsfähigkeit vor der Maisgrenze. Benötigt Wärme, Feuchtigkeit und fruchtbaren Phosphorsäure, Kalium und kalkreichen Boden und wächst sehr schnell. In Indien wird oft in Mischkulturen angebaut. Die Kappe des Haupttriebs vermehrt die Anzahl der Fruchtstände. The fruits become ripe, not all at the same time 5-7 months after sowing, and are harvested before they sprout. In Sicily, Sardinia, Calabria, and the Riviera, it is found frequently as a wild plant. Italian cultures can no longer meet the demand. The largest cultivations are located in India. Ricinus is cultivated particularly in British India, then in Dutch India, Java, China, the Congo, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Zanzibar, in the German African colonies, Egypt, Small Asia, Syria, in the southern United States, Kansas, California, Mexico, Brazil, Suriname, West Indies, San Salvador, Curaçao, Spain, Algiers, and South and North France, England, and northern Italy. The Italian cultivations are particularly near Legnago Venetians, for example, at Roverschiara and San Pietro di Marubio, then near Verona at Montorio Veronese, Zevio, and Trednago on a larger scale, less so in Lombardy, Ravazzini. Nowerdings, 1896, have also been made cultivation experiments in southern Russia. Gall. There, Ricinus is cultivated in Madras, Mysore, Kun, Bengal Rajaye, Kuch Bihar, Chota Nagpore, Chittagong, Patna, Dhaka, Presidency Burdwan, Orissa, Northwest Provinces, and Oudich, Bombay, Punjab, as detailed in Watt Dictionary of Economic Products of India. In 1909, the cultivated area decreased by 11 compared to 1908. Aitchison observed Ricinus grown at the edge of fields in Khorasan and the Hararut district. In Dutch India, both red and white Ricinus Jarakmyra and D. Malacca are grown in Kampong culture in Java, Tegal, Madiun, Kadiri, Surabaya, and Probolinggo. Stanley found Ricinus cultivations in Africa along the upper Ituri Aruwimi, near Albert Nyanza. In North America, the seed and var, sanguineus are particularly cultivated. Ricinus varieties are now widely planted in gardens as ornamental decorative plants centerpiece of beds. The cultures are usually avoided by animal pests. Lit. Semler, Tropical Agriculture. Greshoff, Ind. Merkur, 1896. Culture in India described extensively in Watt Dictionary. Dictionary, Schulte in the Court, Tropical Plants 1902. Farm, Journal 1904, 99. Dinico Culture in Southern Russia, Pharmaceutical 1896. Wright, Castor Oil Plant in Ceylon, Agricultural Journal of the Royal Botanical Garden, Ceylon 1904, Extraction of Oil. The boiling of crushed seeds and skimming off the oil was practiced both in East and West Indies. Roasted seed oil is brown and sour West Indian oils. In Jamaica, for example, at least the seeds were previously boiled in water, the floating oil skimmed off, reheated, and then sieved right. Ricin oil is now particularly produced in California, Mexico, Italy, and India, by pressing the seeds collected in the autumn after heating them in dry ovens until they soften, especially in the first two mentioned states. The pressed oil is mixed with an equal amount of water and boiled for 1-2 hours. The oil can also be purified by heating its solution in absolute alcohol, in an autoclave, and then washing it with water. Then the oil is separated from the water and exposed to sunlight. The German and Swiss pharmacopoeias explicitly require oil cooked in water. In France, the seeds are cold-pressed twice, yielding 40-45 medicinal oil. The third hot pressing, and the oil obtained by steam treatment, serve only technical purposes. It is particularly practiced in Montorio Veronese near Verona, where a large modern factory is located, and near Legnago in the small towns mentioned above P627. Here, on a smaller scale, I also found it sporadically in Forli, and in the Roman province near Frosinone, at Alatri. However, facilities for ricinus oil extraction can also be found in larger pharmaceutical companies, such as in Milan, Padua, Verona, and Naples. Only the oil from the first press is used for medical purposes. All else, as well as the oil extracted from the residues either further pressed at high temperatures or with sulfur carbon, is used for technical purposes as fuel or lubricating oil. In Italy, oil extraction is primarily done using Italian seeds, and if these are insufficient, seeds are imported from abroad, mainly from British India and Ceylon. However, the best ricinus oil comes from Italian seeds. The fresh seeds are unveiled in rolling mills, the kernels carefully cleaned and sorted, crushed, and pressed twice or three times successively in the cold, using hydraulic presses. The oil intended for pharmaceutical and medical use is boiled several times with water until all protein is removed. Then any impurities are skimmed off, and for the removal of water, the oil is left to stand in flat containers for several days, sealed with solder. From 100 kg of ricin seeds, c. 26 to 29 kg cold-pressed oil, 10 kg second press oil, 8 kg third press oil. Further pressing in heat or extraction with charcoal can yield an additional 5 to 10 kg of oil. The remaining residues are utilized as excellent fertilizer for corn, hemp, or olive plantations. Then the press and its plates are heated by a charcoal fire for further pressing warm press. The oil is darker. The oil is then cooked with water for a while, and the separating protein substances and impurities skimmed off until the oil is clear. The extraction of the oil by the indigenous people of India, according to Schulte at the court, is done as follows. The seeds are heated in an iron pot or over open charcoal fire until they can just be handled with the hand, then immediately freed from their shells by careful stamping and pressed cold, i.e. at 2030, in iron plate presses, first cold press, the oil is light. Then it is left to stand in shallow containers to allow the last traces of water to evaporate, and it is poured into large 70-liter clay jugs buried neck-deep in the ground, serving as storage vessels where it settles the remaining impurities. This procedure is generally followed in English oil presses, where the different pressings are caught separately. The smaller varieties are known as lamp oil in India. The larger seeded varieties produce only this type of oil. In West Indies, oil is now also extracted through pressing unhulled but clean seeds at low heat, not roasting, then using large hydraulic presses. The preparation of the oil in Madras followed an older specification by Price, either by roasting and grinding the seeds in boiling water, skimming off the oil, repeating the process, or by cooking the seeds, drying them in the sun, crushing them, and them, boiling them again, yielding better oil, or by soaking the seeds overnight in water, grinding them on an oil mill, and extracting the oil by pressing a piece of cloth into the paste. The resulting mixture is boiled with water, the foam skimmed off, and the oil separated. The oil is then boiled again carefully with water, and thereby clarified. Detailed representation of the oil in India in Wat Dict, Econom, Prad, India.e. Experiments at the Indian government farm Siddhat have shown that cold pressing yields 36.5 of very pure oil from lightly roasted seeds, 32 from moderately roasted seeds, and 27 contaminated oil from heavily roasted seeds when cooked, and the oily roasted seeds when cooked and the oil separated. Grinding the seeds and boiling out the oil results in a yield of 30.43. The usual average yield for indigenous people in India is around 25. It is estimated that their 1 acre yields 5 cw hundredweight of seeds, and 27 pounds of seeds produce 7 pounds of oil watt. However, with rational processing, significantly more can be obtained. The first cold pressing yields 26 to 29, the second 13-14, and the third warm pressing only 7 Schädler. Oils from the second and third pressings are only used for technical purposes. In North America, the seeds are dried in the oven for an hour, then pressed, the oil cooked with water for an hour, separated from the water and directed into large zinc baths, where it remains for 8 hours. Finally bleached by the sun. 100 kg yields 36 liters of oil. The finest oil is also prepared here from dehulled seeds semler. The oil is also produced on a large scale through extraction. In France and Italy, for example, it is extracted with alcohol. This oil is even said to be more medically effective. Even the oil extracted with cheese is stronger than cold-pressed oil, but only cold-pressed oil from the first pressing can be used as a medicine. This medical ricin oil is always produced from dehulled seeds. The seeds are freed of their shells and the shell fragments removed by an air current, using rollers adjusted to break only the shells. The oil is refined by boiling with water. Here, the enzyme is destroyed by being submerged in oil. Such refined oil can last for years without turning sour or rancid. Lukowich. Trade. Wholesale trade distinguishes between first and second pressing. In India, 36 million liters of oil were already produced in 1889, but about 9 million liters were consumed within the country. A lot of oil is traded in America, and Russia also produces large amounts of castor beans and presses a significant amount of oil in 1906. In German pharmaceutical wholesale trade, Italian, then French and American castor oil are particularly available. The latter has an unpleasant taste. Italian oil is preferred, but Indian, Brazilian, and Javanese oils can also be found. It can also be found under the name castor oil Indian flour in trade. For technical purposes, A better grade, common castor oil, and B a lower grade. Castor oil for industrial use, or castor oil for arts. This Italian castor oil for pharmaceutical use is available in square metal cans with contents of 5, 10, and 20 kg. In trade, in Italy, according to Ravicini, the following types are distinguished, for pharmaceutical purposes, of the oil extracted from Italian seeds by first pressing, which represents the best quality, is called castor oil flour of Italy. 2. Varieties are available in trade, speciale and extra. B. The oil obtained from foreign seeds by first pressing is named castor oil first pressing, a good quality. Then, first pressing and second pressing. Ricinus seeds come especially from Calcutta, Bombay, Senegal, Italy, the Levant, and America into trade. They are currently a great subject for speculation, so that prices fluctuate greatly. The oil used for technical purposes is either packaged in boxes containing 2 18 kg metal cans, or in barrels of approximately 180 kg. Grossman differentiates Old, Rick, Med. Extra Prima White Creme, the most expensive, in boxes of 4 cans at 20 kg, then Prima White, also in barrels of C180 kg. Vorderman, Castorally Fabricage of Java. Tismania, 1894, 713. Morphology des Salmons. The length of the seeds ranges from 922 mm, the width from 615 mm, and the thickness from 4.59 mm. Hamburg, imported 1908. 63,482 ZZ ricinus seeds, of which 56,233 were from British India, 6,446 from Dutch East India, and a very small amount from East Africa. Hamburg imported 34,660 DZ ricinus, oil seaward, in 1908, of which 25,664 came from Britain. Marseille is the main market for ricinus seeds in 1895. 22,672 tons arrived there. British India exported castor oil to England and colonies in 190,708. 1,485,431 gallons, 190,809. 1,076,692 gallons. 23,990,008. 23,000. Wait. North America imported 22,890 in 1896, but only 6,847 gallons of castor oil in 1909. Lit. Jute, Imhof, factory and user of ricinus oil India. Pharmaceutical Times, 1924. Watt, Dictionary of Economic Products, India. Farm, Zeit, 1904, 1052. Wright Med, P.L. of Jamaica, London Med, Journ, 88. The most common color for medicinal seeds is a speckled silver gray, with irregular, not very broad, elongated, red-brown spots scattered within. The largest seeds come from Congo and Zanzibar. Medicinal seeds typically measure 4.5, 6 nanometer, making them among the smallest. The weight of 100 seeds is 11.817 grams, with the kernel accounting for 60.888 bruning. The seed is ellipsoid, slightly flattened, sometimes sharpened on the belly side. It bears a bright cap-like caruncula at its tip. The well-developed, white, oily endosperm easily splits into two halves. Inside lie the two thin, veined, leaf-like cotyledons. Anatomy. The variations occur particularly because either the gray-white basic color prevails and the spots recede, or conversely, the brown spots, which occur in all shades of brown up to black, gain the upper hand, appearing in a few large or numerous small spots, indeed completely displacing the basic color. The hemianthropic ovulum has two integuments. A large funicular growth obturator lies over the micropyle. Through abundant proliferation of the tissue at the chalaza, a cup-shaped growth occurs, encompassing the embryo sac and perforated by vascular bundles, pushing the nucellus upward, forming a pseudonucellus Schlotterbeck. 3 layers emerge from the outer integument. The samar seed coat epidermis, composed of polygonal cells with irregular centripetal, crinkled molar thickening on their outer walls, which carries the pigment in the colored areas of the seed coat. A 4-6-rowed, well-aerated sponge parenchyma, composed of star-shaped cells, where the Raphi bundle extends to the chalaza, and a series of slightly elongated, thin-walled cells, approximately 20 m high, with side walls sometimes showing wavy bending. From the inner integument, first emerges a broad, exceptionally hard macroscopic layer of sclerenchyma, consisting of strongly radially stretched or obliquely radial arranged, intertwined palisade sclerenchyma cells with thick brown, woody walls, up to 200 m high and 815 m wide molar. This is followed by the nutrient layer, which in unripe seeds is a well-aerated tissue built from numerous cell rows, but in ripe seeds has completely collapsed, containing oxalate crystal drusas and needle-shaped, often star-like grouped fat crystals, colin-para, (DA). This layer contains numerous bundles, which is the inner seed coat easily separable from the seed kernel as a white husk by the authors. Its cells often contain calcium oxalate, and also apparently fat. Since the true nucellus is entirely absorbed, only endosperm Schlotterbeck remains here. The obturator in a ripe seed is completely displaced by the caruncula. Its tissue consists of densely dotted cells. By carefully removing the hard shell from a ripe seed and placing the kernel in fluoroglucinic acid, one observes that the extensively branched bundle network emanating from the chalaza does not extend all the way to the tip, so the upper part is not enclosed by the chalazal proliferation. The cells of the well-developed endosperm, which constitutes the main mass of the seed, have thin walls and contain numerous elongated or round alluron grains, Fig. 196, typically measuring 7.515, rarely up to 20 microns in size, embedded in an oil plasma. These grains usually include 1-2 well-formed crystalloid components, and one large or several smaller globules Lüdge. The ground substance dissolves in water and all other diluted salt solutions. The globules are insoluble in water, 1 salt, 1 magnesium sulfate and lime water, otherwise generally soluble in salt solutions, very difficult to dissolve in concentrated magnesium. Alluron cells of ricinus seed. A in strong glycerin, B in diluted glycerin, C in glycerin heated, D after treatment with iodine tincture and sulfuric acid. The oil plasma has remained. After sex, the innermost layer of the endosperm consists of the amyloplast layer church. The cristae of the alluron cells of ricinus are insoluble in water, 1 salt solution, 1 in 5, and concentrated magnesium sulfate, 1, and concentrated ammonium sulfate, 1 chloramine, 20 potassium monophosphate, concentrated disodium phosphate, soluble in 10 salt solution, 20 magnesium sulfate, 10 ammonium sulfate, 10 and 20 chloramine, lime water, and hydrochloric acid. The only 130 mite thick cotyledons are broad and leaf-like, firmly attached to the broader surfaces of the inner sides of the endosperm split in the middle. They contain alurone grains, which are much smaller than those of the endosperm, often only 1 mite, but usually 2-4 mite long. In the strands of procambium, which form a delicate network through the cotyledons, the alurone grains are even smaller. The upper and lower sides of the cotyledons are not differentially developed. Due to repeated poisoning observed when feeding pressed cakes made from ricinus, the microscopic detection of ricinus cakes is often desired. Lit. Colin, Ricin Tourteau. Journal of Pharmaceutical Chemistry 1903, 361, and Practical Guide 1893. T.F. Hanausek, in Wiesner Raw Materials. Sachs, Textbook Elleron, Church, Applied Anatomy, Fig. Gris, Note on the Development of the Seed of Ricin. Ann, St. Nat, 415, 1861-17, 1862, and 5-2-1864. Ards, Agricultural Seed Science. Pamel, Seed Coats of the General Euphorbia. G. Keyser, Contributions to the Developmental History of Seed Coats in Euphorbias, with special reference to ricin. Commune, Baer D. Farm, Jess, 1892. There the Lit. Schlotterbeck, Contributions to the History of Pharmacognosy Concerning Important Seeds. Dissertation Bern, 1896. Reports of the Pharmaceutical Society, 1891, 58. Gram Seed Contents of Euphorbia, Botanical Journal, 1896, 358. 36. Ticomiro, Textbook 1900. Vogel, Comment 1892. 20 protein, 46.6 oil, 2.2 sugar and mucilage, 18 cellulose. The press cakes. The seed kernels and shells contain in oil 52.20, otherwise soluble in alcohol and ether, 4.1040, protein 26.6 15.3, sugar 2.7, crude fiber 5.759.6, ash 2.43, but water 4.105. The composition of unhulled seeds on average in water 646, nitrogenous substance 18.5, fat 51.37, nitrogen-free extractive substance. Shedler found in shelled Italian and Indian seed. In oil 52.655.2, protein 2519.3, sugar 2.1, 2.2, ash 2.9, 3.4, water 8, 730. Aus ganzen ausgeschälten Composition. Ricinus, seeds leaves water 2.54, 9.85, 10.38, fat 18.58, 8.7, 8.25, 8.27, 5 nitrogen substance, 20.4046, 0.37 non-nitrogenous substance, 43.4, nitrogen 432.3, 0.67, Paris. For example, the globulin, Destin Osborne and Campbell congluten C 51.65, H 6.89, and 1875 O21.86, S 0.85, which is not completely soluble in chlorides of sodium, but is soluble in magnesium sulfate and yields octahedral or spheroidal crystals on dialysis. It has also been found in many other seeds: hemp, flax, pumpkin, cotton, coconut, wheat, rye, corn. The alurone grains contain a globulin, while the globoids also contain a globulin, as well as, or associated with it, the calcium-magnesium salt of A, paired phosphoric acid, Gaun. Wayne found it in the leaves. Schulze in the seed plants. Schulze calls it ricin. Werner's ricin was something different, namely, the magnesium salt of an organic acid, ricin after soil. The basic substance, besides a globulin, appears to be albumin's Church and Kritzler. In young sprouts, asparagine, free fatty acids but no glycerin, much sugar, peptone green. In etiolated sprouts, glutamine Schulze. Tucson isolated crystalline ricin from seeds in 1864. It contains nitrogen but is not an alkaloid. 194. After Evans' Chienio forms bitter-tasting, sublimable, optically active neutral, water-soluble crystals. Maken and Philippe found it at 0.2 in pressed cakes F201.5. It was identified as a pyridine derivative with the formula KNO, QN, and ricinin. Ricinins are OC-NH, CHCC, HC, CoO smoke, HEL, CCC, Q, at 150 Ch. It decomposes as follows: CNHC, NHHCCHC alcohol, touch AH, CC Cooch, Coach, Co, SATHC, CGHNN ricinins or H, methyloxypyridone. It is toxic SOEV, Cornavin. Disputed its toxicity in 1897, but does not have purgative properties day. The occurrence of amygdalin requires confirmation. In maturing seeds, proteolytic and lipolytic enzymes have been found green, nucleus. Matured ricinus seeds contain a very potent lipase, 145,413 Constein, Hoyer, and Wartenberg. Chelidonium lipase, by Foken, is even more effective, which splits up 90 of the fats within 24 hours. Ricinin is present at 0.3 in the seed kernel, and 5 times that in the seed coat. In green ricinus seed plants, the amount of ricin has increased 12-fold, in etiolated plants 15-fold. Etiolated seeds contain 243, green seeds 133 ricin Schulze and Winterstein. Ricin is also present in the shells at 1.5 SOEV. Additionally mentioned are invertase and maltase Taylor, a lactase brewski, a diastatic brass and tryptic ferment, as well as an acid-forming enzyme that accelerates fat-splitting Hoyer. The germinating seeds contain a proteolytic, similar to trypsin, a fat-splitting, and a lipase. Niclue attributes the lipolytic property of the ricin seed to the cytoplasm liposoidin, not to a soluble enzyme. Lamy, however, obtained the enzyme in solution. The toxic effect of the seeds is due to a content of about 3 of the toxic albumin ricin. In 1889, Stillmark discovered this ricin, which had already been handled by Bubneau and Dixon in 1887 and named Richinon. Stillmark extracted it with nactal, precipitated it with magnesium sulfate, and dialyzed the sediment. These are supposed to be present as zymogens in the resting seed green, nucleus. During germination, the globulins and albumins of the seed are converted into peptones and asparagine. Recently, along with lactic acid and acetic acid, catalase peroxidase and a reductase hydrogenase have been found in germinating seeds Delilano. Ricin is an agglutinant toxin Stillmark. It forms a group with abrin from a Bruce precatorius. Croton compare P. Ricin is extremely toxic, with omega capable of killing 1.5 million guinea pigs. Ehrlich, 0.006 g, equal to 10 seeds enough to kill a human, though as little as 3 seeds can be toxic. As little as 0.002 mg of the substance per kg of body weight is lethal for rabbits, and 0.04 mg for dogs Osborne and Mendel. 581, Kersen Siegel, from Jatropha curcus, Robin Power, and Fallen from Amanita phalloides, as well as Greshoff's urticating toxins, known as plant blood agglutinins, i.e., the toxic albumins that cause red blood cells to clump and precipitate. It has an agglutinating effect on frog, mammalian, human, and bird blood, but not on fish blood. It causes milk to clot. Incubation in a brooder does not diminish its potency, Cobert. The statement that ricin loses its toxicity at temperatures of 90 wet heat and 130 dry heat Meissner is incorrect, Muser. Ricin prepared by the phase determination method Biochem. Z.T. Schechter, 1909 to 2nd, 549, which agglutinates and contains a toxic component, is therefore a phasin. But the phytotoxin, phytolbumin ricin, the first protein isolated from a higher plant of albumin-like character, may not even be a protein body. For Jacobus, after tryptic digestion of all protein bodies, which no longer exhibits any protein reactions, ricin still retained its full toxicity and agglutinating properties. Even the purest ricin is still a mixture. Jacobi considers it to consist of full poison, toxin toxoid, and agglutinant toxoid. Ehrlich showed that ricin behaves like a bacterial toxin, inducing the body to produce an antitoxin of antiricin, and that one can achieve immunity against ricin by ingesting it. Ricin thus plays a role in developing Ehrlich's side chain theory. The antiricin in serum is quite resistant to heat and acids. Ricin was the first toxin known through Ehrlich to induce an antitoxin in the blood serum. Then followed abrin, croton, snake venoms, and bacterial toxins. It has long been known that ricin seeds are toxic and can cause severe gastrointestinal inflammation. However, bread dough is also potentially toxic, as it retains ricin. In addition to the main amount of lipase, ricin is insoluble in oil. But animals vary greatly in their sensitivity to the toxin. See above, horses, for example. Up to 100 g of seed beer balm, chickens are fairly resistant to ricin. One can also immunize the animals against ricin through slow acclimatization or by ricin injections. Cornevin, as antiricin is produced in the sheep blood serum, even contains normal antiricin, and so careful feeding of the inherently toxic press cakes, if given in slowly increasing amounts, is possible without damage. Colbert. However, it is not entirely harmless. Nagel suggested detoxifying ricin-containing press cakes by drawing them out with a 10-salt solution. Ricin dissolves in solution. Incidentally, it is claimed that occasional poisonings from ricin press cakes occur due to the addition of press residues from other toxic seeds. Beer balm. The presence of ricin in a press cake can be proven using a biological test. 10 g of pressed cake is digested for 24 hours with 100 g glycerin at 37 C, filtered and precipitated with alcohol ether. The precipitate is washed, dried, and digested for 1 hour with a 10-solene solution, then filtered and diluted to 200 ccm. Furthermore, the seeds contain C2, saccharose E. 1 ccm of the solution is overlaid with 0.1 ccm antiricin serum and maintained in a thermostat. In the presence of any significant amounts of ricin, immediate precipitation occurs, with smaller amounts after some time. In the absence of ricin, the solution remains clear mousse. Mallet found 0.5 gallic acid in the shells and 1 citric acid in the kernels. Soluble pentosanes do not contain seed nuclei, while insoluble pentosines are present in 2.12 of the defatted material. The insoluble pentosines of the hemicellulosic residue amount to 18.27 of the defatted nuclei. The seed shells contain 18.7 pentosan. Pentosanes got it. Schulze, Vallée, Graham, and invert sugars green at Jackson, lecithin, benzoic acid gram, gum, a bitter substance, and according to Green and Jackson, they attribute the acidic reaction of the juice to this. Free phosphoric acid. Notably, Dierbach states that the sharp substance is exclusively located in the delicate white seed coat, while Bactron and Henry find it in the protein body, and Jussieu looks for it in the embryo. The ash content of the kernels is 233.6, that of the shells is 3.15 broining. The ash content of the entire seeds is 3.4. It contains 31.9 phosphoric acid and 19.8 magnesium. Schulze and got it. Further research is needed on the location of individual substances. Greshoff found the weight of 100 seeds to be 19.221.831 g, and the oil content of the kernel to be 5058 in Java seeds. Seed in Curacao seeds. The whole seeds typically contain 4553 oil leucowich. The oil content increases with warmer climates. Semler. The oil content of the kernels and the specific weight of the oil varied among different varieties. For example, according to Peckold, Invar, Microcarpus, it is 56.17, specific weight 0.971 var, Genuinus 45.97 var, Badius 43.97 var, Badius 3297, Brasiliensis 4329.63, Ricinus oil, Oleum ricini, palm oil of Christ, royal grain oil, castor oil, lamp oil, ricin oil, wonder oil, is very thick, almost colorless, pronounced in American oils than in Italian or French ones. It does not dry up even when exposed to air in very thin layers, but forms a viscous mass. After soaking in concentrated potassium, when ammonia is added to the oil drop, very fine needles appear, occasionally small spheres Hartwich and Uman. Palmitic acid, oline, capryl alcohol buis, and onanfil alcohol Colbay are absent. The presence of isorachinolaic acid Hazura and Grusner is uncertain. The oil consists of a small amount of tristerin mangold, Kraft, approximately 1-dehydroxystearine Juilliard, Haller, dioxystearic acid, margaric acid, Bissey and Lecanu, and hydroxystearine Juilliard, primarily over 80, a glyceride ester of ricinoleic, primarily over 80, a glyceride ester of ricinoleic acid, through hydrolysis with methyl, ethyl, propyl, and isobutyl alcohols. Addition of 1,2-HTL allowed Haller to obtain the glycerides of steric, ricinoleic, and dioxystearic acid, but not the two isomers of ricinolenene from Hazura and Grüssner. However, as the iodine value indicates, a small amount of another unsaturated acid must also be present. The solid mass that separates out at freezing, consisting of 3,4-tristearine and trothynoline, is made up of hydroxylated fatty acid dehydroxystearic acid, which only accounts for one of the fatty acids. Some sebacic acid may also be present. American oil contains higher levels of solid glycerides than Indian and Italian oils. The elemental composition of the oil is C74, H1026, O15.71 King. In the E-Leyden test, castor oil produces a white, solid mass ricinoate and crystallizes easily. Castor oil is particularly characterized by its high specific gravity, its behavior towards solvents, its high acetyl number, low saponification number, constant iodine number, and its great viscosity. Among all plant oils, it has the highest specific gravity and the greatest viscosity. The melting point ranges from 10 to 12 Shadler, often later at 18 for European oils Shadler. For example, while the specific viscosity Schubler of olive oil is only 21.6 at 15, it is 203.3 for castor oil. There is no Halfin reaction, and it can be emulsified with Tragant, calcinated lime water, casein, and soap Bourdieu. The specific gravity at 15.5 C for medicinal oil is 0.95910 0.9622, up to 0.9679 for Indian oils. V. 0.95 to 0.97. Farm Helv, North. 0.96, 0.97 at 15, 0.99, 9090.90.9. At 98, with 44 drops equating to 1 G at Xerox. Saponification number 176.7 186.6 180.6 1091.2 Deuteric iodine 81 Orton 96.6 80.2 87.8 Deckman 812A number extracted coldate 52.8 Dieter Valentine acetyl value 146.7 149.9 150.5 Lukowicz Malmane test 46.47 bromine thermal test 14.715 refractive index at 15.147 940 strain 147.95 to 1 Helveticus I4 oleorefractometer number 43 46 gene refraction index in the Zizes butyrorefractor at 35 72 at 20 81 point at 15 84 point ricinous oil turns right in a 200 mm tube at 20 C 23.4 to 26.1, according to Deering and Redwood in the Hoffman-Laurent polarimeter, 7.6 to 9.7, according to Peter 47, according to Dowsard, 8.30 to 9, according to Rakusinin and degrees. Viscosity in Redwood's viscometer, 1161,190 sec at 100 teptot. The flash point is at 255 to 70 Rakusin. The fatty acids show a specific gravity 0.9509 at 15.5 C, a freezing point 3 C Hubel, melting point 13, acid number 183.1, 187, 187, 189, 191, 91, 91.1, iodine number 87, 153.4 to 156, refraction index at 60 cc, 145.4 thickness. The free acid content in pressed oils varies between 0.68 and 14.61, average 9.28 Nerdlinger, from extracted of 1.185.25, technically of 1.26 to 0.16 or 3.6 or 6 Most trade oils contain only small amounts of free fatty acids. Even Sons, Lesher, and Webb found in 10 English grade first pressure, 0.4 to 0.49, free acid, calculated on oleic acid, in 5 English second pressure 1014, in 50 Calcutta goods seconds 0.62.1, in 3 Italian pharmaceutical oils 0.6, and in 3 French excict, and in 3 French 0.6 pharmaceutical oils 0.4 to 0.5. From 0.9623 to 0.99906, the acid number from 1.1 to 5.7, the saponification number from 179 to 190.6. Refined oil keeps for a long time, without becoming sour or rancid Lukovic. After 4 years exposed to air, medical oil had not lost its iodine value. Instead, the specific gravity increased from 0.9591 to 0.9629, and when free fatty acids could be detected, Lukovic. By blending, the specific gravity increases. Ricin oil is almost completely insoluble in petroleum ether, petroleum and Vaseline oil, but it does absorb the same volume of petroleum ether as 1 volumes of petroleum. It dissolves in all ratios in vinegar and absolute alcohol, as well as at 15C in 3 parts, DAA. Ricin oil esterifies easily with acids oxalic acid, acetic acid, formic acid, etc. V. 2.4 to 2.94 parts, Vanitali, and at 25C in the same quantity of 90 alcohol, a very characteristic behavior for ricin oil that distinguishes it from almost all other oils. By heating to 300, an oil fluorescin is obtained with opposite solubility ratios Nördlinger. By treating castor oil with English sulfuric acid, and neutralizing with ammonia turkey red oil is obtained. This is a mixture containing ricinoleic acid sulfuric ester, dioxystearic acid, sulfuric ester, polymeric ricinoleic acids, ricinoleic acid, and isoricinoleic acid, allegedly a mixture of ricinoleic acid. Their salts alongside intact castor oil Schurer-Kestner, Joulard, Bogajeski. Oxidation of the oil with nitric acid yields pimulic acid, Ganther and Hill. Treating castor oil with a few drops of nitric acid and neutralizing with soda gives rise to the scent of pannanic acid Draper. The purgative substance of oil is, according to Buchheim and Hans Meyer, ricinoleic acid, ricinoil acid, ricinoleic acid. However, other undiscovered substances may also contribute to its effect. Phenamore and Dean. CHHC, CHHQ. Over, due to the oxidation of the liquid acids in ricin oil, with alkaline permanganate, 2 isomeric trihydroxystearic acids are formed. The ricinoleic acid, discovered by Claus in 1876 and obtained in crystalline form by Kraft, with a melting point of 1617, is an unsaturated acid, possibly not THH, choke, Hu Joulard, but rather 12-10-9 JH, cho, chach. Chach-Ku, Kraft, Berend, Goldsobel, which is the right-handed labial form of the octadecanoic 9-hydroxy-12 acid. It has the same irritating taste as ricinous oil, and is converted into the isomeric ricinoleic acid by nitrous acid. Cho. Hazura and Grüssner take up 2 isomers, ricinoleic acid and isoricinoleic acid. In the oil Grün obtained several isomeric dioxylic acids from ricinoleic acid. However, Mangold showed that this supposition is unnecessary, as double-bonded acids must produce 2 stereoisomeric acids during oxidation. Schurer-Kestner found that water at 150 breaks down ricin oil, forming ricinoleic acid and dericinoleic acid. Ricinoleic acid, therefore, polymerizes easily, even on its own, for example when left to stand for several years at room temperature. Meyer found that even synthetic pure ricinoleic acid glyceride, obtained by heating ricinoleic acid with glycerin at 200 and 8300 in an acidic stream, as well as ricinola-laden acid acts like ricinous oil. The acid and iodine numbers decrease in the process. However, the polymers can be converted back into ricinoleic acid using an alcoholic potassium hydroxide solution. The ricinoleic acid, separated from carefully cleaned salts, acts as a laxative, like oil, or more strongly. Similarly, the glyceride is effective. Meyer. H. However, ricinola-laden acid and ricine-laden are only effective in emulsion, not in substance. Ricinoleic acid triglyceride does not produce solid eladen. Dott and Stockmans obtained acids by treating with superheated steam, which were not effective. The acids had likely polymerized H-phenamore and H-dean, but according to Meyer, these are also effective. Ricinus oil and ricinoleic acid do not lose their effectiveness when heated to 300, nor through treatment with dry hydrochloric acid, but they do lose it through saturation with bromine. Ricinolic acid is converted into the inactive pseudoricinolic acid by treatment with mineral acids. The alkyl esters obtained without mineral acids are active. Only ricinolic acid derivatives, which are either themselves soluble alkali soaps or become soluble through splitting glycerine and other alkyl esters, lead to a reduction in the intestinal canal, while ricinoleamides and ricinolic acid magnesia are artestractatory. In active H. Meyer, the optical rotation of castor oil, see above, is based on the presence of a symmetric carbon atom in ricinolic acid dowsered. Ricinolic acid produces two trioxystearic acids, C17H32O, one of which is ether-soluble F114, and one which is not F137, 140 pound. When fused with alkalis, ricinolic acid yields methylhexyl carbonyl and sebacic acid. Through distillation under reduced pressure, it produces unenthal and undecylenic acid CH28-2, and with alcoholic ammonia, it forms ricinoleamides. In the dry distillation of castor oil, undecylenic acid and L-enanthal cognac oil are carried over, and in the retort, the glyceride of the debasic trindecylenic acid remains, which decomposes into acrolein, water, and trindecylenic acid anhydride. Upon further heating, Toms and Fendler, Older literature. Hungerbieler, de Oleoricini. Amsterdam 1780. Fuchs, Tromsd, Journ, 1, 118. Pfaff, Matmed, Ratlater, Flansenchemy, 1858. Pereira, Elements, Boisan, Chim, 44, 123. Saul-Müller, Lieb Ann, 1847, 108. Geiger, Hand B, D. Farm, 1671 Analysis. Bautron Charlard et Henry, Journ, Farm, 210, 1824, 466. Dierbach, Geiger's Magaz, F. Farm, 9, 235. Further, Koenig, Niall, Chem, 1906. Osborne, Amer, Journ, of Physio, 1903 and 1905, and Journ, Amer, Salk, 1892 and 1896. Pfeffer Elleron, Yearbook of Scientific Botany, 1872, 439. Church and Kritzler, Reports of the Pharmaceutical Society, 1900. Kritzler, Dissertation, Bern, 1900. Kritzler, Dissertation, Bern, 1900. E. Schulze, Journal of Physical Chemistry, 1899, and Reports of the Chemical Society, 1897. Schulze and Goddard, Journal of Physical Chemistry, 1908, 156. Ballet, Journal of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, 1903. Gram, Agricultural Experiment Station, 1903, 257. Green, same journal, 1890 and 1891. A. Analysis of Stem, Root, and Leaf by Beck, American Journal of Pharmacy, 1888. Rice and Tucson, Journal of the Chemical Society, 17, 1864, 195. Wayne, American Journal of Pharmacy, 46. Evans, Journal of the American Chemical Society, 22, 1939. Sove, Annals of Chemical Pharmacy, 21, 1895. 49 Summary of the Chemical Society, 1896. Day, Indigenous Drugs of India, p. 273. Schulze and Winterstein, Zeitcher, Phys. Chem, 1904, 211. 48, 1890, 370. Sigmund Monach, 1890, 272. Deliano Germination Centrobe, F. Bacterial, 1909, 130. Literature of Lipase, also in Weimer, Pflanzenstoffe und Euler, Enzyme. Riesen, Dixon, Australasian Med, Gaz. Constein, Hoyer and Wartenberg, Baer, Schem, Gest. 35, 1902. Hoyer, Zeitcher, Phys. Chem, 1907, 414, and Berdy Schem, Gest. 1904, 1436. There, the literature on the technical fat splitten by Ricinus Lipase. Foken Chem, Reverend Fethu Harzent, 1904. Brucey A.T., Acad, Lindsay 16, 1907 to Septu, 360. Green, Proce, Royal Socket. Colbert, Vegetable Blood Agglutinin. Proceedings of the Natural Science Society, Rostock, 1899. Jacobi. Hofmeister's Contributions to Chemical Physics. Assmann. Pfluger's Archive 137. 489 Chemical Central Bulletin 1911, 820. Jacobi. Merck's Reports 1901. Pharmacologue. Inst. Dorpat 3, 1889. 59. Arch. Farm. 1888, 804. Chem. Central Bull. 1889-2, 978. Pushny Arch. FXP. Path. 41, 1898, 409. Osborne and Mendel Amer. Journ. Physics-Chem. Weekly, 1891. Progera. Of Medicine, 1897. Muser. Chemical Journal, 1911. No. 77. Beauvisage. Toxicity of Ricin Seeds. Paris, 1894. Bierbaum. Dissertation. Giessen, 1906. Archive for Experimental Pathology and Pharmacology, XII. Cruz. Toxicological Study of Ricin. Annals of Public Hygiene, 1898. Kornevin. Attenuation of the Toxicity of Ricin Seeds. Journal of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, 1897, 316. An Annual of Agronomy, 1897. Rivière, Ricin, Algiers, 1897. Colbert, Toxicity of Pressed Wheat Apothecaries Weekly, 1940. And Textbook of Intoxications thereof, the Literature. Dorpat, 1857. Siekel. Dissertation, Freiburg, 1892. Rend, 1907, 144, 462. Chem, Zeit, 1907, 359. Schürer-Kestner, Compt, Rend, 1891, 213, 201, 213, 213, 200. Schulte im Hof, on the question of toxicity in pressed cakes obtained during the production of ricin oil. Appa, Zeit, 1977. Literature Overview on Phytotoxins by Jacobi in Biochem. Central B, in Biochem. Central B, 1903. And Rigour in Festschrift for Koch, 1903. Oil. Kriech and Buchheim. Experimental Questionnaire on Pharmacological Properties of Ricin Oil. Meyer, Farm, Zeitcher, F. Russell, 30, 1891. 282. Hell and Kitrowski, Ber, Dichem, 24, 979. Mangold Beiträge Kenten, die Ricinus Öl, Ricinaladin, und Ricinsterolsäure, Monatshefte 1894. 300 Edwood Industrial Oils Journal. Sochi, Chem, Ind. 1894, 959. Leidoff, Chem, Reverend 1900, 127. Vanatali, Chem, Zeit, 1890, 367. Ganther und Hill, Ber Dichem, Jess, 1884, 2212. Bachmann, Proxmenis, Farm, Bast 1907. Bergier, Jern, Farm, Chim, 1907. 219.7. 211, Even Sun, Analyt. Lukovich, A.A.O. Benedict Ulzer. A.A.O. Urbane, Les Cours Gras 1906. Popper, 1906. Grun, Ber Dichem, Jess, 1906. 4400 U Habilitations. Thomson Fendler, Arch, Farm, 1900. 1690 U, 1901, 11. Verfälschung. Trubis, nicht mit Wasser gekochtes Öl, ist als Arzneimittel immer zu verwerfen, da etwa beschminktes Ricin oder Fragmente der Samenkerne wegen ihres Ricingehaltes, Ricinolsäure, Dis. Zurich 1908, dort die Literatur. Wetterkamp, Derivate Ricinolsäuren, Dis. Zurich 1909, dort die Lied. Bissi und Lecano, Jorn, Farm, 313, 57. Dauzerd, Farm, Jorn 1957. Dauzerd, 1887. Peter Chem, Zeit 1887. H. Finnemore and H. Dean Britt, Ph. Conf. Yearbook 1905 U Farm, Jorn, 421, 137. 3 cc of ricin oil. 3 cc of chloroform or CS, and 1 cc of sulfuric acid mixed together, should turn red-brown, but not black-brown heat-pressed oil, foreign oils. Aus Verfälschungen werden genannt Sesamo, Linol, Rübel, Haarsul, Kokosol, Cottonol und geblassene Öle. Die alle die oben 636 angegebenen Konstanten verändern. As a falsification, bleached sesame oil is also indicated. Even Sons found mineral oil and lard oil. For the proof of croton oil and ricin oil, see Mazzucchelli, Rep. Farm, 1905, 361. If 10 parts of ricin oil with each 5 parts of wine spirit and soda lye are heated and saponified, no smell of butter ether, i.e., caprin caprol capronic acid ethyl ester, should occur. Cocos fat. The Egyptians prepared, among other things, from ricinous oil a salve to keep the skin supple. Herodot. Also Strabo the Second, 2:5, knows of this use of the oil. In Italy, ricinous oil is a national remedy, purges the blood and refreshes, says the Italian. Application. Ricin oil shows the purgative effect characteristic of all fatty oils to a greater degree, and is therefore used since ancient times. Prescription in the Papyrus of Ebers, c. 1500 CE, as a mild active. Similarly old is its application as a hair growth remedy. See history. New is its use for the preparation of collodium elasticum. Spring cures involving daily intake of half a glass of ricinous oil over several days are extremely popular there. In China, fresh ricinous oil is sometimes used as food oil, Schedler, but 90% of the oil is consumed by industry for wool and cotton preparation. To make turkey red oil, see above. In turkey red dyeing, leather, soap, and lubricating oil industries, and to denature alcohol. India uses a lot as lamp oil and lubricating oil, especially for railway wagons. The oil is used, for example, in Bengal and Khorasan Etchison as a general fuel. It is very suitable for lamp oil, as no other oil can vie with its brightness, it being almost electrical in its brilliancy, as Watt dict, Econ, Part India. Most Javan oil is also used for technical purposes, but a factory in Kadiri produced medicinal oil in 1894. The lower-grade oil and press residues are used to generate gas. The press cakes are also used as fertilizers after they have been freed from the remaining oil by extraction. The press cake, containing 4.8 N, 1.6 phosphoric acid, and 1.2 potassium, is used in southern Europe as a fertilizer for vineyards, in America for corn and hemp fields, and in Java for sugarcane fields, and in Bengal for potato, betel nut, and grain fields. The Marseille press cakes are exclusively sent to Pertuis and Cavaillon, where they are used for fertilizing early harvests and potatoes. He is also a good rat and mouse poison, so that one strikes 2 birds with 1 stone when using it on fields. Covert suggests introducing such a law for India and Italy as well. As a flavor corrector for the oil, peppermint essence and coffee are used in Europe, while ginger decoction is used in India. The oil is given with a warmed spoon, or in warm coffee, or other liquids, also in effervescent mixtures, as an emulsion, as a jelly, or in gel capsules. In India, apparently, the press residues or their decoction, which are toxic due to ricin, are used as livestock feed. Schulte im Hof disputes this, and believes they are only given in small doses as a lactagogue. In Russia, the press cakes must be made harmless. This is done through dry distillation, where gas is obtained, and by burning. The often claimed effect of castor oil and rheumatism should be investigated further. In India, the seed and root have long been used as an antarhumaticum, and an Indian name for the plant, see above, P625, also indicates this. Solid ricin oil can be produced with casein and lactose winternits, or gum and magnesia wasserzug. Under the name soluble castor oil, les liges ricinusel, one understands, however, a blown, semi-dry vegetable oil, geblacenes oil, that has been made similar to castor oil by blowing air into it. The fibers of the stems are suitable for paper production. In Assam, silkworms Bombyx cynthia, Atticus ricini boisda are bred on castor plants. According to a report by the British consul in Maracaibo, the castor plant is successfully being cultivated around houses in various regions of South America as a means to combat the mosquito plague. Like castor oil, the oil from the tambora tree, Omphalia oleifera and Cardiophylla, from Sunsonet Salvador also works. The seeds of other Omphalia species are purgative hemsley. The leaves of R are considered lactagogic in Europe and America in contrast to India. The leaves are used externally and internally in India as emmenagogic. Castor oil was already known to the Sumerians. Castor kiki R. communis or R. africanus was cultivated extensively in ancient Egypt. Ancient writers such as Plinius, who states that Kikis grows very commonly in Egypt, and Herodot, who reports on the cultivation of psilocyprine along river and seaside, attest to this. The consul's own experiences confirmed the effectiveness of this method. Lit. Hemsley, Farm, Journ, 3 1882, 382, 307, 307, 307, 307 through 63. Wasserzug, Farm, Era 1907, 400 mosquitoes. Advanced Sheets of Consular Report, by Deutsches Kolonialblatt, 1901, 160. History. Even today, ricinus is still cultivated in Egypt. We find the plant depicted on monuments, e.g., the garden plan of Tel el Amarna. The Papyrus of Ebers contains many recipes with the seeds, fruits, pith, root bark, and leaves of the plant, and inserted into the text an indication of the use of ricinus as a purgative and hair growth remedy, its oil as a salve for foul-smelling hyme, ulcers. The of Theophrast is according to Phras R. Communis, according to Sprengel R. Africanus. According to Herodotus II, 94, the seeds were either crushed and pressed or fried and boiled, and the oil was skimmed off. The preparation of the oil is also described by Plinius. The Kikajon, Kaikwan of the Old Testament, which grew up overnight to protect the prophet Jonah, was translated with cucumber or ephi, then also with ricinus. Tristram and Niebuhr, however, maintain that Kikajon is the cucumber El Kera in Palestine, Kura, and not Ricinus El Keroa in Palestine, Kurwa. The seed was cooked in water, and the oil skimmed off, or in Egypt salted, and then pressed. Dioscorides mentions in Egypt only pressing the ground seeds in woven baskets. Dried fruits, freed from their shells, are crushed in a mortar, boiled in water in a cauldron, and the oil skimmed off with a shell. Dioscorides mentions, along with external applications and for making plasters, the oil's worm-expelling and laxative effects, and that it purges unpleasantly. The Hippocratics seem not to have known its purgative effect, although Galen did. In antiquity, the oil appears to have been used mainly for lighting, such as in Egypt. Some identify Plinius's and Strabo's ricinus with Ricinus africanus wild. The root, leaves, and oil were used by Indians, who knew the plant centuries before Christ's birth, as purgatives, rheumatism remedies, eye medicines, and for women's ailments during lactation. In Indian proverbs, the plant symbolizes fragility. Kurwa also refers to a delicate plant. The Arabs likely learned about the plant in India. They called the seeds simel hindi, Indian sesame, and used them internally, while employing the leaves externally. It appears in texts by Albertus Magnus and Megenberg, see above. It is absent in Dale's 1693, and was also largely unknown at the time of Hill, Louis I, p. 949, thanks to the dissertation by Peter Canvain, living in the West Indies, on oleo pill. He was therefore already cultivated in Europe at that time. The Middle Ages seem to have used the oil only externally. Turner Herbal, 1568, mentions R as a garden plant of England, and the oil as Oleum Chisinum S. ricinum. Gerardia I, p. 919, also calls the oil Oleum de Cherua. Then the oil was forgotten. Palmae Christi, 1764. Second edition, 1769, also in French. Attention was once again drawn to the oil as a mild purgative, and the seeds were included in the London Pharmacopoeia in 1788. Woodville states in his Medical Botany, 1790, that the oil is now used more frequently. At that time, the seeds and oil came from Jamaica. In 1799, Jamaica exported 236 barrels of oil and 10 barrels of seeds. Later, East Indian oil emerged, and imports increased rapidly. Entdeckingen, 1781, suggested cultivating and pressing oil from Ricinus com.dotty. Seeds in the apothecary's garden. Ricinus, both cultivated and wild, had already established itself easily in Malabar during Reed's time, Java and Amboina during Rumphius's time, as well as later in Japan and China. After being introduced to America, R was brought there very early, shortly after its discovery. Piso mentions indigenous Brazilian names. Ambuguacu Figueiro Inferno of the Portuguese. Lit. Wernig, France. D. Alt. Egypt. Joachim, Papyrus Ebers. Pharmacographia Indica. Tristram Nat. Hist. of the Bible. The ricinus oil group is now only comprised of grapeseed oil, which behaves similarly. 2. The oils of marine animals differ in many respects from those of land animals, e.g., through high iodine content, their high content of unsaturated fatty acids, the large amount of hexabromide they provide, their ability to absorb oxygen, and their failure to yield alladin in the Alain test. They thus resemble drying vegetable oils. This group includes only oils that have no or little medical use, such as menhaden oil, from Alosa menhaden brevortia, tyrannus, sardine or Japanese fish oil, from Clupea sardinus, Hanbuch Pharmacognosy, Zweiterband. Speziella. Pharmacognosy by Church notes on the transcription. The present text has been reproduced as faithfully as possible, based on the 1912 book edition. Typographical errors have been discreetly corrected. Connected to the group of animal oils by transitions Lukowicz. Of fish oils. Fish oils are obtained from all parts of more common fish herring, sardines, salmon, sprat, etc. by boiling. Cod, on the other hand, contains significant amounts of oil only in its liver, not in the flesh. Uncommon and no longer used spellings have been left unchanged compared to the original. Foreign expressions were not corrected. Spellings for raw materials, chemical substances, commodities, as well as personal and place names are not uniform. The original was set in black letter. Special typefaces are indicated in this text using the following special characters. Italic, underlines bold, equality sign barred, plus sign, caret symbol indicates a following superscript character. Lowercase letters are set in square brackets. Additionally, an underscore is prefixed, as for example when specifying a specific Angle D manual of pharmacognosy by a Church 2nd, volume special pharmacognosy illustration, Leipzig, 1912, published by Korecher, Hermdortigdarte. Tauchnitz Church 1st section, with 237 illustrations in the text and inserted tables, as well as 3 maps illustration, Leipzig, 1912, published by H.A.H.R. Herm, Dont. Tauchnitz, the right of translation into foreign languages is reserved the publishing house 2nd part, special pharmacognosy, 1st section. Not to me, but through common studies, have I prepared these things, thus do not the bees make honey for themselves. But belonging to a morphological group is indifferent for pharmaceutical use. For the same reason, anatomical structure or inner finer morphology cannot be used as classification principles. We could rather categorize drugs by plant families. What are these general points of view? Should we use morphological categories, this would put us in the position of the signature I, P886. Summarizing all roots, leaves, and seeds in chapters together would mean that we are using the related drugs because they are roots, leaves, or seeds. Gesner, Bibliotheca Universalis. Introduction. In discussing the tasks of pharmacognosy, Part P6, I have defined the aim of pharmacognosy as a science's being, in addition to an exhaustive, comprehensive treatment of each individual drug, the grouping together of related substances under common points of view. After all, it has been shown that we often find the same or similar components in the parts of a single plant family, and Cesalpini is right when he says, Plantae quae generis. It's about the components, the faculties, virtues, and powers. Thus, in the end, only the chemical system remains CI, P228. Due to their components, we use drugs. Lowercase letters are set in square brackets. Additionally, an underscore is prefixed, as for example when specifying a specific Angle D manual of pharmacognosy by a Hanbuch Pharmacognosy, Zweiterband. Speziella. Pharmacognosy by Church notes on the transcription. The present text has been reproduced as faithfully as possible, based on the 1912 book edition. Typographical errors have been discreetly corrected. The original was set in black letter. Special typefaces are indicated in this text using the following special characters. Italic, underlines bold, equality sign barred, plus sign, caret symbol indicates a following superscript character. Uncommon and no longer used spellings have been left unchanged compared to the original. Foreign expressions were not corrected. Spellings for raw materials, chemical substances, commodities, as well as personal and place names are not uniform. Tauchnitz Church 1st section, with 237 illustrations in the text and inserted tables, as well as 3 maps illustration. Leipzig, 1912, published by H.A.H.R. Herm, Dont. Church 2nd, volume special Pharmacognosy illustration. Leipzig, 1912, published by H.R. Herm, Dont. Tauchnitz, the right of translation into foreign languages is reserved the publishing house. Second part. Special Pharmacognosy, first section. Not to me, but through common studies, have I prepared these things, thus do not the bees make honey for themselves. Gesner, Bibliotheca Universalis, Introduction. In discussing the tasks of pharmacognosy, Part P6, I have defined the aim of pharmacognosy as a science as being, in addition to an exhaustive, comprehensive treatment of each individual drug, the grouping together of related substances under common points of view. What are these general points of view? Should we use morphological categories, this would put us in the position of the signature I, P886. Summarizing all roots, leaves, and seeds in chapters together would mean that we are using the related drugs because they are roots, leaves, or seeds, but belonging to a morphological group is indifferent for pharmaceutical use. For the same reason, anatomical structure or inner finer morphology cannot be used as classification principles. We could rather categorize drugs by plant families. After all, it has been shown that we often find the same or similar components in the parts of a single plant family, and Cesalpini is right when he says, Plantae quae generis. It's about the components, the faculties, virtues, and powers. However, we also frequently encounter discrepancies here, failing to reconcile the irreconcilable and separating what should be grouped together. Furthermore, the pharmacognostic similarity of species within a genus and of genera within a family is only rarely so great that botanical kinship coincides with pharmacological and chemical affinity. Thus, in the end, only the chemical system remains CI, P228. Due to their components, we use drugs. Whether a drug belongs to the Rubiaceae, Zingiberaceae, or Lauraceae is pharmacologically irrelevant, just as it is inconsequential whether it is a root, leaf, or flower, or if it has 1 or 2 rows of palisades, or whether it originates from China or Japan. However, we also frequently encounter discrepancies here, failing to reconcile the irreconcilable and separating what should be grouped together. Furthermore, the pharmacognostic similarity of species within a genus and of genera within a family is only rarely so great that botanical kinship coincides with pharmacological and chemical affinity. Whether a drug belongs to the Rubiaceae, Zingiberaceae, or Lauraceae is pharmacologically irrelevant, just as it is inconsequential whether it is a root, leaf, or flower, or if it has 1 or 2 rows of palisades, or whether it originates from China or Japan. For medical use, only what the drug contains as an active ingredient comes into consideration. If it were the case that every drug only contained 1 effective component, or only a group of similar components as effective, and if we knew this component for each individual drug, the matter would be very simple. For medical use, only what the drug contains as an active ingredient comes into consideration. If it were the case that every drug only contained 1 effective component, or only a group of similar components as effective, and if we knew this component for each individual drug, the matter would be very simple. Additionally, we can only identify or specify the components of a limited number of drugs as effective. The difficulties hindering the grouping of drugs based on chemical criteria are therefore significant, but they must be overcome. For all other systems are not fundamentally sound in this regard. Then grouping drugs according to their components would be the simplest task imaginable. But, as mentioned above, P394, the effect of a drug is often a mixture effect resulting from several different components. Therefore, in some cases, we will need to place the same drug at different points within the system. The core only meets the chemical system, none other. I will therefore classify and group drugs from a chemical perspective, thus only including those that have been chemically examined to some extent. Drugs that have not been or have been insufficiently chemically examined do not yet have the right to be included in a scientific pharmacology. They only belong in drug inventories and encyclopedias for now. I am very well aware that with the representation I have chosen, something imperfect will initially emerge, as indeed the first systems used by chemists in their manuals were imperfect, but the first attempt will be followed by a second that is better than a third, and as our pharmacochemical knowledge advances, the classification will become all the more accurate, accommodating an ever-increasing number of drugs in a secure place within the system. It seems rather unsubstantial to me that some few drugs can be accommodated at various locations. Well, they are simply mentioned at different places. This is not such a great misfortune, but merely shows us the diversity of relationships of the drug in question. One can describe the drug at one place, the main location, and only mention it at another. For further information on pharmacochemical systems, see IPP 216F. In any case, Pharmacognosy must no longer remain a collection of drug monographs without intellectual cohesion. And this intellectual cohesion, the text that connects articles and article groups, plays an important role in the following representation. The approach we take in dealing with plant drugs is predetermined by the path followed by the plant cell. Typically, as a result of the assimilation of carbon dioxide, a sugar is produced first. One can imagine the formation of sugar from carbon dioxide, either through formaldehyde Bayer or load in three phases, Kohoko O2HO Cho 3 Cho Cho. In plants, sugar formation also occurs secondarily through polysaccharides or plant acids, as shown below. From the sugar, on the one hand, polysaccharides such as cellulose are formed, gum and mucus, while on the other hand, fats and other aliphatic substances are produced. For the glycerin contained in fats can be derived from grape sugar by adding 4 hydrogen atoms and splitting the carbon chain, just as it reversely becomes glycerol in sugar. And to derive stearin and oleic acid, which are bound to glycerin in most fats, from sugar, one simply needs to assume that 3 molecules of the latter are coupled together via their aldehyde groups, similar to how formaldehyde couples them during sugar synthesis. On the other hand, one can get to olefinic camphor types, cyclic terpenes, retinoids, and phytosterols from carbohydrates. Then a molecule of 18 carbon atoms would result, in which only one shift and removal of oxygen is needed to generate that acid amyl fissure. However, one can also think of fatty acids indirectly as being built from sugar subunits. The bridge to the cyclic compounds is formed by the widely distributed hexacyclic saturated inosite, in which the ring closure of a 6-membered system has occurred, one of the first members of the hydroaromatic series, which provides a widespread class of pharmacognostically important substances in terpenes and resinous acid resins, and also leads to fluoroglucin, Cho 3